Chapter 1. The Betrothal Gift. In a certain apartment, a middle-aged woman hurled a bank card onto the floor, glaring at Ye Fei with spittle flying as she exclaimed, "I've made it clear, without 1 million you shall not marry our Shuyun." Ye Fei felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He instinctively glanced around, noting the uproar created by his future mother-in-law, Lu Yinxia, who was behaving like a shrew, and the grim face of his future father-in-law, leaving only his silent girlfriend, Wang Shuyun, seated beside him. Suppressing his anxiety, Ye Fei turned to Wang Shuyun and said, "Shuyun, yesterday your mother and I agreed on a betrothal gift of 200,000 to secure your hand in marriage. That I have already provided the money, and the wedding car is on its way. Why has there been a sudden change?" Wang Shuyun merely glanced at him, remaining silent. "What kind of wife can you expect to have without money?" Lu Yinxin slammed her hand on the table, her eyes wide with indignation. "Just look at yourself. If it weren't for Shuyun's affection for you, would you ever have a chance of marrying? Moreover, I must inform you, Ye Fei, that I have already allocated that 200,000 for your brother-in-law's mortgage. If you truly wish to marry our Shuyun, you must quickly provide the remaining 800,000, otherwise you shall not take anyone from our family." "What?" Ye Fei was genuinely enraged. He had not anticipated that after he delivered the betrothal gift, Lu Yinxiao would immediately divert the funds to her son's mortgage. He had encountered shamelessness before, but this was a new low. He was marrying her daughter, not her son, yet Lu Yinxin seemed oblivious to Ye Fei's displeasure, continuing unabated, "You know our family struggles financially. We have 3 children, and Shuyun's brother is nearly 20 now, engaged to a girl from a big city. It won't be long before he too is married. A.S. our son-in-law. You should take on some responsibility and contribute several tens of thousands towards his betrothal gift. Oh, and don't forget the car. Shuyun's brother will be meeting his future in-laws soon, so you must spend another 200,000 to buy him a nice car to save face for the family." Ye Fei was left astounded by Lu Yanqin's audacity. Could one be so shameless? Not only did they expect him to provide a betrothal gift for her son's marriage, but they also demanded a car and a house. Did they have no shame? Having unjustly pocketed his 200,000, they now sought to extort more from him? Did they truly think he was a cash cow? "Where's your conscience, Lu Yinxin?" he thought. "Did you feed it to the dogs?" "I'm sorry, auntie, but I simply cannot produce the remaining 800,000, Ye Fei said, inhaling deeply to maintain his composure. "Cannot produce?" Lu Yinxin paused, then smiled amiably. "That's all right. You've purchased a house, haven't you? Why not sell it? That way, you could easily have 3 to 5 million. We won't ask for much, just half. They'll even give you our house. You can renovate it as your future marital home and live there for a while. What do you think?" Lu Yinxin wore a benevolent smile, as if she were doing him a favor. "What a joke. That dilapidated flat of yours leaks when it rains. Would you have me live there? It would be an insult, even to a dog." Suppressing his fury, Ye Fei turned to Wang Shuyun and implored, "Shuyun, could you please intervene on my behalf?" He believed that the woman he had loved so dearly would surely speak up for him in this critical moment. If Wang Shuyun refused to acquiesce, Lu Yangxi's pressure would be of no consequence. Unfortunately, Wang Shuyun disappointed him, remaining silent with her head bowed, seemingly awaiting Lu Yanqin's decision. Faced with Lu Yanqin's avarice, Ye Fei coldly declared, "I will not proceed with this marriage. Please return my 200,000 betrothal gift." "Return the money?" Wang Shuyun's family paled at this. "Xiao Yi, what do you mean by that?" Lu Yinxin asked, displeased. "Simply say whether you agree or not. I have raised my daughter with great effort, and shouldn't I receive some compensation for that?" Ye Fei finally saw through their intentions. This family was determined to squeeze him of every last ounce of value, seeking not only to keep his 200,000 but also demanding 1 million as a betrothal gift. 1 million? While he could indeed procure such a sum, why should he give it to them? Did they truly think he was a cash cow? With a cold smile, Ye Fei replied, "I had initially considered offering you 300,000, but now I can only manage 100,000. If you wish to marry, then so be it. If not, that is also acceptable. Your son is not my son. Why should I buy him a car or a house? He is capable of working for himself, and my earnings are hard-won, not simply handed to me by fortune. You cannot expect to take half of my wealth with just a word. There is not a chance, not even a window. And hurry, return my betrothal gift." Ye Fei was aware of the high price of betrothal gifts, and from the outset he had never expected to marry for just 100,000. He had given the betrothal gift, Yet he had underestimated Wang Shuyun's family's greed. Today, with the wedding car prepared, they had sprung this surprise upon him. Could he remain calm? He was not a mere clay figure. Even clay figures have their limits. Ye Fei's words left Lu Yanqing and the others aghast. They had anticipated a calm discussion, but his outright refusal caught them off guard. Return the betrothal gift? That was impossible. They had already spent it. And where would they find the means to repay? They were deeply in debt, relying on Ye Fei to help them settle it. Ye Fei, you scoundrel! I have been devoted to you, and you dare to cast me aside so easily? How can you live with yourself? To Ye Fei's surprise, it was Wang Shuyun, who had remained silent, who spoke first. Me? I have wronged you? Ye Fei looked at her, whose face was twisted with resentment, and laughed, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. What have I wronged you? You want an iPhone 10, and before dawn, I was queuing with a blanket for 20 hours. You desired an LV limited edition bag, and I spent 2 months' salary to buy it. You mentioned wanting to go to the Maldives. I booked the tickets yesterday. And how did you repay my efforts? He continued, his expression darkening. When I was injured on the construction site, while saving money for us, where were you? When I suffered heat stroke under the scorching sun, where were you? At this point, Ye Fei's face contorted with fury. You gave all my gifts to your brother, thinking I would notice? I knew. I have always known. I just chose to remain silent, Wang Shuyun retorted. Little did I know, you would take my love for granted. At Ye Fei's words, Wang Shuyun's face paled. She had believed her actions to be discreet, but in truth, he had been aware all along. Chapter 2. No money, no exit, so what? Since Ye Fei is aware of it, Wang Shuyun has no intention of concealing the truth any longer. She gazes into Ye Fei's eyes, her voice laced with anger. That is my brother, my own brother. Do you comprehend the significance he holds in my heart? He has suffered from the aftermath of polio since childhood and has faced discrimination from his peers as he grew older. Finally, he has found a girl who accepts him. Why can't you extend a helping hand? You possess several million in real estate. Why not share half with me? Am I worth less than money in your eyes? Share half. Ye Fei chuckled in disbelief, his anger barely contained. I must have underestimated the avarice of your family. You are cut from the same cloth as your mother, shameless and insatiably greedy. If she lacks compassion, do not expect justice from me. Yes, I am wealthy, but I am no fool. 1 million as a betrothal gift? Do you take me for a banker? Even if I were, it wouldn't be your family's turn a profit from me. Selling my house for a share? Dream on. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave. The prospect of retrieving 20,000 as a betrothal gift seems impossible, but does Ye Fei's wealth come so easily to them? Sooner or later, he shall reclaim his due, with interest. No one is leaving. Just as he attempted to rise, Lu Yanqing blocked his path directly. Madam, what do you mean by this? Ye Fei frowned, casting an irritable glance at her. What do I mean? Lu Yanqing sneered. Do you think you can simply walk away? You have been with my daughter for years. Hasn't she spent money on you? If you wish to break up, then you must pay 20,000. Are you implying you want a separation fee? Ye Fei and Amp. Oppo's expression darkened. A separation fee? He had yet to retrieve the 20,000 betrothal gift. And Lu Yanqing audaciously demanded more. Indeed, a separation fee, Lu Yanjia proudly declared, her gaze fixed on Ye Fei. If you wish to leave, you must bring the money. Otherwise, you shall not depart from here today. No sooner had she spoken than Wang Chong appeared at the door, brandishing a weapon and eyeing Ye Fei warily, as if to teach him a lesson should he refuse. And if I refuse? Ye Fei laughed coldly, his voice turning frigid. It had been years since anyone dared to threaten him like this after leaving the Ye family. If you refuse, you will suffer some physical pain today. Wang Chong grinned maliciously. If you wish to leave, you must present some benefit. Ye Fei, undaunted by Wang Chong's threat, regarded the weapon with a steely gaze, stating firmly, No one dares to threaten me, and neither will you. The atmosphere grew tense. Neither moved. It seemed that the moment Ye Fei made a move, Wang Chong would strike. Mom and Dad, what are you doing? At that tense moment, the door swung open, revealing a girl who bore a striking resemblance to Wang Shuyun. She entered and was immediately taken aback by the scene before her. Wasn't this her brother-in-law? Why was he at odds with her father? Shuaying, get out of here. This doesn't concern you. Lu Yanjia shouted suddenly. What on earth is happening? Just a while ago, we were all getting along, Wang Shuang stammered, trying to comprehend the situation. Mom, the wedding procession has arrived. There are BMWs, Maseratis, and Lamborghinis. Are they here for my sister? Maseratis? Lamborghinis? Lu Yinjia and the others nearly dropped their jaws. These were world-class luxury cars, each worth millions. Could it be that they were genuinely here for them? Impossible. Though they knew Ye Fei had some wealth, they never imagined it to be to such a degree. Even if rented, such a fleet would cost tens of thousands a day. Could he afford that? Hello, may I inquire if you are young Master Yi? At that moment, a young man in a sharp suit entered, accompanied by 4 elegantly dressed women. Upon witnessing the unfolding drama, he paused momentarily, then quickly regained his composure. Yes, that's me, Ye Fei nodded. The wedding cars are ready. When will the bride get in? The young man inquired with a smile. He had heard that this young master was a wealthy benefactor and had expected him to marry a prominent heiress. He was baffled to discover he was marrying an ordinary girl from a humble household. Did the elite truly have such tastes? Ye Fei shook his head. No need. You may take them back. We no longer require your services here. The young man was taken aback. What was happening? Had this wealthy young man merely rented those cars to flaunt his wealth? Why had he even hired them? All right. Although confused, the young man adeptly gauged the situation and swiftly exited with his entourage. Once Ye Fei departed, Wang Shuyun's family finally regained their senses. Did he just refer to Ye Fei as young master? Wang Chong could hardly believe it. Could it be that Ye Fei truly was the heir of a wealthy family? Wang Shuyun murmured in disbelief. Lu Yinjia vehemently shook her head. Impossible. This must be a stage performance he paid for. I refuse to believe it. If he were genuinely that wealthy, why wouldn't he give us 2 million? Dad, I saw brother Yi driving away in a BMW. Is that for me? At that moment, her younger brother returned from school, instantly freezing the air with his words. For some reason, Wang Shuyun suddenly felt a pang of regret, wishing she had spoken up for Ye Fei. Had she done so, perhaps she would be the one sitting in the BMW now. In the car, Ye Fei suddenly took out his phone. Uncle Fu, the wedding has been canceled. Young master, what has happened? Did you argue with Miss Wang? Uncle Fu's voice was hoarse, laced with surprise. Do not ask what you should not, Ye Fei replied coldly, unwilling to dwell on the matter. He had prepared for this day for a long time, even risking the exposure of his true identity as the king of investment in Rongqing, solely to host the grandest wedding for the other party. Who could have anticipated that events would unfold this way? The king of investment in Rongqing, a rising star in the nation. Who would have guessed he was the castaway of the Yi family, expelled 3 years ago? If they were to discover his true identity, it would undoubtedly lead to greater complications. Yet, there was no point in dwelling on such matters now. It would only bring unnecessary worry. Young master, there is a banquet tonight for the elder Long's birthday. He has sent you an invitation. Would you like to attend? Uncle Fu suggested. Make the arrangements. I shall go tonight. Ye Fei had initially intended to decline, but upon reflection, he agreed. After all, Elder Long had assisted him during his most challenging times, and refusing to attend would seem ungrateful. Very well. Uncle Fu hung up the phone. About an hour later, Ye Fei arrived at Long's residence. As the foremost family in Rongqing, the Long family's reputation was formidable, with dozens of luxurious cars parked at the entrance, each valued in the millions. Among the guests attending the banquet were numerous affluent merchants and influential figures from the political arena. As soon as Ye Fei alighted from his vehicle, he spotted a familiar face at the entrance, none other than his ex-girlfriend, Wang Shuyun, who stood alongside an unfamiliar man. Ye Fei recognized the man. He was Zhao Weiran, the general manager of Tianya Group. At 35, Zhao had once employed Ye Fei as an administrative assistant during his fall from grace. The two were now intimately linked, their arms entwined as if they were longtime lovers. Ye Fei's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 3. Cleaning the restroom? Wang Shuyun. Oh, Wang Shuyun. I never imagined that just mere hours after our separation, you would find another man. It seems I had misjudged you all along. At the entrance, Wang Shuyun spotted Ye Fei, and her expression shifted from surprise to awkwardness as she turned to lead her companion inside. Zhao Weiran, sensing the shift in atmosphere, turned to see Ye Fei in his tailored suit, and a smirk spread across his face. Well, if at ISN and Oppos, to Ye Fei, what brings you here? He mockingly inquired. then tugged at Wang Shuyun's hand, adding, "Shuyun, why the rush to enter? Aren't you going to greet your old flame?" Wang Shuyun remained silent, her gaze cast downwards, avoiding Ye Fei's eyes. Ye Fei looked at her with derision, saying, "Wang Shuyun, I didn't expect that so soon after our parting, you would find a new suitor. I must say, you and Appos, V surprised me." As his words echoed in the bustling entrance, they drew the attention of many onlookers. "My affairs are none of your concern. Who are you to criticize me, a man who cannot even afford $1 million in betrothal gifts?" Wang Shuyun felt her anger rise as she sensed the curious stares of the crowd. Zhao Weiran erupted in laughter, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Did you hear that? Ye Fei, even your girlfriend looks down on your poverty. And they're in Amp, Appos, as something you probably don in Amp. Appos, Tino, Shuyun and I met a month ago. I had intended to win her heart, but she was adamant about marrying you. Who would have thought you would cast her aside today? With her brother's impending wedding. I've promised her $2 million in betrothal gifts and a house for her brother. She has agreed to marry me." Zhao Weiran's triumphant laughter filled the air. Wang Shuyun bit her lip in silence, tacitly acknowledging the situation. Ye Fei's expression grew increasingly frigid. "Sister." At that moment, a striking figure appeared before Ye Fei, his sister-in-law, Wang Shuang. However, her face bore a pallor, tinged with bruises, and despite her attempts at makeup, it was evident she had endured some hardship, particularly around her neck. Seeing this, Ye Fei's heart ached. "Brother-in-law," Wang Shuang exclaimed, startled at the confrontation. Sensing the tension among the three, she quickly urged, "Brother-in-law, come with me." She feared that a confrontation might escalate, considering they were in the Long family estate, an entity not to be trifled with. Ye Fei hesitated, but eventually followed her inside. "Brother-in-law, you've come to work as a server too, haven't you?" Wang Shuang inquired, noticing his formal attire. "Server?" Ye Fei was taken aback, only then realizing Wang Shuang was clad in an elegant maid uniform, her name tag prominently displayed. Indeed, he thought, refraining from revealing his true identity, knowing she would likely not believe him. The resemblance of his suit to those of the other servers was striking, yet his was custom-made by a renowned Italian designer, worth over $100,000. Who would have thought he would be mistaken for a mere server? "What a coincidence, brother-in-law. We both ended up as servers for the Long family," Wang Shuang said, her smile revealing her white teeth. "But the Long family is incredibly wealthy. They pay $1,000 a night. I worked hard just to secure this position." "Shuang, what happened to your neck?" Ye Fei asked, his concern growing as he noticed the bruises on her fair skin. "It's nothing. I just slipped while showering last night," she replied with a forced smile, pulling her neck in defensively. "Hey, you two, what are you doing standing around? Get to work." At that moment, a portly woman barged in, her imposing presence immediately intimidating. "Manager Li, we'll get to work right away," Wang Shuang said, her expression shifting as she pulled Ye Fei along. "Stop, you," the overweight woman pointed at Ye Fei. "The banquet is about to start. Head to the women's restroom and scrub the toilets. You have 1 hour to finish, or you won't see a dime today." "Scrub toilets? In the women's restroom?" Ye Fei was at a loss for words, feeling a wave of disbelief wash over him. How could it be that on the very day he regained his identity, he found himself in such a demeaning position? Noticing Ye Fei's changing expression, Wang Shuang interjected, "Manager Li, let me do it. It's inappropriate for a man to handle this, lest someone misunderstand." "What is wrong with a man doing this? You people are just being dramatic, thinking you're important," the woman scoffed. "If you're going to work, do it. If not, get lost." Though Wang Shuang was furious at the woman's arrogance, she felt powerless. "Don't worry, I'll do it," Ye Fei said, reluctantly agreeing for Wang Shuang's sake. He wasn't sure if the woman was deliberately making things difficult for him, as she stationed someone at the door to ensure no one wandered in. Upon entering the restroom, Ye Fei was struck by the level of filth. The toilets were clogged, the walls plastered with posters, and the stench was overwhelming, reminiscent of neglect for over a year. Fortunately, all the necessary cleaning supplies were available, so despite the arduous task ahead, he could manage. As he donned a janitor's uniform and began his work, a middle-aged man named Long Tongue, the newly appointed head of the Long family and host of the banquet, sat in the villa. To honor the elder Long's birthday, he had invited all the city's prominent figures, including the renowned king, aiming to surprise the elder. However, as the event drew near, Longtongue found himself in a state of panic, having yet to see any sign of King. "Where's Mr. King?" he demanded, feeling the pressure mount as he had boasted of King's attendance, fearing that failing to deliver would render the Long family a laughingstock. Meanwhile, Ye Fei's phone had been confiscated by the portly woman, who had cut off all means of communication. Longtongue ordered, "No matter what it takes, find King. If you fail, expect to be expelled from the Long family." The thought of being cast out sent shivers through the Long family members, who enjoyed substantial benefits. Even a janitor earned a decent salary. They could not bear the thought of leaving. Without delay, they set about organizing a search. Chapter 4. After a strenuous 40 minutes, Ye Fei finally managed to tidy up the restroom. "Brother Yi, you must be tired. I brought you some water," Wang Shuang said, looking at Ye Fei, who was covered in grime. Rather than showing disdain, she eagerly approached him with a drink in hand. "Thank you." Ye Fei was indeed exhausted. After all, the restroom spanned over 200 square meters, and the task had been quite taxing. "Why did you bring him water? If he wants to drink, he can get tap water from the restroom. These refreshments are meant for guests." A stout woman suddenly interjected, knocking the cup out of Wang Shuang's hands. Wang Shuang quickly apologized, bowing as she bent down to pick up the fallen cup. It was unclear whether the stout woman had stumbled intentionally or not, but she suddenly tripped and stepped directly on Wang Shuang's wrist. Crack! The glass shattered instantly, cutting Wang Shuang's hands and causing blood to spill onto the floor. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry, Wang Shuang. Are you all right?" The stout woman seemed to finally notice, hastily expressing her apologies, yet the smugness on her face was unmistakable, and she even maliciously stepped on Wang Shuang's wrist again. I'm fine." Wang Shuang winced, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. But she dared not show her anger. After all, Manager Li was her superior, and she could not afford to offend her, especially since she needed this job to pay off her debts. "Glad you're okay, then I'll take my leave." The stout woman chuckled, her gait resembling that of a waddling duck as she prepared to exit. "Stop!" A chilling voice echoed from behind her. The stout woman turned to see Ye Fei, his expression dark and foreboding. "What do you want? Are you trying to rebel?" Startled, the stout woman quickly adopted a dismissive tone. "Brother Yi, let go." Wang Shuang, sensing the tension, urged, "This is the Long family's territory. We cannot afford to provoke them. Kneel." Ye Fei remained unfazed, his gaze icy as he stared at the stout woman, a hint of menace glimmering in his eyes. The command rendered not only the stout woman speechless, but also shocked Wang Shuang. How dare he speak to Manager Li in such a manner? This was the domain of the Long family, one of the most powerful factions in Rongqing. "Repeat that?" The stout woman glowered at him, pointing an accusatory finger. "Do you believe I want to ensure you never leave the Long estate?" For years, she had served in the Long estate without anyone daring to speak to her in such a way. This audacious young man was crossing a line. Crack! Ye Fei's eyes turned cold as he seized the stout woman's wrist, yanking it forcefully before delivering a swift kick to her ankle. With a thud, Manager Li collapsed to the ground. "Ah!" Her scream pierced through the air, momentarily overpowering the music. "You little brat, I'll kill you!" Manager Li shrieked, her voice dripping with venomous hatred towards Ye Fei. "Apologize." Ye Fei delivered a resounding slap to her face, turning her cheek crimson and stripping away layers of makeup. "Help! Someone's attacking. There's a rebellion." In an instant, members of the Long family rushed towards the commotion. Wang Shuang felt a surge of panic as she stood there, unsure of what to do. "What is happening?" A middle-aged man emerged from the crowd, his face set in a stern expression. Upon seeing him, Manager Li felt as if she had found her savior. "Master, you must uphold justice for me. This insolent wretch was cleaning the restroom carelessly, and when I scolded him, he assaulted me without a shred of decency." She wept and wiped her tears, resembling a wronged victim. Wang Shuang attempted to explain, but Ye Fei stopped her. "King?" Longtongue's anger flared as he prepared to reprimand, but upon recognizing Ye Fei's visage, he was immediately taken aback. What had she just said? She had dared to order the renowned king to clean a restroom? If the old master learned of this, she would undoubtedly face dire consequences. "What king?" Manager Li was still bewildered. Slap. Long Tongue's expression darkened as he slapped Manager Li's face, transforming it into a swollen mess. You dare to have Mr. King clean a restroom? Are you seeking death? Long Tongue's fury was palpable. The thought of punishing her was tempting. Who was king? The investment king of Rongqing, who turned 10,000 into 1,000,000 within a month, heralded as the future Buffett. Many influential figures in Rongqing sought to curry favor with King, fearing his wrath. One misstep and their stocks could plummet overnight. How could she have summoned Ye Fei for such menial work? Was she truly courting disaster? What? King? Wang Shuang was unaware of the full weight of King's identity, only sensing that Ye Fei was not an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Manager Li was rendered speechless, collapsing to the ground in shock. Ye Fei regarded her coldly. The foot that stepped on her should be severed. Manager Li immediately fainted. Observing the still hesitating members of the Long family, Long Tongue bellowed, "What are you waiting for? Do as Mr. King commands." Who is this? Long Tongue then turned to Wang Shuang, a look of confusion crossing his face. He couldn't comprehend why the esteemed king would stand up for such a minor character. "She is my friend," Wang Shuang, Ye Fei stated. Friend? For some reason, upon hearing Ye Fei refer to her as merely a friend, Wang Shuang felt an inexplicable sense of loss. So, he regarded her as just a friend. Realization dawned on Long Tongue, and he instructed others, "Take Miss Wang for treatment. I have matters to discuss with Mr. King." Wang Shuang glanced at Ye Fei, who nodded in affirmation, before following the Long family members away. Once the crowd dispersed, Long Tongue addressed Ye Fei, "Mr. King, the previous incident was purely accidental. I hope you will not take offense." Ye Fei shook his head. "It's no trouble. It is I who has caused you inconvenience with my arrival." He had intended to maintain a low profile, but upon entering the Long estate, he encountered Wang Shuang and the ensuing chaos, making it impossible to remain discreet. "No trouble at all," Long Tongue insisted. "If Mr. Yi has no further matters, shall we proceed to the stage?" "Very well." Ye Fei nodded. Having accepted the invitation, he saw no reason to decline. He reversed his suit, accompanying Long Tongue up the stage. As the spotlight converged, a radiant brilliance enveloped him, akin to a celestial being descending upon the earth. The once ordinary black suit now shimmered with the hint of a golden dragon coursing along its fabric, exuding an aura of divinity. Dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. Look! Look! The dramatic entrance instantly captivated the audience's attention, all eyes turning towards Ye Fei. In that moment, he became the center of attention. His neatly styled hair, embodying simplicity and elegance, framed a chiseled visage devoid of earthly trivialities, resembling a living deity. Chapter 5. He is not king. Only Zhao Weiran and Wang Shuyun found him somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, it dawned on them that it was none other than Ye Fei. Zhao Weiran could not help but exclaim, "Ye Fei? What is this fellow doing on stage?" However, Zhao Weiran did not anticipate the incredulous looks from those around him, which sent a chill down his spine. Indeed, the youth was naive, unable to recognize the most prominent feature of the king, his dragon robe that soared through the heavens. This garment was crafted from a special material, revealing a swirling dragon under the light, a masterpiece by the renowned Italian designer, Saint Empirical Vanki. It was said that only 2 such suits existed globally. One sold for $1 million, while the other was a gift from Saint Empirical Vanki to a friend. Zhao Weiran's expression darkened instantly. Dame Ye Fei, when did he acquire such a high-quality imitation suit, fooling everyone in attendance? Ye Fei scanned the crowd, presenting a gentle smile. Countless wealthy heiresses present fell under the spell of his smile, eager to offer themselves on the spot. Wow, is this truly our king from Rongqing? His smile is simply too handsome. If I could find such a husband, handsome, talented, and affluent, it would be worth living 10 fewer years. They wondered what kind of woman would be fortunate enough to marry the king. Hearing these remarks, Wang Shuyun, seated beside Zhao Weiran, felt a pang of discomfort. If Ye Fei were indeed the king, would that not slap the Wang family in the face? Regret washed over her. She lamented her choice not to pursue Ye Fei. But regret soon morphed into resentment. Why had he kept this from her? If he had confessed his wealth earlier, she would not have ended up with Zhao Weiran. This balding boyfriend. Had he revealed his identity as king sooner, she too could bask in the limelight. Zhao Weiran, noticing Wang Shuyun's expression, felt a surge of displeasure. As he glanced around the banquet, observing so many guests duped by Ye Fei, he felt infuriated. Unable to restrain himself, he rose and shouted, "Do not believe him. He is a fraud. Just a month ago, he was a mere administrative assistant in my company. He cannot possibly be the king." The room fell into an eerie silence. At the old dragon patriarch's birthday banquet, Zhao Weiran had the audacity to publicly question Ye Fei's identity, branding him a mere white-collar worker. This was not just a slap in the face for the king, but also a disgraceful affront to the dragon family. Ye Fei maintained a calm demeanor, his smile unwavering as he regarded Zhao Weiran with quiet interest, eager to see how this situation would unfold. He had attended the banquet to support the dragon family and build connections, but now found himself embroiled in a series of misunderstandings. If he was not the king, then who could claim that title? Upon further reflection, the legendary king, building a multi-million-dollar marketing empire in just 1 month, was indeed a remarkable tale. Comparatively, his previous identity seemed dubious. "Mr. Zhao, King has been a close friend of my father for many years. Are you suggesting that I am incapable of recognizing him?" Dragon Tong, the head of the dragon family, thundered, slamming his hand on the table. "Lord Dragon, I am not disparaging you, but this fellow is truly not the king. Do not let him deceive you." Zhao Weiran retorted, turning to Wang Shuyun beside him. "Shuyun, do not just sit there. Speak up. I can also attest that the person on stage is not the king." Wang Shuyun hesitated, but eventually stood, gritting her teeth as she proclaimed, "He is just a penniless white-collar worker, incapable of offering even $1 million in dowry. If he is the king, I shall write my name backwards." At this juncture, she could no longer afford to waver. She firmly believed Ye Fei was not the king. "If anyone doubts my words, I still have photos of us together on my phone." As she spoke, she reached into her pocket for her phone, only to feel a wave of embarrassment wash over her when she remembered she had given her old phone to her brother to sever ties with Ye Fei. Her current phone was a gift from Zhao Weiran. Seeing Wang Shuyun and Oppose as sudden daze, the audience, who had initially anticipated the spectacle, now felt they had been played for fools. Zhao Weiran glanced at Wang Shuyun and Oppo's phone and realized the situation, feeling awkward himself. Today and Oppo's women truly lacked shame, eyeing the pot while sitting at the table. What was the king's status and what was hers? Did she truly believe she could cling to such a powerful figure and $1 million in dowry? With her current standing, even 200,000 would seem excessive. Surrounding voices grew increasingly scornful, and Wang Shuyun's face turned crimson with rage. Her disdain for Ye Fei intensified. "Gentlemen, do either of you have further remarks?" Dragon Tong's expression turned frigid. Those familiar with him knew he was genuinely irate. The consequences of angering the dragon family were severe. "I have someone who can corroborate." Faced with Dragon Tong and Oppo's fury, Zhao Weiran felt cornered. Finally, with a firm resolve, he announced, "There is also Wang Shuying. She works as a waitress in the dragon household and knows Ye Fei. You can confront her. Sister, do not be stubborn. Ye Fei is indeed the king." At that moment, a timid figure emerged from the crowd. It was Wang Shuying. "Shuying you!" Wang Shuyun exploded with fury, glaring at her sister, wishing she could skin her alive. Wang Shuying, slightly intimidated, glanced nervously at Wang Shuyun. Having been bullied by her sister since childhood, she had grown fearful of her. This was her first act of defiance, yet did not feel like defiance, as Ye Fei truly was the king. "Mr. Zhao, if you have no further questions, please leave." Dragon Tong began issuing an expulsion order. Zhao Weiran felt a lump in his throat, realizing that Dragon Tong was genuinely angry and wanted him gone. However, he found himself in a precarious position. If he did not expose Ye Fei's identity, it would be challenging to maintain his standing there. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Weiran continued, "Mr. Dragon, it is rumored that he is the closest thing to the stock god Warren Buffett. If you believe he is the king, you should have no trouble with a Morloni financial formula. If he can solve this formula, I will concede he is the king." The mention of a Morloni financial formula sent a collective gasp through the audience. In the business world, anyone who had not heard of this name would be ridiculed. This formula was proposed by Mr. Buffett, the investment deity of Wall Street. This legendary figure had once turned $1,000 into $10 million in just 1 week on Wall Street, a record that remains unbroken. His estate is worth over $600 billion, yet he left less than 1% to his descendants, donating the rest to the Buffett Foundation. Before his passing, he left humanity with a formula known as the Morloni financial formula. This formula is hailed as the key to finance. Mastering it equates to wielding the pulse of the global economy, ensuring a life free from financial woes. What a joke! This is the financial formula left by Mr. Buffett, regarded as one of the most elusive formulas in the world. Who could possibly solve it? It is difficult to say. If this king truly lives up to his reputation, then perhaps there exists a glimmer of possibility in unraveling this formula. After all, Mr. King has managed to earn $10 million within a month, indicating that his capabilities must be quite formidable. If you wish for me to prove my identity, I am amenable, but I have a stipulation. Yet, Ye Fei remained remarkably calm and suddenly spoke. Very well, state your condition, Zhao Weiran replied, a smile playing on his lips. Ye Fei said, if I successfully decipher this formula, you must kneel before me and call me grandfather 3 times. Agreed. That is no problem. Zhao Weiran nodded, then inquired. But what if you fail to solve it? If I cannot unravel it, I shall call you and Apo's, grandfather and Apo's, 3 times instead. Does that suffice? Very well. It shall be as you say. Observing Ye Fei and Apo's unwavering confidence, Zhao Weiran wore a look of disdain. To decipher the Morloni financial formula, do not even entertain the notion that you could be king. Even if you were, it does not guarantee your success in this endeavor. Chapter 6. A slap in the face. The competition begins. Though the reasons for this situation remain obscure, it is evident that the onlookers are thoroughly entertained. King, the universally acknowledged deity of the business realm, requires no further introduction. However, Zhao Weiran is not to be underestimated. He is a distinguished returnee with a doctorate, hailing from a prestigious lineage. The audience is in for an enthralling spectacle. As the crowd's enthusiasm swells, Longting has already projected the competition onto the grand screen. While it is true that Be a Fight bequeathed this formula to the world, what is commonly encountered is merely Wall Street's derivative version. In contrast, the Long family possesses an original manuscript, procured at great expense from one of Be a Fight's disciples, a unique handwritten copy. Gazing at the hasty scrawl and intricate equations displayed on the screen, the attendees cannot help but feel a surge of eagerness to solve the puzzle. An ancient adage proclaims, all under heaven is bustling for profit, and all under heaven is in turmoil for gain. These 16 characters encapsulate the essence of economic principles. The so-called financial formula embodies a scientific approach to encapsulating finance, a rather nebulous concept within convoluted equations. Anyone who is engaged in commerce understands that the global economy resembles an invisible hand stirring the waters behind the scenes. Mastering this financial formula equates to grasping the very threads of economic intricacies. It must be acknowledged that Zhao Weiran possesses considerable skill. Upon Longting's announcement of the competition's commencement, he promptly simulated an economic model on his computer, his hands flying over the keyboard in a frenzy, striving to decipher the formula. Yet, despite his remarkable achievements in finance, this formula is Be a Fight's financial key, an enigma not easily unraveled by the average individual. Among the assembly are numerous scholarly giants in finance, yet they too find themselves at an impasse, unable to conceive a solution. In stark contrast, Ye Fei appears remarkably at ease. He settles into a comfortable position, leisurely indulging in snacks and sipping on drinks. Approximately half an hour later, beads of sweat glisten on Zhao Weiran's brow, yet no glimmer of hope for a solution appears. He glances up, only to find Ye Fei casually snacking and enjoying the show, igniting a blaze of fury within him. He barks, "What do you mean by this, Ye? Here I am, laboring to solve the problem, and you're contentedly munching away and sipping drinks?" Unfazed, Ye Fei chuckles lightly. "Do carry on, Mr. Zhao. There's still half an hour left. I have every confidence you will uncover the answer." In a fit of rage, Zhao Weiran slams his pen down and retorts coldly, What nonsense! This formula is utterly unsolvable. Who is Ye Fei? A legend among legends on Wall Street. The formula he proposed is beyond our comprehension as mere mortals. His expression reflects profound admiration, as though he were a devoted fan of Ye Fei. Failing to solve it is one thing, but pretending to maintain dignity is another. Observing Ye Fei's mocking grin, Zhao Weiron's anger boils over. He glares at Ye Fei and challenges, "What are you laughing at? If you have the capability, step forward and solve this formula. Should you succeed, I shall acknowledge you as king." All eyes turn to Ye Fei, who remains unfazed, his smile unwavering. Realizing the audience's expectations, Ye Fei shifts his tone. "However, you must kneel and call me grandpa afterward, or it might become rather embarrassing for you." Zhao Weiran seethes with rage. "Ye Fei, what audacity! Prove your worth by solving this formula." His disbelief is palpable. He cannot fathom that this so-called waste could rival his own education abroad. Ye Fei grins, then picks up his computer, commencing rapid calculations. In mere moments, he constructs the economic data model, followed by a few seconds of module computations. This speed, Zhao Weiran could manage it too, but it took him nearly 10 minutes. Yet Ye Fei accomplishes it in an instant. Is he not striking a blow to Zhao and Appos? As pride? I refuse to believe this. It must be a pre-recorded video. Zhao Weiran bellows. This so-called waste cannot be superior to someone of his caliber. It must be cheating. Cheating? Ye Fei chuckles, placing his notebook in front of Zhao Weiran. Open your eyes and see for yourself. Is this indeed a pre-recorded video? Zhao Weiran snatches the notebook and inspects it, discovering it is not a video. Reluctantly, he checks again, only to find the same result. Well, is everything all right? Ye Fei gazes at Zhao Weiran as if he were a fool, a smirk adorning his face. Zhao Weiran's expression resembles one who has bitten into something foul, yet he maintains a stoic facade. Humph. This is merely the beginning. If you possess skill, produce the final results. He concedes that Ye Fei has some ability, but insists that this is just the initial step. Anyone with a modicum of economic understanding could achieve this, and it signifies nothing substantial. Clearly, you are determined to persist in your folly. Ye Fei responds with a resigned shake of his head. Since you wish for destruction, I shall oblige. Despite Zhao Weiran's disdainful demeanor, Ye Fei continues to add modules for further calculations. As the complexity of the data on the blackboard grows clearer, Zhao Weiran and Appos' expression darkens with unease. Amidst the varied thoughts of the spectators, Ye Fei finally sets down his computer. Behold, is this not the solution? He connects his computer to the enormous screen on stage. A wave of astonishment sweeps through the crowd. Although the accuracy of the answer remains uncertain, the logical rigor of the calculations suggests it cannot be far from the truth. Ye Fei turns to Zhao Weiran, revealing a dazzling smile. Zhao Weiran, may I call you grandson? Would you dare to respond? Laughter erupts throughout the venue. This phrase is all too familiar. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Zhao Weiran bellows, unable to accept his fate. What is his identity compared to Ye Fei and Appos? Yes. King is akin to a figure on par with the legendary Ye Fei. How could a mere waste possibly be king? Surely, this is a conspiracy. Zhao Weiran's face flushes with rage as he shouts wildly, prompting Longting's expression to grow increasingly grim. Someone, remove him from here. Were it not for the numerous guests present, Longting would have long since ordered Zhao Weiran's legs broken. Zhao Weiran's incessant troublemaking has proven tiresome. Does he believe Longting is simply a good-natured person without a temper? What is happening? Just as the security approaches to seize Zhao Weiran, a frail yet commanding voice emerges from the crowd. Everyone parts to create a path, revealing an elderly man clad in a red ceremonial gown, his hair a mix of white and gray, being supported by bodyguards as he approaches unsteadily. "Father," Longting calls out warmly. This man is none other than Long Sanxian, the head of the Long family. Although he has stepped down from the position of family head, his status within the Long family remains unparalleled, and even Longting dares not treat him with anything less than utmost respect. Upon seeing Long Sanxian, Zhao Weiran was instantly filled with joy. He hurriedly approached with utmost respect and exclaimed, "Old Master Long, you have finally arrived. Please take a look at this fellow who dares to impersonate the king." We urgently need your assistance to unveil his deceitful facade. As he spoke, Zhao Weiran pointed at Ye Fei, his eyes glimmering with a hint of triumph, as if to convey, "Young man, your fate is sealed." Chapter 7. How is this possible? Oomph. Long Sanqian let out a cold snort and strode directly towards Ye Fei. Observing Long Sanqian's furious demeanor, Zhao Weiran felt a surge of delight in his heart. Let this brat put on an act. Let's see how the old master Long deals with you. However, Long Sanqian's subsequent actions left Zhao Weiran utterly astounded. His eyes widened, and he felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself to confirm the reality of the scene before him. Long Sanqian actually placed his hand on Ye Fei's shoulder, his movements exhibiting an unsettling familiarity. "Do you need me to handle this?" The onlookers were not fools. Witnessing Long Sanqian's gesture coupled with his words made Ye Fei's identity glaringly apparent. "King!" Zhao Weiran collapsed to the ground, incredulously staring at the unfolding spectacle, muttering to himself, "Impossible! This cannot be true. How could he be king? Just a mere employee in my company. How could he possibly be king? How could this be?" Seeing Zhao Weiran's embarrassment, Long Tongue frowned slightly, waving his hand in disdain. A nearby waiter, noticing Long Tongue's gesture, hurriedly approached to escort the now completely irrational Zhao Weiran away. "Look, people like him will inevitably meet this fate. I knew he wouldn't have a good ending for daring to question our king's identity. I wonder who gave him the audacity. King has already unraveled the Morloni financial formula, and this fellow still persistently clings to his delusions. Truly, he must have been abroad for too long, his mind corrupted, thinking himself superior. Anyone capable of solving the Morloni financial formula, even if not king, is certainly beyond someone of his caliber. Associating with such a person tarnishes our Rome city. We ought to expel him at once." Hearing the discussions around her, Wang Shiyun's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling as though their words were directed at her, wishing she could find a crevice to hide in. Yet, simultaneously, an unexpected sense of pride surged within her heart. Gazing at Ye Fei on the stage, she was filled with regret. The man basking in glory up there had once been her fiancé, her man. Driven by this tumultuous emotion, Wang Shiyun rose, her gaze fixed on Ye Fei, and boldly declared her feelings aloud. "Ye Fei, I regret it. Let us get back together." Her words instantly attracted the attention of all the guests present. Under such scrutiny, Wang Shiyun felt a flicker of satisfaction. This sensation of being the center of attention was a privilege only she, as king's fiancé, could savor. "Ye Fei, I was wrong before. Since you are king, why didn't you say so earlier? If you had, I wouldn't have cared about that little dowry, nor would I have broken up with you. All the blame lies with me. Let us start anew, shall we?" Wang Shiyun believed her words were heartfelt, convinced that even if Ye Fei was king, he would be moved to tears and rush to plead for reconciliation. Yet, Ye Fei's expression remained indifferent, even harboring a hint of coldness, sending a chill through Wang Shiyun's heart, prompting her to feign a look of distress. "Ye Fei, please forgive me." Upon hearing this, the guest quickly grasped Wang Shiyun's intentions. She was merely reluctant to let go of the impoverished youth she had once discarded now that he had risen to prominence. This woman truly had no shame. In that moment, a collective thought arose among the guests. What an audacious woman! Yet who was Ye Fei now? He was king, the idol of countless women in Rome City. Observing Wang Shiyun's insincere antics, some hot-tempered individuals erupted in curses. In this day and age, there are always women devoid of shame. She clearly rejected our king for being poor, but now she returns, feigning vulnerability, hoping to win him back. She should reflect on her own worth before daring to seek king's affection again. If it were up to me, such a woman would be driven away without hesitation. Though the women whispered their contempt in hushed tones, Wang Shiyun heard every word as if they were slapping her face with high-heeled shoes. Yet she endured, silently marking the names of those who insulted her, thinking, a bunch of vile hussies, once I become king and Oppos, as wife, I shall see your true colors. Despite her inner fury, Wang Shiyun maintained an appearance of fragility, hoping for Ye Fei's change of heart. She had risen to a shouting stance. The gathering was small enough for all to hear her voice, and naturally, Ye Fei could too. Holding his glass, Ye Fei offered a polite smile of apology to Long Sanqian before turning to approach Wang Shuyan. As he walked towards her, Wang Shuyun's heart soared with joy, her face lighting up with happiness. Ye Fei, I knew you wouldn't forget me. Her words caused the faces of those who had just mocked her to pale. Regretting their impulsive remarks, their hearts racing as they anxiously watched Ye Fei and Wang Shuyun, fearing Ye Fei might accept her apology. Ye Fei scrutinized the woman before him, who, under his generous care over the years, still retained a pleasing appearance, reminiscent of their initial acquaintance. Yet, regrettably, this woman had never cared for him, not even for a moment. Thinking back to the contemptuous faces of Wang Shuyun and her parents during their time together, Ye Fei felt a pang of anguish. He downed his drink, exhaling a breath of alcohol towards Wang Shuyun. "Excuse me, miss, what is your surname?" Ye Fei's cold demeanor plunged Wang Shuyun's heart into despair, her lips trembling as she gazed at this stranger before her. "Why, Ye Fei, what do you mean?" "Nothing much. I merely wish to inform you that there is no such thing as a pill for regret in this world." Ye Fei set the glass down heavily before her and turned to leave without a hint of hesitation. Witnessing Ye Fei and Appo's indifference towards Wang Shuyan, the guests could not help but cheer inwardly. This was the mark of a true man, decisive in his actions. The women who had mocked Wang Shuyun felt their earlier bravado dissipate, clutching their chests to regain composure. "Ye Fei, you scoundrel, if you do not forgive me today, Wang Shuyun will die right here." An unexpected turn of events unfolded as Wang Shuyun smashed the glass Ye Fei had left behind, threatening him with the jagged shards against her throat. Chapter 8. A desperate threat. Upon hearing Wang Shuyun and Appo's words, Ye Fei did not pause his stride in the slightest. "Ye Fei, stop right there. Do you think I truly fear death here?" Wang Shuyun's resolute demeanor filled Ye Fei with a sense of despair. However, having crossed the line, she found herself with no retreat, hoping that Ye Fei might reconsider for the sake of their shared past. In truth, she would never dare to harm herself. She merely sought to use the specter of her own demise to coerce Ye Fei into a change of heart. The guests present felt a profound pity for Ye Fei, lamenting his entanglement with such a shameless woman. Yet, they dared not speak for him, nor provoke Wang Shuyun further. The risk of her actual demise in this venue would tarnish the reputation of the Long family, leaving them without refuge in Rong City. Faced with Wang Shuyun's audacious demand, Ye Fei remained unyielding. He harbored no fondness for such a woman, and even under the threat of her life, he remained unfazed. The adage to cut off what ought to be severed resonated clearly within him. Observing Ye Fei's unwavering progress, Wang Shuyun's face twisted with hatred, contemplating a mutual destruction. "Ye Fei, you heartless wretch, having attained success, you forget your roots. Very well, I shall ensure that you are utterly disgraced today." With that, she prepared to slice her throat with a shard of glass. However, before she could act, a sudden force struck her from behind, and she collapsed unconscious to the ground. Long Tongue, frowning, cast a cold gaze upon the crumpled Wang Shuyun and commanded, "Remove this madwoman from my sight. Do not sully the Long family's domain." Following his order, the black-clad bodyguards promptly dragged Wang Shuyun through a rear exit. Indeed, they treated her with the disdain reserved for a dead dog, showing no mercy to one so reckless and unrepentant. Witnessing her disgraceful exit, many women who admired King Ye Fei felt a surge of delight and began to mock her. "She looks like a dead dog. Does she not know her own worth? Dreaming of climbing the social ladder, she is deluded. Our king is undeniably handsome. Dealing with such women should be done this way to avoid future troubles. Indeed, only king could handle her so effortlessly. I and Appo's am utterly smitten." The gathering soon erupted in chatter, filled with expressions of admiration for Ye Fei and contempt for Wang Shuyun. After all these years, young Ye remains as decisive and formidable as ever," remarked Long Sanqian, stroking his beard with a hearty laugh. His words instantly captured the attention of all present, for the phrase "after all these years" hinted at a deeper connection. Unbeknownst to many, the man who stirred the winds of Rong City had been acquainted with the patriarch of the Long family, Long Sanqian, long ago. This revelation was akin to dropping a bombshell, igniting a wave of excitement among the guests. Observing the elder Long and Appo's jovial demeanor, Ye Fei could only smile in response. "Old Master Long, please do not jest. Had it not been for your assistance back then, I would not have achieved my present standing. It is I who ought to express my gratitude. Young Ye, you flatter me. My help was but a trifling matter, were it not for your own brilliance and prowess. How could you have risen to such prominence in Rong City?" Long Sanqian's laughter echoed, his words brimming with praise for Ye Fei. Their conversation was not muted. Rather, Long Sanqian seemed intent on broadcasting their history, his voice rising above the others. Guests listened intently, their regard for Ye Fei elevating further. "Did you hear, Old Master Long? King has stirred the waters of Rong City through sheer merit. After all, Long Sanqian built the Long family from the ground up, making it the largest clan in the city. Surely, a man of his caliber would not favor the ordinary." The atmosphere shifted, a collective thought emerging. Rong City may soon find itself in tumult. After Wang Shuyun's departure, the gathering fell into a more tranquil state. Ye Fei exchanged toasts with the elder Long, their laughter resonating throughout the hall, imbued with an aura of camaraderie. Yet, outside in the garden, Wang Shuang was being berated by a corpulent middle-aged woman. "You wretched girl, do you not watch where you walk? Do you not realize the value of the items in my purse?" "Madam, I sincerely apologize. It was entirely my fault." Wang Shuang bowed repeatedly. Fragments of shattered wine glasses scattered at her feet. "Apologies mean nothing. My purse was imported from abroad, a rarity in Rong City, and its contents are worth millions. Even selling you would not cover the loss. You think a mere apology suffices after you knocked my purse into the fountain?" The woman's heavily made-up face was contorted with indignation. "I truly apologize." Wang Shuang continued to plead, but the middle-aged woman, undeterred, pointed towards the fountain and commanded, "I won't accept your apologies. Dive in and retrieve my belongings, or I'll have a manager fire you." Biting her lip in determination, Wang Shuang glanced at the domineering woman and, with a resolute breath, leaped into the water. Chapter 9. Aggressive Confrontation. Fortunately, Wang Shuang had previously learned to swim for a period of time. Although the pool in the Long family villa was not particularly large, it was nonetheless deeper than a person's height. As Wang Shuang plunged into the water, she felt a sense of grievance swelling within her. The middle-aged woman's purse had not fallen because of her. It was evidently tossed into the pool intentionally, a deliberate act to put her in a difficult position. Though Wang Shuang could not fathom the reason behind this woman's hostility, she was merely a waitress at the moment, who would come to her defense. Thus, despite the countless grievances swirling within her, Wang Shuang found herself helpless. "Huh, you little wretch, getting too close to our king, and now you deserve to dive down and retrieve something for me." The plump woman watched with satisfaction as Wang Shuang struggled in the water. "Have you found it yet? You worthless thing. The contents of my purse are quite valuable, and if they are ruined by the water, you will be held accountable." The woman's face was filled with smugness, relishing in Wang Shuang's plight. As Wang Shuang heard the woman's taunts from the shore, a bitter smile crept onto her face. Indeed, who would stand up for a mere waitress like her? Perhaps heaven took pity on her. Before long, she spotted a purse and quickly swam to the surface. "Madam, I found your purse," Wang Shuang exclaimed, holding the opulent bag aloft while gasping for air. Having held her breath for so long, she had reached her limit. The portly woman, seeing Wang Shuang had retrieved her purse so swiftly, felt an even greater rage. She snatched it from Wang Shuang's hands and pretended to check its contents. Wang Shuang, having delivered the purse, intended to climb out and change into dry clothes. Although the weather was not particularly cold, it was late at night, and remaining in the water for too long could easily lead to a cold. However, just as she reached for the edge of the pool, a hefty hand pulled her back down. "What do you think you're doing?" Wang Shuang glared at the woman on the shore, a flicker of anger rising within her. "What am I doing? You little hussy, is this how the Long family teaches you? I haven't finished checking my things, and you cannot come up until I finish. If anything is missing, you'll have to dive down and find it." The woman's expression turned menacing, her tone aggressive as she forcefully pushed Wang Shuang back into the water. "My diamond ring is missing. You must go find it immediately, With that brutal shove, Wang Shuang inadvertently swallowed a mouthful of water, nearly choking. Yet the woman remained at the edge, leaving Wang Shuang no choice but to search the bottom of the pool for the diamond ring that the woman insisted was lost. Although the Long family's pool was not large in comparison, at that moment, it felt vast to Wang Shuang. Searching for a tiny diamond ring in such a considerable expanse was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Soon, she resurfaced, gasping for air. "Madam, there is no diamond ring at the bottom of this pool." The woman's face contorted with fury as she retorted, "I don't care. My diamond ring is missing, and you must find it." "Madam, I have never heard of anyone putting a diamond ring in a purse. When I came up, the zipper of your purse was closed. Even if the ring had been inside, it couldn't have fallen to the bottom of the water." Wang Shuang's face was etched with defiance. She recognized that the woman was merely trying to torment her. The diamond ring and the purse were nothing but excuses. Yet Wang Shuang was not a plaything to be toyed with. Despite the importance of her job, she would not allow herself to be bullied. "You little hussy, are you implying that I am fabricating this to torment you?" The woman's face was a mask of rage as she shouted at Wang Shuang. "I tell you, if you do not retrieve my ring from the bottom of this pool today, you shall not come up." The woman planted her foot at the edge of the pool, glaring down at Wang Shuang. Realizing the woman's true intent, Wang Shuang understood that the diamond ring was merely a fabrication. She had no intention of being subjected to this woman's cruelty any longer. Without a second thought, she swam to the edge and climbed out. Seeing Wang Shuang's disregard for her, the woman's fury intensified. She stepped forward, delivering a sharp slap to Wang Shuang's face while stealthily slipping her diamond ring onto Wang Shuang's person. "How dare you defy my orders? You must have found my ring and are trying to keep it for yourself." After shoving the ring onto Wang Shuang, the woman wore a triumphant expression and roughly grabbed Wang Shuang, checking her for the ring. "Ah, you little wretch. So you did steal my ring. Who would have thought you looked decent? But your hands are filthy. I will teach you a lesson today." Wang Shuang felt the woman's rough handling and was about to retort when the woman, playing the victim, roughly pushed her back into the water, snarling, "You little hussy. I want to see how you beg for mercy." As Wang Shuang looked at the woman on the shore, she cast desperate glances toward her companions, silently pleading for help. However, the onlookers, including Ye Fei and Long Sanqian, merely observed, unwilling to intervene. When Wang Shuang saw no one daring to assist her, she resigned herself to her own strength, swimming desperately toward the shore, hoping to reach it before the woman did. However, that was a futile endeavor. Wang Shuang was in the water while the woman stood on solid ground. After exhausting her strength, she was repeatedly kicked back into the pool. Gradually, she lost her energy and began to sink slowly beneath the surface. As Wang Shuang sank, the woman felt a twinge of fear but continued her taunts. "Little wretch, don't think that playing dead will save you. I will be right here tonight, and you shall not come up." The commotion between them drew the attention of others, including Ye Fei and Long Sanqian. Ye Fei, witnessing Wang Shuang being kicked down and disappearing into the water, felt a surge of urgency. He charged forward, plunging into the pool with a splash. Shortly after, he emerged, carrying the unconscious Wang Shuang to the shore. At that moment, her delicate brows were furrowed, her eyes tightly shut, and her once rosy lips had turned pale, devoid of breath. Chapter 10. Discarding the injured leg due to the considerable amount of water ingested. Wang Shuang had fallen into unconsciousness. Sensing her faint breaths, Ye Fei promptly leaned down to administer artificial respiration. He pressed closely against Wang Shuang, but she was unresponsive. Her jaw clenched tightly, preventing any oxygen from entering her mouth. In desperation, Ye Fei applied a deft pressure beneath her chin, allowing her jaw to loosen slightly. Seizing the opportunity, he forcefully pried her jaw open and delivered a breath of air into her. In the midst of this urgent endeavor, their bodies inevitably made contact, stirring emotions within Ye Fei. However, he swiftly regained his composure and rose, pressing down on Wang Shuang's abdomen. It was imperative for her to expel the water from her stomach. Otherwise, no amount of oxygen would suffice. The onlookers were left astounded by Ye Fei's actions, particularly the plump woman who had bullied Wang Shuang, dropping her purse in shock and collapsing to the ground as if her bones had turned to jelly. Witnessing Ye Fei and Appo's relentless efforts to save Wang Shuaing left her utterly speechless. Coughing, she could barely articulate her fear. Yet, through Ye Fei and Appo's unwavering persistence, Wang Shuaing eventually coughed up a significant amount of water and began to regain consciousness. "Brother-in-law, you?" she stammered, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment upon realizing that Ye Fei was the one holding her. Before losing consciousness, she had sensed that a man had jumped into the pool to save her, and her heart had only wished that it could be her brother-in-law. As she opened her eyes and beheld the tenderness in Ye Fei's gaze, her face reddened further, and she dared not meet his strikingly handsome features. "Shuaing, you are finally awake," Ye Fei exclaimed, relief flooding through him as he smiled broadly. He removed his suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders, assisting her to her feet. "Ah, brother-in-law, this coat is too precious. I'm so dirty, please take it off." Wang Shuaing panicked at the sight of his expensive jacket enveloping her damp form. Having witnessed the value of the coat earlier, she felt guilty for potentially ruining it. Yet she lacked the strength to remove it herself. "It is merely a piece of clothing. Your well-being is far more important. Wear it." Ye Fei intergested, his eyes widening in authority. Her heart fluttered with sweetness at his commanding tone. His gaze then shifted to the plump woman, cold and piercing. "Which foot did you injure?" "I'm sorry, young Master King. I didn't know she was your friend," the woman stammered, her eyes filled with dread. "Left foot, I presume?" Ye Fei's lips curled into a sinister smile. "I apologize, young Master King. I was wrong," she pleaded, but Ye Fei paid no mind to her apologies, striding forward with determination. "Young master, you cannot do this. I am from the Long family," she cried, terror etched across her face. "Ah, the Long family? Tomorrow, I shall ensure your family is expelled from Rong City." Ye Fei chuckled darkly, his expression unyielding, as he raised his foot and stomped down hard on her left foot. The woman had no chance to evade, her ankle twisting grotesquely with a sickening crack. A wail escaped her lips as she clutched her injured foot in agony. "I recall your right foot also had a hand in harming Shuaing. Let us make it a double," Ye Fei remarked, unperturbed by her cries, intent on avenging Wang Shuaing. Having just suffered a broken foot, the woman dared not let Ye Fei approach again. She crawled desperately to the side of Long Sanxian, pleading, "Master Long, you must help me. I am the daughter of Wang Hexian, who visited you recently. Do we require young Master King to handle such trivial matters personally? Break this woman's legs and dispose of her in Lu Hua Street," Long Sanxian commanded, his words plunging the woman into despair. Several bodyguards swiftly moved in, restraining her and brutally breaking her legs before she could even scream. Long Sanxian cast a disdainful glance at the unconscious woman and waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not concerned about today's events. However, young Master King is an esteemed guest of the Long family, and any affront to him is an affront to us." His voice, though not loud, carried a weight that left the onlookers astonished at the depth of the connection between Long Sanxian and Ye Fei. After this display, Ye Fei and Appo's status among those present soared, placing him on par with the Long family. "My apologies, Elder Long, for any trouble I may have caused," Ye Fei said, bowing slightly after the woman was dragged away. "Ah, young friend Ye, there is no need for such formality between us. However, your companion appears to be in need of rest. Perhaps you should take her to my residence for some comfort," Long Sanxian suggested, gesturing to the still weak Wang Shuaing. "Thank you, Elder Long," Ye Fei replied with a smile, carrying Wang Shuaing as he followed the butler away. Long tongue. You need not trouble young Master King with this matter. Handle it tonight, or your position as head of the family is forfeit," Long Sanxian declared coldly, causing Long Tongue to tremble beside him. Chapter 11. Unsightly countenance. When Long Sanxian uttered these words, the guests present were taken aback. The king's power was indeed formidable. Old Master Long had elevated the king to great heights, suggesting that Rongqing was poised to welcome a new overlord. The gravity with which Old Master Long regarded this king was astonishing. It seemed imperative that the younger generation be made aware of this king. Indeed, we must ensure that he does not bring calamity upon our family. Ignoring the clamor of gossiping guests, Long Sanxian departed from the venue, leaving Long Tongue to continue managing the gathering. However, the simultaneous exit of Old Master Long and the king somewhat dampened the atmosphere of the event. Though under Long Tongue and Appo's guidance, it concluded relatively smoothly. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Fei was oblivious to the events that transpired after his departure. At that moment, he had placed Wang Shuang on the bed and was gazing at this pitiable young lady. During his time with Wang Shuyan, he had had the fortune of encountering his future sister-in-law a few times. Yet, owing to his relationship with Wang Shuyan, he had not interacted much with Wang Shuang. However, after this encounter, Ye Fei found himself unexpectedly captivated by this seemingly ordinary and self-effacing girl. Ye Fei's starry gaze was fixed upon Wang Shuang's face, and the more he looked, the more beautiful she appeared. Just then, Wang Shuang suddenly awakened, sitting up with a jolt. "Shuang, what is it?" Ye Fei rushed over, patting her back in a comforting manner. "Sister, brother-in-law, I'm fine, I just had a nightmare." Upon seeing Ye Fei beside her, Wang Shuang felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. "Huh?" Suddenly, she let out a startled cry, clutching her nightgown, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Sister, brother-in-law, rest assured, the caretaker of the Long family changed your clothes as your previous ones were soaked and unsuitable to wear," Ye Fei explained, anticipating her concern. "Ah, that's good." Wang Shuang exhaled with relief, though her tone carried a hint of disappointment. After a brief silence, Wang Shuang spoke first. "Sister, brother-in-law, I must leave." "Why leave? You should rest here," Ye Fei replied, frowning slightly, causing Wang Shuang to feel a flutter of anxiety. But I haven't received my salary yet," she stuttered. "Do not worry about your salary. It will be deposited into your account tomorrow. Your task today is simply to rest here," Ye Fei declared with a wave of his hand, decisively dismissing all her reasons for departure. Wang Shuang then resigned herself to sleep once more. Watching her drift into slumber, Ye Fei could not help but smile softly. What a delightful girl. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Ye Fei awoke in his room, dressed, and made his way to Wang Shuang's chamber. At that moment, Wang Shuang had changed into her clothes and was sitting upright on the edge of the bed. Upon seeing Ye Fei, she beamed with joy, rushing towards him. "Brother-in-law, you and Appo's, reawake?" "Good morning. I am awake, but I must correct your address. I am no longer your brother-in-law, so you may simply call me Ye Fei," he replied with a gentle nod, lightly touching her lips to emphasize the correction. Sister." Ye Fei." Wang Shuang and Appo's face turned crimson, a flicker of joy blooming within her as she softly acknowledged him. This morning greeting stirred something within Ye Fei, prompting him to hastily change the subject. "How did you sleep last night?" "Very well. I have never slept on such a soft bed, and the caretaker even brought my clothes this morning. It was incredibly thoughtful, though I felt a bit overwhelmed." Wang Shuang's face radiated delight as she recounted her experience at the Long residence, though a hint of astonishment lingered. "Haha, well, if you wish to stay, you are always welcome. The Long family will certainly embrace you," Ye Fei said, affectionately teasing her by lightly tapping her nose. Wang Shuang scrunched her nose playfully in response. Perhaps neither of them realized that their bond had deepened considerably after the events of the previous night. "Come, I shall escort you home." After sharing breakfast at the Long residence, Ye Fei took Wang Shuang back to her home. He then drove away, unaware that at the Wang household, Wang Shuyan was fervently recounting Ye Fei's perceived transgressions to her parents and siblings. "Mom, you have no idea how disrespectful Ye Fei was last night. I apologized in front of so many people, and he still refused to forgive me." Wang Shuyan's face was etched with grievance, clutching a box of tissues as she dabbed her tears. "Shuyan, are you saying that Ye Fei is actually the investment deity, king of Rongqing?" Her mother, Lu Yinxia, seized upon the key piece of information amidst her daughter's lamentations, her expression turning to one of incredulity. Faced with her mother's inquiry, Wang Shuyan could only nod sullenly. "What? Sister? Why didn't you mention this sooner? That guy is so wealthy, yet he refused to spend $1 million to marry you? What a miser. I have never seen anyone so stingy in my life." Wang Tao, seated on the sofa, was visibly shocked, unleashing a tirade of expletives. And you, mother, if you hadn't insisted on raising the bride price by $1 million yesterday, my sister could have been the wife of king. Just imagine the fortune we would have had. I wouldn't oppose. TB fretting over the cost of a house or the bride price for Shally now. And oppose. It's all your fault, Mom. You are truly losing your faculties. Witnessing her brother's complaints directed toward their mother, Wang Shuyun frowned and interjected, Wang Tao, how can you speak to Mom like that? Do you not realize why she insisted on the extra $1 million from Ye Fei? It was for your sake. And now you dare to blame her? Enough. Stop this at once. Lu Yinxia interjected, her brow furrowing at the sight of Wang Shuyun chastising her son. It is also your fault. After being with Ye Fei for so long, you still didn't know he was king? If you had informed us sooner, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Shuyun, you are not a child anymore. Shouldn't you consider the family more and take better care of your brother? Wang Shuyun found herself at a loss for words, unable to counter her mother's admonition, swallowing her bitterness in silence. Mom, sister, I'm back. Please open the door for me. At that moment, Wang Shuang in Oppo's voice rang out from outside the door. Chapter 12. Seizing a man? Can't you open the door yourself? Upon hearing Wang Shuang's voice, Wang Shuyun felt a surge of anger. The previous night, this girl had the audacity to embarrass her in front of so many people. A slight that Wang Shuyun had not forgotten. Sister, I forgot my keys. Could you please help me open the door? Wang Shuang regretted her haste in leaving home, which caused her to forget her keys. If you can forget your keys, why not forget yourself outside? Wang Shuyun muttered under her breath as she unlocked the door for Wang Shuang. She deflected the criticisms from their mother and younger brother. Though Wang Shuyun believed she was not at fault, she struggled to withstand the reproaches from both her mother and brother. Get back to your room quickly. You're just an eyesore here. After opening the door for Wang Shuang, Wang Shuyun snapped and returned to her seat on the sofa. Shuyun, I'm not scolding you as a mother, but you really handled this poorly. If it were me, I would have uncovered everything about that boy Ye Fei by now. Look at you. As soon as Wang Shuyun settled down, Lu Yinxia began her relentless chatter once more. Oh, Mom, the situation has escalated to this point. What do you want me to do? Last night, under so many gazes, I was desperate, but that Ye Fei ignored me completely. What could I do? Wang Shuyun interrupted Lu Yinxia, her patience wearing thin. Sister, your words are misplaced. As long as one has a high level of awareness, solutions are always more abundant than difficulties. Don't you want to help your brother? Wang Tao chimed in, urgency evident in his voice. Sister, I'm your only brother. If you don't help me, who else will? Hearing Wang Shuyun's repeated claims of helplessness, Wang Tao grew anxious. They had finally encountered a wealthy and influential brother-in-law. If he didn't seize the opportunity, wouldn't he be a fool? Wang Chong, who had been silently sitting on the sofa, finally spoke. Indeed, Shuyun, you are the most accomplished in our family. You cannot disregard your brother. Your mother and I have raised you for this very day. Wasn't he just Ye Fei? Go to him, sincerely apologize, and seek his forgiveness. I refuse to believe he would truly abandon you. Wang Chong's heart ached as he looked at his daughter. He had lived for decades and had only one son, who was about to marry, yet neither of his daughters could be of any help, forcing him, a man in his 40s, to figure things out. If all else fails, just invite him out for a meal, slip him some drug. I can't end oppose. To believe our Wang family would have trouble securing a son-in-law. At this, Wang Chong's eyes widened as he uttered such shameless words. Oh, Dad, what are you saying? Wang Shuyun's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing her father's remarks. What with the hesitation? I think your father's suggestion has merit. Even if that boy refuses, we can use this to our advantage. I find it hard to believe that this investment mogul from Rongqing wouldn't part with a mere $1 million. Seeing Wang Shuyun's demeanor, Lu Yinxia glared at her and scolded, Exactly, sister. Moreover, Ye Fei has visited you countless times over the years. How could he leave so easily? Even if he were to indulge, surely he would leave something behind. With such supportive parents, Wang Tao felt elated, casually resting his shoulder on Wang Shuyun's. Oh, you guys will? I'll give it a try. Faced with her parents and Oppo's, and brother and Oppo's insistence, Wang Shuyun decided to be bold and directly addressed the other three. You cannot treat your sister like this. Ye Fei. At that moment, Wang Shuang could no longer contain herself. She burst into the living room, shouting at the others. What an oppose, that's this nonsense. Young ladies should hurry back to their rooms. Where were you last night? Were you out fooling around with some wild man? Before Wang Shuyun could respond, their mother Lu Yinxiao immediately scolded. What are you saying, Mom? I was out working to earn money. Lu Yinxiao and Appo's words made Wang Shuang recall Ye Fei and Appo's impressive stature from the previous night, causing her face to flush crimson, unsure if it was from anger or embarrassment. What's wrong? Who told you to stay out so late? Working? What of it? Have you ever contributed a single penny to this household over the years? Your brother is about to marry, and as his sister, can't you lend a hand? Even after hearing that Wang Shuang had been working, Lu Yinxia continued her tirade, as if Wang Shuang owed her an immense debt. Wait a minute, Wang Shuang, the Long family's banquet ended long ago. How could you possibly stay until this morning? At that moment, Wang Shuyun suddenly realized. Although she had been ushered away early, she had learned the banquet and Appo's conclusion time to avoid future embarrassment. The fact that Wang Shuang returned only in the morning raised suspicions, leading Wang Shuyun to confront Wang Shuang directly. Oh, sister, we were busy last night, and it got late, so the Long family had invited us to stay at the Long residence. Wang Shuang had prepared this excuse in advance, saying it with a steady heart. Is that so? Wang Shuyun regarded her sister with suspicion. Of course. You left early yesterday, so it's normal you wouldn't know. Wang Shuang nodded, eager to divert the conversation. However, her words only fueled Wang Shuyun's fury. With a resounding crash, Wang Shuyun hurled her porcelain cup at Wang Shuang's feet. How dare you, Wang Shuang? I didn't realize until now, but what did you mean last night? Did you already know that Ye Fei is king and deliberately kept it from me? Wang Shuyun's accusation piqued the interest of their mother and others, who quickly pressed for details. Shuyun, what on earth is happening? Wang Shuyun shot Wang Shuang a fierce glare before turning to embellish the events of the previous evening to their mother and the others. Well, Wang Shuang, I never expected that after raising you all these years, you would turn out to be such an ungrateful wretch. Lu Yinxiao exclaimed after hearing Wang Shuyun's account, immediately directing her ire at Wang Shuang. Chapter 13. The unashamed are invincible mother. I have not. Listening to her parents and Appo's scathing remarks, coupled with her siblings and Appo's accusations, Wang Shuang felt an overwhelming sense of injustice swell within her. You have not? Do you intend to claim that your sister Shuyun is lying and slandering you? Wang's mother, Lu Yinxia, glared, slamming her teacup onto the table with force. Indeed, you engage in unscrupulous behavior and yet resent others for speaking the truth? Shuang, as your sister, I would advise you to be grateful. Had it been anyone else, you would undoubtedly have faced dire consequences. Wang Shuyun, increasingly agitated, recalled the previous night when Wang Shuang had assisted Ye Fei in slapping her across the face, igniting a fire of resentment within her. Sister, you cannot simply speak without thought. When have I ever asked for a single penny from our parents since I entered junior high? Yet you and brother, even at your age, still ask for money from them. At Shuyun's words, Wang Shuang was suddenly reminded of the plump woman's words from the night prior, causing her heart to swell with unexpressed frustration, and she shot back defiantly. Oh, you little brat, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that your sister lacks capability, deserving of being abandoned by man? If you have the audacity, say it again. I dare you to test my resolve. In a fit of rage, Wang Shuyun raised her hand, ready to strike Wang Shuang. Wang Shuyun, enough. You incessantly refer to me as your sister. Do you not possess a shred of conscience? Is there any sibling like you in this world? After the events of the previous night, Wang Shuang had unconsciously grown stronger. In the past, she would have passively accepted Wang Shuyun's blows. However, now, with the memory of Ye Fei's handsome visage and gentle words, a surge of courage enveloped her, and she seized Wang Shuyun's wrist, flinging her aside. Wang Shuang, let me make this clear. I stand upright and just. It is you who flits around heedlessly. Now you dare to turn the tables and accuse me? At that moment, Wang Shuang's pent-up indignation erupted, years of grievances seemingly bursting forth. What do you intend to do? I am your sister. Do you wish to raise your hand against me? Wang Shiyun's face was painted with surprise at her sister's defiance, laced with a hint of fear. Shuang, cease this madness. Have you lost your mind? You return after a night away and forget your own surname? You dare raise a hand against your sister? Did she not merely speak a few harsh words? Though they may have stung, the truth remains. If you refuse to heed it, must you resort to violence? As Wang Shuang pressed forward, Lu Yinxia glared and swiftly positioned herself protectively behind Wang Shuyun. Mother, just moments ago, Shuyun spoke to me like that, and you did nothing. Now you choose to defend her? Lu Yinxia stood in front of Wang Shuyun, her stance inciting a tremor of rage in Wang Shuang, who could only retreat to her room, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. That insufferable little wretch. Not only does she covet my man, but she also dares to strike me. Observing Wang Shuang retreat, Wang Shuyun seemed to regain her composure, glaring at her sister's door with malice. Enough. You should temper your words. That is still your sister. If you continue in this manner, do you intend to sever ties with her? What if she achieves success in the future? Will you not wish for her support? Wang Shiyun's incessant prattle began to irritate their father, Wang Chong, who slammed his teacup onto the table, turning away while reprimanding her. Her? She will likely never marry well. Wang Shiyun fell silent at her father's rebuke. Yet Lu Yinxiao was unperturbed by Wang Chong's words, gripping his ear and launching into a tirade. Ow! Lu Yinxia, release me at once, or I shall retaliate. Wang Chong was not easily intimidated. He struck Lu Yinxia and Apos, his hand away, causing her to recoil in pain while he rubbed his own ear vigorously. Well, Wang Chong, have you grown bold enough to resort to domestic violence? When you married me, how did you assure my mother? Now you resort to violence against me. Just wait. Lu Yinxia cradled her reddened hand, tears pooling in her eyes. Enough. Can we cease this incessant bickering? The pressing matter is not your trivial disputes, but rather, we need to prepare for our visit to Xiaoli and Appo's home. We have yet to gather a single cent. Do you wish for our son to arrive empty-handed? As Lu Yinxia began her tirade anew, Wang Tao erupted in anger, causing the three to lower their heads in silence. Mom, I understand your concern, but rest assured, we will find a solution. If all else fails, let your sister reach out to that boss Zhao. He can surely help us gather the bride price. Lu Yinxia and Appo's concern for Wang Tao was palpable as she gently patted his back, offering him a glass of water. I care not for your trivial matters. I demand 1 million in bride price, along with a car and a house prepared for me before my visit to Xiaoli's home in 2 days. Otherwise, you shall all find yourselves out of this house. Wang Tao forcefully knocked Lu Yinxia's water onto the floor, wheeling himself back into his room and slamming the door with a resounding thud, leaving Wang Shuyun and the others in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Ye Fei arrived at the entrance of his office building, gazing up at the most luxurious skyscraper in the CBD of Rongqing, and could not help but sigh. This place pales in comparison to the capital. Ye Fei's company occupied the 18th floor of this building, a number he found auspicious. It was now past 10 in the morning, having just missed the rush hour, allowing him to ascend to the 18th floor without the hassle of jostling with others. Greetings. Are you here for an interview? As the elevator doors opened, a sweet voice greeted him. Chapter 14. The ubiquity of comparison. Indeed. As the saying goes, one should never strike a smiling face. Ye Fei chuckled softly, poised to reveal his identity, but then reconsidered. Although he was hailed as the investment mogul of Rongqing, he had always entrusted the company's affairs to others. Today, being treated as a candidate for an interview, he thought it might be prudent to play along and observe the first batch of applicants. With this thought in mind, a warm smile graced Ye Fei's face as he nodded in agreement. Very well. Please follow me this way, said the woman at the elevator, smiling as she led him to the company's entrance. Our company has just been established, and much of it is still under renovation, so it may be a bit challenging to navigate. My apologies, she explained apologetically. Ye Fei nodded, acknowledging her words, secretly pondering the reliability of the assistant, Xiaoli, who had considered such details. He was aware of the ongoing renovations, yet, due to his infrequent visits, he found the company's layout somewhat perplexing. Having the charming receptionist guide him certainly alleviated some of his concerns. Upon entering a conference room, The receptionist excused herself, likely returning to the elevator to welcome the other candidates. The room was already populated by several individuals, both men and women, all of whom appeared quite presentable. After all, being an investment firm, it was imperative that the candidates maintained a respectable appearance. Otherwise, they would scarcely stand a chance of securing further discussions. There were numerous chairs arranged in the conference room, and Ye Fei selected a seat towards the back, not because he was particularly enamored by a striking young woman nearby, but rather because he preferred to maintain a low profile. Apart from Ye Fei, several other candidates sat beside the attractive woman, predominantly middle-aged men in their 20s or 30s. Given that the company was newly founded, prior work experience was a critical requirement. Ye Fei was not inclined to hire a swarm of fresh graduates who might impede his progress. It was worth noting that while they were indeed older, Ye Fei perceived them as merely in their late 20s, as they had dressed somewhat maturely for the interview. Unbeknownst to them, their meticulously crafted appearances had rendered them somewhat comical in Ye Fei's eyes, transforming them into what he perceived as middle-aged, overindulgent men. As soon as Ye Fei settled in, he overheard a group of impeccably dressed men engaging in conversation. "Haha, greetings, my friend. I'm a Harvard graduate. May I inquire where you completed your studies?" One of them began. "Impressive. I graduated from Tsinghua, but it pales in comparison to your Harvard," another chimed in. "Tsinghua is commendable too, regarded as one of the top institutions in the country. It appears you are quite determined to secure a position today," the first man remarked. "Both of you are exceptional talents, the future pillars of our nation. I am Li Dezhu, also a Harvard alumnus, just returned from abroad," he continued. "Oh, a fellow alumnus. How come we never crossed paths during our time at school?" "Haha, I graduated early and returned sooner," the man replied. Listening to their boastful exchanges, Ye Fei couldn't oppose. He helped but furrow his brow. Are people nowadays so superficial, engaging only in academic comparisons? Just then, the man sitting in front of Ye Fei turned around and asked, "Excuse me, are you here for the interview as well? May I ask where you graduated from?" The inquirer was slender and wore gold-rimmed glasses that did little to enhance his charm, instead rendering him somewhat pedestrian. His inquiry struck Ye Fei as rather presumptuous. The impudent demeanor of this individual elicited disapproving glances from both Ye Fei and the young woman beside him, silently pondering his lack of decorum. However, Ye Fei was no novice fresh out of school, and he would not allow such trivialities to ruffle him. Yet, he couldn't help but lower his opinion of these individuals, offering a disarming smile in response. "I graduated from Lanxiang Technical School." Upon hearing Ye Fei and Appo's words, the bespectacled man turned back, muttering under his breath. In this day and age, anyone seems to think they can enter an investment firm. They clearly don't know their own worth. The surrounding candidates, upon hearing Ye Fei's educational background, turned their heads to gawk at him, their expressions filled with condescension. "Wow, my friend, you have quite the audacity to apply here as a Lanxiang graduate," one remarked. "Indeed, I graduated from Tsinghua, and I'm feeling a bit anxious." You, however, seem completely unfazed. Another added, "Friend, I suggest you leave while you still can, lest the interviewers arrive and send you packing." Each individual regarded Ye Fei with a superior smirk, their haughty expressions unmistakable. Meanwhile, Ho Yushu erupted into laughter, nearly moved to tears by the absurdity. Ye Fei paid no heed to their mockery. He had already judged the self-aggrandizing pretenders before him as unworthy of his company. Those who thrived on comparison would only contribute to a toxic environment, offering no value whatsoever. At that moment, the beautiful girl seated beside Ye Fei turned to him, extending her hand. "Hello, I am Ning Xiaoxue, a graduate of Jingxing University. It's a pleasure to meet you." Her radiant smile and tone held no hint of disdain for Ye Fei. "Nice to meet you. I am Ye Fei," he replied. Though while Ning Xiaoxue was indeed attractive, she did not captivate his thoughts entirely. After a brief moment of distraction, he released her hand, offering a gentle smile in return. Just then, the bespectacled man who had previously turned away now faced Ning Xiaoxue again, extending his hand with undue eagerness. "Ah, so you are a Jingda graduate. What a coincidence. My cousin is currently studying there as well. I am Ho Yushu. Shall we dine together sometime? Apologies, but I am currently on a diet." Ning Xiaoxue replied, offering a polite smile and nodding towards him. Having navigated life independently for many years, she had developed an acute sense of discernment. The glint in Ho Yushu's eyes was unmistakably insidious, indicating his less than noble intentions. In contrast to Ye Fei, who held a fleeting moment of admiration. This individual radiated a distinctly different aura. Aware of Ho Yushu's disposition, Ning Xiaoxue was not inclined to allow herself to be taken advantage of, and so she courteously declined his invitation. Cut it out. What is so special about Jingda? After being rebuffed, Ho Yushu awkwardly fidgeted, donning a disdainful expression as he muttered to himself, before rejoining the conversation with his peers. You needn't concern yourself with them. They're always like this, eager to flaunt their academic credentials. In my opinion, education does not equate to ability, Ning Xiaoxue remarked, observing Ye Fei and Appo's dismissive demeanor. She assumed he was disheartened by the earlier encounter and leaned in to offer him some comfort. It's quite all right, thank you, Ye Fei replied, nodding at Ning Xiaoxue. His smile elicited a quickening of her heart, causing her to blush and lower her gaze, falling silent thereafter. Shortly after, the receptionist who had escorted Ye Fei returned, bringing with her 3 or 4 additional candidates, and stood at the front to address the group. Everyone, please be quiet. I will share a document with you. Shortly, our manager Wang will conduct interviews with each of you in the adjacent office. I wish you all the best in your interviews. Chapter 15. The unspoken rules. Ye Fei and his companions meticulously filled out their information forms and submitted them to the enchanting receptionist. Next came the series of interviews. Observing the candidates as they exited, Ye Fei noted the company's commendable efficiency. Some emerged beaming with joy, while others appeared rather dejected. Their expressions were not necessarily indicative of the outcome. Rather, they reflected their self-assessment of their recent performances. Ning Xiaoxue, prepare yourself, the receptionist suddenly called out to Ning Xiaoxue, who stood beside Ye Fei. Go for it. Upon hearing her name, Ning Xiaoxue clenched her small fist, rallying herself with affirmations. Believe in yourself. You'll be just fine. Ye Fei turned to her, offering a gentle smile and a word of encouragement. Thank you, Ye Fei, Ning Xiaoxue replied, nodding as she took a deep breath to compose herself, hoping to leave a favorable impression on the interviewers. Ye Fei, observing her preparation, couldn't help but nod in approval. Ning Xiaoxue, the receptionist called again, indicating that the previous candidate had completed their interview. From a young man and Appo's a slightly crestfallen expression, Ye Fei surmised the outcome was not favorable. If he himself felt dissatisfied, it was unlikely the interviewers would have been pleased. Next, Ye Fei, prepare yourself. Good luck. Make sure to prepare well. Ning Xiaoxue winked at Ye Fei with a slight smile before taking her resume and walking towards the office. Ye Fei rose and approached the conference room, displaying no signs of nervousness about the impending interview. This calm demeanor elicited discomfort in Ho Yushu, who couldn't help but mutter under his breath, what a show-off. A mere graduate from a vocational school, acting as if he were the company's CEO. Less than 10 minutes after Ning Xiaoxue entered the office, Ye Fei began to hear raised voices, causing him to furrow his brow. He opened the conference room door and stepped outside. Suddenly, with a loud slap, Ning Xiaoxue burst from the office in tears, her clothes disheveled and a prominent handprint on her face. Ye Fei's brow furrowed deeply as he rushed over to her. Miss Ning, what happened? It's nothing. Ye Fei, you should hurry to your interview. With red-rimmed eyes, Ning Xiaoxue said nothing more and attempted to gather her belongings to leave. Seeing her distress, Ye Fei felt certain that the situation was far more serious than she let on. He pushed open the conference room door and entered. At that moment, Ning Xiaoxue was surrounded by Ho Yushu and others, who bombarded her with questions. Miss Ning, what happened? Yes, Miss Ning, I heard you were just arguing. Miss Ning, what is that on your face? The crowd pressed her for answers, but Ning Xiaoxue remained silent, merely packing her things. Miss Ning, please tell me what transpired. If you've been wronged, I will stand up for you, Ye Fei said, pushing through the crowd to comfort her. At his words, the tears that Ning Xiaoxue had been holding back cascaded down her cheeks. Given her earlier reaction, Ye Fei, as a man, could easily deduce what had transpired. He grasped her wrist, determined to confront the interviewer. Let go, Ye Fei. You have your interview coming up. Go now. I'll be fine. No, I refuse to believe anyone would dare commit such an act in broad daylight. Trust me, I will ensure justice for you. Ye Fei shook his head resolutely, intent on rectifying the situation for Ning Xiaoxue. He was also eager to discover who had dared to commit such a heinous act within his company. Enough! Don't you realize whose company this is? You think you can stir up trouble here? At that moment, Ho Yushu, who had been previously pushed aside by Ye Fei, re-entered, a disdainful expression on his face. Upon hearing Ho Yushu's words, the others began to chime in with their own opinions. Indeed, this is King's company. That interviewer must have substantial connections. Exactly. As a mere vocational school graduate, it's best to avoid trouble. Consider this a lesson learned and refrain from dressing so flamboyantly next time. True, when attending an interview, it's wiser to present oneself more conservatively. Be cautious. This is King and Amp, Oppo's, S company. You cannot afford to cross them. Listening to their remarks, Ning Xiaoxue tugged at Ye Fei's sleeve. Ye Fei, it's really not necessary. Please just focus on your interview. Don't trouble yourself for me. It's fine. If I cannot stand up for even such a small matter, how can I aspire to tackle greater challenges in the future? Ye Fei waved his hand, interrupting her, and resolutely pushed open the office door. As the door swung wide, they were met with the sight of a corpulent man lounging in a chair. Upon noticing Ye Fei, the man reclined further and remarked, "So, you are Ye Fei? All right, leave. Our company does not hire worthless individuals like you. Get lost before you tarnish our company's reputation." Before Ye Fei could respond, the overweight interviewer ordered him out. However, when the man caught sight of Ning Xiaoxue behind Ye Fei, his expression shifted. "What? You brought this ungrateful wretch here? What do you want?" Hearing the man's crude remarks, Ye Fei slammed his palm onto the table, startling the man nearly off his chair. "Nothing, just here to demand an apology for Miss Ning." Ye Fei's words were succinct, yet laced with profound indignation. Unexpectedly, the corpulent man burst into laughter upon hearing Ye Fei's demand. "Kid, are you out of your mind? Do you even know where you are? You expect me to apologize to a freshly graduated female student? For what? Have you lost your mind? I said apologize." Ye Fei's eyes burned with fury, and those who knew him would recognize the storm brewing within him. "Oh, what is this? You actually think you can hit me? I told you to get lost, or else you'll regret it." The overweight interviewer showed no fear in the face of Ye Fei's threat, standing defiantly and pointing towards the exit. Chapter 16. Get out. Observing the arrogant demeanor of the corpulent figure before him, Ye Fei felt a surge of anger ignite within him. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful punch squarely to the man and Oppo's face. "Am I hitting you?" "Indeed, I am, and I intend to make you pack your things and leave." Despite his imposing size, the man was merely a sedentary office dweller, incapable of withstanding the force of Ye Fei, who had honed his physique through years of rigorous training. The blow landed directly on the man's nose. Had it not been for his excess weight, it might have shattered upon impact. Nevertheless, the fat man writhed on the ground, clutching his face and howling in agony, calling out for help. Someone is attacking me. Hurry." Seeing the rotund figure rolling on the floor in pain, Ning Xiaoxue grew anxious and tugged at Ye Fei's sleeve. "Ye Fei, you need to leave quickly. I'll handle this. Don't let anyone catch you here. This mess is my fault. Let me bear it alone." Ning Xiaoxue's face drained of color. This was King's company, and Ye Fei's actions would not be taken lightly by them. Regret washed over her. Had she known this would happen, she would have done everything in her power to prevent Ye Fei from acting out. Ye Fei gently patted Ning Xiaoxue's arm, his voice soothing. "It's all right. I promised to help you today, and I will keep that promise." At that moment, a loud voice boomed from outside. "Who dares to cause trouble in King Investment Company? Do you believe I want to ensure you leave here today?" Before the speaker could finish, the voice abruptly cut off, as if choked. "Ye, Director Ye." Li Yuliang, trembling in fear, was drenched in cold sweat. What in the world is happening? Why was T.I. informed that Director Yu was here? Are they waiting to see me humiliated? As he witnessed the rapid change in demeanor of the man before him, Ye Fei scoffed. "Li Yuliang, did you recruit this person?" Gazing at the fat man writhing on the ground, Li Yuliang swallowed hard. Anyone who reached his position possessed a certain intelligence. and he quickly deduced the situation. The rotund figure must have offended Director Yi, unaware of his stature. What a fool to invite trouble. Cursing inwardly, he distanced himself from both Ye Fei and the fat man. No, it wasn't me. It was Manager Wang from the planning department who brought him in. Ye Fei shot Li Yuliang a cold glance and replied indifferently. Starting tomorrow, both Manager Wang and this fat man need not report for work. Inform HR to seek out a headhunter to replace him. Understood, Li Yuliang replied hastily, well aware of the young man's formidable capabilities. As Ning Xiaoxue listened to Ye Fei and Li Yuliang's exchange, her mouth gaped in shock. Why, Ye Fei, who are you? With a gentle smile, Ye Fei reached out and ruffled her hair. Isn't it obvious? I am the chairman of this company, Ye Fei, also known as King. I apologize for the unpleasant experience you and Oppos V had. It is a failing on my part as chairman. I assure you, I will assist you. Hearing Ye Fei and Oppos' words, the once proud fat man scrambled to his feet, bowing repeatedly in apology. Director Yi, I'm so sorry. I was blind to your greatness. Please forgive me. I am willing to apologize to you and to Miss Ning. It was my folly, my greed. Please don't fire me or my uncle. The fat man and Oppos' desperate pleas were pitiful, akin to a dog begging at Ye Fei and Oppos' feet. Ye Fei scoffed at the sight of the prostrate figure devoid of dignity. Li Yuliang, are the company's security guards merely idle? How can we allow such trash to remain here? Startled by Ye Fei's words, Li Yuliang hastily shouted to the door. Security, come here and remove this person immediately. Don't let him dirty Director Ye's eyes. Moments later, several burly security guards in black entered, dragging the tear-streaked fat man away. All right, you two should leave. I will personally handle this interview, and as for Manager Wang, deal with him as necessary. My company will not tolerate such filth. Is that clear? Ye Fei's tone was icy, sending a shiver down Li Yuliang's spine as he nodded repeatedly before retreating. Then, turning to Ning Xiaoxue, Ye Fei smiled gently. Now that the unpleasant individual has departed, Miss Ning, may I once again extend a sincere invitation for you to interview with King Investment Company? Ning Xiaoxue and Amp, Oppos' cheeks flushed, and she lowered her gaze. Of course. Ye Fei took a seat in the fat man's former chair, gesturing for Ning Xiaoxue to sit down, initiating a new round of interviews. Miss Ning, since we are starting the interview, please introduce yourself once more. My name is Ning Xiaoxue, and I graduated from the Capital University with a degree in finance. With a focused expression, Ning Xiaoxue began detailing her resume, and as she spoke, Ye Fei and Oppos' interest intensified, his gaze filled with admiration. As a recent graduate, Ning Xiaoxue's credentials were impressive. Not only had she excelled academically, but she also participated in numerous significant extracurricular activities, earning countless accolades. However, what truly captivated Ye Fei was her exceptional intellect and remarkable investment acumen, complemented by some managerial experience. Were it not for her recent graduation, he might have considered promoting her directly to vice president. Ye Fei harbored no doubts regarding Ning Xiaoxue's potential. Miss Ning, I would like you to stay on as my assistant. While Ning Xiaoxue continued to enthusiastically recount her experiences, Ye Fei's eyes remained fixed on her, filled with fervor. Chapter 17. Are you interviewing them? Ye Fei's sudden remark nearly startled Ning Xiaoxue into a state of disbelief, her face a canvas of confusion as she gazed at him. Mr. Yi, isn't that inappropriate? After all, I am merely a recent graduate. Perhaps I should start from the bottom. It didn't take long for her to gather her thoughts, and she promptly attempted to decline the offer. Does it matter that you are a university student? What I value is your capability, Ye Fei replied. But, Mr. Yi, this doesn't seem right. Ning Xiaoxue initially intended to refuse again, but Ye Fei raised his hand, signaling her to stop. No need for further discussion. It is settled. If you are willing, you can commence employment immediately. If not, Ye Fei gestured subtly, his meaning clear. Ning Xiaoxue, astute and a top graduate from Jing University, understood immediately. She stood up and bowed respectfully to Ye Fei. Mr. Yi, I am grateful for your trust. I shall not disappoint your high expectations. Ye Fei averted his gaze slightly, striving to remain composed in the face of her elegance. Before addressing her again, "Very well, I now assign you your first task as my assistant. You will interview the candidates outside." Ye Fei regarded Ning Xiaoxue with a semblance of amusement, aware that this would pose a considerable challenge for her. However, to thrive in his company, one must embrace trials and tribulations. This was not merely a task, but also a test of her capabilities. "I will ensure the task is completed, Mr. Yi," Ning Xiaoxue declared, standing tall, clearly entering a professional mindset. Ye Fei felt a wave of satisfaction. An employee like her was precisely what he needed. Ning Xiaoxue tidied her appearance and strode confidently towards the conference room. The events that had just transpired had not gone unnoticed by those within, who were now aware that Ye Fei was indeed the CEO of the company. Those who had previously mocked him now wore pale expressions. Some had even fled early, unable to confront him or Ning Xiaoxue. Ye Fei paid little mind to those who left. They were but a collection of inept individuals, unlikely to amount to anything significant. Standing in the center of the conference room, Ning Xiaoxue addressed the gathering. "Hello everyone, I am Ning Xiaoxue, Mr. Yi's assistant. I will be overseeing your interviews today." As soon as she finished speaking, murmurs erupted among the crowd. "Wow, she has become Mr. Yi's assistant? That was quick. What does a mere university student know? How could she possibly be qualified to assist Mr. Yi? Seriously, how can a girl with no experience interview us?" The room buzzed with discontent. And you, all of you, please step outside. You need not participate in this interview." Ye Fei interjected, frowning at the discontented faces around him. He directly addressed those making disparaging remarks about him, dismissing them outright. Such individuals would never be welcomed into his company. They were merely sycophants or naysayers. Hiring them would only tarnish the team and Oppo's integrity and yield no value for the company. "Fine, we didn't want to be here anyway. What kind of nonsense is this? Just because we spoke a few words? You'll regret this later. I am from Tsinghua." They left with their complaints still echoing in the air. But Ye Fei paid them no heed, mentally cataloging their faces. He held all their information and had ample means to deal with such audacious individuals. Few dared to confront him in such a manner. From that point forward, the stage belonged to Ning Xiaoxue as she began interviewing the candidates who had once stood alongside her. The remaining individuals dared not voice any grievances. Just then, Ye Fei's phone vibrated. He shot Ning Xiaoxue an apologetic glance before pulling out his phone to find it was a call from Lu Yinxia. Without hesitation, he ended the call. To his astonishment, Lu Yinxia called again, but this time he blocked her number after swiftly hanging up. Moments later, his phone buzzed again, but this time it was a call from Wang Shuang. After a brief hesitation, he stepped out of the conference room to answer. "Hello, Shuang? Little Yi. It's not Shuang, it's your aunt." However, the voice on the other end was Lu Yinxia, causing Ye Fei to furrow his brow. "What do you want? Is there something you need?" His frosty tone did not deter Lu Yinxia. Instead, she replied cheerfully, "Little Yi, after you left yesterday, your uncle and I reconsidered and decided to respect your and Shuyun's wishes. We no longer require any dowry, house, or car. We just want you two to be happy." Listening to the surreal tone coming through the phone, Ye Fei could not help but smirk. "Lu Yinxia, do you know what it means to have dignity? Frankly, I have never encountered anyone as shameless as you in my life." With that, he hung up the call. Hello? This brat actually dared to insult me." At the Wang residence, Lu Yinxia, realizing Ye Fei had disconnected, felt a surge of frustration and nearly threw her phone. However, recalling it was Wang Shuang's phone and she might need it in the future, she simply tossed it onto the bed, storming out in a huff. "Mom, what happened? Did he agree?" Wang Shuyun asked, her face alight with hope as Lu Yinxiao emerged from Wang Shuang's room. Chapter 18. Blocking the door in a wedding dress. What do you mean by agreeing? That scoundrel actually had the audacity to point his finger at my nose and accuse me of being shameless. Lu Yinxia and Oppo's heart was ablaze with anger as she observed her daughter eagerly awaiting. "You have no idea how arrogant that boy was just now. He even told me that a person's face is like a tree's bark and called me shameless. Truly remarkable." "What? Ye Fei is going too far? Isn't? After all, you are an elder. How could he speak to you like that?" Upon hearing her mother's words, Wang Shuyun was filled with rage and stood up abruptly. What are you shouting for? If you have the capability, go apologize to him. Hurry and bring him home. Otherwise, how will your brother visit Xiao Lie's house? At this moment, Lu Yinxiao was already seething with anger. Wang Shuyun and Amp. Appo's outburst only fueled her discomfort, prompting her to scold Wang Shuyun in return. Just then, Wang Shuang returned, carrying a large bag of vegetables, having been sent out by Wang Chong and Wang Tao. Why are you the only one back? Where are your father and brother? Noticing Wang Shuang's solitary return, Lu Yinxia questioned with dissatisfaction. Brother said he wanted to bask in the sun downstairs, so he let me come up first. Wang Shuang wiped the sweat from her forehead and replied, holding the vegetables. All right, go prepare dinner quickly. We are on the verge of starvation. Mom, we're back. How'd it go? At that moment, Wang Chong, supporting Wang Tao, entered right behind her. Shuang, what is going on? Why are you just standing there? Hurry and start cooking. Do you want your brother to starve? Seeing Wang Shuang standing still, Wang Tao rolled his eyes in disdain, shoving her aside as he marched towards Lu Yinxia. I'm asking you a question. What is wrong? Wang Tao approached Lu Yinxia and tapped her arm. What else could it be? They want to even answer my calls. I had to use Shuang's phone to get through, and I ended up getting scolded. Lu Yinxia rolled her eyes and replied irritably, Mom, why did you casually enter my room and use my things? Upon hearing Lu Yinxia's words, Wang Shuang instantly became furious, dropping the vegetables and rushing to her room to check her phone. She discovered the call history with Ye Fei. What is the matter? Is there a need to discuss my phone usage? Wang Shuang's words left Lu Yinxia feeling embarrassed, and she scolded her directly. No, it's not that Ye Fei refuses to answer your calls. You felt the need to use my phone? When it comes to Ye Fei, Wang Shuang was also somewhat anxious and retorted back. Hey, Wang Shuang, how can you speak to Mom like that? What is wrong with them using your phone for a moment? Besides, isn't this for your brother and sister's happiness? Why can't you think about this family? Wang Shuang's statement provoked the entire family. Wang Shuyun stood up and pointed her finger at Wang Shuang's nose, scolding her. Exactly. Your brother is going to visit your sister-in-law as how's the day after tomorrow? Why can't you think about your brother? If you don't let us find Ye Fei, are you going to provide the bride price? I'm afraid even selling you wouldn't be enough. Wang Tao's words dripped with resentment towards Wang Shuang, almost wishing to slap her. All right, it's just a phone call. Why all this fuss? Wang Shuang, hurry and start cooking. Do you want to starve your father? Just as the three of them were berating Wang Shuang, Wang Chong emerged from the bathroom, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. His angry shout silencing the entire household. You three, how can you not handle such a trivial matter? What good are you if you can't manage this? Then, Wang Chong turned to scold Wang Shuyun, Lu Yinxia, and Wang Tao, pointing at their noses. If Ye Fei doesn't come looking for you, won't you go looking for him? Shuyun, go fetch that wedding dress from your room. Wear it and make a scene downstairs at his company. I refuse to believe that this boy can ignore you. Upon hearing Wang Chong's words, Lu Yinxia and Wang Tao's eyes lit up with excitement, cheering in unison. Dad, isn't this inappropriate? After all, I'm a woman. If I go down there, people will scold me. However, Wang Shuyun looked somewhat conflicted, resistant to the idea. Sister, how can you think like this? At this point, do you still care about your pride? Consider how much that king is worth. I'm about to go visit Shaoli the day after tomorrow, and we haven't even begun to discuss the bride price. Think about our parents. If you can marry that king, our family will be swimming in wealth. Seeing Wang Shuyun hesitate, Wang Tao couldn't sit still any longer. He hurriedly sat beside her, wearing a fawning smile. Sister, think about it. With your figure and beauty, wearing a wedding dress and boldly confessing at Ye Fei's company, I can't believe he would remain indifferent. Once he regains his feelings, we can use some tactics to take over his company. Our family will then have endless riches. Wang Tao's tempting words echoed in Wang Shuyun's ears, causing her heart to waver slightly. Exactly. Think about our family. Your mother has raised you for so many years. You have to consider this carefully. Seeing Wang Shuyun show signs of yielding, Lu Yinxia quickly leaned in, smiling. Then, all right, I'll go all out today. I refuse to believe Ye Fei has a heart of stone. Let us spend some money to hire people and get some reporters to cover this. I'm sure the reporters in Rongqing will be interested in this matter. Wang Shuyan nodded slightly, finally agreeing to the plan, and even suggested a more cunning idea. We need to plan this carefully. If it goes well, even if Ye Fei doesn't agree, we can still extract something from him. Upon hearing Wang Shuyun's words, Wang Tao's eyes lit up with inspiration. Yes, Shuyun, if you had this mindset earlier, our family wouldn't have been toyed with by Ye Fei like this. Liu Yanxia's face was filled with dissatisfaction. Yet they gathered together, and the family of four began plotting. Meanwhile, Ye Fei remained blissfully unaware, collapsing into bed after a long day. The next day, upon arriving at the company, Ye Fei was taken aback by the throngs of people gathered outside, including several reporters. What's going on? As he approached, he saw Wang Shuyun clad in a pristine white wedding dress, holding a large bouquet of roses, while the Wang parents stood beside her at the foot of his company building. Ye Fei, come out. I am Shuyun. Come out and let me explain. Chapter 19. Is King a cad? Ye Fei, I am aware that you are angry with me and have refused to answer my calls, yet I know deep down you must love me. Thus, I have adorned myself in the wedding dress you chose for me, and I have come to find you. Ye Fei, I simply wish to express 3 words. I love you. Wang Shuyun shouted towards the towering office building that housed Ye Fei's company. This location is the most bustling CBD in Rome City, and Ye Fei and Amp, Oppo's company occupies the most upscale edifice within it. As it was rush hour, her presence drew a considerable crowd of onlookers who were captivated by the spectacle. Having arrived at the company entrance, the gathered employees, unperturbed by the prospect of being late, indulged in the quintessential behavior of their culture. Clad in professional attire, numerous office workers congregated behind Wang Shuyun, observing her and the array of journalists with keen interest. Hey, what's happening here? One inquired. Don't you know? This woman is King's fiancée. Apparently, they had a spat yesterday, so she has come to apologize at King's workplace. Another replied. King? The investment tycoon King? Indeed, who else would dare to claim such a title? Is it true that King possesses such a fragile temperament to require an apology from a woman? Indeed, I heard he not only lacks tolerance, but also assaulted one of his employees yesterday over a trivial matter and subsequently fired them. Really? Absolutely. Let me tell you. As Ye Fei overheard the gossip, a frown crossed his brow, and he prepared to depart. However, at that moment, Wang Shun's brother, Wang Tao, seemingly inspired, called out to Ye Fei, halting his retreat. Brother-in-law, Wang Tao and Oppo's exclamation instantly captured the attention of all present. Following his gaze, they quickly spotted Ye Fei. Realizing he could not simply walk away, Ye Fei cast a displeased glance at Wang Shuyun and her family. What are you doing here? The sight of Ye Fei caused Wang Shuyun to blush despite her thick skin. Even she felt a twinge of anxiety in front of him. Ye Fei, I know there are many misunderstandings between us, but please allow me to explain. I truly love you. To prevent Ye Fei from escaping, Wang Tao, Wang Chong, and Liu Yanxia converged on him, encircling him with a crowd and reporters. Yes, little Yi, just hear Shuyun out. Your aunt and uncle have discussed it, and as long as you two are happy, we will be content. Indeed, little Yi, Shuyun genuinely wishes to build a life with you. The Wang parents feigned benevolence, urging him with earnestness. Meanwhile, Wang Tao, leaning on a cane, approached Ye Fei with a limp. Brother-in-law, look at what my sister has done for you. Coming to your office. As her brother, I couldn't and Oppose bear to see her suffer, so I followed her here. Please agree, and let us return home for a reunion dinner. Wang Tao wore a smile, yet beneath it lay contempt and resentment towards Ye Fei. Amidst the throng, Wang Shuyun, clutching a bouquet, approached Ye Fei, kneeling before him with longing in her gaze. Ye Fei, I love you. Will you marry me? The assembled journalists captured the moment, eager to document this poignant scene, while the bystanders took out their phones to record the unfolding drama in the CBD. Additionally, some hired supporters cheered from the sidelines, urging Ye Fei to acquiesce. Agree to her. Agree to her. Agree to her. Some even pushed Ye Fei from behind, as if to propel him into Wang Shuyun and Amp, Oppo's embrace, facilitating this romantic union. Yet, Ye Fei stood resolute, like a pillar of steel, causing the instigator to awkwardly withdraw their hand. Wang Shuyun, What is the purpose of this charade? When I came to your home to propose yesterday, why did you not present such a scene? Instead, your unscrupulous mother demanded a dowry of 1 million for your brother? Do you truly believe I, Yi, am a fool to be toyed with? Ye Fei's voice rang coldly as he swatted away the flowers Wang Shuyun offered, his expression stern. Seeing this, Wang Tao lost his composure, recognizing that their family's scheme to extract 1 million in dowry from Ye Fei was futile. He shouted, Ye Fei, even if you refuse, why must you resort to violence against my sister? Simultaneously, Wang Chong and Lu Yinxiao exchanged glances with their hired supporters, who promptly collapsed to the ground, feigning tears and lamenting for their daughter. Oh, Ye Fei, I never imagined you could be this kind of person. My daughter has sacrificed so much for you. Exactly. Is it merely 1 million in dowry? You are king with wealth to spare. Why refuse to marry our daughter? Furthermore, did I not say that we wouldn't ask for a dowry? Wang Chong and Lu Yinxiao lamented, their voices dripping with feigned sorrow. Meanwhile, those they had bribed joined in, pointing fingers at Ye Fei. What sort of person is he? To strike a woman and an elder? Come and see. The investment god king has resorted to violence against a woman. Indeed, who would have thought that king would possess such a fragile ego? Not only does he refuse to accept the proposal, but he also resorts to physical aggression. 1 million is a mere trifle for king. It's astonishing he is unwilling to part with it. Clearly, he is not as grand as he pretends to be, just a lucky individual, and now he believes himself to be divine? This miserly king, even if he is king, deserves our scorn. For the sake of his girlfriend, what is 1 million? Though I lack such wealth, if I had it, I would give it all for my future bride. Indeed, 1 million is trivial for king. Who would have thought him so stingy? In an instant, the gathering of onlookers began to denounce Ye Fei vehemently, wishing to drown him in their scorn. Chapter 20. I already have a girlfriend, as Ye Fei was being vilified by the crowd. Ning Xiaoxua suddenly squeezed her way out from the throng and addressed the agitated assembly. Everyone, please calm down. Our Mr. Yi is not that kind of person. There must be some misunderstanding. Let him explain. Yet, as a mere university student, her intervention did little to quell the fury of the reporters and office workers present. Instead, it only served to further incite their desire to berate Ye Fei, and they began to hurl insults at Ning Xiaoxua as well. Who do you think you are, little girl? Just go away. You're just a naive child, defending your boss without knowing anything. You could be so foolish. Step aside. We must expose this scoundrel today and show him that society has no need for such worthless men. The crowd grew increasingly hostile, disparaging Ning Xiaoxua, while some reporters caught the scent of a sensational headline, thrusting their microphones toward Ye Fei. Mr. Yi, what are your thoughts on your fiancé Yi's public plea today? Indeed, King, it is said that you earned the title of investment genius. Does this have anything to do with your fiancé, Yi? King, would you kindly clarify your relationship with this young lady? King, we have several questions for you. Could you please cooperate? Observing the reporters and the misinformed onlookers, Ye Fei let out a cold snort, swiftly silencing the chaotic scene. I understand what you all intend to do. You believe that I, Ye Fei, am currently in the limelight and wish to ride my coattails for your so-called headlines. But today, I declare that I fear no one. This woman was indeed my former fiancée, Yi, but that is all in the past. I am not unable to pay the bride price. I simply refuse to squander my resources on such a shameless woman. Moreover, I've already found a new girlfriend, my assistant. So, I kindly ask that you refrain from meddling in my personal affairs. I advise you all, while food can be eaten indiscriminately, words should not be spoken carelessly to avoid bringing trouble upon yourselves. Ye Fei and Oppos. S. rebuke left the gathered crowd momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond to this man before them. Meanwhile, Ning Xiaoxua looked anxiously at Ye Fei, eager to explain, but he swiftly halted her, pushing through the crowd toward his company, disregarding the bewildered onlookers behind him. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted with even greater curiosity, as countless reporters and curious bystanders trailed behind Ye Fei, bombarding him with questions and insults. Mr. King, who is your assistant? Can you introduce us? Do you have nothing to say about your former fiancé? What a scoundrel. No amount of wealth can redeem him. His conscience is rotten. Indeed, abandoning his loyal wife for a younger and prettier woman. What a despicable person. I can't fathom how someone like him could become a company CEO. Are his employees blind? Even if I were offered a higher salary, I would never work for such a scoundrel. Ye Fei ignored the barrage of insults and inquiries, as did Ning Xiaoxue, and they entered the building, with security keeping the reporters at bay. This was, after all, the largest office building in Rongqing, and gaining entry was more difficult than scaling a mountain. Even other office workers had to show their ID cards to enter. This saved Ye Fei considerable trouble, making him feel the expense was worthwhile. Eventually, the crowd outside Ye Fei's company dispersed, while Wang Shuyun, faced with the media's relentless questioning, adopted a pitiful demeanor. It's all right, as long as he is happy, I am willing to do anything for him. Perhaps that is what true love is. With tears in her eyes, Wang Shuyun was assisted into a vehicle by her family and Wang Tao, driving away from Ye Fei's company, leaving behind a throng of reporters and uninformed onlookers to vent their outrage online. In no time, news outlets across Rongqing began to publish stories about Ye Fei's alleged misdeeds. Headlines proclaimed him a benchmark for the new era of women, a model of precious love, and tales of how a scoundrel was forged, alongside narratives of shameless scoundrels and infatuated women. Among these, an old news company in Rongqing was particularly egregious, publishing numerous articles filled with vehement language and venomous rhetoric. Ironically, the company's notoriety surged dramatically, making it the talk of the town. Meanwhile, Ye Fei remained composed in his office, perusing the negative news about himself online, including the scathing articles from the aforementioned news company. Observing Ye Fei's calm demeanor, Ning Xiaoxue felt a twinge of curiosity. After several moments of hesitation, she could no longer contain her inquisitiveness and stood beside him, inquiring, "Mr. Yi, why won't you explain the events of this morning? I believe you are not as they claim. There must be some misunderstanding. If you clarify, perhaps you wouldn't find yourself in such a passive position. Should I consult our PR department to coordinate a response?" Ye Fei took a sip of the coffee Ning Xiaoxue had just brewed and, with a leisurely gaze, smiled. "Xiaoxue, you are still too young. Come with me. I shall show you what true business entails." With that, Ye Fei rose and led the puzzled Ning Xiaoxue to the company's operations department. "Mr. Yi, what are we doing here?" she asked, bewildered. Chapter 21. The True Businessman. Without further ado, Ye Fei led Ning Xiaoxue before several of the company and oppos, as traders, bending down to converse with them, leaving Ning Xiaoxue bewildered. "Chairman Yi, ISN and oppos. This the company that slandered and tarnished your reputation? Why are you still acquiring their stocks at such a high price?" Despite not being as professional as Ye Fei and the traders, Ning Xiaoxue, being knowledgeable in her field, could discern the situation. Ye Fei shook his head slightly, chuckling. "If my memory serves me right, this company is associated with my former mother-in-law. As for the vitriolic and malicious articles, I suspect they are her handiwork. These individuals will stop at nothing for money. I shall show them why I am known as the king of investment in Rongqing." A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he spoke decisively. "Chairman Yi, I understand your intent now. You wish to compel their company to retract through economic pressure. Truly, it is a fitting strategy for our company." Ning Jiaofues Milet Knovingli. Ye Fei glanced at her, offering a slight smile without uttering a word. Over the next hour, Ye Fei and oppos, traders engaged in frenzied buying and selling of the company and oppos, stocks. Meanwhile, at the Rongqing Daily News Agency, Lu Yinxia observed the rapid increase in comments and shares on her articles, feeling a swell of self-satisfaction. As anticipated, the articles she had meticulously crafted garnered high engagement, with likes and comments soaring. Additionally, she had enlisted a wave of online commenters to steer the narrative, resulting in a plethora of criticisms directed at Ye Fei. As Lu Yinxiao reveled in her articles and oppos' success, several acquaintances approached her. "Wow, Lu Jia, your writing is exceptional. The comments, likes, and shares are impressive. And oppos, it's been ages since our agency produced such articles. Indeed, Lu Jia, with so many quality pieces, our leadership will surely promote you. Don't forget to put in a good word for us. Lu Jia, are you free tonight? Let us go out for dinner to celebrate the weekend." "Absolutely. With such a significant accomplishment, a promotion is inevitable. I envy you. Where did you find such excellent material? Lu Jie. Truly remarkable. Amidst the flattery from colleagues who had previously been indifferent, Lu Yinxia felt a surge of pride, thinking to herself, these sycophants, once I deal with Ye Fei. I won't need to work here anymore. I can enjoy a life of leisure at home. But before I retire in comfort, I must ensure I reap all the rewards I deserve. Despite her disdain for her co-workers, Lu Yinxia maintained a radiant smile. Oh, it's merely a stroke of luck. You all are too kind. At the same time, in the office of the Rongqing Daily News Agency and Oppo's director, Wang Mingran took note of Lu Yinxia and Oppo's articles. Although he was not particularly fond of her harsh rhetoric, he could not ignore the profits these articles brought to the agency. Seeing the company's stock prices rise, he contemplated giving Lu Yinxia a raise. However, being a shrewd individual, he was reluctant to easily increase employee benefits, knowing it would diminish his own profits. Thus, he typically remained aloof in such matters, only offering minimal rewards when absolutely necessary. Consequently, the agency's employees harbored grievances against Wang Mingran. Yet, due to his position, they largely kept silent. Meanwhile, at King Investment, Ye Fei watched as traders and Oppo's actions alongside the media and Oppo's scathing critiques, smirking slightly. Lu Yinxia, Wang Shuyan, do you truly think I would capitulate so easily? You underestimate my capabilities. As he observed the rapidly fluctuating data on the trader screens, Ye Fei remained focused. Prepare for the close. Let them witness the strength of our company. He lightly tapped a trader on the shoulder, stating with resolve. The trader, startled by the data on the screen, realized they were on the verge of missing the optimal closing opportunity. Ye Fei's timely reminder deepened the trader's respect for him. Initially, the trader had joined the company due to Ye Fei's reputation, but had been somewhat skeptical. However, after Ye Fei's prompt, the trader's admiration soared, erasing any traces of disrespect. Yes, Chairman Yi, the trader replied, swiftly executing the necessary actions while maintaining utmost respect. As time passed, Ning Xiaoxue began to grasp Ye Fei's strategy. He was not merely exerting pressure on the news agency, but was strategically manipulating their stock to suppress the company and Oppo's financial standing. Observing Ye Fei and Oppo's serious demeanor, Ning Xiaoxue felt a flush of embarrassment regarding her earlier presumptions, realizing her understanding was still lacking. Meanwhile, in the office of the Rongqing Daily News Agency's president, Wang Mingran watched in horror as the company's stock plummeted. Sweat beaded on his forehead as his phone buzzed incessantly with calls from other shareholders. Within a mere 10 minutes, the stock price had dropped by 4 to 5 points, resulting in losses nearing millions. Defeated, Wang Mingran slumped in his chair, filled with regret. Had I known, I would not have provoked King's company. Reluctantly, he dialed his secretary. Hello, Xiao Wang. Prepare to go to King Investment. Chapter 22. Acquiring your company. Ye Fei gazed at Wang Mingran, who was bowing and scraping before him, a smile gracing his face. Ah, Chairman Wang, what brings you here? At the same time, Ning Xiaoxue placed 2 steaming cups of coffee in front of Wang Mingran and Ye Fei, then stood respectfully by Ye Fei's side. Although Ning Xiaoxue intended to leave, Ye Fei encouraged her to stay beside him, to learn from his actions. Despite Ye Fei's beaming smile, Wang Mingran perceived it as akin to that of a devil. Chairman Yi, let us speak frankly. I am here to apologize for the recent events that have caused significant harm to you and your company's reputation. I sincerely regret my lack of oversight and am willing to personally compensate you with 1 million. I implore you to show mercy and let our company off this time. Upon my return, I will ensure that Lu Yinxia is dealt with appropriately, and you will receive a satisfactory response. Wang Mingran looked at the steaming coffee before him, a hint of bitterness rising within him, yet he maintained a facade of cheerfulness as he addressed Ye Fei. What are you saying, Chairman Yi? I fail to comprehend. Ye Fei's smile remained, yet his words carried an icy edge. Oh, Chairman Wang, let us not jest. Without our company, no other in Rongqing could stir such a tempest. Those articles have already been deleted by my subordinates before my departure. I am prepared to offer 2 million as compensation for your losses, if that is agreeable. Wang Mingran chuckled, cutting straight to the point. Noting the repugnant smile on Wang Mingran's face, Ye Fei grew weary of the banter and responded directly. Chairman Wang, do you truly believe our King investment would orchestrate such a grand display merely for a couple of million? What do you intend? Wang Mingran, feeling the frustration rise within him from Ye Fei and Appo's repeated refusals, allowed a hint of anger to seep into his tone. It seems you lack sincerity. If so, let us cease this discussion. Ye Fei made to rise, with Ning Xiaoxue preparing to escort Wang Mingran out. Alarmed, Wang Mingran hastily apologized. Chairman Yi, forgive my indiscretion. Perhaps you could propose a solution? You want me to propose? Upon hearing Wang Mingran's suggestion, Ye Fei slightly resumed his seat, revealing a desire to continue the conversation. Indeed, you propose. As long as you are satisfied, our company is willing to comply. Wang Mingran nodded fervently, fearing that Ye Fei might take offense and leave. Then I propose you sell your company to me. Ye Fei narrowed his eyes, revealing his true intentions. What? This is absolutely out of the question. Wang Mingran stared at Ye Fei as if he were an enemy, his face flushed with anger. Ning Xiaoxue, standing beside Ye Fei, looked on in surprise and dawning realization, understanding that Ye Fei intended to depress the company and Appo's stock price to achieve his goal of acquisition. In that moment, clarity washed over her, and a chill spread across her face. Noticing Ning Xiaoxue's expression, Ye Fei understood she had grasped the situation and, with a sharp glare, slammed his hand on the table. Rising abruptly, Chairman Wang, what is the meaning of this? You invited me to propose, yet now you refuse? Do you wish to end this discussion? If so, kindly leave and do not waste our time. Xiaoxue, please escort him out. With that, Ye Fei turned away, no longer regarding Wang Mingran. Please, Chairman Wang, Ning Xiaoxue added frostily. Faced with Ye Fei's resolute dismissal, Wang Mingran felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and quickly quelled his temper. He recognized that preserving his company would not come easily. However, he had not anticipated Ye Fei's insatiable appetite. While their company was not the largest in Rongqing, it still held considerable value. The notion that Ye Fei would outright seek to acquire them seemed ludicrous. Yet, reflecting on the situation, Wang Mingran realized who Ye Fei was, the renowned investment deity of Rongqing, King. If King were not ambitious, who in Rongqing would be? A bittersweet smile crossed Wang Mingran's face, tinged with regret for having pursued petty gains at the expense of a powerful figure like Ye Fei. As he departed, Wang Mingran sighed deeply, leaving with his secretary in tow. Once he was gone, Ning Xiaoxue breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at Ye Fei. Chairman Yi, you are truly remarkable. I initially thought you merely aimed to pressure them into an apology through our financial might. Ye Fei regarded her with a calm smile. How could that be enough? If it were merely a matter of pressure, those ungrateful individuals would not relent. I intend to use the Rongqing Daily News to demonstrate that my affairs are not to be trifled with. But Chairman Yi, if your goal is to acquire their company, what do we do now that they have left? Ning Xiaoxue nodded in agreement with Ye Fei's perspective, though concern flickered in her eyes. Do not worry about them. Inform the operations department to maintain pressure. They will return tomorrow. Ye Fei spoke with unwavering confidence, fully aware that individuals like Wang Mingran would inevitably seek him out once their company faced dire straits. At that point, it would be Ye Fei's stage alone, which was his ultimate objective. Acquiring a company was merely a means to an end, but mastering the art of acquisition at the lowest possible price was a true skill. At least, Ye Fei felt quite satisfied with the outcome of the day. Though his reputation had taken a slight hit, he was certain this was only temporary. The future of both himself and King Investment would shine even brighter. Now, all that remained was to await Wang Mingran and Appo's return the following day. Chapter 23, 5 million. To love or not the following day. At the Rongqing Daily News Agency, Wang Mingran gazed despondently at the plummeting stock prices, his heart heavy with despair. What on earth was happening? When would this relentless decline end? If the stock continued to fall, the company would truly become worthless. Filled with sorrow and indignation, Wang Mingran lamented how he had momentarily lost his clarity, failing to weigh the pros and cons. Had he acted decisively back then, the Rongqing Daily News Agency would not be in such dire straits now. With no options left, Wang Mingran dialed his secretary's number once more. Xiao Wang, prepare yourself. We are heading to King Investment Company again today. After speaking, he stormed out, unleashing his fury upon his employees before departing for Ye Fei's company. However, among the crowd, Lu Yinxia was conspicuously absent. The day prior, after returning from Ye Fei's, Wang Mingran, unable to contain his frustration, had suspended Lu Yinxia. Naturally, she was unwilling to accept this decision quietly. Yet, in his rage, Wang Mingran had coldly dismissed her with the words, "If you're unhappy, take the company to court." Before leaving the premises, the remaining employees, some of whom had flattered Lu Yinxia the previous day, now wore a different expression. Look at this Wang Mingran. He must have lost his mind today, berating us endlessly. The trouble was caused by Lu Yinxia. Why should we bear the brunt? Indeed, I always knew Lu Yinxia was trouble, but I never expected she would stoop to such slander. Thank goodness we didn't have lunch with her yesterday. Otherwise, we'd be in trouble too, right? Lu Yinxia should have chosen her targets wisely. Provoking the revered King Investment was a grave mistake. Now, not only has she lost her bonus, but she's dragged us down with her. What a jinx. Meanwhile, at King Investment Company, Ye Fei regarded the smiling Wang Mingran with an expression of barely concealed impatience. Mr. Wang, what brings you here again? Ye Fei's face bore traces of displeasure, clearly reluctant to engage in further conversation. Observing Ye Fei's demeanor, Wang Mingran felt a bitter pang. He regretted throwing a tantrum yesterday, which had now ensnared him in this predicament. Nonetheless, he understood the necessity of maintaining composure. Mr. Yi, regarding the acquisition of our company, I have given a considerable thought since yesterday. If the price is right, I'm open to negotiations. However, I am curious about your offer. Ye Fei's icy demeanor thawed slightly, revealing a hint of amusement as he responded, Mr. Wang, it seems you have come to your senses. I am indeed willing to offer some. Ye Fei extended his hand, prompting a flicker of hope in Wang Mingran's heart. 50 million? Mr. Yi, you are exceedingly generous. I sincerely appreciate it. Before Wang Mingran could finish, Ye Fei shook his head. Mr. Wang, although King Investment engages in various investments, we are not a charitable organization. I'm at 5 million, and if you agree, we can sign a contract now. If not, you may leave. Ye Fei's expression turned frostier, as if he would immediately dismiss Wang Mingran at the slightest dissent. Mr. Yi, that's rather cruel. Our company has a long-standing reputation in Rongqing. It is worth at least several million. Do you truly believe 5 million will suffice? Wang Mingran's voice carried a hint of anger at Ye Fei's callousness. Then let us settle on 4 million, Ye Fei replied, his tone icy as he cut the price by 1 million. You, faced with Ye Fei's unyielding stance, Wang Mingran's anger flared. 3 million. Without even glancing at Wang Mingran, Ye Fei decisively slashed another 1 million off the offer. Do you understand that such coercive tactics are illegal? Do you think I want to report you? Wang Mingran's fury erupted as he confronted Ye Fei's unscrupulous tactics. Report me? Mr. Wang, have you forgotten the questionable dealings you've engaged in with certain individuals? Ye Fei retorted, throwing a stack of documents onto the table before Wang Mingran. If you wish to pursue legal action, I welcome the challenge. Let us see whether our company collapses first or if you, Wang Mingran, find yourself behind bars first. Staring at the documents, Wang Mingran felt utterly defeated, collapsing onto the sofa, rendered speechless. He longed to storm out, as he had the previous day. But reality dictated that King Investment's assault on their company had never ceased. If he left now, he would lose his leverage in discussions with Ye Fei. In a few days, their company might not even be worth 5 million. Wang Mingran's face shifted from red to pale as he struggled to make a decision. Ye Fei remained calm, sipping coffee brewed by Ning Xiaoxue, casually observing Wang Mingran. Ultimately, Wang Mingran gritted his teeth, his gaze pleading as he addressed Ye Fei. Mr. Yi, will the funds be transferred? As soon as you agree to relinquish the company, the money will be promptly deposited into your account. We will handle all subsequent matters regarding your company, Ye Fei replied with a smirk, taking a document from Ning Xiaoxue and placing it before Wang Mingran. Seeing the pre-prepared document, Wang Mingran felt despondent. Ye Fei had anticipated his arrival, drafting the share transfer agreement in advance, essentially laying a trap for him. With a heavy heart, Wang Mingran retrieved a pen from his pocket and, with a resigned sigh, signed the contract. Mr. Ye, you truly deserve your title as the investment god of Rongqing. I am in awe. Mr. Wang, you are indeed a man of your word. With that, I shall not see you off further. Ye Fei smiled, signaling Ning Xiaoxue to escort Wang Mingran and his associates out. Chapter 24. The security guard's dedication in the elevator. Wang Mingran heard his phone ring. Upon checking, he saw that Ye Fei's 5 million had been deposited into his account, prompting him to once again marvel at Ye Fei's efficiency. Truly, the waves of the Yangtze River pushed the preceding waves aside, leaving the former waves to perish on the shore. With the money now in hand, a calm expression settled on Wang Mingran's face as he instructed his secretary to book a car back to the office while he drove home himself. At that moment, he was no longer the president of the Rongqing Daily News Agency, nor the chairman of the company. The Rongqing Daily News Agency had now taken on Ye's surname, becoming a part of King Investment Company. Wang Mingran was unconcerned about the affairs of the other employees at the news agency. If even someone as capable as Ye Fei could manage it, how could it pose a challenge to him? At this juncture, Wang Mingran believed the most pressing matter was the future of himself and his family. He hurried home, clutching Ye Fei and Amp, Oppos, as 5 million, and that very night, he and his family left the country, never to return. Meanwhile, at King Investment Company, Ning Xiaoxue gazed at Ye Fei with starry eyes, filled with admiration for him. She had never witnessed the acquisition of a company completed in merely 2 days. Come on, Xiaoxue, let us prepare to visit our new company. There are some matters we need to address as well, Ye Fei remarked, his eyes glinting with determination as he rose to take Ning Xiaoxue to the Rongqing Daily News Agency. Stop, what are you doing? As Ye Fei and Ning Xiaoxue arrived at the news agency, they were halted by the security guard at the entrance. Xiaoxue, call Director Wang and note down this guard in Amp, Oppos. S name? Ye Fei instructed Ning Xiaoxue as he regarded the guard. Wang Guoqiang, hearing Ye Fei and Amp, Oppos. S words felt a twinge of apprehension. Could these individuals possess some significant background? Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his duty, insisting on blocking their entry, determined to fulfill his responsibilities as a security guard. What's your name? Ye Fei inquired, raising an eyebrow, which startled Wang Guoqiang, who, unable to restrain himself, revealed his name. Wang Guoqiang. Ye Fei nodded slightly as Ning Xiaoxue and Oppos, as call connected. Director Wang, your security guard is quite dedicated. Please have a word with him, she said directly to Wang Mingran on the phone. Wang Guoqiang trembled at the sound of Ye Fei's words, sensing he might have stirred a significant trouble. Shakily, he took the phone from Ye Fei's hand and spoke in a quivering voice. Wang, director? Before Wang Guoqiang could bring the phone to his ear, he was met with Wang Mingran's furious roar from the other end. You idiot! Who told you to block Director Ye? He is now the largest shareholder of our company. Be smart and let him through. What? Wang Guoqiang's face was a mask of shock. How could someone so young, barely in his 20s, become the largest shareholder? Wang Guoqiang felt as if the education he had received throughout his life had lost all significance. He had never encountered a boss as young as Ye Fei. Noticing Ye Fei and Oppos, his amiable smile, Wang Guoqiang pondered whether he had inadvertently offended a young master from a prestigious family who had come to Rongqing for leisure. Trembling, he handed the phone back to Ye Fei and stepped aside respectfully, saying, Ye director, please enter. I was blind and did not recognize you. I ask for your forgiveness. Ye Fei merely chuckled, not responding, and walked in with Ning Xiaoxue. Wang Guoqiang observed Ye Fei's reaction, feeling a chill in his heart. Sighing deeply, he retreated to the security office to pack his belongings. The other guards, noticing Wang Guoqiang and Oppos' actions, approached him with curiosity. Brother Wang, what in Oppos is going on? Why are you packing your things? Yes, Brother Wang. It's neither a holiday nor a festival. What are you doing? Are you going home to get married? Indeed, Brother Wang. You usually keep a low profile. When did you find a wife? Wang Guoqiang's face soured as he sighed. What wife? I have offended our new director Ye. I and Oppos am leaving the company early to avoid any potential trouble from him. His words immediately captured the attention of those around him, who gathered with eager curiosity. Director Ye? Who is that? Isn't our chairman's surname Wang? The Wang Mingren we know? Yes. Who is this Director Ye? There's never been a director with the surname Ye among our shareholders. What manner of person is this Director Ye? How did you offend him? Brother Wang, tell us more about this Director Ye. Wang Guoqiang looked at the crowd, exhaling a resigned sigh. I don't know much. Director Ye appears to be merely 22 or 23, and he arrived with a beautiful woman. I mistakenly stopped him at the door, and when they called Wang Mingran, I realized he is indeed our chairman. Enough said. I recommend you all be cautious. This new Director Ye seems to be a significant figure. Steer clear of provoking him. With that, Wang Guoqiang moved to leave. Just then, the receptionist hurried over to the security guards, breathlessly announcing, "Everyone, hurry to the conference room. The new Director Ye wants to address you all." What? It and Oppos. That's really Director Ye? Looks like Brother Wang is in deep trouble now. Yes, poor Brother Wang. On the very first day, he offended the chairman. Brother Wang, are you going to join us? Yes, Brother Wang. Maybe you should skip it. Director Ye won't let you off easily. The security office filled with words of comfort for Wang Guoqiang. Sigh, never mind. I want to go. I'd rather not humiliate myself. Wang Guoqiang sighed again, preparing to leave, but the receptionist called out to him. Brother Wang, you must go. Director Ye specifically requested your presence. Chapter 25, a complete overhaul of the company. Very well. I shall go and take a look as well. Wang Guoqiang placed his box down with a grimace and followed the receptionist, accompanied by a group of security personnel. As they walked, he spoke to his colleagues beside him. See, I told you so. The newly appointed Director Ye is quite vindictive. Look, he is already summoning me over for a reprimand. However, I will be leaving soon, so if they scold me, so be it. But you all should be cautious. Keep your eyes peeled in the company and avoid provoking Director Ye. Upon hearing Wang Guoqiang and Oppos' words, the other security personnel nodded in agreement. Indeed, Brother Wang, if it weren't and Oppos' tea for you, we might have been in trouble today. Exactly, Brother Wang. Should we plead your case? Perhaps we could persuade them to let you stay. Brother Wang, we will miss you. Why don't you just run away? You could forfeit half a month in Oppos' salary. It doesn't in Oppos' tea matter. Seeing his brothers filled with righteous indignation, Wang Guoqiang felt a pang of emotion, almost losing his composure. It and Oppos', that's all right. Brothers, it's just a few words of reprimand. I understand. It's nothing to fret over. Wang Guoqiang was filled with bitterness, regretting not studying harder in his youth. However, there was no remedy for the situation now. He could only closely follow the receptionist's lead into the conference room. Under normal circumstances, security personnel were typically not permitted entry into this meeting room. As the former chairman Wang Mingran would say, it was to avoid tarnishing the environment. Although Wang Guoqiang felt quite aggrieved by this, they dared not voice their discontent as Wang Mingran was the chairman of the company. Once they entered, nearly everyone from the company was already standing in the meeting room. A throng of over 100 individuals crowded into the office, an assembly that was only ever seen during the annual bonus distribution. When Ye Fei noticed Wang Guoqiang and the others entering, he raised his hand, prompting the entire assembly to silence themselves and attentively focus on him. Despite their usual arrogance, the presence of Ye Fei made them feel tense, rendering them uncharacteristically serious, not daring to utter a sound. Greetings, everyone. My name is Ye Fei. It is an honor to announce that I am the new shareholder of the Rongqing Daily News Agency, having acquired the entirety of the shares from former chairman Wang Mingran. You may have heard of our company, King Investment, and I am its chairman, Ye Fei. Upon hearing these words, a collective gasp echoed throughout the room. Wang Guoqiang, situated at the back of the crowd, felt a chill run down his spine. He had seen numerous reports about Ye Fei recently, depicting him as a ruthless figure, accused of abandoning his family and committing various misdeeds. Wang Guoqiang recalled Ye Fei's prior demeanor towards him, feeling a sense of foreboding wash over him. No wonder he wanted his assistant to remember his name. It was all to humiliate me in front of all the employees. Wang Guoqiang and Oppos' face turned ashen, resembling a bitter melon, yet he felt powerless, resigned to waiting for the impending storm. In contrast to Wang Guoqiang, A few astute individuals within the Rongqing Daily News Agency quickly pieced together the situation. They deduced that Ye Fei's acquisition of the company was likely a response to the article penned by Liu Yinxia that had provoked him. They reasoned, if the company had not offended Ye Fei, why then had the old man Wang Bopi returned to impose salary cuts and suspensions on Liu Yinxia? With this realization, these individuals stood taller, shedding their previous obsequiousness towards Liu Yinxia, hoping to catch Ye Fei's favorable attention, thus potentially reducing their years of struggle by a significant margin. After all, with a new chairman arriving, he would undoubtedly seek to assemble his own team. Securing a place within that team would bring them considerable benefits. Ye Fei surveyed the room, taking in the collective attitudes of everyone present, and proclaimed, as the saying goes, a new official takes office with 3 fires. The first shall be the complete restructuring of the company. On his way here, he had reviewed the resumes of everyone present. Those whose names I call will proceed to the finance department to settle their salaries. You need not report to work tomorrow. As Ye Fei's words resonated, they landed like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring a flurry of murmurs among the crowd. What? Are they going to lay off employees? Indeed, it seems highly likely. Sigh. I hope I am not among those laid off. Haha, this is great. With fewer people, salaries are bound to increase. Yes, I have worked here for over a decade. Surely, I won't be laid off. As the chatter grew louder, Ye Fei frowned. This atmosphere within the company was troubling. No wonder such articles were penned. Besides the influence of his prospective mother-in-law Liu Yinxia, the company and Oppo's overall structure was also to blame. Next, Ning Xiaoxue held up a list and began reading names, listing off 70 or 80 individuals. Most of those called were long-standing employees, with a significant number being senior staff, while many of those remaining were younger employees with impressive credentials. Once Ning Xiaoxue finished reading the list, the atmosphere became chaotic. Who are these people? They're all the ones who are staying, right? Indeed, a large portion of them are veteran employees and several leaders. How could they be dismissed so easily? Surely, Director, you misspoke. These individuals are meant to stay. Yes, I refuse to believe anyone would dare dismiss such personnel. I think so too. But perhaps Director Yi is simply nervous. After all, he looks only 22 or 23, and it is understandable to be overwhelmed addressing such a crowd. Observing the commotion, Ning Xiaoxue interjected with a cold tone. Those whose names were called, please proceed to the finance office to settle your salaries. Seeing her commanding presence, Ye Fei nodded slightly. This girl was finally exhibiting a semblance of leadership, displaying a commendable demeanor. How dare you dismiss us? We will not comply with your orders. Exactly. We only heed our Chairman Wang's commands. Who do you think you are? As soon as Ning Xiaoxue's words fell, a chorus of dissent erupted from the crowd. Chapter 26. Seeking trouble? How? Do you still wish to cause a disturbance? Ye Fei produced a stack of A4 papers, casually extracting one. Huang Fuqiang, on July 29th of last year, unlawfully embezzled public funds to purchase a villa in the eastern suburbs of Rongqing. Li Yuliang, on March 21st of this year, slandered others out of personal grievances and subsequently misappropriated public funds to suppress the matter. As Ye Fei recited the evidence, the dissenting voices from the audience dwindled, ultimately fading into an unsettling silence. Ye Fei fixed his gaze upon those below, his tone icy as he declared, I merely instructed you to settle your wages to afford you a dignified exit. If you choose self-destruction, don't blame me, Ye Fei, for lacking compassion. For these corrupt employees, there was but one fate in Ye Fei's hands, termination. However, since these individuals had not embezzled from their own funds, he lacked the time and energy to deal with their cases intricately. Thus, he resolved to expel them outright. Yet, should they persist in their obstinacy, Ye Fei was unperturbed at the prospect of allowing them to experience the consequences firsthand. As Ye Fei brandished the stack of A4 papers, those facing expulsion swallowed hard, with some hastily exiting the conference room, clearly eager to flee the tense atmosphere. One departure led to another, and soon the office was devoid of people, leaving only Ye Fei and a few uncalled names. At that moment, a furious voice erupted from outside, causing Ye Fei and Oppo's brow to furrow slightly. He recognized the voice as belonging to his prospective mother-in-law, Lu Yinxia. Although those present were aware of Ye Fei and Appo's identity, their resignations were directly linked to Lu Yinxia, and thus they refrained from intervening. Lu Yinxia, oblivious to the fact that Ye Fei was among those in the conference room, burst in, her expression instantly transforming into a congenial smile upon spotting him. "Well, if it isn't little Yi, what brings you to Annie's company?" Ye Fei's eyes narrowed, brimming with coldness. "Madam Lu, I am indeed the Yi you refer to, and as for you, you have been terminated from our company. I kindly ask you to leave." Lu Yinxia was momentarily taken aback, a flush of indignation rising to her cheeks, infuriated by Ye Fei and Appo's words. "How dare you, you little rascal? On what grounds do you expel me?" Observing Lu Yinxia's petulant reaction, Ye Fei coldly retorted, delighted. His words incensed Lu Yinxia to the point of fury, as she nearly lunged at him in rage. "Ye Fei, I warn you, if you dare to expel me today, I shall refuse to leave." Lu Yinxia recognized that reasoning with Ye Fei was futile, opting instead to throw a tantrum on the floor. Security. Yet, Ye Fei denied her the opportunity, issuing a sharp command that prompted Wang Guoqiang to step forward with several security personnel, swiftly removing Lu Yinxia from the premises. "What are you doing? Let me go. Do you know who I am? I am the mother-in-law of your chairman Yi. If you dare lay a finger on me, I will have my daughter retaliate." Lu Yinxia's desperate attempts to assert herself were evident, making even Wang Guoqiang uneasy as he glanced at Ye Fei. However, upon seeing Ye Fei's expression, Wang Guoqiang understood his directive and barked, "Take her away." Thus, they dragged the still protesting Lu Yinxia out, unceremoniously ejecting her from the company. Upon Wang Guoqiang's return to the conference room, only Ye Fei and a handful of remaining employees remained. With a warm demeanor towards his future subordinates, he announced, "Now, I shall ignite the second blaze. This second blaze was intended to enhance your salary. All salaries will be doubled from their original amounts. And our company requires a competent head of security, Wang Guoqiang. That would be you." Wang Guoqiang was momentarily stunned, unable to believe his ears. "Why, Yi Chairman? Are you speaking of me?" Ye Fei couldn't help but chuckle at Wang Guoqiang's adorable reaction. "Indeed, it is you. You have exemplified true dedication, and I hope you will maintain your commendable standards, fostering a positive atmosphere within our company." Ye Fei and Appo's words invigorated Wang Guoqiang, who promptly stood tall. "Yes, I will ensure the task is accomplished." Subsequently, Ye Fei elaborated on the company and Appo's future strategies and recruitment plans to the employees present before departing, leaving Ning Xiaoxue to manage the ensuing affairs. After all, having recently terminated numerous employees, the company was in dire need of personnel, and Ning Xiaoxue's continued presence would provide her with valuable experience. Meanwhile, at the Wang residence, Lu Yinxia was unleashing her wrath upon Wang Shuyan. "Wang Shuyan, how could I have given birth to such a dim-witted daughter? How could you be unaware of Ye Fei's substantial company prior to the marriage? Now, look where we are. Forget about your brother and Appo's betrothal gifts. I've lost my job. Had we known of Ye Fei and Appo's wealth, we wouldn't have needed to demand such an exorbitant bride price. After the marriage, wouldn't everything belong to our family? How could I have borne such a foolish daughter? I deeply regret not." Lu Yinxia's tirade against Wang Shuyan was futile. She had already lost her job and could only lament her circumstances. Furthermore, they were scheduled to visit her son's bride's family the next day, a delay prompted by Ye Fei that had persisted for several days. If they postponed any longer, her son's future in-laws would likely begin to harbor resentment. Yet, with not a single cent of the bride price secured, Lu Yinxia was further distressed, realizing that they could no longer defer the visit. However, without the bride price, how could they expect acceptance for her son? They had previously assured the family of ample compensation, yet now, nothing remained. Chapter 27. You wish to marry my daughter without money? The following day, apart from Wang Shuang, who remained at home to guard the house, Lu Yinxia and the rest of her family drove to Xiao Li's home, the girlfriend of Wang Tao. As soon as they entered, Xiao Li's parents greeted them with disdain. "Oh, why did you come so late? I thought you were too proud to come and see our Xiao, constantly making excuses to avoid us. Faced with the future in-law's provocation, Lu Yinxia wore a smile, repeatedly apologizing. Oh, dear mother-in-law, you know how it is. If Xiao were to despise our tower, how could we possibly look down on your daughter? We have indeed been delayed by some matters these past few days, which is why we have not come sooner. Lu Yinxia continued to bow and apologize, dragging Wang Tao to lower his head as well, fearful that any displeasure from the other party might lead to their expulsion. Wang Tao and Amp, Oppo's father, Wang Chong, however, was unperturbed by such worries. To him, the thoughts of these women were utterly inconsequential. He strode directly into the living room and plopped down on the sofa, entirely indifferent to the peculiar expressions on Xiao and Oppo's parents and Oppo's faces. This boldness sent a shiver through Wang Tao and Lu Yinxia, while Xiao, standing beside Wang Tao, discreetly pinched the soft flesh at his waist, causing him to wince in pain but remain silent. Xiao's mother, visibly displeased, interjected, "What is the meaning of this? You arrived so late and expect us to remain quiet? Oh, dear mother-in-law, we acknowledge our fault. Please, show mercy and forgive us this once," Lu Yinxia said, her smile unwavering, while inwardly cursing her oblivious in-laws. She thought to herself that once Xiao married, they would have the upper hand and could treat her however they pleased. Indeed, Auntie, this time it is our mistake, but I assure you, I harbor no disdain for Xiao. She is such a wonderful girl, and I cherish her dearly. How could I possibly look down on her? Wang Tao added earnestly. That is more like it. Eventually, after much bowing and scraping from Lu Yinxia and Wang Tao, Xiao and Amp, Oppo's parents reluctantly accepted their apology for the late arrival. Upon seeing that Xiao's mother had ceased her inquiries, Lu Yinxia shot a glare at her eldest daughter, Wang Shuyun. Had it not been for Shuyun's failure to prepare adequately before the marriage, they would not have had to endure this humiliation. Wang Shuyun, aware of her shortcomings, lowered her head and silently assisted Xiao's parents, striving to mitigate their resentment towards her family. Once both parties were seated, Xiao's mother directly addressed Lu Yinxia. Since you have come, you must know that your prior absence was inappropriate. Let us discuss the dowry. 1,200,000 a house, and a car worth no less than 3 million. In return, my daughter will marry your Wang Tao. Before Lu Yinxia could respond, Wang Chong coughed lightly and spoke to Xiao's father. Dear father-in-law, such matters should be decided by us men. Women are not suited for this. In my opinion, let's forget about the dowry. Your family seems decent, and ours is equally respectable. Why not let them marry first, obtain their certificate, and then let the young couple strive for themselves? Wang Chong's words caused a shift in Xiao's mother's demeanor, and she stood up, visibly agitated. Father-in-law, I did not appreciate that remark. What do you mean by these women? Let me tell you, I'm the one in charge of my house. If I do not allow my daughter to marry your Wang Tao today, then no one will take her away. Indeed, uncle, you must consider Wang Tao's circumstances. Given his status, it is already a blessing that he can attract someone as beautiful as me. How could I possibly be the one to follow him? Xiao interjected firmly. My mother has made it clear. 1,200,000 in dowry, plus the house and car. Not a single item less. Otherwise, I will not marry. Xiao's declaration left Wang Chong taken aback, but Lu Yinxia quickly pulled him back, maintaining a smile while speaking gently. Dear mother-in-law, please disregard my husband and Amp, Oppo's foolish words. How can we not provide for Xiao? She is such a kind and lovely girl. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for our Tao and Oppo's, her to marry someone as exceptional as your daughter. We will certainly provide everything she deserves. Upon hearing Lu Yinxia and Oppo's words, Xiao's mother's expression softened slightly. However, Lu Yinxia's subsequent remarks ignited her anger once more. However, our family has recently encountered some difficulties. 1,200,000 in dowry, along with a car and a house, is indeed a bit challenging for us. I hope, dear mother-in-law, considering the affection between our children, you might allow us to reduce the amount slightly? Though Lu Yinxia's tone was gentle, it did not escape Xiao's mother's sharp scrutiny. She slammed her hand on the table, standing to point an accusing finger at Lu Yinxia's nose. You scoundrel! Do you intend to avoid giving my daughter the dowry? If you do not wish to pay, then do not even think about marrying my daughter. There are plenty of suitors for her. We are not lacking for one like you. Shaoli and Amp, Appo's mother's words made Wang Tao anxious, and he quickly stood up, bowing and scraping. Auntie, my mother does not mean that. She simply wants to assure you that in a couple of years, all their money will belong to Shaoli and me. So you need not worry about Shaoli's future. Before Wang Tao could finish, the fiery Shaoli had seized his ear. Wang, what is your meaning? Do you think I'm not worth that amount? Did you not say you have a wealthy brother-in-law? Why is he not lending you the 1,200,000? Feeling a pang of sorrow at her son and Amp, Appo's predicament, Lu Yinxia thought, this is her child, cherished since birth, yet here he was, being treated harshly by this girl. As Lu Yinxia silently observed the exchange between Wang Tao and Shaoli, Shaoli's mother spoke once more. Lu Yinxia, let me make this clear. If your Wang Tao cannot produce 1,200,000 today, my daughter will not marry him. How dare you wish to wed my daughter without money? Lu Yinxia's eyes narrowed at Shaoli's mother's words, yet she did not dare to retort. Chapter 28. Rejection, however. Wang Chong, who was seated nearby, could no longer contain himself. He rose abruptly, pointing an accusatory finger at Shaoli and Appo's mother, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. You wretched old woman, why do you only see money? So what if our family is currently in financial straits? Will it always be this way? Don't even mention that my brother Wang Tao looks down on your daughter, with your current disposition, even if he were interested. There's no way he would marry her. Wang Chong and Appo's words ignited a furious blush on Shaoli and Appo's mother and Appo's face, her trembling finger aimed at him. You. Meanwhile, Shaoli, standing beside Wang Tao, was incensed. She forcefully flung Wang Tao and Appo's hand away and struck his face with a resounding slap. You scoundrel! How dare you deceive me? Your father speaks ill of my mother, and you remain silent? Wang Tao, I truly misjudged you. Mom, Dad, throw them out. I refuse to marry today. After delivering a sharp blow to Wang Tao, Shaoli stormed back to her room, slamming the door behind her and leaving a trail of bitterness in her wake. Wang Tao, unfazed by the slap, stood up from the sofa, intent on chasing after Shaoli to mend things. However, his legs faltered and he stumbled, crashing to the ground and drawing blood from his nose, which made Lu Yinxia's heart ache. Wang Chong, filled with frustration, approached and kicked him. You fool! She's just a girl. Why do you act like a dog? If she doesn't want to marry, so be it. Your behavior is a disgrace to us all. After kicking Wang Tao, Wang Chong stormed out, leaving Wang Tao, Lu Yinxia, and Wang Xuyan to be pushed out the door by Shaoli's parents, who hurled the gifts they had brought at the Wang family children, cursing, You should reflect on your own worth before complaining about our demands. I'll tell you, with your son's conditions, he'll never find a partner. With that, Shaoli and Appo's mother slammed the door, refusing to heed any explanations from the Wang family. After enduring a prolonged period of rejection, the Wang children descended the stairs in dejection, returning home in a furious silence. On the way, Wang Tao received a formal breakup text from Shaoli, and tears streamed down his face. While his mother and sister attempted to console him, Wang Chong, driving, erupted in anger. Don't act like a man who has never encountered a woman. You brought shame upon us. If you hadn't been so spineless today, would she have dared to confront me? Seated in the back, Wang Tao retorted vehemently. What are you talking about? If you hadn't insulted Shaoli and her parents, would she have fought with me? This is all your fault. Your fault. My sister's fault. Have I not suffered enough over the years? As his emotions spiraled out of control, he began to bang his head against the car. It's all your fault. If I hadn't fallen ill, I wouldn't be in this situation, unable to find a girlfriend. Just when Shaoli accepted me. You've ruined it. What is the point of living? I might as well be dead. Wang Tao cried and cursed, while tears of regret streamed down Lu Yinxia's face. Wang Chong, rendered speechless, silently drove with simmering frustration. Meanwhile, Lu Yinxia endeavored to comfort her son, while Wang Shuyun assured Wang Tao that she would help him find a wife even more beautiful than Shaoli, which finally quelled his sobs. Soon, the family returned home. Observing the anger etched on their faces, Wang Shuyun surmised that her brother and Appo's engagement had encountered serious troubles. Being astute, she wisely refrained from provoking herself further and hastened to prepare dinner. After the family dined, they washed the dishes and retreated to their respective rooms. Nonetheless, Wang Shuyun expressed her dissatisfaction. Honestly, all they do is eat and rush back to their rooms without helping out around the house. Just as her words faded, Wang Chong let out a disdainful snort. Enough. Now that Wang Tao's fiancé, he has left, and Shuyun's husband has also vanished, your mother has lost her job, and we still have a university student whose earnings barely suffice. From tomorrow onward, no one is to bother your mother. She needs to focus on finding work. Additionally, Shuyun, reach out to Ye Fei or General Zhao. Although your brother cannot marry Shaoli now, we must prepare for the future. We cannot leave our second brother in waiting indefinitely. Wang Chong's words rekindled the family and Appo's dwindling spirits, though Lu Yinxia remained silent, retreating into her room. Casting a glance at her departing figure, Wang Chong grunted and dispersed to his own room to rest. The next day, Lu Yinxia, skipping breakfast, took her resume to a company that had previously expressed interest in recruiting her. However, she had no inkling that this would mark the beginning of her nightmare. Upon entering, the receptionist greeted her warmly, but as soon as they learned her identity, their expressions shifted to one of discomfort, showing no desire to engage with her. Sensing an uneasy atmosphere, Lu Yinxia felt a wave of apprehension wash over her, yet she pressed on, recalling the HR manager's keen interest in her recruitment. After waiting for hours, having drained her cup of water without anyone refilling it, Lu Yinxia's anxiety began to mount. She relentlessly questioned the receptionists, who finally relented and made a call. I'm sorry, but our leader has decided not to hire you. What? Lu Yinxia's face contorted with shock, disbelief saturating her voice. Please, speak with your boss again. I am Lu Yinxia, from the Rongqing Daily News. Your manager even treated me to a meal, eager to recruit me. Let me speak with your boss, if necessary. Despite her persistent pleas, the receptionist remained steadfast, repeating the phrase, not hiring. Chapter 29. Go out and make money. Lu Yinxia's eyes brimmed with despair. After a tumultuous morning, she had still not encountered the boss she had so fervently wished to impress. Defeated, she left the company in a huff, declaring, "You will surely regret not hiring me." However, in her wrathful departure, she failed to notice the disdainful glances from the receptionist or the gossips swirling around her. In the days that followed, Lu Yinxia applied to several rival companies, only to be met with the same rejection each time. It was during her last interview that the truth struck her. The employees of that company had brazenly flung her resume back at her, berating her with harsh words. An employee who fabricates stories will only bring trouble to our company. Rest assured, no company in Rongqing will hire you. Not one dares to after you've offended that person. In that moment, Lu Yinxia finally comprehended why her job search had been so fruitless, why most companies dismissed her resume without a second glance. It was all due to her son-in-law, Ye Fei. Overcome with anger, she abandoned all thoughts of employment and stormed home. Upon her return, she found her eldest daughter, Wang Shuyun, sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in television. Infuriated, Lu Yinxia struck her across the face, leaving Wang Shuyun bewildered. Mom, what are you doing? Why are you hitting me as soon as you walk in? How dare you ask? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been humiliated like this. Lu Yinxia retorted. Wait, how is this my fault? What have I done? Wang Shuyun cried, her confusion palpable. Hearing the commotion, Wang Tao, Wang Chong, and Wang Shuiying rushed out to intervene, stopping Lu Yinxia from striking Wang Shuyun again. What is going on? Didn't I tell you to look for a job? Why are you back here hitting Shuyun? Wang Chong barked. At Wang Chong's reprimand, Lu Yinxia's pent-up grievances erupted. What do you know? I've faced rejection countless times over the past few days. The reason? You offended Ye Fei. Now, no company in Rongqing dares to hire me. Can you blame me for being furious? As her words sank in, the Wang family grasped the reason behind Lu Yinxia and Appo's, as fury directed at Wang Shuyun. Wang Chong softened, casting a fierce glance at Wang Shuyun hiding behind him. All right, but don't take your anger out on the children. If it doesn't work out, keep looking. Surely, Ye Fei can't control every company in Rongqing. There will be opportunities for you. Wang Shuyun, now realizing the situation, shouted back, "What can I do?" If you hadn't insisted on making Ye Fei pay a bride price for Wang Tao, would he have run away? You ungrateful child. You dare blame me? I raised you all with great effort. What is wrong with asking Ye Fei for a little bride price? Ultimately, I wonder how you'll survive in Rongqing. Liu Yinxia's anger was already simmering down, but Wang Shuyun's defiance reignited it, causing her to lash out at all her children. Seeing Wang Shuyun on the receiving end of her ire, Wang Shuang finally spoke up. This is all happening because you insisted on meddling with Ye Fei. Although Wang Shuang's voice was not loud, Liu Yinxia, already in a fury, heard every word and turned her wrath towards Wang Shuang. You heartless creature. I lost my job because of that boy, and now can't find work in Rongqing. And you dare defend him? If that is the case, fine. I won't look for a job anymore. You could drop out of school and start earning money to repay your brother's bride price. Wang Shuang was taken aback. Mom, how can you say that? You were wrong from the start. Ye Fei was fine. If you hadn't insisted on causing trouble, we wouldn't be in this predicament. As Liu Yinxia recalled Ye Fei and Appo's harsh words, her anger surged, and she slapped Wang Shuang across the face. Tears streamed down Wang Shuang and Appo's cheeks uncontrollably. Get out. If it weren't for you all, if it weren't for this family, would I have suffered so much? Your studies are over. Just get out and work to pay back your brother's bride price. With that, she forcefully shoved Wang Shuang out the door and slammed it shut. Meanwhile, the rest of the Wang family felt a surge of indignation at Wang Shuang's words, ignoring her plight outside. Heartbroken, Wang Shuang walked away, feeling increasingly aggrieved. She had only spoken the truth. Why was she being treated this way? Lost in her thoughts, she failed to notice the twilight settling in or the dwindling crowd around her. Just then, a voice reeking of alcohol and laced with lewdness called out from behind her, sending a shiver down her spine. Hey, you there, stop. Turn around so I can have a good look at you. Chapter 30. Encounter with a ruffian. Upon hearing that voice, Wang Shuang dared not look back. Just as she contemplated fleeing, she found her path obstructed by a yellow-haired thug who had circled around behind her. The ruffian, captivated by Wang Shuang and Appo's exquisite beauty and delicate figure, especially the pure aura that belonged solely to a student, could not restrain himself. He approached her step by step, a lewd grin spreading across his face. Hey there, little sister. What do you think you're off to at this late hour? How about accompanying your big brother for a drink? With a look like yours, I bet you haven't yet experienced the pleasures of a man. Tonight, I'll let you know what a real man is all about. What do you say? Although it was indeed late, the road Wang Shuang traversed was not particularly desolate. There were quite a few people around, yet none dared to intervene. They all recognized the man attempting to harass Wang Shuang, someone far beyond their capacity to confront. Thus, despite the thug's brazen demeanor, no one stepped forward to assist her. Is this person? Could he be the one? Indeed, it's him. I wonder which family this girl belongs to. It seems she's in for trouble tonight. Let us hurry. If they spot us, we need to move quickly. Such a pity, though, one must wonder about the girl. Why walk this way at such an hour? Perhaps she is intentionally trying to entice someone. She might even be a desperate gold digger. Wang Shuang cast a pleading glance at the crowd, but no one was willing to wade into this murky water. As the yellow-haired thug closed in, she felt utterly cornered when a voice she recognized emerged from behind her. What do you intend to do with her? To Wang Shuang's surprise and delight, Ye Fei stepped out from the shadows, his gaze filled with a chilling intensity directed at the ruffian. The thug sneered upon seeing Ye Fei, pushing him with disdain. Who do you think you are? Don't you know who I am? Scram, and don't waste my time, or I'll break your legs and toss you into the river to feed the fish. Seeing the thug's arrogant demeanor, Ye Fei chuckled softly, snatching the half-empty bottle of alcohol from the thug's hand, raising it high above his head before pouring its contents over him. Before the thug could react, Ye Fei swiftly gripped the empty bottle and smashed it down. The thug barely managed to exclaim before Ye Fei delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying several meters away. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were momentarily stunned, murmuring in disbelief. What did I just witness? Is this guy out of his mind? Doesn't he know who this man works for? Clearly, he must be from out of town and unaware of the man's reputation. This is bad. We should leave quickly, or we might get caught up in this mess. Indeed. Let us go. I predict tomorrow's headlines in Rongqing will feature this incident. The commotion caused by Ye Fei's actions sent the crowd into a flurry, eager to escape the scene. Observing their reaction, Ye Fei furrowed his brow slightly. Who is this, brother Ye? Meanwhile, the yellow-haired thug, having overheard the hushed whispers, rose to his feet, rubbing his stomach and pointing an accusatory finger at Ye Fei. How dare you lay a hand on me? You think you can just disappear in Rongqing? I have a million ways to make you vanish. Ignoring the ruffian and Oppo's bravado, Ye Fei seized the thug's finger, bending it until it snapped, followed by a resounding slap across his face. I detest being pointed at. The thug let out a shriek, clutching his injured finger and glaring at Ye Fei with murder in his eyes. You have guts, kid. You dare strike me? Emyku, son of the chairman of Tianhong Group. If you cross me, you'll regret it. Hand over that little lady behind you, and maybe I'll let you off easy. Noting Ye Fei's indifference, the thug felt a twinge of panic, yet experience dictated that he could not show weakness. He fixed his gaze on Ye Fei. Wang Shuang, upon hearing the thug and Oppo's words, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She stepped out from behind Ye Fei, bowing apologetically. I'm sorry, sir. My friend didn't know your identity and has offended you. This is all my fault. Please don't involve my friend. However, the yellow-haired thug seemed increasingly impatient, dismissing Wang Shuang with a wave as he glared at Ye Fei. No, I refuse to back down. If this kid doesn't apologize today, he'll be lying on the street tomorrow. Ye Fei cast a nonchalant glance at the thug, unfazed by his threats, and stepped forward to gently pat Wang Shuang on the head. Shuang, why apologize? Does this scoundrel deserve your courtesy? The thug, enraged by Ye Fei's words, seethed. Kid, if you don't kneel and apologize today, I want to let this go. Seeing the thug's obstinacy, Ye Fei narrowed his eyes, yanking the thug closer and driving the jagged edge of the broken bottle into his hand. Blood gushed from the thug's hand as he screamed, unable to endure the pain, wailing like a slaughtered pig. Ye Fei, filled with disdain, kicked the thug to the ground and spat, his eyes blazing with fury, rendering the thug speechless. Listen well, kid. Every grievance has its source, and debts are owed to the rightful party. If you wish to retaliate, come at me directly. With that, Ye Fei's expression softened, a warm smile returning as he turned to Wang Shuang. Let us go, Shuang. I'll escort you home. In response to Ye Fei and Oppo's invitation, Wang Shuang shook her head, biting her lip defiantly. Brother Ye, I want to go back. I never want to return to that home again. Chapter 31. Shall I be the receptionist? What is the matter? Ye Fei furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a tinge of confusion. He was well aware of Wang Shuang's character. She was always exceptionally sensible and obedient. Although her kind nature often led to her being bullied by others within the Wang family, she would never utter such words about not wanting to return home. Clearly, something had transpired that Ye Fei was unaware of, prompting such a decision from the typically well-behaved girl. In response to Ye Fei and Oppo's inquiry, Wang Shuang hesitantly recounted the events of the afternoon. Upon hearing her words, Ye Fei scoffed. Such a family is hardly worth returning to. After receiving Ye Fei's endorsement of her sentiments, Wang Shuang eagerly nodded in agreement. Shuang, rest assured, if your parents refuse to support your education, I shall take it upon myself to do so, Ye Fei stated directly, raising an eyebrow as he addressed her. No, brother Ye Fei, I can handle my affairs. If my parents won't fund my education, I can find a job and support myself. I refuse to believe that I cannot survive without them. Without hesitation, Wang Shuang declined Ye Fei's offer of financial assistance for her college education, expressing her determination to work for her own livelihood. Ye Fei greatly admired her self-reliance and promptly suggested, then why not join our company? We are currently hiring. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Shuang directly inquired, Brother Ye Fei, is your company still looking for a receptionist? Ye Fei was taken aback. A receptionist indeed? He would have readily agreed had she asked to be his assistant, but it was unexpected that she only sought a receptionist position. His esteem for Wang Shuang rose even further. It was hard to fathom how such a pure and kind-hearted girl could navigate life among the individuals within the Wang family. Noticing Ye Fei's silence, Wang Shuang grew anxious. Brother Ye Fei, is it too troublesome? If so, I can find a job on my own. I don't wish to cause any inconvenience. Ye Fei chuckled, ruffling her hair. Not at all. It's no trouble whatsoever. Really? That's wonderful, Wang Shuang exclaimed, her spirits lifting. Observing her delight, Ye Fei couldn't help but ponder why Wang Shuang was so much more endearing than Lu Yinxia and Wang Shuyan, despite all hailing from the same family. After soothing the exuberant Wang Shuang for a while, Ye Fei took her back to his residence. Shuang, I have plenty of spare rooms here. You can stay with me. It will be more convenient for us to commute together. Upon arriving, Ye Fei led Wang Shuang into his grand villa. The butler, Ah Fu, who had been waiting for Ye Fei's return, beamed upon seeing Wang Shuang and quickly bowed. Welcome, young master, and welcome, young mistress. Young master, what would you like for dinner tonight? I will instruct the kitchen to prepare it. Wang Shuang flushed at the butler's address, but refrained from contesting it. Instead, she stole a glance at Ye Fei, her heart fluttering when she noticed he did not object. She followed closely behind Ye Fei, resembling a dutiful young wife. Although Ah Fu's reference to her as young mistress made her slightly bashful, Wang Shuang accepted the title, encouraged by Ye Fei's lack of dissent. Observing their interaction, Ah Fu felt immense joy. His master had finally found someone he cherished, and she appeared gentle and amiable. Under Ah Fu's attentive care, Wang Shuang savored the most luxurious service she had ever experienced. After dinner, Ye Fei arranged for her to rest in a guest room. Meanwhile, in a lavish villa area of Rongqing, the ruffian who had been beaten by Ye Fei earlier that day knelt on the ground, lamenting to a young man before him. Brother Yu, that fellow was insufferably arrogant today. I told him I was your man, yet he still had the audacity to strike me, claiming he was merely dealing with Brother Yu's subordinate. It's utterly intolerable. You must stand up for me. Filled with fury, Lin Yu listened to the ruffian's pleas, yearning to confront Ye Fei and teach him a lesson about the weight of his name in Rongqing. All right, go tend to your injuries. I want to see who dares to lay hands on my people. Lin Yu made a call, and within 10 minutes, all information regarding Ye Fei was sent to his phone. After scanning the details, Lin Yu spat in disdain. What the hell, King? Just a lucky entrepreneur. And he dares to step on my toes? It seemed he would have to pay a visit to this so-called king tomorrow. Otherwise, people might think Lin Yu feared Ye Fei. Moreover, that ruffian dared to use him for revenge? He was clearly courting disaster. Lin Yu scoffed, suppressing a flicker of displeasure toward the ruffian. However, he did not let it show. He was not a reckless fool. Ye Fei's audacity in disregarding him was evident, and that was precisely why Lin Yu decided to make things difficult for Ye Fei the following day. Unbeknownst to Ye Fei and Wang Shuang, they were oblivious to these unfolding events. Perhaps due to the comfort of Ye Fei and Appo's bed, Wang Shuang enjoyed the most restful sleep she had experienced in over 20 years. The next morning, she dressed with the help of Ye Fei and Appo's servants and shared breakfast with him. The continuous references to her as young mistress filled her heart with sweetness akin to honey. As they drove to the company, Ye Fei suddenly remarked, I apologize, Shuang. Ah Fu and the others tend to be like that. Please don't take it to heart. Wang Shuang responded with a gentle fully aware that Ye Fei was referring to the way the butler addressed her. However, her bashfulness prevented her from revealing that she was not upset at all. Instead, she felt quite delighted. Chapter 32. The receptionist brought by the chairman, Ye Fei, entered the company with Wang Shuang, and as soon as they stepped through the door, all eyes turned to them. Wow, Mr. Yi is truly handsome, one employee whispered. But who is that girl behind him? Another asked. I have no idea. Could she be Mr. Ye's girlfriend? No way. He doesn't have a girlfriend. Didn't you hear about that incident a couple of days ago? Right? So who is she? How did she get to come to work with Mr. Yi? Curiosity about Wang Shuang and Appo's identity and her relationship with Ye Fei spread like wildfire among the employees. Ignoring the murmurs, Ye Fei led Wang Shuang directly into his office. Wow. They went in together. Someone gasped. Is it over? Are we going to lose Mr. Yi? Another lamented. Surely not. Mr. Yi ISN and Appo's. That kind of person, right? As Wang Shuang and Ye Fei walked into the office, the female employees erupted into whispers. Unbeknownst to Ye Fei, who was oblivious to the commotion, he addressed Ning Xiaoxue, who was busy preparing coffee. Xiaoxue, this is Shuang. Please assist her with the onboarding process. She will be our new receptionist. Ning Xiaoxue paused, looking at Wang Shuang, who, despite being a mere university student, had developed impressively and possessed a captivating beauty combined with an innocent charm that drew attention. However, the sight of Wang Shuang's exquisite features and the subtle affection Ye Fei exhibited towards her stirred a twinge of jealousy in Ning Xiaoxue, an emotion she could not quite comprehend. Setting the coffee before Ye Fei, she turned coldly to Wang Shuang. Come on, I and Oppos. I'll take you to complete your onboarding paperwork. Neither Ye Fei nor Ning Xiaoxue noticed the subtle shift in dynamics. Ye Fei settled into his chair, sipping coffee while scrolling through the news on his phone. Meanwhile, Ning Xiaoxue led the somewhat anxious Wang Shuang outside. Mr. Yi seldom introduces anyone to the company, so don't let him down, Ning Xiaoxue advised over her shoulder. Wang Shuang nodded earnestly, her voice resolute. I understand. I won't embarrass Brother Ye Fei. The mention of Brother Ye Fei only intensified Ning Xiaoxue's jealousy, quickening her pace. I have some tasks to attend to. Fill out this form, and when you're done, find me. I'll help you set up your fingerprint registration. She brought Wang Shuang to the reception area, handed her a simple personal information form, and left, seeking solace away from Wang Shuang's presence, which she found increasingly uncomfortable. With Ning Xiaoxue gone, a throng of employees gathered around Wang Shuang, each eager to engage her. Hey, beautiful, what's your name? One asked. Yeah, you came in with Mr. Yi. Are you his girlfriend? Another chimed in. Lovely lady, I hope you'll take care of us. Someone else added. If you ever need anything, just let us know, and we'll make sure it's sorted as long as you speak well of us to Mr. Yi. Feeling a bit flustered by the sudden attention, but determined not to embarrass Ye Fei, Wang Shuang managed to respond with poise. Gradually, she began to warm up to her new colleagues and had almost completed the form when a voice rang out from the entrance, leaving a lasting impression on her. Brother you, that and Oppos. Sir. She and Oppos. That's the one I told you about. All eyes, including Wang Shuang and Oppos, turned to the source of the voice. A reasonably attractive man, accompanied by a brash, bleached-haired thug, stood at the entrance of Ye Fei's company. The thug, with a thick bandage on his hand, pointed excitedly at Wang Shuang. Hey girl, I told you before, anything I want, I always get. The sycophants surrounding Wang Shuang sensed an opportunity and stepped forward, confronting the brash thug. Who do you think you are? Get lost. Do you have any idea whose company this is? Have you eaten bear hearts and leper gall? You dare cause trouble at King's company? The boldness of the man stepping forward earned him the admiration of onlookers, who rallied in support. Yeah, get out of here. Do you want us to call security? Leave. If you go now, we might forgive you. Encouraged by his colleagues, the man confronted the thug, pushing him forcefully. Leave? What are you still doing here? Seeing this defiance, the thug's companions prepared to retaliate, but he held them back, smirking at the man who had shoved him. You really don't know who I am, do you? The man hesitated, an uneasy feeling creeping in, but bolstered by the eyes of his colleagues, he stood firm. I don an amp. Oppos, take care who you are. You can end amp. Oppos, T cause a scene in our King investment company. The thug grinned, pointing at the man's chest. Let me enlighten you. I am Uguind Amp. Amp, Oppos, S-Man, the son of the chairman of Tianhong Group. What do you think you can do to me in this little King investment company? Chapter 33. The ugly face. Upon hearing the words of the yellow-haired thug, the once arrogant man felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. He quickly focused his gaze on Lin Yu. Upon realizing that he was indeed Lin Yu, the son of the chairman of Tianhong Group, the man's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. He hastily knelt before the yellow-haired thug and Lin Yu, offering his apologies. My lord, brother Yu, I genuinely did not recognize you. Had I known it was you, I would never have dared to offend you. In the astonished eyes of Wang Shuang and the others, the man repeatedly bowed in apology to both the thug and Lin Yu. The yellow-haired thug spat on the ground and kicked the kneeling man aside, bellowing, "Get lost." He then turned his menacing gaze towards Wang Shuang, barking at the people surrounding her. What? Do you intend to protect this little girl? Seeing the thug and Oppo's malicious expression, coupled with the earlier kneeling man's actions, the crowd hesitated, and some even grabbed Wang Shuang and pulled her to the forefront, shouting, "This has nothing to do with us. Brother Yu, spare us. It's really not our affair. This little girl has been coercing us." "Exactly. If you want her, take her. We want nothing to do with this." "Right? She just appeared out of nowhere. It's best if you take her away." "Yes, yes, do it quickly." In an instant, those aware of Lin Yu and Tianhong Group and Oppo's power shrank back, even openly pointing fingers at Wang Shuang. The yellow-haired thug's face twisted with rage as he delivered a harsh slap across Wang Shuang's face. "How about it, little girl? Where's that gallant rescuer from yesterday? Why isn't he here to save you now? Is he afraid?" Mockery danced across the thug's features, and had it not been for the crowd's presence, he would have relished the idea of disposing of Wang Shuang on the spot. "Come at me if you have anything to say. Don't involve Ye Fei." Wang Shuang retorted fiercely, her eyes glinting with defiance, anger seeping into her words. She felt unjustly cornered, as she had committed no wrongdoing, yet was increasingly pressured by the thug. Witnessing Wang Shuang's resolute stance, the people behind her began to mock her. "Come on, if it weren't for you, how would our King Investment Company have caught Brother Yu's attention? Right, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have offended Brother Yu and his associates. Such a young age, yet so audacious, trying to entangle with others, and now you deserve to be punished." Indeed, she must be the one looking for trouble with Director Yi. As Wang Shuang listened to the cold remarks behind her, she felt the harsh realities of society and the fickleness of human relationships. Just moments ago, these same individuals had fawned over her like eager puppies, but now, faced with trouble, they were more than willing to distance themselves from her, even wishing to throw her to the wolves. It was utterly laughable. Disappointment filled Wang Shuang's heart as she thought only of not bringing more trouble to Ye Fei. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired thug, hearing the crowd's commentary, prepared to strike Wang Shuang once more. Just as he was about to make his move, an enraged voice resonated from the office entrance. "Are you seeking death?" Ye Fei had been sipping coffee in his office when the commotion drew his attention. Emerging from the office, he immediately witnessed the thug slap Wang Shuang. Seeing her struck ignited a furious fire within Ye Fei. He strode purposefully towards the thug, seizing his wrist with a malevolent grin. Is this the hand that struck her? No sooner had he spoken than a sharp crack echoed. The thug's left arm snapped, exposing white bone as blood gushed forth uncontrollably. Ye Fei followed up with a powerful punch to the thug's nose, sending him sprawling to the ground. The thug's lackeys, having never encountered someone as ruthless as Ye Fei, hesitated, unsure whether to intervene. "What are you standing there for? Go on, take him down." Lin Yu roared, enraged by the cowardice of the yellow-haired thug's subordinates. However, it was futile. Ye Fei was not someone they could contend with. He swiftly dispatched the henchman, then slapped a stack of documents across Lin Yu's face, sneering, "So, you are the infamous Brother Yu they speak of?" Intimidated by Ye Fei and Oppo's imposing presence, Lin Yu could only nod numbly. "Well then, prepare to pay the price for your actions." With that, Ye Fei delivered a brutal kick that sent Lin Yu flying, then proceeded to beat him mercilessly. He ordered the security guards downstairs to round up the thugs and toss them into an ambulance. Ye Fei's gaze then fell upon the employees in the company who had mocked Wang Shuang and had chosen not to assist her. "You all can consider yourselves fired. My King Investment Company has no need for sycophants who shift with the winds." His words sent shivers through the employees, who fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. "Director Yi, we were wrong. Please spare us this once." "Yes, Director Yi, it truly was our mistake not to help our colleague, but their power is overwhelming. We couldn't afford to offend them. Please, just let this one slide." "Brother Yi, no, there's no need for such measures. After all, Lin Yu is the chairman of Tianhong Group. It's only natural they would and Oppo's dare to assist me. Please don't fire them." Wang Shuang, startled by Ye Fei and Oppo's words, hastily interceded on their behalf. Yet, Ye Fei merely waved his hand dismissively, his expression devoid of emotion. "Leave. Don and Oppo's teammate me call security to escort you out. You know what I'm capable of." Upon hearing this, the employees dared not plead any further, hastily returning to their desks to gather their belongings. Wang Shuang followed Ye Fei back to his office. Once inside, Ye Fei immediately called for Ning Xiaoxue, instructing her, Xiaoxue, investigate the situation with Tianhong Group. Who dares to provoke me? Ye Fei. Chapter 34. Old tricks resurfaced. Ning Xiaoxue glanced at Wang Shuang's slightly swollen face, her heart filled with remorse. Although Wang Shuang's beating was not directly related to her, Ning Xiaoxue felt she had not handled the situation with sufficient finesse. She felt a pang of guilt towards Wang Shuang, and after receiving an order from Ye Fei, she diligently gathered all available information regarding the Tianhong Group, including some confidential documents. After several minutes, Ye Fei examined a file submitted by Ning Xiaoxue and promptly dialed the phone number of Long Tong, the head of the Long family. Ah, Mr. Long, I have a lucrative business proposition that I wonder if you might find intriguing. Ye Fei's words immediately piqued Long Tong's interest, prompting him to inquire. Naturally, we at the Long family are very interested in the business you speak of, Mr. King. Ye Fei chuckled and proceeded to outline his plan to manipulate the stock of the Tianhong Group. While he was not technically intimidated by the Tianhong Group, he acknowledged its status as a long-established enterprise in Rongqing. To safeguard his interests, he enlisted the support of the Long family, the largest clan in Rongqing, ensuring that no matter how he operated, the Tianhong Group would have to endure the consequences. Moreover, this stock trade was a guaranteed profit. Ye Fei was confident that Long Tong had no reason to decline this venture. As soon as Ye Fei finished his explanation, Long Tong's voice came through the line. Mr. King, on behalf of the Long family, I accept this proposition. If I may be so bold, might I inquire how the Tianhong Group has offended you? Ye Fei chuckled inwardly, appreciating Long Tong's astuteness in discerning the underlying implications of his words. However, he did not intend to disclose the matter openly, and merely replied, "It an oppose. It's a trivial conflict, nothing to be concerned about. My primary aim is to engage in this business." Understanding that Ye Fei was reluctant to elaborate, Long Tong refrained from pressing further and readily agreed, assuring Ye Fei that he could request assistance whenever necessary. Ye Fei candidly stated that he required no help, only the contact information of an investment company under the Long family, as everything else would be managed by King Investment. Long Tong acted with remarkable efficiency, and soon Ye Fei received the contact details of a company. He handed this information over to Ning Xiaoxue, instructing her to pass it to the trading department, allowing King Investment to operate like a well-oiled machine. As for those previously dismissed by Ye Fei, they were inconsequential remnants from before his arrival at the company and posed no hindrance to its operations. Following this, Ye Fei accompanied Wang Shuang to a nearby hospital to treat her injuries. Meanwhile, in the office of the chairman of the Tianhong Group, Lin Jingtian was exuberantly observing the skyrocketing stocks of his company. The Long family, Rongqing and Appo's most prominent clan, along with the recently emerging King Investment, were aggressively acquiring shares, causing the stock price to surge by an astonishing 3 points in a mere 10 minutes, an utterly terrifying phenomenon. Although Lin Jingtian was unaware of the reasons behind the substantial purchases by these two companies, he understood that as the stock prices soared, his potential profits would increase correspondingly. No one would ever complain about having too much money, and Lin Jingtian was no exception. He even began acquiring shares from retail investors, as his own holdings amounted to only about 8%. Nonetheless, he remained the largest shareholder and chairman of the company. To secure his influence, Lin Jingtian felt compelled to acquire additional shares from retail investors to maintain his position as the primary shareholder. Of course, he was using his own personal savings for these purchases, having scrimped and saved over the years, while the rest of his funds had been siphoned off by his family's money manager. Despite his frustration, Lin Jingtian dared not voice his grievances. Just as Lin Jingtian was reveling in his good fortune, an unexpected phone call interrupted his thoughts. "Hello, who is this?" "Mr. Lin, you need to come to the hospital immediately. Young master has been severely injured and is currently lying in the hospital." The voice on the other end belonged to a young man, but Lin Jingtian recognized him as a small-time thug who often accompanied Lin Yu. "What? Who dares to harm my son? Do they not know that Lin Yu is my son? Where are you? I will be there right away." Lin Jingtian's voice brimmed with fury, sending a shiver down the spine of the young thug, who hastily explained, "Mr. Lin, it was that King Ye Fei." Young master merely expressed interest in a minor employee of his company, and after a few words, that king turned violent against me and young master. My hand is broken. Lin Jingtian could no longer focus on acquiring stocks. He delegated the matter to his secretary and readied himself to have his driver take him to the hospital. At that moment, a strange phone call interrupted his thoughts on his private line. Lin Jingtian was taken aback. This number was known only to a select few. Why was an unknown caller reaching out? Despite his curiosity, Lin Jingtian answered the call, his tone polite and composed. "Hello, who is this?" His demeanor was respectful. Ye Fei's calm and soothing voice emanated from the other end of the line, igniting Lin Jingtian's fury. "Ye Fei, how dare you call me? My son merely took an interest in a low-level employee from your company. Why did you resort to violence against him?" "You are aware of my company and Oppo's location, and I have information that I believe you would be particularly eager to learn." At these words, his personal phone number was, in Lin Jingtian's mind, of utmost significance. Therefore, Ye Fei's words held considerable weight, especially given the confidence evident in his tone regarding Lin Jingtian's imminent arrival. "What exactly do you wish to convey?" Upon hearing Lin Jingtian and Oppo's suspicion over the phone, a smile crept across Ye Fei and Oppo's face. "You need not worry about that. You and Oppo's LL understand once you arrive." Ye Fei and Oppo's words sent a shiver down Lin Jingtian and Oppo's spine, prompting him to instruct his secretary to drive him to Ye Fei and Oppo's company, King Investment. After merely half an hour, Lin Jingtian knocked on Ye Fei's door. "Oh, is that you, Director Lin?" Ye Fei feigned surprise upon seeing Lin Jingtian. "All right, Director Lin." Although Lin Jingtian held a degree of respect for Ye Fei, he promptly slammed a stack of documents onto Lin Jingtian's desk. "Take a look at this, Director Lin." Ye Fei refrained from elaborating, for everything was meticulously detailed within the documents, and he desired no further dialogue with Lin Jingtian. Lin Jingtian and Oppo's anger flared as he regarded the stack of papers. His eyes widened, ready to unleash his fury upon Ye Fei. However, the bold words emblazoned on the documents caught his attention, the very secrets that dwelled in the depths of his heart. How is this possible? As Lin Jingtian perused the documents, a tumult of emotions stirred within him. He believed he had handled everything with sufficient cunning, yet Ye Fei had managed to uncover it all. "How did you come by this information?" Cold sweat beaded on Lin Jingtian and Oppo's brow as he grew increasingly anxious with each glance at the papers. Frustrated, he slammed the documents onto the table and glared at Ye Fei. "You need not concern yourself with that." Ye Fei chuckled, flipping to the last page of the documents. "I suggest you examine this page closely." Lin Jingtian cast a skeptical glance at Ye Fei, but as he read halfway through the contents, he erupted in fury. "Is this true?" Ye Fei merely nodded. "No, it cannot be. My wife and I share a profound love. How could she possibly commit such an act?" Ye Fei smiled and retorted, "Then do continue reading. There is plenty of evidence, and your son is not truly yours. So as I said, there's no need to concern yourself with him. Am I mistaken?" With a heart intent on vengeance, Ye Fei aimed to make the Lin family pay dearly, knowing that mere words would not suffice. As Lin Jingtian flipped through the documents, he felt an overwhelming sense of betrayal. Although he had always respected his wife at home, he had never anticipated her infidelity. Is more evidence required? Observing Lin Jingtian and Oppo's reaction, Ye Fei realized he had achieved his objective. "Now, let us discuss the matter of your company's equity distribution." With a grin, Ye Fei revealed his true intentions. "I can overlook your embezzlement, but I request that you sell all your shares to me. You are a clever man, Director Lin. I trust you understand what must be done." Ye Fei's words left Lin Jingtian drenched in sweat. A chairman of his stature, accustomed to numerous high-stakes situations, now found himself at a loss for words. What? Does Director Lin not wish to sell? Nonetheless, Ye Fei continued, it matters not. Even if you refuse, I will find a way to acquire them. I merely sought to offer you a more favorable exit. Ye Fei spread his hands, laying bare his strategy. He felt a twinge of pity for Lin Jingtian, a chairman rendered subservient to his wife, who had betrayed him, leaving him adorned with metaphorical horns. The most tragic realization for Ye Fei was that the son he had raised for over 20 years was not his own. Moreover, Ye Fei had no desire to drive Lin Jingtian to the brink. After all, a cornered dog may leap over a wall, and a desperate rabbit may bite. Always allowing a sliver of hope to remain. This ensured his victories came without a fight. Lin Jingtian's situation was no different. However, Ye Fei had been thorough this time, exposing all of Lin Jingtian's transgressions, including both his embezzlement and his wife's infidelity. Yet, what truly shattered Lin Jingtian was the revelation that his son was a fraud, a truth Ye Fei deliberately allowed him to uncover. The Long family was merely a fade, a means to instill a sense of caution in Lin Jingtian, preventing rash decisions and allowing Ye Fei to achieve his goals. As anticipated, Lin Jingtian hesitated, yet ultimately chose to sign the documents. Director Lin, you are indeed a man of promptness. After Lin Jingtian transferred all his shares to Ye Fei clapped him on the shoulder and laughed heartily. From that moment on, Ye Fei became the largest shareholder of Tianhong Group, while others were relegated to minor shareholders, with the Long family standing as the second largest stakeholder. Ye Fei could confidently assert that Tianhong Group had become his dominion, with no one daring to challenge him. As for the Long family, they were of little concern. The relatively modest Tianhong Group hardly warranted the Long family's attention. Their support for Ye Fei stemmed solely from their recognition of his abilities. Ye Fei was well aware of this and did not hesitate to express his gratitude. In the days that followed, Ye Fei devoted himself wholeheartedly to the operations of Tianhong Group, for it was now his own company, worthy of his utmost diligence. Chapter 36. Lin Yu's shock in the days that followed. Lin Yu, who had been injured by Ye Fei, had recovered and been discharged from the hospital. As soon as he returned home, he intended to seek out his father to complain and to demand retribution, desiring to dismantle Ye Fei and oppose as company. However, after searching for a considerable time, he found no trace of his father. Just as Lin Yu lay exasperated on the sofa, preparing to call his father, a voice suddenly emerged at the doorway. Upon seeing the unexpected visitor at his home, Lin Yu was filled with rage and charged forward, ready to strike, but was promptly restrained. What do you intend to do? I must remind you that trespassing is a serious offense. The visitor laughed at Lin Yu and Appo's words. You wish to report me? The others accompanying him responded with mocking laughter, asking, Lin Yu, what are you still doing here? Has your father not informed you of anything? Confused, Lin Yu gazed at the intruder, questioning, what do you mean? The visitor shook his head and replied, I mean no harm. However, your father has embezzled funds, jeopardizing the interests of the Lin family. We are here to seize your family's possessions to compensate for our losses. With that, the visitor instructed his companions to begin removing items from Lin Yu and Appo's home. Lin Yu soon realized that these individuals were distant relatives of his family. It turned out that just a few days prior, Lin Jingtian had sold off all the valuables from their home and fled with the money. With only an unfaithful wife and a son who bore no relation to him, Lin Jingtian had no reason to leave anything behind. In the ensuing days, several groups from the Lin family had arrived, all intent on collecting their share of the belongings. Observing the dazed Lin Yu, the visitor commanded two of his companions to throw Lin Yu out, coldly stating, do not hinder our work. Their words ignited a fury in Lin Yu, compelling him to call his father. What's going on? Lin Jingtian's voice on the other end was laced with suppressed rage, but Lin Yu, oblivious to the tension, boldly exclaimed, Dad, someone is robbing our home. Why aren't you doing anything about it? As soon as Lin Yu's words escaped his lips, Lin Jingtian erupted. Please don't abandon me. Our home is being emptied, and they accuse you of embezzling funds. You must come back." However, Lin Yu's words only fueled Lin Jing Tian's anger further. "Stay far away from me. I've said it before, you're not my son. As for the house, the car, everything, it has nothing to do with you." With that, Lin Jing Tian abruptly hung up, leaving Lin Yu bewildered. Yet, deep down, he sensed something was amiss, prompting him to call his mother. "Mom, what is happening? Why doesn't Dad recognize me anymore?" "Leave me alone. I have no time for you," his mother retorted. "Your father is right. You are not his biological son. As for you, get as far away as possible." Her words struck Lin Yu like a bolt from the blue, causing him to collapse to the ground, drenched in sweat. If Lin Jing Tian was no longer his father, then those he had previously wronged would surely not spare him. "How can this be? My father is my father. How could he not be my father? Mother, please Don and Appo's. Deceive me." The tremor in Lin Yu and Appo's voice betrayed his despair. Although he struggled to comprehend the truth, the attitudes of both Lin Jing Tian and his mother confirmed the grim reality. Yet, by the time Lin Yu and Appo's mother had severed the call, she had already cut him off, leaving him unable to express his disbelief. Accepting this truth meant he would no longer have a stronghold. He would simply be an ordinary citizen. Without Lin Jing Tian's support, Lin Yu was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter in Rongqing. Refusing to accept such a fate, Lin Yu took a taxi to his mother's location. Meanwhile, the intruders chuckled at his disarray, continuing to clear out the villa, sealing it with a notice of auction. At that moment, Ye Fei was in the office of Tianhong Group, implementing bold reforms. He had chosen not to involve himself further in Lin Jing Tian's affairs, as Tianhong Group had now become a subsidiary of the King Investment Company. Ye Fei had no intention of meddling in the personal life of the former chairman. However, he also refrained from reporting Lin Jing Tian's misdemeanors, believing that as long as he managed the company well, the past was irrelevant. This was a strategy Ye Fei was adept at. However, it was also a double-edged sword, as embezzlement was a perilous path once embarked upon. While Ye Fei was addressing his team in a meeting, his phone suddenly rang. Noticing the contact from Long Tongue, Ye Fei felt a twinge of confusion. Ordinarily, Long Tongue would not reach out to him, despite Tianhong Group now being under Ye Fei's management and also affiliated with the Long family. He had not made any further moves. Valuing integrity in business dealings, Ye Fei answered the call without guilt. But Long Tongue's voice on the other end was choked with emotion. "Ye Fei, you must come quickly. My father has been severely injured." Taken aback, Ye Fei hurriedly drove to the Long family villa. Long Sanxian, the patriarch, was known for his kindness. It was inconceivable that he would have antagonized anyone in Rongqing. Who could possibly have harmed the elder? Such thoughts plagued Ye Fei as he drove, but he knew that answers awaited him at the Long family residence. Driving swiftly, he did receive a few traffic tickets, but ultimately arrived safely at the villa. As he stepped out of the car, he noticed the old butler seemed to have been waiting for him, leading him into a lavish villa within the Long family estate. Upon entering, Ye Fei's brow furrowed at the sight of Long Sanqian lying on the bed. "Who could dare to injure you, Elder Long?" Chapter 37. Long Sanqian's injury. Long Sanqian, in a state of extreme weakness, leaned against the bed, preparing to utter something. However, a girl beside him spoke first, directly pointing at Ye Fei and berating him. "If it weren't for you, my grandfather would have been injured. You are to blame for all of this." "Me?" Ye Fei replied, his tone laced with confusion. At that moment, he felt utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what this girl was insinuating. He had done nothing. How could he possibly be connected to the injuries of the old Master Long? "It is indeed because of you. If it weren't for you, my grandfather would have been attacked by that group of scoundrels with the surname Yi." The girl reiterated her accusations, and at last, Ye Fei grasped the situation. The Yi family, yet again? Even in this place, they had not spared him. Moreover, they had harmed the old Master Long. Such behavior was utterly outrageous. Upon hearing the girl's words, Ye Fei felt a twinge of guilt. It was indeed his fault that the old Master Long had sustained such severe injuries. And, considering his advanced age, such wounds would be particularly challenging for him to recover from. Others cast glances at Ye Fei that held traces of resentment. Yet the formidable reputation of the old Master Long kept them from expressing their grievances aloud. However, Ye Fei noticed this undercurrent of discontent, which only deepened his feelings of remorse for the old master. I will certainly heal the old Master Long. With that declaration, Ye Fei departed from the Long residence. Look, this guy must be scared, one person remarked. Indeed, the old Master Long was injured on his behalf, and he just runs away. Another added, what a heartless wretch. It's a pity the old master has always protected him. Exactly. With the old master caring for him so much, he doesn't even utter a word? In my opinion, Ye Fei may have some business acumen, but when it comes to courage, he falls woefully short. Indeed, after Ye Fei and Appo's departure, the entire Long household was filled with grievances against him, except for Long Tongue, whose gaze flickered as he watched Ye Fei leave, as if he had something to say. Long Tongue understood that Ye Fei was not jesting, though he was unclear on what gave Ye Fei the confidence to claim he could heal the old master. He trusted Ye Fei's words, a lesson imparted by the old master himself. Upon leaving the Long Villa area, Ye Fei drove directly to a secluded forest. In this world, if there was one person capable of healing the old Master Long, it would be none other than the reclusive Elder Ku Feng. Ye Fei and Appo's last meeting with him was several years prior. Years had passed, and Elder Ku Feng had aged considerably. Not only did his face bear more wrinkles, but his limbs also lacked their former agility. Upon seeing Ye Fei, Elder Ku Feng's face brightened with joy. So, young man, have you finally come to your senses? Preferring not to spend the rest of his life in the mountains. Eventually, Ye Fei ceased visiting the old man, and Elder Ku Feng gradually stopped mentioning the apprenticeship. However, today upon their reunion, the old man broached the subject once more, insisting that Ye Fei become his disciple. Young man, you possess innate intelligence. You are destined to be my apprentice. Please do not refuse me again. Old man, how many times must I tell you? I truly do not wish to be your disciple. I do not want to spend my remaining days in this remote wilderness. Ye Fei's expression was pained, though his tone softened slightly. What? You didn't come to be my apprentice? Elder Ku Feng's face betrayed a hint of displeasure. He had anticipated that after a few years, Ye Fei would reconsider and seek him out to become his disciple. However, seeing Ye Fei's expression today made it clear that he still had no intention of accepting. Old man, I have come to seek your assistance with a matter. You must help me. Despite Elder Ku Feng and Appo's fervent desire for Ye Fei to become his disciple, Ye Fei held a deep admiration for the old man and Appo's capabilities. No. He gazed at Elder Ku Feng and stated bluntly, Old man, your time on this earth is limited. This was merely a conjecture based on the old man's desperate behavior since Ye Fei's arrival. He could not fathom any other possibility for such urgency. To Ye Fei's surprise, Elder Ku Feng's expression drastically changed upon hearing his words, plunging him into deep contemplation. Seeing the old man's reaction, Ye Fei sensed an opportunity and quickly added, I have a long-standing friendship with the old Master Long. He has done me a great favor, and now he is injured because of me. I must save him. Elder Ku Feng, I know you possess a method to heal the old Master Long's injuries. Please tell me. Fine. I can help to save him. But you must agree to one condition. Upon hearing Elder Ku Feng's words, Ye Fei furrowed his brow and inquired, What condition do you have? My condition is quite simple. You must find me a successor who meets my requirements. If you do not agree, I will not provide you with the means to heal him. Without hesitation, Ye Fei nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I will find you the successor you seek. Very well, take this one pill. As long as the person still has breath, this pill can revive him. Seeing Ye Fei agree to his condition, Elder Ku Feng ceased his lengthy explanations and directly handed over the Wanya pill. As Ye Fei held the small black pill in his palm, he felt no doubt. After all, it was a remedy from Elder Ku Feng, destined to save the old Master Long. Ye Fei had witnessed the old man's extraordinary abilities firsthand. Years ago, in an effort to persuade Ye Fei to become his apprentice, Elder Ku Feng had showcased his unique skills. He could effortlessly control small animals, brew a tea that sharpened the mind, and practiced various breathing techniques. Additionally, his medical skills were renowned among the prominent families in the capital. However, due to his secretive nature, no one knew his exact whereabouts. Chapter 38. A miracle. Ye Fei hurriedly returned to the Long family villa, clutching the Wanya pill given to him by the elderly Ku Feng. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of Long Sanxian lying in bed, clearly on the brink of death. The anguish etched on the face of old Master Long prompted his descendants to murmur amongst themselves. Should we really let him suffer like this? It's unbearable. Indeed, we cannot allow the old man to endure such torment for our sake. Grandfather has been so good to me. It and oppose. It's tragic that he has sacrificed his life for this ungrateful wretch. Exactly. Uncle was so charitable in life. And now he must face such calamity in his twilight years. All because of that Ye Fei. This cannot stand. He overheard the family deliberating over the removal of the oxygen tube, accompanied by the doctors who echoed their sentiments. Yes, given his age and the severity of his injuries, it would be best not to prolong his suffering. If these injuries were inflicted upon a younger person, there might still be hope for recovery, but alas, he is far too old. Sigh, it is what it is. You all must make the decision. Long family head, may you find solace in the inevitable. Some doctors even began to console Long Tongue, urging him not to be too distraught. What do you intend to do? Ye Fei furrowed his brow and quickened his pace, approaching old Master Long's bedside, blocking the descendants and doctors who were poised to remove the oxygen tube. Ye Fei, what business do you have here? This is a matter for the Long family, and you, an outsider, should not interfere. Long Sanxian's granddaughter cried out in despair and fury upon seeing Ye Fei. The other members of the Long family glared at him, their eyes filled with hostility. Haven't you caused enough suffering for the old man? What more do you want? Faced with the anger of the Long family, Ye Fei clenched his fists and shouted, "What? Do you truly wish for the old man to die? I can save him." It was forcefully knocked from his hand by Long Sanxian's granddaughter. Fortunately, Ye Fei was quick enough to prevent the precious pill from falling to the ground. What do you think you're doing? Is my grandfather not suffering enough? Why would you give him such a peculiar substance? Step aside. I will not ask you again. With a fierce glare, Ye Fei considered the gravity of the situation. Had he not acted swiftly, the Wanya pill would have been lost. Setting aside the possibility of obtaining another from Ku Feng, even if he could, Long Sanxian's condition would not withstand the time it would take for Ye Fei to retrieve it. Thus, his anger towards Long Sanxian's granddaughter was palpable. Seeing Ye Fei's determination, Long Tongue spoke up, "Linger, step aside. I trust Ye Fei, and so does your grandfather." His words had an effect. Despite her reluctance, Long Linger pouted and moved aside, muttering under her breath, "You wretched fellow, if anything happens to my grandfather, you will pay dearly for it." Ye Fei paid no heed to her murmurs, swiftly moving to Long Sanxian and Appo's side to administer the Wanya pill. Although Long Sanxian was barely conscious, the pill dissolved instantly upon contact, taking effect almost immediately. The pallor of his face transformed, regaining a hint of color, and the various medical instruments surrounding him surged from dangerously low levels to those of a healthy individual. Everyone present was rendered speechless by the miraculous turn of events. How is this possible? Is this a miracle? The old man has come back to life. This is wonderful. How did you achieve this? Indeed, Mr. Yi, this is a unique and unparalleled miracle in medical history. Wonderful. Grandfather, you are finally awake. Upon seeing Long Sanxian regain consciousness, Long Linger wept as she leaned over his bedside, while Long Tongue's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He approached Ye Fei, bowing deeply in gratitude. "Ye Fei, I cannot thank you enough. Had it not been for you, my father would surely have." Ye Fei smiled gently in response to Long Tongue's gratitude. "It is nothing. I'm just relieved that the old gentleman is well." Long Linger, her cheeks flushed, stood and apologized. "Ye Fei, I am sorry for my earlier outburst. I should not have obstructed your efforts to save my grandfather. However, I still harbor resentment towards you. If it were not for you, my grandfather would not have suffered such grievous injuries. Even though you saved him, I cannot overlook the fact that this situation arose because of you. With that, Long Ling and Appo's, returned to her grandfather and Appo's side, helping him sit up. Long Sanxian turned to Ye Fei, clasping his hands together in gratitude. Young friendy, I am truly indebted to you. Had it not been for your intervention, I fear my life would have ended on the path to the underworld. Attempting to rise from his bed to bow in thanks, Ye Fei gently halted him. There is no need for such formalities, old sir. You have done me a great kindness, and besides, this predicament arose from my actions. Your recovery is the most important matter at hand. But you have indeed saved my life, and despite the earlier difficulties posed by my family, you did not waver. I am profoundly grateful. If there is ever anything the Long family can assist you with, do not hesitate to ask. We will do our utmost to fulfill your requests. Long Sanxian and Appo's sincerity was palpable, free of any pretense. Old sir, please focus on your recovery. That is of utmost importance. We can discuss other matters later. Ye Fei chuckled as he helped Long Sanxian back onto the bed. The other Long family members, having witnessed their elder's words, also bowed in apology to Ye Fei. At that moment, Ye Fei's phone rang unexpectedly. He glanced at the screen to see a number from the capital. Though it was unfamiliar, a sense of foreboding washed over him. As soon as he answered, an exceedingly unpleasant voice greeted him. Ye Fei, my dear nephew, do you remember your second uncle? Chapter 39. The head of the Ye family, Ye Ning, upon hearing the voice on the other end of the line, Ye Fei furrowed his brow slightly. The caller was none other than Ye Ning, the head of the Ye family, who had once expelled Ye Fei from his home. Ah, Ye Fei, I didn't expect that after leaving the Ye family for such a short time, you would forget even the most basic courtesies. By virtue of our kinship, you ought to address me as second uncle. Second uncle? I certainly do not have a second uncle like you. Ye Fei's tone remained calm, devoid of any emotion, which caused Ye Ning's expression to darken. Ye Fei, I admit my fault regarding Long Sanxian. I had no idea that old man would be so fragile. Although Ye Ning's words seemed apologetic, they dripped with sarcasm, prompting Ye Fei to respond with a cold smile. It is of no consequence. Old Master Long has been cured. As for you, bring on your schemes, but do not involve others. Huh. Ye Fei, do you truly believe I am that sort of person? Coincidentally, I am in Rong City today. Would you care to come and visit me? We could reminisce about old times. I will send you my address. Upon hearing Ye Fei's words, Ye Ning did not take offense, but rather extended an invitation for Ye Fei to be his guest. After glancing at the address on his phone and informing Long Sanxian, Ye Fei made his way to the specified location. Traffic in Rong City was light, and Ye Fei drove swiftly, arriving at the CAF mentioned by Ye Ning in under 10 minutes. The atmosphere was eerily silent, a typical tactic of Ye Ning. Whenever he undertook a task, he would clear the area of all onlookers. The influence of the Ye family made such feats effortless. Ye Fei pushed open the door of the CF, only to find it devoid of patrons. A lone man in a dark suit sat at the farthest corner. Upon spotting Ye Fei, a smug smile crept across the man's face. Ye Fei, my dear nephew, seeing you brings me great joy. I have brought you something of value this time. Observing Ye Ning's pretentious demeanor, Ye Fei chose silence and simply took a seat opposite him. Ah, Ye Fei, look at how formal you become. As a child, you were particularly fond of me, and I often brought you delightful gifts. Have you truly forgotten all that in just a few years since leaving the Ye family? I still remember the times you spent with your father. They are fond memories indeed. With a furrowed brow, Ye Fei interrupted, Ye Ning, if you have something to say, speak plainly. There is no affection between us to discuss. Ye fils unyeding demanor ingitet ye ninzire. Slamming his hand on the table, he stood and shouted, Ye Fei, I am aware that you have established a company in Rong City, and it appears to be thriving. However, I, Ye Ning, am here to inform you that you must dissolve this company. In return, I will offer you 10 million, and you will leave for abroad. If this is all you came to discuss, then let me assure you, it is absolutely out of the question. With that, Ye Fei rose to leave, denying Ye Ning any chance for rebuttal. Ye Fei and Appo's Fei's decisive rejection caught Yi Ning off guard, prompting him to roar at Ye Fei and Appo's retreating figure. You must comply with my demands today. Whether you agree or not, you will comply. If you refuse my terms, you will find it difficult to survive in Rong City. I cannot guarantee your safety or even your life. Yi Ning's eyes glinted with menace, resembling a predator ready to strike. Ah, suit yourself. Ye Fei chuckled and stepped through the CAF's door, fully aware of Yi Ning's impending threats. Ye Fei had anticipated this confrontation. He understood that once he came under Yi Ning's scrutiny, the latter would not allow him to live peacefully. After all, Yi Ning had resorted to underhanded tactics to expel Ye Fei from the family. Should the Yi family witness Ye Fei's success, Yi Ning's position as head would be jeopardized, a scenario he would never permit. However, Ye Fei paid no heed to Yi Ning's intimidation. It was utterly ludicrous. The more aggressive Yi Ning became, the clearer it was to Ye Fei that his adversary was gripped by fear. There was no chance Ye Fei would relent. He intended to make Yi Ning pay the price. After Ye Fei departed, Yi Ning slammed his coffee cup onto the ground, hot liquid splattering everywhere. How infuriating! How dare Ye Fei act so arrogantly? Bring someone to teach him a lesson, and prepare the other matter as well. However, do not kill him just yet. A warning will suffice. Killing him now would serve no benefit. Yi Ning's face was a mask of fury, yet he managed to suppress it. As Ye Fei drove home, passing through a narrow alley, a group of burly men suddenly blocked his path. Step aside, Ye Fei called coldly, observing the men outside his window. Ah, you've quite the temper, young man. Someone has instructed us that you must fall here today. Brothers, charge. The apparent leader commanded his men to encircle Ye Fei's vehicle, attempting to force the door open. Ye Fei chuckled, opening the car door and stepping out. If you're sent by Yi Ning, then I must say, he has not conducted a thorough investigation into me. Gently flexing his joints, Ye Fei's body emitted a series of crackling sounds. You think you can challenge me with just a few of you? Is this kid actually a martial artist? So what? Brothers, together now. Break his legs. The leader bellowed, raising a metal rod and charging at Ye Fei. Ye Fei swiftly removed his jacket and tossed it into the car before delivering a powerful kick to the leader's abdomen. The man staggered backward, clutching his stomach in agony as he collapsed onto the ground. What are you all waiting for? Get in there. Despite his pain, the leader yelled at his subordinates. Encouraged by their leader's voice, the group of henchmen overcame their fear and rushed at Ye Fei, wielding rods and pipes. Ye Fei laughed, dispatching the thugs with a few well-placed strikes. Is this all you've got? Perhaps you should practice for a couple more years. With that, Ye Fei turned to leave. At that moment, a swift gust of wind rushed from behind him. Ye Fei exerted all his strength to evade the attack. But the assailant still landed a solid blow on his back, propelling him against his own car. Huh, you truly are weak. I cannot fathom how someone like you could garner such attention from the head of the Yi family. Chapter 40. Ye Fei's injury and overwhelming force nearly rendered Ye Fei unconscious. As he turned around, he was startled to find that the space behind him was utterly vacant, devoid of any presence. Who could it be? Brother Ye Fei. A thought echoed in his mind, followed by a wave of dizziness that caused him to collapse to the ground. Just before succumbing to unconsciousness, he heard a woman's familiar exclamation, and his vision caught sight of a pair of youthful feet. Wang Shuang. Upon hearing her voice, Ye Fei felt an immediate sense of relief, and then he lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Wang Shuang, witnessing Ye Fei and Appo's unconscious form alongside the gangster strewn about, felt a pang of heartache. She hurried to his side, checking his carotid artery and finding a pulse, which brought her some comfort. Yet, the brutal scene around her still frightened her, filling her heart with guilt. Seeing the gangsters, Wang Shuang was suddenly reminded of Lin Yu and his associates, who had previously caused trouble at Ye Fei's company. Guilt washed over her. These individuals must have come looking for her, and Ye Fei had bravely defended her against them. Now, seeing the blood trickling from Ye Fei's mouth, she felt a surge of sorrow. Brother Ye Fei, please wake up. Wang Shuang gently shook the unconscious Ye Fei, but he showed no signs of revival. Determined, she lifted him onto her back and, step by step, laboriously made her way towards the Yi family residence. I must leave this place quickly, otherwise, Those ruffians will awaken and surely not spare brother Ye Fei, she thought as she staggered onward. Upon reaching the entrance, the butler, Ah Fu, rushed forward upon seeing Wang Shuang's distressed state and carefully took Ye Fei from her back. "Madam, what has transpired?" Ah Fu inquired, furrowing his brow as he supported Ye Fei. I don't know. When I found them, brother Ye Fei and the gangsters were lying on a roadside. I feared for brother Ye Fei's safety if they woke up, so I hurriedly brought him back," Wang Shuang gasped, fatigue evident in her voice. Upon hearing her explanation, a glint of cold resolve appeared in Ah Fu's eyes, and he asked directly, "Where did you find the young master?" "Over there." Wang Shuang pointed to the location where she discovered Ye Fei. Ah Fu nodded slightly, instructing some servants to assist Wang Shuang and Ye Fei before leading a few bodyguards back to the scene of the incident. After resting briefly, Wang Shuang went to care for Ye Fei in his room. When Ye Fei finally awoke, it was the early hours of the following day. He saw Wang Shuang peacefully asleep by his bedside, and his heart softened. He gently stroked her hair. "Shuang, thank you. Brother Ye Fei, you're awake. I'm so relieved." Wang Shuang stirred, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at his hand. "I'm fine. Thank you, Shuang." Ye Fei's words caused her tears to flow freely. After comforting her for a while, Wang Shuang finally drifted back to sleep. Once she was soundly asleep, Ye Fei stepped outside, where Ah Fu had been waiting. "Young master, you are awake at last. Those responsible have been apprehended. It has been confirmed that it was Yi Ning's doing," Ah Fu reported, his face etched with a fierce determination as he made a slashing gesture across his throat. "Handle it as you see fit, but ensure it is done cleanly." After saying this, Ye Fei departed from home, driving towards the residence of Elder Ku Feng. Though he still bore injuries, Ye Fei could not afford to rest. The thought of Elder Ku Feng passing away while he recuperated was unbearable. Ye Fei had sustained significant injuries, as the assailants had aimed for his vital points. While the force was not lethal, it was sufficient to confine him to bed for 2 to 3 months. Had he not trained in martial arts, he might still be unconscious. Ye Fei estimated that his recovery would take at least 6 months, a duration during which he worried that Elder Ku Feng might not endure. Thus, he made his way to the elder's home before fully healing. Upon arriving, Elder Ku Feng gazed at Ye Fei's face with a sigh of concern. "How could this happen? It is impossible. What could have changed?" "Ye Fei, what transpired today?" Elder Ku Feng's demeanor left Ye Fei perplexed. "What is it? Why do you keep staring at me?" With a slight frown, Elder Ku Feng stated bluntly, "Ye Fei, your fate has altered. Your future path is fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to your demise." Seeing the elder's serious expression, Ye Fei smiled faintly. "Elder Ku Feng, do you possess the ability to read fortunes?" "Please, do not jest. I have come to discuss a serious matter. I am not jesting. Your fate has indeed changed. When I last saw you years ago, you bore the mark of royalty, but now it has transformed. Therefore, I ask, what happened to you today?" Ye Fei felt a tremor, but was reluctant to divulge the day's events, not wishing to involve Elder Ku Feng in the conflicts between the Yi family and himself. Despite the elder's peculiar abilities, the Yi family's influence was too vast for even him to contend with. "Hey, you don't believe me? Do you wish for me to recount your childhood tales of bedwetting at 3 or cry from an octopus bite in the sand at 5? Elder Ku Feng teased, revealing embarrassing moments from Ye Fei's past. Hearing this, Ye Fei was taken aback. "I believe you, but I still cannot share what happened today." "Very well. Then first drink this potion." Elder Ku Feng produced a vial of liquid from behind him and handed it to Ye Fei. Without hesitation, Ye Fei accepted the potion and drank it down in one swift motion. "Are you not afraid I poisoned it? What if I threaten you to become my disciple?" Elder Ku Feng remarked, astonished by Ye Fei and Appo's decisiveness. Chapter 41. 3 days of memorization. Ye Fei smiled slightly and stated, "Impossible. Anyone in the world could kill me. But you cannot." The trust that Ye Fei placed in the old man, Ku Feng, filled the latter's heart with satisfaction. Looking at Ye Fei, he sighed, "Alas, what a pity. If only you could become my disciple." "Stop. I have said I will help you find an heir, and I will certainly do so." Ye Fei interrupted Ku Feng before he could finish his thought. "Very well, but since you are not my disciple, I must charge you for the potion." Ku Feng sighed lightly, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. What? Ye Fei asked, puzzled. You think my medicine is free of charge? Ku Feng rolled his eyes and stated bluntly. How much? Ye Fei inquired directly, observing Ku Feng's demeanor. No money is required, but you must memorize these texts. Otherwise, you shall not leave. You know my methods. If I do not wish for you to depart, you cannot exit this mountain. Ku Feng said with a smile, gesturing toward the thick stack of books beside him. Fine, I shall memorize them. Without hesitation, Ye Fei agreed, understanding that, as Ku Feng had mentioned, if the old man did not want him to leave, he truly could not escape the mountain. This was the remarkable aspect of Ku Feng. However, his capabilities extended beyond this. The wondrous potion that healed Long Sanqian, as well as the miraculous elixirs Ye Fei utilized for his injuries, were both crafted by Ku Feng. Despite having known each other for years, Ye Fei had only scratched the surface of Ku Feng's true power. Thus, when Ku Feng requested payment in the form of memorization, Ye Fei readily acquiesced. Good lad, I knew I did not misjudge you. Ku Feng exclaimed, setting the books aside and stepping out, leaving Ye Fei alone with the stack. Ye Fei casually picked up a book, only to find it lacked a title, merely a cover, followed by some obscure and difficult content. Among the books were medical texts and volumes on metaphysics. Although the quantity was vast, Ye Fei was confident that, with his skills, he could memorize them all in just a few days. This was precisely why Ku Feng was so eager to take Ye Fei as his disciple. According to Ku Feng, Ye Fei's learning and memory abilities were unparalleled, making him the most formidable individual he had encountered, which fueled his desire to have Ye Fei as his apprentice. However, Ye Fei's thoughts were not set on such pursuits in the depths of the mountains, hence he had never accepted Ku Feng's offer. In the days that followed, Ye Fei spent his time memorizing texts. Having only enjoyed a meal prepared by Ku Feng on the first morning of his arrival, a dish that could only be described as divine. Regrettably, in the subsequent 3 days, Ku Feng did not prepare a single meal. When Ye Fei inquired, Ku Feng simply replied that he was unwilling. Given Ku Feng's refusal, Ye Fei could not compel him to cook, so he took it upon himself. However, Ye Fei had never cooked before. Although his learning capacity was exceptional, the meals he prepared were merely acceptable, yet not inedible. Nevertheless, Ku Feng continued to criticize Ye Fei for not putting enough effort into his cooking. Over the course of these 3 days, the rapport between Ye Fei and Ku Feng grew remarkably harmonious, subtly nurturing a sense of camaraderie akin to that of a master and disciple. Yet, both were taciturn about this unspoken bond. In just 3 days, Ye Fei successfully memorized all the texts Ku Feng had assigned. Upon reciting the final word, he turned to Ku Feng, who wore a smile. Very good, truly impressive. I did not expect you to memorize all my texts in such a short time. Since you have fulfilled your end of the bargain, you may leave. I shall no longer impede your departure. Indeed, take care. I will find an heir for you as swiftly as possible. Ye Fei nodded, turning to leave, but not before reminding Ku Feng of his promise to assist in finding an heir. Although the texts he had memorized were rather obscure and difficult to comprehend, Ye Fei sensed that they contained the essence of Ku Feng and Appo's own skills. To sever any lingering thoughts Ku Feng might have about him becoming a disciple, Ye Fei reiterated his commitment to assist in finding an heir. However, to Ye Fei's surprise, Ku Feng burst into hearty laughter upon hearing his words. Ha, Ye Fei, there is no need to search. With your intellect, you have likely already deduced the answer. A jolt of unease surged through Ye Fei at Ku Feng's words, a foreboding feeling creeping in. Before he could finish his thought, Ye Fei felt a sudden force at the back of his neck, and he promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. Young lad, I, Ku Feng, have lived for over 150 years, encountering countless talented individuals. Yet the miracles you have created are simply too numerous, stirring even my heart. Though you are reluctant to become my disciple, my time is limited, and I must resort to this method. Should you awaken and harbor resentment towards me, so be it. With that, Ku Feng lifted Ye Fei and positioned him in a pose conducive to receiving energy. Fortunately, Ye Fei had practiced martial arts, granting him commendable flexibility, which elicited further admiration from Ku Feng. Good lad, should my abilities truly be inherited by you, you would undoubtedly become a radiant star in this world. After arranging Ye Fei's posture, Ku Feng removed Ye Fei's upper garment and pressed his palms firmly against Ye Fei's back. His internal Longshun true qi began to surge wildly, flowing steadily into Ye Fei and Amp, Appo's body under Ku Feng and Amp, Appo's precise control. Remarkable. Despite lacking internal cultivation, your meridians are exceptionally broad. Were it not for my limited time, I would desire to train you further. As time passed, Ku Feng's Longshun true qi gradually accumulated within Ye Fei, and under Ku Feng's guidance, it began to circulate autonomously within Ye Fei and Appo's body. Meanwhile, the color drained from Ku Feng and Appo's face until he could scarcely stand, leaning against Ye Fei, transferring the last remnants of his Longshun true qi into him. Chapter 42. The Legacy of the Old Man of Bitter Maple upon losing his last breath of Changchun true qi. The old man of Bitter Maple collapsed softly beside Ye Fei. When Ye Fei awoke again, he opened his eyes to find the lifeless body of the old man, now cold as ice. A flicker of sorrow crossed Ye Fei's gaze. Old man of Bitter Maple, what have you done to yourself? As Ye Fei arranged the old man's body with care, a slip of paper fell from his robes. Picking it up, Ye Fei quickly understood the gravity of the situation. Old man of Bitter Maple, even in death, you continue to scheme against me. It turned out that the old man had only half a year left to live before Ye Fei's arrival, which explained his earlier agitation and his request for Ye Fei to find a successor. Fearing that his skills would be lost forever due to his shortened life and Ye Fei's altered fate, the old man seized the opportunity presented by Ye Fei's injuries to impart his entire knowledge to him. Additionally, he revealed that he had a younger brother, the old man of Bitter Medicine, who was a notorious villain. Unlike the old man of Bitter Maple, the old man of Bitter Medicine had engaged in dark arts to concoct numerous longevity elixirs. The old man of Bitter Maple, fearing for the safety of his legacy after his death, entrusted all his teachings to Ye Fei and instructed him to incinerate everything in the vicinity. Ye Fei honored his promise, laying the old man's body in the wooden cabin and setting ablaze all traces of his existence. Kneeling thrice in reverence before the roaring flames, he murmured, "Master, may you journey well." Although the old man had played a subtle trick when imparting his skills, he had nonetheless shared his most treasured knowledge with Ye Fei and had come to his aid on several occasions. In every sense, the old man deserved the title of master. Once all traces were reduced to ashes, Ye Fei departed from the old man's dwelling. Shortly after his departure, a peculiar old man in a black robe appeared at the sight. "Brother, I never imagined you would leave before me, and I certainly did not foresee that you would choose self-immolation to disrupt the heavens and cloud my judgment. What a masterstroke you've played. But alas, without you, who can stand in my way now?" The strange figure was none other than the old man of Bitter Medicine, who stood seething with rage at the sight of the old man of Bitter Maple's charred remnants. Yet, Ye Fei remained blissfully unaware of these developments. At King Investment, Wang Tao lounged arrogantly in Ye Fei's office chair, casting a disdainful glance at the employees. "Ha, you lot probably don't even know. I am Wang Tao, your boss Ye Fei's brother-in-law. My sister is your boss and Appo's fiancé. Hurry and fetch me a drink. Do you wish to see me perish from thirst? Believe me, when my brother-in-law returns, he will have each of you dismissed." Though the employees bristled with indignation at Wang Tao's words, they dared not voice their anger. After all, Wang Tao was Ye Fei and Amp, Appo's brother-in-law, and they feared retribution upon Ye Fei and Amp, Appo's return. Ye Fei was known for his swift and decisive actions, instilling a deep-seated fear among the staff of King Investment. Coincidentally, both Ning Xiaoxue and Wang Shuang were absent from the office that day, leaving no one to expose Wang Tao's true nature. The remaining employees had no choice but to endure, complying with Wang Tao's whims. When Wang Tao expressed his desire for a drink, a rather attractive female employee ventured to the conference room to prepare him a fine cup of coffee, which she presented before him. Unbeknownst to her, as soon as she placed the coffee down, Wang Tao audaciously seized her hand. "TSK, TSK, TSK. No wonder you're the darling of the office. Your hands are so much softer than average. What's your name, sweetheart? Why don't you join me? When my brother-in-law returns, I'll ensure he promotes you. Despite her fervent struggle, the young woman could not free herself from Wang Tao's grip. Just as the other employees could no longer contain their outrage, Ye Fei and Appo's voice rang out from the doorway. Wang Tao, release her and get out here. Upon hearing Ye Fei's voice, the employee's face lit up with relief, and she quickly broke free from Wang Tao's stunned grasp, fleeing from the office. The other employees, seeing Ye Fei return, hurriedly gathered around him. Wang Tao, shaken by Ye Fei and Appo's presence, stumbled from his chair and limped toward him, a sycophantic grin plastered across his face. Oh, brother-in-law, what a surprise. I'm not your brother-in-law. How can a Wang family be so shameless? My relationship with your sister ended long ago. Do not continue to cling to me. When your family forced me to pay a bride price, our ties were severed. Now leave my office at once. Ye Fei scolded him, pointing an accusatory finger. The employees who had suffered under Wang Tao's bullying felt a wave of vindication, cheering Ye Fei on. Sister, brother-in-law. Wang Tao attempted to protest, but Ye Fei cut him off. Security, throw this ungrateful wretch out. Furthermore, if he or anyone from the Wang family dares to return, you are to stop them at the door. Throw them out without hesitation. Upon hearing Ye Fei's orders, the security team, led by Wang Guoqiang, sprang into action, swiftly ejecting Wang Tao from King Investment. Unbeknownst to Ye Fei, however, Wang Tao was seized immediately after his expulsion, and his captor was none other than the old man of bitter medicine, whom the old man of bitter maple had warned Ye Fei to be wary of. Chapter 43. Disappearance the following day. At the entrance of King Investment Company, Lu Yinxia, Wang Chong, and Wang Shuyan glared furiously at Wang Guoqiang, who was blocking their way, as they pointed an accusatory finger at him. Where is your chairman? Tell him to come out. Apologies, but our chairman is currently in a meeting, and you three are not permitted to enter our company, Wang Guoqiang replied with a faintly polite smile, unfazed by Lu Yinxia's tantrum. His stance remained resolute. Despite Lu Yinxia rolling on the ground in protest, he would not yield. Having caused considerable trouble for Ye Fei due to his previous mistakes, Wang Guoqiang was determined not to relent this time. Are you going to let us in or not? We are your chairman's in-laws and fiancé, How dare you stop us? Do you want me to have your chairman fire you? Lu Yinxia, seeing that her antics were ineffective, invoked Ye Fei's name in an attempt to intimidate Wang Guoqiang. Wang Guoqiang, hearing her words, could not help but laugh in anger. Madam, I have never encountered someone as brazen as you. When you insulted our director Yi and slandered his reputation, you certainly did not consider you were his in-laws. Nor did you think your daughter is his fiancée, Moreover, our director Yi has no fiancée, Are you here to create chaos? Leave now, or we will have to escort you to the police station. Wang Guoqiang and Appo's disdain for the woman was evident, and his words were razor-sharp. You! Lu Yinxia was left speechless, her finger trembling as she pointed at him. You insolent brat! After all these years, I have never encountered someone as arrogant as you, of your actions. As Wang Guoqiang's words incensed Lu Yinxia to the point of shaking, Wang Chong, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Wang Guoqiang physically. Dad, Mom's sister, what are you doing here? Just as Wang Chong was about to exchange blows with Wang Guoqiang, Wang Shuang and Appo's voice suddenly echoed from behind them. You ungrateful girl, you still remember your parents? Why didn't you die outside? Before they could respond, Wang Shuang, filled with rage, pointed accusingly at her sister. Sister, you are the ones who drove me out. What difference does it make whether I am in that house or not? Wang Shuang retorted, her assertiveness sharpened by her time working with Ye Fei. Wang Shuang, how can you speak to your sister like that? Indeed, how can we not reprimand you? What do you intend to do? Refuse to return home? What can you achieve by staying away? Wang Chong and Lu Yinxia glared at Wang Shuang, their fury palpable. Dad, Mom, why are you causing a scene at Brother Yi and Appo's company? What happened yesterday was handled with great leniency by Brother Yi. How can you still come here to make trouble? Look who learned to turn their elbows outward after just a few days. Wang Shuang and Appo's Words incited Wang Shuyun, who pointed an accusatory finger at her sister. Sister, this is not about turning elbows outward. It's about your brother's outrageous behavior. He shamelessly used your name to harass female colleagues at the company. Ye Fei merely expelled him without involving the police, which is already a generous response. What more do you want? Wang Shuyun's words ignited Wang Shuang's fury, and she revealed Wang Tao and Oppo's misdeeds at King Investment Company. So what? Your brother merely harassed a woman. It's not like he intended to do anything serious. Are today's girls still so conservative? And you, why are you siding with an outsider against your brother? I will not hesitate to teach you a lesson. Lu Yinxia, hearing Wang Shuang's words, felt no remorse for her son's actions and was prepared to strike Wang Shuang. However, Wang Guoqiang would not allow any harm to come to Wang Shuang, who was personally brought in by Director Yi and conducted herself with great propriety. He stepped in to block Lu Yinxia. Brothers, stop wasting your breath with these shameless people. Just throw them out. Wang Guoqiang shouted, and the security personnel behind him stepped forward, ready to eject Lu Yinxia and her companions from King Investment Company. Wang Shuang, your brother did not return home last night. He is missing, and you, as his sister, dare decide with these outsiders against us? After all these years, I regret raising you. Lu Yinxia yelled at Wang Shuang as the burly security guards approached. What? Brother is missing? How is that possible? He left King Investment Company long ago. Wang Shuang gasped in shock at the news of Wang Tao's disappearance and quickly stopped Wang Guoqiang from throwing Lu Yinxia and the others out. She turned to Lu Yinxia, urgency in her voice. Mom, he left yesterday. How could he possibly be missing? You still acknowledge me as your mother? How could I possibly lie about something like this? Your brother is certainly in trouble because of that heartless Ye Fei, which is why there's been no news. Lu Yinxia's eyes burned with anger as she looked at her daughter, filled with disdain for Wang Shuang's polished appearance. That is impossible. Brother Yi would never harm my brother. It cannot be true, Wang Shuang declared resolutely. Impossible? Was impossible. I am indeed unaware of the circumstances surrounding Wang Tao's disappearance. At that moment, Ye Fei and Oppo's voice resonated from behind Wang Shuang, his soothing tone alleviating her anxiety. Brother Yi, I believe my mom and the others would not lie about this. My brother must truly be missing. Chapter 44. The return of the missing person. All right, I understand. Since the person went missing under my watch, I shall retrieve him for you. With narrowed eyes, Ye Fei spoke directly, observing the commotion caused by the Wang family at the company entrance. Wang Guoqiang, kindly escort these individuals out. Do not disrupt our company and Oppo's operations. After issuing his command, Ye Fei ushered Wang Shuang into his office. Yes, Director Yi, Wang Guoqiang responded promptly, leading several burly men who treated Wang Chong, Wang Shuyun, and Lu Yinxia like ragdolls, tossing them out of King Investment Company. You scoundrels! Did you not hear Director Yi and Oppo's instructions? How dare you throw us out? Wang Chong seethed, rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront Wang Guoqiang. However, upon noticing the imposing figures behind him, he hesitated. Just wait, Wang Chong spat, retreating with the two women of the Wang family. Back in the office, Ye Fei furrowed his brow slightly. Find him. Turn Chengdu upside down. I must locate Wang Tao. He disappeared from my King Investment Company, and regardless of whether he is alive or dead, he must be found. Ning Xiaoxuan nodded resolutely, setting out to mobilize all the connections within the company. In an instant, the entire underground and above-ground forces of Chengdu were activated, all for the sake of locating one individual. Once everything was arranged, Ye Fei contacted Long Tung, sharing Wang Tao and Oppo's information and requesting assistance from the Long family to recover the missing man. Despite Wang Tao and Oppo's irksome nature, Ye Fei felt a sense of responsibility. As the disappearance had occurred under his company's watch, he resolved to find Wang Tao, regardless of his fate. Where could Wang Tao possibly be? Ye Fei pondered, gazing out the window, contemplating the whereabouts of a man afflicted by polio. With the might of the Long family and King Investment Company, Wang Tao and Oppo's whereabouts were soon uncovered. Upon receiving the news, Ye Fei drove with Wang Shuang to the location where Wang Tao was found. Remarkably, he appeared unscathed. lying motionless on the ground, his clothes intact. Ye Fei approached and checked for signs of life. He was still breathing. He then carefully placed Wang Tao in the car and returned to the Wang residence. Seeing her son in such a state, Lu Yinxia felt a pang of heartbreak and pointed an accusing finger at Ye Fei. Ye Fei, look at what has become of Wang Tao because of you. This incident occurred at your company. You must compensate us, or I will take you to court. Yes, compensation. Look at my brother and Appo's condition. At least 5 to 6 million should be paid, or we will sue you. Wang Shuyun chimed in, her eyes gleaming at the prospect of monetary gain, all while Wang Tao lay neglected behind them. Preposterous. If you wish to create a scene, feel free. The man is right here. Ye Fei coldly chuckled at Lu Yinxia and Wang Shuyun's demands, firmly grasping Wang Shuaing's hand as they exited the Wang residence. Once home, Ye Fei dismissed the incident from his mind and informed the Long family that Wang Tao had been located, retreating to his room. After all, the notion of him compensating for Wang Tao's disappearance was utterly absurd. The Wang family's insatiable greed only deepened Ye Fei's disdain for them. Do not hold me back. I am the fiancé of your young master. A melodious voice rang out from the entrance of the Yi residence in the evening. Miss, what young master are you speaking of? The butler, Fu Bo, replied skeptically. Do not mistake my age for gullibility. If you do not believe me, ask your young master. Tell him I am the granddaughter of the elder Ku Feng, and see if he comes out. The young woman insisted confidently, intrigued by her assertion. Fu Bo approached Ye Fei. Young master, a woman claims to be your fiancée, and says she is the granddaughter of elder Ku Feng. She does not appear to be lying. Perhaps you should meet her? Fiancée? How can that be? My brother cannot possibly have a fiancée, Wang Shuang exclaimed. Her curiosity piqued. Upon hearing the name elder Ku Feng, Ye Fei felt a flicker of uncertainty. Granddaughter? Why have I never heard of her before? Despite his doubts, he felt compelled to meet her. Fu Bo, please let her in. Very well, young master. Fu Bo nodded and exited, soon returning with a strikingly beautiful woman clad in daring attire. The moment she entered and spotted Ye Fei, she slinked towards him like a serpent, her delicate hand caressing his cheek, exuding familiarity. Feigo, it's me, Xiao Xiao. Do you not recognize me? Taken aback by her boldness, Ye Fei gently pushed the woman, who identified herself as Xiao Xiao, away. Xiao Xiao, I do not recall such an acquaintance. What proof do you have of your identity as the granddaughter of elder Ku Feng? Oh, dear brother, how could you forget me? Li Xiao Xiao. Undeterred by Ye Fei's rejection, Li Xiao Xiao leaned closer, casting a sidelong glance at the visibly perturbed Wang Shuai. If there's nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. You two enjoy your conversation, Wang Shuai stammered, her cheeks flushed from embarrassment as she stood to depart. Shuai, it is not what you think. Ye Fei attempted to clarify, pushing Li Xiao Xiao away once more. Chapter 45. Surrendering the ancestors' possessions. Do not worry, brother Ye Fei. You need not explain anything to me. Wang Shuai forcibly restrained her tears, uttering a terse remark before departing. What exactly do you intend to do? Ye Fei glared at Li Xiao Xiao beside him, his voice laced with anger. What do you mean by do? Li Xiao Xiao responded with a charming smile, her expression betraying a hint of confusion. Who are you, and what brings you to my home? Ye Fei's gaze bore into Li Xiao Xiao, his eyes revealing a hint of malice. Li Xiao Xiao, seemingly intimidated by his demeanor, shrank back and hastily began to explain her identity. Li Xiao Xiao, the granddaughter of the elder Ku Feng. I have come primarily to reclaim my great-grandfather's possessions. Ye Fei regarded Li Xiao Xiao with a growing sense of caution. Although he was unaware of whether elder Ku Feng had descendants, he knew that given the elder's character, he would never divulge such confidential matters to anyone, especially not before Ye Fei had matured. Thus, the authenticity of this woman's claim was highly questionable. Who indeed was she? If she were not a descendant of elder Ku Feng, then only one person could possibly be aware of the elder's demise, his disciple, elder Ku Yao. This revelation illuminated Li Xiao Xiao's true identity. She was undoubtedly associated with Ye Fei and Appo's as adversaries. I am acquainted with elder Ku Feng. However, I have no knowledge of the possessions you speak of. Ye Fei narrowed his eyes at Li Xiao Xiao. Regardless, you are no longer welcome here. Depart my home at once. At Ye Fei and Appo's vehement command, Li Xiao and Appo's heart fluttered with unease, yet she maintained a playful smile, leaning closer to him in an overly familiar manner, as if wishing to press her entire being against him. The more she behaved in such a manner, the more Ye Fei doubted her intentions. With a scowl, he commanded, "Security, please escort this shameless lady out." Upon hearing Ye Fei's outburst, several bodyguards stormed in, swiftly seizing Li Xiao and tossing her outside. It was only once she found herself unceremoniously expelled that Li Xiao finally grasped the situation. However, with the burly bodyguards stationed at the entrance, re-entry was out of the question, leaving her to hurl insults at Ye Fei from outside. "Ye Fei, you are not a man. Ye Fei, you are utterly lacking in masculinity." Listening to Li Xiao's tirade, Ye Fei remained unmoved. As her voice gradually faded into the night, he presumed the matter had concluded. However, in the days that followed, Wang Shuiying began treating him with unexpected courtesy, engaging minimally with him apart from work, which left Ye Fei feeling quite perplexed. To his astonishment, a few mornings later, Ye Fei encountered Li Xiao within his company. Infuriatingly, upon spotting him, Li Xiao playfully stuck out her tongue and attempted to once again cling to him. Fortunately, Ye Fei was quick to retreat into his office. Inside, he found Ning Xiaoxue diligently attending to her tasks. Pointing towards the door, Ye Fei asked Xiaoxue, "What is the story with that woman? Who brought her in?" "Our company has recently acquired Tianhong Group and Rongqing Daily, leading to a shortage of manpower. In the process of recruiting, I found her skills and appearance quite impressive." Fixated on Li Xiao, who was making faces at him through the glass. "But on what grounds?" Ning Xiaoxue seemed troubled, responding, "If someone inquires, we can simply say it was my decision." Ye Fei waved his hand dismissively, insisting on her removal. "But, Chairman Yi, Li Xiao just secured a multi-million-dollar contract with a client this morning and is scheduled to finalize the agreement tomorrow. Dismissing her now could appear as if we are abandoning her after use, especially as the company is in a delicate expansion phase. Such a hasty action could prove detrimental internally," Ning Xiaoxue explained. "What? Are you suggesting this woman managed to land a multi-million-dollar deal? How can that be? Why not? As I mentioned, Li Xiao is exceptionally capable and possesses outstanding qualities. If she wishes to win over a client, it is but a simple task for her. Moreover, if you doubt her, do you also doubt my judgment? I personally selected her for her abilities." Ning Xiaoxue rolled her eyes in response to Ye Fei's skepticism. "Very well, you may return to your duties for now. I need some time alone," Ye Fei conceded, allowing Ning Xiaoxue to continue her work while he practiced the Chongqun Gong taught by Elder Ku Feng in solitude. However, just as Ye Fei began his training, Li Xiao barged in, seizing his wrist. "You can't deny it any longer. You are practicing my family's Chongqun Gong." Beginning to tug at his clothing. "What do you think you're doing? Get off me at once, or I will resort to force." Ye Fei felt a surge of anger at her brazen actions, but recognizing her as a woman, he opted for verbal intimidation. "No, I will not stop." Ye Fei and Appo's threats fell on deaf ears as Li Xiao continued her bold advances. "What are you two doing?" Suddenly, Ning Xiaoxue and Appo's voice, "It's not what you think. You've misunderstood," Ye Fei exclaimed, turning to Li Xiao. "Get off me at once." After a brief explanation to Ning Xiaoxue, Ye Fei turned back to Li Xiao, admonishing her, "You will regret this." With Ning Xiaoxue entering the room, Li Xiao could no longer maintain her position atop Ye Fei and whispered something in his ear before dismounting. Chapter 46. The Dilemma: Is there truly no way to dismiss this woman? Ye Fei inquired, his determination undeterred, as he turned to Ning Xiaoxue. "That is not possible," Ning Xiaoxue replied, shaking her head. "For a company aspiring to grow and thrive, such actions are utterly inadvisable. We cannot let our subordinates down." Redustantly, Ye Fei acquiesced. Could this woman truly possess such remarkable abilities? Nevertheless, her behavior grew increasingly audacious, entering his office as if it were her domain. Many in the company took note, and soon, whispers and rumors began to circulate. Most believe there was an inappropriate relationship between Ye Fei and Li Xiaoxiao, with some embellishing the tale, claiming that she was his mistress. At the front desk, Wang Shuang listened to the gossip around her, feeling a twinge of discomfort. "Knock, knock. Come in," Ye Fei called, setting down the documents in his hands. The knock could not possibly belong to the erratic Li Xiaoxiao. "Shuang, what brings you here?" Ye Fei asked, leaving Ye Fei momentarily bewildered. Why resign suddenly when everything seemed fine? Nevertheless, he nodded in acknowledgement. After all, her pursuit of education was commendable, and he could not hinder her aspirations. "I sincerely appreciate your care over these past days. I will remember it and repay you in the future," Wang Shuang said, her heart heavy with bittersweet gratitude. Ye Fei had helped her in countless ways, and she felt uncertain about how she could ever reciprocate. He could sense that Wang Shuang's mood was not particularly bright, yet he could not discern the cause. "Has someone been troubling you at the company?" he asked gently. "No. My colleagues have treated me well. Regardless, I must thank you," she replied, turning her back to leave, tears glistening in her eyes. She wished to depart quickly, but often eluded him. "Have Xiaoxue come to my office," he instructed. He would certainly assist Wang Shuang in future troubles should they arise. Ye Fei felt his body growing stronger day by day. Each morning brought a refreshing vigor, filling him with energy. He recognized this was due to the Longchun True Qi, although he remained uncertain about its application. However, he began to grasp that the longevity of the old man, Ku Feng, was likely linked to this very energy. The Longchun technique was indeed extraordinary. Especially for those in positions of power who had aged, it held an irresistible allure. "Do you miss your wife?" At that moment, the office door swung open, and Li Xiaoxiao stood before Ye Fei, interrupting his thoughts. "Is there something you need?" Ye Fei replied, glancing at her, feeling a headache at the sight of this bothersome woman. "What will it take for you to return the Longchun technique to me?" Li Xiaoxiao demanda confidently, asserting that it belonged to her family, which irked Ye Fei. "Do you have any evidence to support your claim? Am I simply to take your word for it?" Ye Fei replied. The reason the old man, Ku Feng, had burned all his texts before his death was to prevent their dissemination. He had entrusted them solely to one individual. If Ye Fei were to heed Li Xiaoxiao's words and share the Longchun technique, it would betray the old man's dying wishes. Ye Fei owed Ku Feng a significant debt of gratitude, and he would never act against such an obligation. "I secured a major contract yesterday, worth billions. If you return my ancestors' belongings, I will hand over the contract to you," Li Xiaoxiao asserted, her confidence unwavering. "I'm not interested. You can choose whether or not to give it. As for what you claim, I have no knowledge of it." "He left me nothing," Ye Fei replied defiantly. "Are you attempting to intimidate me?" Ye Fei had never been one to bow to threats, nor would he compromise. Li Xiaoxiao sutudit Ye Fei intently, feeling a headache of her own. This man was impervious to coercion, and she found him utterly unyielding. "If you refuse to return the items, I will ruin this contract, leaving you bankrupt and your company in shambles. Feel free to try. I built my fortune from scratch. Even if I had to start over, it would not faze me." Ye Fei shrugged, finding her threats juvenile. "You." Li Xiaoxiao was at a loss for words. Ye Fei's indifference made him the most challenging opponent, as if he had no vulnerabilities. However, she was convinced that every person had a weakness, and she simply had yet to uncover Ye Fei's. "All right, let me be frank with you. We were duped into signing a bad contract. It involves an unfinished project, and there are hundreds of workers whose wages remain unpaid. Their combined salaries likely amount to several million. Did you offend someone? This situation seems deliberately aimed at you," Li Xiaoxiao continued, scrutinizing Ye Fei for any indication of distress. "Does that mean I can dismiss you?" Ye Fei's expression mingled amusement and disbelief. She had signed such a disastrous contract, and he pondered why he had not terminated her already. Ye Fei understood that he could not place the blame solely on Li Xiaoxiao. Each project underwent thorough review by designated departments. It would be impossible to accidentally sign such a contract without intent. Yet, he could not recall offending anyone in Rongqing, except for perhaps his own relatives. Chapter 47. The mess. If you hand over my great-grandfather's belongings to me now, I can assist you in resolving this matter. Li Xiao, already of considerable lineage, found it trivial to produce sums in the tens of millions. You may as well pack your things and leave. Ye Fei was not swayed by such tactics. The project had originally been signed by Li Xiao, although the responsibility did not rest solely on her shoulders. She bore the brunt of it. Oomph. Li Xiao scoffed and exited Ye Fei and Amp, Oppo's office, eager to observe how he would navigate this predicament. Should he fail, she anticipated he would ultimately come to her, cap in hand. The news of Ye Fei's signing of a disastrous contract rapidly gained traction online. Previously heralded as the investment deity, Ye Fei scrolled through the vitriolic comments, unfazed by the slurs hurled at him. The media buzzed with an array of negative reports, most laced with mockery, as a covert force sought to tarnish King and Oppo's reputation irreparably. In a mere day, the losses had mounted significantly, a figure that continued to escalate, threatening the company and Oppo's very existence. Ning Xiaoxue furrowed her brow, concern etched in her eyes. After all, she had come to regard the company as her own home, laboring diligently. Boss, the stocks you invested in have plummeted drastically, dropping several points in just a few hours. There are those engaging in mass sell-offs at rock-bottom prices. The company and Amp, Oppo's incoming revenue has become negligible, barely sufficient to cover the rent. Our company is on the brink of collapse. Despondency clouded the faces of the executives present. Their fates were intricately tied to the company's fortunes. The more the company profited, the greater their rewards, making them the least eager for its downfall. This isn't the end yet. There's no need for panic. Let us first assess the situation, Ye Fei urged, his brow knitted in frustration at the incessant clamor. Ye Fei soon arrived at the project site, determined to ascertain the circumstances and explore potential remedies. He would not yield without exhausting all options. Upon his arrival, he was met with a pungent odor, a scent only perceptible to him due to his unique constitution. In the sunlit areas of the unfinished building, garments belonging to laborers hung forlornly. Approaching the derelict structure, he entered a vacant room where hard cardboard lay strewn across the floor. There, several laborers, appearing to be in their 30s or 40s, lay shirtless atop the cardboard. Their gaunt faces revealed they had likely gone days without sustenance. Occasional coughs punctuated the air, and a surge of anger welled within Ye Fei as he witnessed the negligence of those responsible for the project. Who are you? Here, to pay us our wages? One laborer, recognizing Ye Fei, rushed forward, his eyes glimmering with hope, a sight that tugged at Ye Fei and Oppo's heartstrings. From this moment forth, this matter falls under my jurisdiction. I will ensure your wages are disbursed promptly, without a single penny owed. Ye Fei nodded earnestly, taking ownership of the situation that rightfully belonged to him. He couldn't shake the suspicion that Li Xiao had intentionally signed this contract to embroil him in disgrace. I don't believe it. You've said that before, and now you must provide us with a resolution. Other laborers converged around him, their foreman having absconded. They had previously protested at the company overseeing the project, only to be dismissed without a second glance. In desperation, they had returned to the unfinished building to take refuge. Indeed, we must receive our payment today. Otherwise, you shall not leave this place. Some impatient laborers physically restrained Ye Fei, preventing his exit. Ye Fei frowned, realizing that departing would not be an easy feat. He could not resort to violence against the laborers, for they were simply victims in this scenario. Please wait. I will call for someone to bring the money. Ye Fei's authoritative voice silenced the crowd. Bring me 10 million. For our company is nearly out of funds. If you hold on to that 10 million, there remains a chance for recovery. Should you exhaust it all, the company will be doomed. Ning Xiaoxue hesitated on the line. If Ye Fei were to part with that 10 million, they would struggle to pay even the wages, despite the substantial profits amassed over the years, overshadowed by enormous expenses. There will be no need for recovery. This time we will prevail, Ye Fei asserted, his tone resolute. He held firm in his belief that they would overcome this challenge. Ning Xiaoxue, recognizing his authority as the boss, refrained from further argument. Soon, she and her team arrived with the funds, a full sack containing 10 million. Do not rush. We will handle this one at a time. Upon seeing Ye Fei with the money, The laborers nearly lunged to seize it. Ye Fei glanced at the wage ledger, noting the total owed was close to 20 million, fueling his indignation at the irresponsibility of the contracting company. They disregarded the welfare of so many for the sake of a paltry sum, exhibiting a complete lack of professional ethics. I can initially settle half of your wages. For the remaining half, I ask for your patience as I devise a solution. Ye Fei knew he could not pay everyone in full. Doing so would leave many without their due, inciting further unrest among those remaining. I don't care. We want our money now. The laborers had long awaited their wages. Even receiving half would amount to a substantial sum, and they recognized that Ye Fei was unlike the individuals they had encountered previously. Chapter 48. What can you do? Ye Fei entrusted the matter of salary disbursement to Ning Xiaoxue, while he needed to address the accommodation and sustenance of these workers, many of whom were afflicted with ailments that required his attention. You're unwell. Allow me to assist you. Ye Fei approached a middle-aged man whose pallor was quite concerning. Yet at that moment, he wore a smile as he counted his half of the wages. For them, receiving their pay to celebrate the new year was the pinnacle of joy after a year of toil for the sake of their families. Are you still a doctor? The middle-aged man regarded Ye Fei with a hint of surprise, lifting his hand in acknowledgement. In his eyes, Ye Fei's youthful success was nothing short of impressive, a feat beyond their reach. Ye Fei nodded, extending his hand to check the man's pulse. He had acquired a wealth of pharmacological knowledge from the venerable Ku Feng, which was now proving invaluable. Though he lacked Ku Feng and Appo's full prowess, he possessed a third of it. In terms of medical skills, Ku Feng was undoubtedly one of the finest in the world. After all, his extensive experience had acquainted him with numerous remedies and diseases, many of which confounded others but yielded to his expertise. This is merely a common cold. Allow me to alleviate your discomfort with some techniques. Later, procure some traditional Chinese medicine, and you shall be well within a day. You are fatigued, take ample rest, or you might find your back in serious trouble. Many of the ailments afflicting these individuals were trivial and non-lethal, and Ye Fei managed to provide temporary relief for their pains. After several hours of diligent work, he had only managed to resolve half of the issues. Meanwhile, Ning Xiaoxue led the laborers to find lodging and meals. Ye Fei's expression hardened. He swiftly discovered the name of the company responsible for the project, Feiyang Real Estate. Feiyang Real Estate was a significant player in Rongqing, yet its reputation was far from stellar, having a history of wage disputes that had been exposed multiple times. Ye Fei gazed at the towering edifice before him. How could a company operating in such opulence be so financially strained? Clearly, Feiyang Real Estate was unwilling to part with its funds, deliberately exploiting the laborers. He ascended to the 26th floor, the office of Feiyang Real Estate. Who are you looking for? A young woman, heavily made up, stood at the reception desk, her eyes reflecting disdain as she regarded Ye Fei's disheveled appearance, the dust from the construction site clinging to him. I seek your manager. Ye Fei paid her disdain no heed, despite his somewhat disheveled state. Do you have an appointment? If not, you must schedule one first. The woman's haughty demeanor suggested she viewed Ye Fei as just another laborer, a common occurrence in their office due to frequent complaints from workers demanding their due wages. I am here to demand an explanation from your company. Ye Fei produced the signed contract from his briefcase and slammed it on the desk before her. The woman quickly examined the contract, her expression shifting as she realized Ye Fei's affiliation was with a partnering company. Her demeanor instantly transformed to one of respect. As she escorted him to a waiting area to meet the manager, Ye Fei's face remained impassive, though his thoughts flickered with frustration. He felt thoroughly ensnared by Li Xiaoxiao, who had laid this trap for him. If it were anyone else, the company might have already collapsed under the pressure. Right this way. The woman soon returned, leading Ye Fei to the office door, where she respectfully knocked. Come in. Inside, Ye Fei encountered a middle-aged man, clad in glasses, whose rotund physique and four-eyed appearance gave off an unsavory vibe. Leave us. Wang Qiao waved dismissively at the woman, turning his attention to Ye Fei. Ah, the legendary king. What brings you here? Should you clarify why the laborers have yet to receive their wages? Ye Fei abruptly placed the contract before Wang Qiao. Is there anything to explain? Isn't this your responsibility? The contract is quite explicit. Wang Xiao spoke with an air of confidence, feeling secure in the presence of the contract. He harbored a hint of jealousy towards Ye Fei, who, despite his youth, had achieved remarkable success. Or perhaps you didn't notice? Should I fetch it for you to examine more closely? Wang Xiao casually strolled to his desk and began rifling through the contract, his demeanor more akin to a street thug than a businessman. Ye Fei's gaze turned icy. It was evident that he was being deliberately deceived, and the entire situation was premeditated. No one can outmaneuver me. One day, you shall pay for your misdeeds. Oh, am I to interpret that as a threat? How frightful. I'm getting old and can't handle such scares. Who would I turn to if something were to happen? Wang Xiao's face was a grotesque mask of laughter, his corpulent features twisting into an odious grin. Humph, Ye Fei scoffed, slamming the door behind him. Ha! He thinks he can achieve success through luck and truly believes he is formidable. He is still young and inexperienced. Wang Xiao dismissed Ye Fei's achievements as mere happenstance, convinced that with similar fortune, he would have long since expanded his company's reach. Meanwhile, in a luxurious hotel, Li Xiaoxiao, though confined within, monitored Ye Fei's every move with a smile. She was curious to see how he would navigate this predicament, believing he would ultimately return, humbled and seeking her favor. The thought of Ye Fei begging for her assistance filled her with delight, for he was the most challenging adversary she had encountered. Most men fell easily into her grasp, and the anticipation of that day only heightened her eagerness, prompting her to hum a cheerful tune. Chapter 49. The preparation of golden healing ointment. When Ye Fei returned to the company, he found that more than half of the staff had already departed. Entering his office, he was taken aback to discover several resignation letters laid upon his desk. 2/3 of the employees had left. Ning Jiao fuere market. Ye Fei nodded. As this was within his expectations, given the dire circumstances of the company, it was entirely natural for some lower-level employees to abandon ship, especially considering their meager compensation. What are your plans next? Ning Xiaoxue inquired, gazing at Ye Fei, sensing an inexplicable certainty that this man before her possessed the means to rectify the current predicament. Please procure some medicinal herbs for me. I have an urgent need, Ye Fei replied, his mind already formulating a strategy. The knowledge imparted to him by the elder Ku Feng was a substantial asset. Huh, are you unwell? Ning Xiaoxue questioned, puzzled, for Ye Fei did not appear to be in ill health. Just gather the items, and you will understand soon enough. Ye Fei swiftly compiled a list of common medicinal ingredients, all of which could be easily found at any reputable herbal shop. Ning Xiaoxue and Appo's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she glanced at Ye Fei, uncertain of his intentions, but she complied nonetheless. Ye Fei had obtained a formula for a renowned healing ointment from the elder Ku Feng. Historically, this ointment was famed for its extraordinary efficacy in treating wounds, often regarded as miraculous due to its ability to expedite healing without leaving scars, a truly remarkable property. Ye Fei was acutely aware that he could not disclose the existence of this extraordinary recipe to others, as doing so would jeopardize his life. The unveiling of such a potion would undoubtedly cause a global uproar, attracting countless threats to his existence. Even in ancient times, such knowledge was a closely guarded secret held by only a select few. Ye Fei resolved to modify the formula for use in treating scars and acne marks, thereby transforming it into a cosmetic product. While still astonishing, this application would remain within the realm of public comprehension. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the entrance, prompting Ye Fei to lift his gaze. A woman appeared before him. Long Linger. Here is 1,000,000. My grandfather sent me to deliver this to you. Long Linger, who had always regarded Ye Fei with disdain, tossed a bank card onto his desk and turned to leave. No need, I can manage on my own. Ye Fei understood that word of his situation had reached Long Sanqian. Despite the goodwill behind the gesture, he felt compelled to decline. Firstly, he did not wish to owe anyone too much. Secondly, if Long Sanqian intervened on his behalf, word would surely reach the Ye family, provoking their ire, and he had no desire to endanger others due to his own issues. Don and Amp. Appo's, TB ungrateful. Long Ling and Amp. Appo's. Retorted, her icy gaze fixed on Ye Fei. To her, he seemed utterly ordinary, and she found it perplexing that her grandfather would show such favor to an outsider. I appreciate the sentiment, but I truly do not require assistance this time. Please convey my message to him, Ye Fei replied, frowning at her dismissive attitude, which he found quite displeasing. Fine. If you believe yourself so capable, I hope you won into Amp. Oppos, T comes seeking our help in the future. Long Ling and Amp. Oppos, snatched the bank card from the desk. Aware that news of the situation had spread like wildfire online, she had kept a close watch, convinced that Ye Fei would be unable to resolve the matter. Echoing the sentiments expressed by many online who claimed that this so-called investment deity, King, was largely inflated. Suit yourself, Ye Fei replied indifferently, returning his focus to his own tasks. He had long since grown accustomed to being underestimated. Ungrateful. Long Ling and Oppos, huffed, aware that few young individuals in Rongqing garnered the attention of Long Sanqian, let alone someone like Ye Fei. Given the high regard in which he was held, she expected him to display a sense of astonishment, yet his nonchalant demeanor irked her, leading her to suspect he was merely pretending. She could not fathom what her grandfather saw in him. Buzz. Ye Fei and Amp. Oppos' phone vibrated on the desk, revealing an unknown number. He promptly dismissed the call, fully aware that it was undoubtedly Li Xiao attempting to check in on him, eager for him to relinquish the knowledge left by the elder Ku phone. However, he was resolute in not granting her wish, for he remained unaware of her true identity. Even if she were indeed the elder's granddaughter, he would not part with the knowledge. She would have to come to him directly. Soon, Ning Xiaoxue returned, burdened with various herbs. Ye Fei nodded appreciatively and quickly began sorting through the materials, as he needed to prepare them with utmost precision. Any deviation from the exact measurements could compromise the desired results. What exactly are you planning? She asked, perplexed by his request for both herbs and cooking pots. Did he intend to brew a potion for himself? Just go, you and Amp. Oppos. LL knows soon enough. Ning Xiaoxue felt a mix of resignation and anticipation, but swiftly retrieved several pressure cookers. I Haven and Oppos. T seen the boss in days. Has he fled? Murmured one of the long-standing employees, who had worked at Ye Fei and Oppos as company for quite some time. Generally, he held Ye Fei in high regard, yet now found himself disillusioned. Ye Fei had sequestered himself in his office, leading the employee to wonder if he was simply giving up. The boss has been in his office these past few days, but it's unclear what he is up to, another employee replied. The remaining staff, primarily executives, still harbored hope for the company's revival. Yet disappointment loomed as losses continued to mount. There seems to be no hope left. We should consider alternative paths. Chapter 50. Scar Removal Ointment. Ye Fei and Oppos' face radiated excitement. Over the past few days, he had endured countless failures, yet each setback only brought him closer to success. He extracted the ointment from the pot and applied it to the scar on his face, an imperfection he had carried for a long time. Upon application, the ointment provided a refreshing, icy sensation. Without haste, Ye Fei meticulously recorded the formula and the quantities of each ingredient before commencing the preparation of another batch. Cough. What on earth are you doing? Why is your office in such disarray? Ning Xiaoxue stepped inside and was immediately overwhelmed by the pungent odor of herbs, which was nearly unbearable for her. It and Oppos' working. Ha ha. Ye Fei beamed at the scar on his hand, noticing a significant reduction in its appearance. Some areas were already devoid of any trace. What do you mean it and Oppos' working? Ning Xiaoxue, intrigued, leaned closer, suppressing her discomfort from the medicinal smell. It and Oppos' scar removal ointment. Ye Fei casually fabricated name. This formula had been refined by him and no longer resembled the traditional wound salve. It was now his exclusive patent. You should focus on more pressing matters. The company is on the brink of collapse, and many employees are restless. Some of the veteran staff have become increasingly unstable in their emotions. I can no longer keep them calm, Ning Xiaoxue said softly. In recent days, discord among the long-serving employees had intensified, with many preparing to resign. Ye Fei's investments had plummeted to rock bottom, rendering them nearly worthless. King, once a celebrated investment guru, now faced public derision, akin to a rat scurrying from the streets. The majority of online comments were scathing, filled with blame from former investors who had followed his lead. Witnessing their fortunes evaporate, they attributed their losses to Ye Fei, convinced that, but for him, they would not have suffered. Distribute this ointment to every employee, Ye Fei instructed. Ye Fei intended to demonstrate his point through action. Yes, but how does this relate to the company and Oppo's impending bankruptcy? Ning Xiaoxue questioned, her doubts lingering. She wondered if Ye Fei and Oppo's mental state had been compromised due to the company's dire situation. Show me your scar, and you and Oppo's LL understand, he insisted. Reluctantly, Ning Xiaoxue rolled up her sleeve, revealing a long-standing scar on her arm from an accident in her childhood. Ye Fei applied the black ointment to her scar. This is my latest formulation. It works wonders on acne marks and scars. He continued, while many similar ointments flood the market under the guise of treating scars. They are largely ineffective, merely deceiving consumers. However, mine is genuinely miraculous. There and Oppo's, as hardly any change, she observed, feeling the coolness spread from her arm, as if something were penetrating her skin, causing a slight itch. The medicinal properties were swiftly entering through her pores, targeting the scar. Just wait a moment, and you will see, Ye Fei replied with a smile. He had completed the first step, confident that over time, he would perfect this scar removal ointment. In an era rife with counterfeits, he recognized the necessity of complicating his formula with various ingredients. Otherwise, it would be all too easy for others to replicate his creation, especially if larger corporations got involved, merely changing the name for mass production. Should that happen, he would lose all competitive advantage. So it was essential to ensure his formulation remained intricate and inscrutable. Wow, Ning Xiaoxue gasped, noticing the remarkable reduction of her scar compared to before. Every woman harbors a desire for beauty, yearning for flawless skin devoid of blemishes. This could save the company. Ning Xiaoxue quickly connected the dots. If they could mass-produce this ointment, it would undoubtedly attract immense demand upon release. Go distribute a vial to each employee as a reward for their hard work in recent days. I'll take a moment to rest. Ye Fei instructed before departing the office. He had been exceedingly fatigued, having gone several days without sleep. If not for the invigorating energy coursing through him, he might have succumbed to exhaustion. Boss, I want to resign. As Ye Fei stepped out of the office, a young man approached, holding a resignation letter. Several employees nearby observed, their expressions flickering with uncertainty. Let an amp, Oppo's, discuss this tomorrow, Ye Fei said, deliberately stalling. The young man belonged to the earliest batch of employees. He was competent and of good character, a true asset. All right, Li Yuping nodded, harboring respect for Ye Fei. Despite the latter appearing younger, his capabilities were undeniable. He had founded such a significant company at a young age, and regardless of the outcome, Ye Fei and Oppo's talents could not be dismissed. Observing their boss and Oppo's despondent demeanor, the older employees murmured among themselves, their faces etched with concern. Chapter 51. Choices. Ye Fei, immersed in his own thoughts, was oblivious to the discussions around him. Despite his evident fatigue, he felt no sense of despair. Instead of returning home, he chose a modest hotel nearby to rest. What is this? In the office, an employee discovered a peculiar dark ointment that had inexplicably appeared on his desk, his expression one of confusion. It was rumored to be a gift from the boss, though its purpose remained unclear. Others shared similar bewilderment, while Ning Xiaoxue, focused on distributing the ointment, had no time to explain each detail. She planned to elucidate its benefits once all had been distributed. What a mystery! Could it be poison? Is the boss out of his mind? Is there anyone who has received the ointment? If not, please let me know, Ning Xiaoxue finally announced after completing the distribution. All employees gathered, ready to hear about the ointment's effects. Is it truly miraculous? Skepticism marked the faces of some, as they were educated individuals, unlikely to believe in such extraordinary claims. Only by trying will you know, came the reply. Many employees, intrigued, applied the ointment to their wounds. As time passed, Astonishment spread across some faces. Wounds appear to be healing, a remarkable feat since old scars are notoriously stubborn. While many products online claim to erase such marks, most were mere scams, offering negligible results. However, this particular black ointment stood apart, genuinely effective in swiftly diminishing scars and blemishes. While it might not captivate men, it held great appeal for women. Really? It's that incredible? Regret flickered on one employee and Oppo's face as he rushed to rummage through the trash, lamenting his earlier impulsiveness. Ning Xiaoxue seized the moment, stating, "Although we are currently facing challenges, our boss is diligently researching this product. I believe it will soon be market-ready. I hope we can unite during this difficult time." Indeed, even without her words, the employees were unlikely to leave, given the promise of such an exceptional product, which heralded a brighter future for the company. One employee boldly tore up his resignation letter and tossed it in the trash, a smile breaking across his face. Just moments ago, he had been eager to leave, but now he was quick to adapt to the shifting winds. Ye Fei awoke the next morning, refreshed from a deep slumber. A rare experience for him. The allure of sleep had been intoxicating. "Ah, is that Ye Fei? How is the company still standing? Have you made your decision? Do you need my assistance?" A familiar voice interrupted him as he approached the office entrance. It was Li Xiao. "Mind your own business," Ye Fei replied coolly, shooting her a glance as he entered the building. Were it not for her, he would not find himself in such a predicament. What a nerve! The company is on the brink of collapse, yet she remains so arrogant, Li Xiao huffed, frustrated by Ye Fei's indifference. For days, she had awaited his plea for help, but with no sign of him, her curiosity had compelled her to investigate his situation. Determined, she followed him, eager to see what he was up to. Could he possibly revive this failing company? "Have you seen that woman? Ensure she doesn't enter the building." Ye Fei instructed the security guard at the entrance. The guard nodded, aware of the rumors surrounding the company's demise. However, it did not concern them, as they would receive their wages regardless of the company and Oppo's fate. "I'm sorry, miss, but I've been instructed not to let you in," the guard stated firmly, blocking her path. "Come on, good sir, just let me in for a moment. Can't you make an exception?" Li Xiao pleaded, trying to charm him. Yet the guard remained steadfast, his resolve unyielding. "Good morning, boss," greeted several employees as Ye Fei entered the office, a stark contrast to the usual atmosphere of gloom. Intriguingly, no one mentioned resigning today. "Xiaoxue, which of these two partner companies do you think would be more beneficial for collaboration?" Ye Fei inquired, examining the documents in hand. To mass-produce this scar-removing ointment, securing a sales channel was essential. Given his current financial situation, establishing a new sales route posed a challenge. Thus, finding a partner was imperative. Before him lay the profiles of two corporations, Chongqing Group, the nation and Oppo's largest pharmaceutical company, known for its immense financial resources and sales capabilities, and Xingmei Limited, a renowned cosmetics company with a strong reputation in Rongqing. Though Ye Fei had yet to engage in negotiations, he felt confident in securing a deal, bolstered by the promise of his product. Both companies were appealing in various aspects, while Chongqing Group boasted formidable sales prowess. Marketing the ointment as a medicinal product might limit its price. Conversely, partnering with Xingmei Limited could yield substantial profits, albeit with a restricted influence limited to Rongqing. Chapter 52. Perplexity. This predicament left him in a state of great indecision, unsure of which company to select as a partner. "I believe Starry Beauty should be the choice. After all, our product is exceptional and is bound to thrive and expand in the future." Ning Xiaoxue expressed her views, stating that if the scar removal ointment were to enter the market, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of women first. While the typical clientele of pharmacies tends to be middle-aged men or the elderly. "Please arrange a meeting with the head of Starry Beauty. Let us find a suitable venue for discussion. I will personally handle the negotiations this time." Ye Fei quickly made up his mind, deciding to put his future plans for Chongqing Group on hold. With so many formulas at his disposal, he could easily derive substantial profits from any one of them. Old Ku Feng remained oblivious to Ye Fei's intentions. Had he known that Ye Fei intended to repurpose his pride, the golden wound ointment, into a scar and acne treatment, he would undoubtedly have been furious enough to rise from his grave. "I have scheduled the meeting. It will take place tonight at 9 o'clock at Renren Restaurant. Prioritizing the urgent task of upgrading the formula to ensure it could not be replicated by others. The evening approached rapidly, and Ye Fei stretched lazily, a medicinal fragrance wafting around him. He had incorporated numerous extraneous ingredients into the original formula, elements that would not affect the efficacy of the ointment, but served only to obfuscate its true nature. I've prepared the vehicle. Let us set off, or we might miss our appointment. Ye Fei nodded in agreement. Renren Restaurant is regarded as a high-end establishment in Rongqing, frequented by the affluent. Despite its name, not everyone is privy to dine there. A line of luxury cars awaited at the entrance, with the least expensive starting at $1 million. Are you king? As soon as Ye Fei alighted from the vehicle, a woman clad in a black dress appeared before him, her tall stature and subtle makeup giving her a polished air. Chen Yuan was not only a striking beauty, but also a capable woman. Coming from a modest background, she had ascended to her current position through sheer determination, navigating countless intrigues along the way. Her gaze scrutinized Ye Fei, who struck her as exceedingly ordinary, lacking any remarkable traits. Yes, Ye Fei nodded. Let us proceed inside. Ning Xiaoxue had already reserved a private room within the restaurant and promptly led the two of them inside. Chen Yuan continued to appraise Ye Fei. Initially indifferent upon hearing of his interest in collaboration, her curiosity about the enigmatic king prompted her acceptance of this meeting. Ye Fei, what brings you here? A familiar voice emerged from behind him, causing Ye Fei's brow to furrow involuntarily. To be frank, he found the sound irksome. It belonged to his ex-girlfriend, Wang Shuyan. Someone seems to be calling you. Chen Yuan glanced at Ye Fei, who pretended not to hear and continued walking, not even glancing back. You must have misheard. I don't know her. Ye Fei had little to say to his ex, and upon seeing her, he felt a wave of revulsion, having long since shed any lingering affection. Simply refraining from revenge was already a feat. Oh, isn't your company on the verge of bankruptcy? How dare you show up at such a prestigious venue? Have you managed to latch onto a wealthy woman? Wang Shuyan felt deeply frustrated by Ye Fei's dismissive demeanor. She had attempted to greet him, only to be ignored. Mind your words. Chen Yuan's expression turned icy, casting a cold glance at Wang Shuyan. Beside her stood a young man clad in designer attire, sporting an ostentatious watch, a clear indication of his affluent background. What? Did I hit a nerve? Wang Shuyan smirked coldly, recalling Ye Fei's past actions. To her, he had always been indebted to her. Shall we depart? There is no point in wasting time with such a madwoman. Ye Fei tugged at Chen Yuan's arm, eager to avoid further engagement with someone he deemed worthless. Who are you calling a madwoman? You are the madman, you heartless scoundrel. Wang Shuyan exploded, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Shouldn't you two resolve your personal matters first? Chen Yuan's brow furrowed. She hadn't anticipated such an incident, which somewhat tarnished Ye Fei's image in her eyes. Did he truly owe anything to this woman behind him? You dare call my woman a madwoman? You're nothing but a lucky fool who thinks he has accomplished something. Li Yunpeng, with a haughty demeanor, addressed Ye Fei. Having received the finest education, he held an unwavering confidence, believing himself superior to others. Upon arriving in Rongqing, he had heard numerous tales of King, igniting his competitive spirit. Who are you? Ye Fei shot Li Yunpeng an unwelcoming glance, slightly furrowing his brow at the unexpected hostility from someone he was meeting for the first time. I am the general manager of Li Group. Li Yunpeng stated his title with pride. Li Group was a prominent company in Rongqing, a leader in the construction industry. Oh, Ye Fei nodded nonchalantly, turning to leave. Such behavior only fueled Li Yunpeng's ire. Did he perceive himself as superior? Stop. Are you looking down on me? Do you want me to have someone break your legs? A restaurant manager quickly approached, emphasizing the need for decorum in their upscale establishment. Do you have any idea who I am? Why are you meddling? Li Yunpeng glared at the middle-aged man before following after Ye Fei. Chapter 53. Get out. The manager of the Everyone restaurant hurriedly followed behind, anxious that Li Yunpeng might cause some trouble. If the situation escalated, his position as manager would be jeopardized. Ye Fei sensed Li Yunpeng trailing behind him, but he paid it no mind. If this individual dared to confront him, he was ready to face the challenge. He had nothing to fear. Perhaps you should resolve your own matters first, and we can discuss our collaboration afterward, Chen Yuanyuan said, her heart wavering. Having already met Ye Fei, her hopes for the partnership had diminished, and this latest incident only deepened her disappointment. My product will not disappoint you. However, there's only one opportunity. It is up to you to seize it, Ye Fei replied calmly. He understood the other party's sentiments, but chose not to address them directly. If Chen Yuanyuan wished to forfeit this chance for collaboration, he had other options. After all, he possessed a remarkable product, and he would never be the one at a disadvantage. Chen Yuanyuan gazed intently at Ye Fei, seeking some insight from his expression, but was met with disappointment as his countenance remained impassive. No one could glean his thoughts from his face. Let's go inside and dine, Ning Xiaoxue remarked, noticing the situation had taken a turn for the worse as she pushed open the private room door. Wait a moment. I will take this room, and you may choose another, Li Yunpeng declared, having waited for this opportunity to humiliate them with his wealth. This room is already reserved. If you desire it, you will have to wait for another occasion, Ning Xiaoxue replied, frowning. Were it anyone else, they might have already slapped Li Yunpeng in outrage, but her temperament was steadier. What? Do you think your reservation suffices? Have you not heard the saying in Oppos, the higher bidder wins in Oppos? I will pay 100,000 for this private room. It belongs to me tonight, Li Yunpeng asserted, intending to buy respect with money. For an average family, that amount would be significant, but to him, it was merely a trifle. Young Master Li, such behavior is somewhat against the rules. Wang Gui hesitated before speaking up to deter Li Yunpeng, aware that his actions could severely tarnish the restaurant's reputation. You are merely a dog. Do not bark at me. Do you believe I cannot have you thrown out right now? Li Yunpeng raturta coldly. He was a frequent patron of the Everyone restaurant and had connections with the owner. Wang Gui fell silent, recognizing he could not oppose Li Yunpeng, whose background and stature were beyond his reach. Li Yunpeng cast a disdainful glance at Wang Gui, relishing the sense of power he wielded over him. It pleased him greatly to see Wang Gui intimidated. Look at how formidable my husband is, and then at you. Pathetic. I cannot fathom how I ever found you appealing. Even the memory of our past together disgusts me. Wang Shuyan cooed, clinging to Li Yunpeng, her chest purposefully brushing against his arm. Yi Sun observed this scene and shook his head. This woman was becoming increasingly shameless. Sinking into depravity, Ye Fei walked into the private room, selecting a seat with nonchalance. He casually picked up the menu and began ordering, deliberately ignoring Wang Shuyun and Li Yunpeng, both of whom repulsed him. Better not to see them and thus not be troubled. Come over and order something to eat. Do not concern yourselves with those two fools, he encouraged. Ning Xiaoxue glanced at the visibly displeased Li Yunpeng and Wang Shuyun, increasingly convinced of Ye Fei and Appo's wisdom. Chen Yuanyuan hesitated, but eventually approached the table. Taking a seat, she had considered leaving, but her years of business acumen told her that Ye Fei's confidence must come from a solid foundation. Fatty, did you not hear me offer 100,000? Hurry up and throw those two out. Li Yunpeng turned to Wang Gui, his eyes filled with menace. Wang Gui hesitated. Both parties were formidable. While he was uncertain of Ye Fei's identity, he knew that anyone who could dine at the Everyone restaurant held a significant status. One he could not afford to offend. Since you cannot make a decision, I shall find someone who can, Li Yunpeng said, pulling out his phone and dialing a number. Brother Wang, I am encountering some trouble while dining here. Soon, Li Yunpeng's gaze turned icy as he looked at Wang Gui. It was one thing for Ye Fei to disregard him, but for Wang Gui to do so as well was intolerable. He could not allow such humiliation to stand. Before long, Wang Gui's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, his expression shifted. This was a call from the owner of the Everyone restaurant. If you do not serve young Master Li well today, you will find your belongings packed tomorrow. The voice on the other end delivered a succinct warning, hanging up before Wang Gui could protest. Hurry up and remove those three, Li Yunpeng said with a grin, strutting into the private room. Apologies, but you three must change to another room, Wang Gui said, forcing himself to speak, realizing he had no other option. Offending these three was far less desirable than losing his job. On what grounds? Is Everyone restaurant truly devoid of principles? Ye Fei raised his head to glance at Wang Gui, showing no inclination to leave. If you cannot pay, then leave quickly and stop pretending to be a big shot, Li Yunpeng said impatiently, sitting down to observe how much courage Ye Fei still had to compete with him financially. After all, he did not regard someone whose company was on the brink of collapse as a threat. You're going too far, Chen Yuanyuan interjected, her brow furrowing. Initially, this matter had little to do with her, but now it affected her directly. As the owner of Xingmei, she found it unacceptable to be ousted. What is a mere woman like you chattering about? If I tell you to leave, then leave. Spare me your nonsense, Li Yunpeng replied, his demeanor exuding arrogance. Though Chen Yuanyuan was beautiful, her age was undeniably advanced. Chapter 54. The clever woman, go ahead, say it again if you dare. Chen Yuanyuan, usually of a gentle temperament, found herself pushed to the brink by Li Yunpeng and Appos, as foul tongue. When Appos, s wrong with your wife? Is there a fault in that? Wang Shuyun added fuel to the fire. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yuanyuan retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Secretary Wang, cancel our collaboration with the Li Group on that project. Find another company for that land. Understood, came the woman's voice on the other end. Who are you? This time, it was Li Yunpeng who was flustered, unaware of Chen Yuanyuan and Appos' true identity. In fact, she was a remarkably low-profile individual. Despite the immense strength of Xingmei Company, it had remained discreet, leading many to overlook its existence over time. Chen Yuanyuan chose not to respond to Li Yunpeng, instead directing her gaze towards Ye Fei. Uncle, we can proceed with our collaboration now. Hand her the items. Ye Fei lifted his head and spoke to Ning Xiaoxue, who nodded and retrieved a scar removal ointment from her bag, placing it before Chen Yuanyuan. What is this? Chen Yuanyuan inquired, examining the black ointment before her, her brow furrowing slightly as she detected a pungent medicinal odor. This is a scar removal ointment developed by our company. It can swiftly eliminate scars and acne marks in a short period, Ning Xiaoxue explained, demonstrating its application on Chen Yuanyuan. Is it truly that miraculous? Curiosity flickered in Chen Yuanyuan's eyes. She had a keen interest in such products, but remained skeptical of Ning Xiaoxue's claims. Having delved into skincare for an extended period, she understood the limited effects most products offered. Many merely boasted grand names without delivering remarkable results. Feel free to give it a try. Chen Yuanyuan nodded and applied the black ointment to the scar on her hand. In today's world, it was rare for anyone to be entirely free from scars, as it was nearly impossible to go through life without some form of injury. After a full 7 or 8 minutes, disbelief washed over her features as she realized the scar on her hand had completely vanished. She questioned whether she had merely imagined it. I told you I wouldn't disappoint you, did I not? Ye Fei smiled, having anticipated her astonishment. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking at the door heralded Li Yunpeng's reappearance, but this time his expression was devoid of the earlier arrogance, replaced instead with a hint of respect. Is there something you need? Ye Fei regarded Li Yunpeng with a bemused smile, having foreseen this moment after Chen Yuanyuan and Appos' call to cancel their collaboration with the Li Group. It seemed evident that Li Yunpeng had come seeking her. President Chen, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. Li Yunpeng ignored Ye Fei, focusing solely on Chen Yuanyuan. The Xingmei Group had intended to develop a large building on a plot of land, and naturally, the Li Group was the first choice for any construction project in Rongqing. A collaboration had been established, but due to Li Yunpeng's earlier conduct, Chen Yuanyuan had abruptly canceled the agreement. This project involved several hundred million, a significant undertaking, especially in a city where such large-scale projects have become increasingly rare. As a result, the Li Group placed great importance on it. When Li Hailong learned that Chen Yuanyuan had canceled the project without reason, he realized someone must have offended her. Li Hailong was a legendary figure, once a mere rogue. He had fortuitously capitalized on the development of Rongqing through various unscrupulous means to establish the current Li Group. If you came here regarding the collaboration, you may leave. I refuse to work with someone like you, Chen Yuanyuan replied coldly. Li Yunpeng had just insulted her family, and women, as a rule, seldom forget such grievances. Li Yunpeng and Appos' face turned ashen. His father had personally called him, and if he failed to resolve this issue, he risked severing ties with his father. Although he understood that Li Hailong was merely attempting to intimidate him, the seriousness of the situation was evident. If he could not manage this well, dire consequences awaited him. President Chun, I acknowledge my fault. To demonstrate my sincerity, if we collaborate, I can reduce the cost by 50 million. Li Yunpeng gritted his teeth. Reducing the project cost by 50 million meant the Li Group would not profit much, but earning something was better than nothing. Is that so? Chun Yuan turned to regard Li Yunpeng, his offer indeed piquing her interest. Ye Fei observed the exchange in silence, yet he was internally impressed. Chun Yuan was no ordinary woman. She likely already knew Li Yunpeng and Appo's true identity. Her earlier call to cancel the collaboration was probably a tactic to negotiate a better price. Do you think my reputation is worth such a paltry amount? Chun Yuan continued, her intent unmistakably clear. She was dissatisfied with the offer and sought an even lower price. 450 million is the lowest I can offer. Li Yunpeng felt despair wash over him. A project originally valued at 520 million had evaporated by 70 million due to a single slip of the tongue. Tomorrow, you may reconvene with my secretary to sign a new contract. I will inform her of the situation here. You may leave now. The price proposed was even lower than she had anticipated. She had merely aimed for a 60 million reduction, yet it had plummeted by 70 million. Li Yunpeng exhaled in relief, uttering a few polite phrases before departing. As he left, he cast a venomous glare at Ye Fei, blaming him for the predicament he found himself in. Chapter 55, Extortion. Ye Fei disregarded the other party entirely. If he were to engage in disputes with every random individual, when would it ever end? Mr. Chin's tactics were rather astute, but I believe it is time we discuss our collaboration. You must be aware of the product's potential impact upon entering the market and the substantial profits it could generate for your company. An 80-20 split with you managing production. Ye Fei stated his terms candidly, asserting that the 2% he offered to Xingmei was already quite generous. With various costs considered, they would only account for about 1%, allowing Xingmei to profit from the remaining 1%, which could yield over 100 million in revenue annually. That is far too little. We cannot accept it, Chun Yuan responded, taken aback by Ye Fei and Appo's audacity to reduce the price to such an extent. Under normal circumstances, she would have acquiesced, but who could ignore the fact that Ye Fei's company was currently in turmoil and desperately required funds? As a businesswoman, her primary concern was profit, and the integrity of the methods employed was of little consequence. 70-30, and we can advance you 100 million, Chun Yuan asserted, her face adorned with a confident smile, believing that Ye Fei could not refuse her offer. He needed the money, and this would help him navigate his current crisis. Then I shall seek other partners, Ye Fei declared as he stood up. It was evident that Chun Yuan was acutely aware of her vulnerabilities and the urgency of his financial situation, yet she could not expect him to capitulate so easily. To her, Ye Fei was genuinely prepared to leave. Boss, are you really leaving? Ning Xiaoxue gazed at Ye Fei with hesitation. To her, Chun Yuan's previous offer had indeed been quite enticing. If she provided Ye Fei with 100 million, it could resolve his company and Appo's predicament. However, collaborating with Xingmei was only worth that price. A partnership with Chongqing Group would yield a 370 split instead. Ye Fei and Appo's approach was also motivated by the long-term interests of his company. The influence of Xingmei was limited. A partnership would be immensely beneficial for them, as they possessed a miraculous scar removal product that would undoubtedly propel them to success. However, the notion that the other party sought to exploit him was utterly unacceptable. He had other options. While collaborating with Chongqing Group would entail relinquishing more profit, the significant influence and broader sales channels they possessed could lead to greater sales volume. It was akin to receiving $100 from 100 individuals versus $10 from 1,000. The ultimate outcome would be the same. Chun Yuan and Appo's expression was one of disbelief. Was the other party truly departing? Hadn't and Appo's Ye Fei approached her out of desperation. Why did he now exude such confidence? Was he truly unafraid of his company collapsing? However, Ye Fei soon returned to the room, prompting a victorious smile to grace Chun Yuan and Appo's face, just as she had anticipated. He could not resist her offer. I forgot to retrieve something. Ye Fei's subsequent action swiftly slapped Chun Yuan in the face as he grabbed a jar of black ointment from the table and turned to leave without a hint of reluctance. "Wait," Chun Yuan called out, now fully realizing that Ye Fei genuinely intended to depart, rather than engage in a mere business tactic. "Is there something you need?" Ye Fei inquired, smiling. "Actually, the 80-20 split could still work," Chun Yuan admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. The scar removal ointment in Ye Fei's possession was undeniably tempting. It was an opportunity she could not afford to let slip away. "I believe not. I've never been fond of others taking advantage of me," Ye Fei replied, shaking his head. His words were direct and truthful. "I was mistaken. Let us renegotiate." Chun Yuan quickly conceded her error, understanding that to achieve this collaboration, she would need to make further concessions. "How much is there left to discuss?" Although Ye Fei voiced such sentiments, he returned to his seat, fully aware of his dominant position. If the other party could provide him with a satisfactory proposal, he would be willing to consider collaboration. "I was at fault earlier. Our company can initially offer you $100 million with an 80-20 split. We will transfer the funds immediately upon signing the contract," Chun Yuan proposed. Ye Fei rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, a smile gracing his face as he remained silent, not responding to Chun Yuan. Had she proposed this condition from the outset, he would have undoubtedly agreed. But the fact that she had attempted to exploit him was hard to overlook. 1.8. Chun Yuan gritted her teeth, recalling how Ye Fei had previously pressured Li Yunpeng in a similar manner. She had not anticipated the tables turning so swiftly. "Come to my company tomorrow with the contract for further discussions. I am hungry now," Ye Fei said nonchalantly. Chun Yuan had intended to say more, but chose to refrain, fearing that excessive words might irritate him. Outside the Renren restaurant, Li Yunpeng sat in his luxury car, his expression dark and brooding. Wang Shuyun remained silent beside him, a red mark still visible on her cheek where Li Yunpeng had struck her. Knock, knock, knock. A group of 6 burly men appeared beside Li Yunpeng's vehicle. "Help me deal with a certain individual. It would be best if we could remove some of his appendages. Upon completion, I shall reward you all with 1 million. Li Yunpeng opened his phone and sent a photo of Ye Fei to the group. "Do not worry, brotherly. This fool dared to offend you, and we will ensure he learns the meaning of cruelty," the leader of the group assured him. 1 million was no insignificant sum. They would not hesitate to inflict harm if necessary. Li Yunpeng nodded expressionlessly, pressing down on the accelerator as he drove away. Chapter 56. Exorbitant parking fees. The culinary skills of the chefs at the Renren restaurant were indeed exceptional, and each dish left Ye Fei thoroughly satisfied. Chun Yuan observed Ye Fei, hesitating to speak, her eagerness to inquire about the scar removal medication palpable. Yet Ye Fei offered her no opportunity to do so. "All right, I'm full. I apologize for the inconvenience caused by this complimentary meal," Wang Ge interjected as he approached, having thoroughly investigated the identities of the two during their meal. Upon learning who they were, he promptly reported to his employer. While Ye Fei did not command much respect, Chun Yuan's high status in Rongqing and her considerable wealth were undeniable, far beyond what the Renren restaurant could afford to offend. Ye Fei, however, but as he turned to his car, he furrowed his brow slightly, for he discovered that the front wheel of his vehicle had been locked. It soon became evident who was responsible as several burly men approached, brandishing a set of keys. "What does this mean?" Ye Fei's expression hardened. Their intentions were clearly malevolent. A notorious local thug, known to many as Brother Zhang. "Parking fee? This is your turf?" Ye Fei scoffed, recognizing that Zhang Xiaowen was merely seeking trouble under the guise of a pretext. The parking space belonged to Renren restaurant. "What exactly do you want? If you unlock the car now, we can pretend this never happened. Otherwise, we will call the police." Chun Yuan interjected, seizing the moment to make a favorable impression on Ye Fei. "Call the police? Go ahead, I dare you. Today, I declare that anyone who dares to call will find their arm broken," Zhang Xiaowen boasted arrogantly, his cohorts closing in ominously. "How much do you want?" Ning Xiaoxiu asked, her brow slightly furrowed. If money could resolve the situation, She preferred to avoid escalating matters. Zhang Xiaowen extended a hand. 50? 500? 5,000? He continued shaking his head. You expect us to settle for a mere 50,000 after just a brief stop? That's extortion, Ning Xiaoxue retorted, anger flashing across her face. Who said 50,000? If you don't come up with 500,000 today, don't expect to drive away with your car, Zhang Xiaowen demanded, his greed laid bare. I think I will call the police, Chen Yuan said, pulling out her phone to dial the station. In a swift motion, Zhang Xiaowen lunged forward and snatched the phone from her grasp, smashing it onto the ground. You insolent woman, do you take my words lightly? Let me show you how to behave. Zhang Xiaowen threatened, raising his hand to strike Chen Yuan. Ye Fei's brow furrowed slightly as he stepped forward, grabbing Zhang Xiaowen's wrist. How despicable to strike a woman. With the vigor of his training, Ye Fei and Oppo's speed and strength far exceeded that of an average person. Though he had not practiced any martial arts, his physical prowess was formidable. Deal with this insolent fool, Zhang Xiaowen ordered his thugs. But as he turned back, Ye Fei's fist was already upon him. Bang! Zhang Xiaowen took a solid hit, his teeth flying and blood spilling from his mouth. One of the burly men swung a steel pipe at Ye Fei's back, but Ye Fei's reflexes were lightning fast. He pulled Zhang Xiaowen in front of him as a shield. Are you blind? Zhang Xiaowen howled in pain. You two, leave here at once, Ye Fei instructed the women, wishing to shield them from the chaos. Ning Xiaoxue stepped aside and immediately called the police. Ye Fei seized the steel pipe from the thug's grasp, wielding it with one hand while gripping Zhang Xiaowen's neck with the other, using him as a human shield. Zhang Xiaowen struggled futilely. He could not comprehend how someone who appeared so slender could possess such immense strength, feeling as if he were a mere chick in Ye Fei's grip. Make sure you all witness this. Zhang Xiaowen's cries echoed as a crowd gathered, many recording the scene on their phones. Before long, the police arrived, causing the thugs to scatter, leaving only Zhang Xiaowen behind. Your buddies lack loyalty, Ye Fei remarked, releasing Zhang Xiaowen into the hands of the officers. Return with us for questioning, the police instructed, their expressions filled with surprise at the turn of events. Clearly, Ye Fei was not to be trifled with. Soon after completing his statement at the station, Ye Fei returned home, the clock striking midnight. Young master, someone has been waiting for you, Fu Bo announced as Ye Fei approached the door. Ye Fei's brow furrowed. It was unusual for someone to seek him out at such a late hour, especially someone he did not recognize. In the living room stood a woman with her back to him. Ye Fei was certain he had never met her before. Are you the disciple of Master Ku Feng? As he caught sight of her exquisite features, he noted her cold demeanor, exuding an air of aloofness as if she were a distant star, untouchable and unreachable. Chapter 57. Gu Susu, who are you? Ye Fei regarded the woman before him with a hint of wariness. This woman seemed to possess knowledge of his connection with the esteemed elder Ku Feng, clearly indicating that her intentions were directed towards him, or more precisely, towards the legacy left to him by elder Ku Feng. My surname is Gu. You may not be familiar with me, but you must have heard of my grandfather, Gu Chongqing. Gu Susu introduced herself, revealing that she was the granddaughter of the renowned figure. Gu Chongqing was a name recognized by anyone with a modicum of medical knowledge, as he was an undisputed titan in the field of medicine, celebrated not only nationally, but also globally as a revered master of traditional Chinese medicine. Is there something you need? Ye Fei maintained his composure. Regardless of her impressive lineage, he had no intention of relinquishing the treasures left to him by elder Ku Feng. Not particularly. My grandfather merely suggested that I engage with you, so I thought I would pay a visit, Gu Susu replied, rising from the sofa, her black dress accentuating her graceful figure. Ye Fei nodded thoughtfully, yet he remained vigilant. Despite her illustrious grandfather, he questioned whether her medical prowess could rival that of elder Ku Feng, who had lived for over a century and had experiences far beyond what Gu Chongqing could claim. The two sat in silence, scrutinizing one another. It's getting late. I think you should take your leave, Ye Fei stated abruptly after a while. Her esteemed status. Surely, Could you lend me some? Gu Susu's voice was barely above a whisper, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She had come without any funds. See her off, Ye Fei instructed. And Ye Fei suddenly realized a state of undress, his face flushing with embarrassment as he hurried back to dress. Why are you back? I can't find my ID. What a coincidence, Ye Fei remarked skeptically. First, Susu felt equally aggrieved. This was her first trip away from home. Orchestrated by Gu Changqing behind the scenes. Master, breakfast is ready. Intention of allowing her to remain in his home. While he bore no ill will, he was nonetheless cautious. Chapter 58. A windfall from the heavens. When Ye Fei arrived at the company, Chen Yuan had already been waiting for a considerable time. This visit to finalize the project was personally undertaken by her, underscoring her keen interest in the product Ye Fei had in hand. Here is the contract. Please take a look. If there are any aspects you find unsatisfactory, we can discuss them, Chen Yuan said as she handed the contract to Ye Fei. He nodded and began to scrutinize the document. Signing a contract is not a matter to be taken lightly, as any oversight could lead to complications with no one to hold accountable. However, prompting a smile to grace Chen Yuan's face. Prior to this meeting, she had anticipated that Ye Fei might pose challenges, especially given her actions the previous evening, which could be deemed quite excessive. We will expedite the payment. It should reflect in your company's account by this afternoon, Chen Yuan stated before departing. One of the migrant workers exclaimed after receiving their due wages. Some were so overwhelmed with emotion that tears streamed down their faces. Witnessing this scene tugged at Ye Fei's heartstrings. These individuals had labored tirelessly throughout the year, nearly deprived of their rightful earnings. Had he not intervened, they might have toiled in vain. I have one more request. The project remains unfinished, and I hope you can help complete it. I assure you, your wages will be disbursed punctually, Ye Fei announced, confident that once the project was completed, he could transform the dilapidated building into a commercial hub. Absolutely. Leave it to us, the workers replied eagerly. They were well aware of Ye Fei's integrity, and with the new year still on the horizon, the project was nearing completion and would not take long. Thank you all for your assistance. Tonight, I will arrange a gathering for you to enjoy a feast. Ye Fei smiled, recalling the generous legacy left by the elder Ku Feng. He was determined not to squander the treasures bestowed upon him, as they held the potential for substantial profits while benefiting the community. Next, he intended to delve into the formulation of a wound-healing medicine. He had divided the concoction into two segments, one for scar and acne treatment, and the other for rapid hemostasis. His focus would now shift to the latter. Now you see the error of your ways, he mused, relishing the profits he had amassed. Online commentary was mixed. Those who had previously lambasted Ye Fei for their stock losses were now aghast, having liquidated their holdings at a loss. Witnessing the stock's return to its previous value, coupled with an upward trajectory, filled them with remorse. Ye Fei and Appo's phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. He frowned slightly upon noticing an unfamiliar. This is Gu Changqing. I hope my precious granddaughter hasn't caused you any trouble. The voice on the other end was elderly yet robust. Not at all, Ye Fei replied. I trust you will ensure she is well cared for. You will not be disappointed. I can offer you a stake in Huafu, traditional Chinese medicine. This is not for you. It is for the teacher. Since you are a disciple of the teacher, you should address me as senior brother. Regrettably, I am quite loquacious. They felt a twinge of nostalgia. Ning Xiaoxue announced excitedly as Ye Fei returned to the office. Huafu traditional Chinese medicine was a formidable entity, one to be approached with reverence. One never knows when one might require their expertise, making it unwise to oppose them. You must be Brother Yi. Truly, youth harbors great heroes. Upon entering the room, Ye Fei was greeted by a middle-aged man in his 40s who exuded a faint aroma of traditional Chinese medicine, a scent that clung to him from years of exposure. Senior Wu? Ye Fei responded, taken aback by the distinguished presence before him. Wu Qingfeng was a well-known figure in the city, his visage gracing many advertisements, and his medical prowess was highly esteemed. Senior is too kind. Being recognized by the teacher suggests your skills are exceptional as well. If you do not mind, let us address each other as peers. Wu Qingfeng replied courteously, his gaze assessing Ye Fei, referring to the teacher as Gu Changqing. I wonder, Senior Wu, what brings you to me? Ye Fei inquired, already suspecting the purpose of Wu's visit. I require your signature on this document, Wu Qingfeng said, promptly retrieving a stack of papers from his bag and placing them on Ye Fei's desk. The share transfer agreement for Huafu traditional Chinese medicine. Chapter 59. Am I being trapped? No, I cannot accept this. Ye Fei shook his head, finding the gift from the other party overwhelmingly excessive. How much could 1% of shares in the Huafu traditional Chinese medicine clinic be worth? As the largest traditional Chinese medicine clinic in the nation, its annual valuation surpasses 100 billion. By current estimations, a 10% stake could yield 50 billion. Brother Yi, please do not make this difficult for me. My teacher has given me a strict order. If you do not sign this contract, I will lose all face as a student. Wu Qingfeng's face was a mask of distress. Gu Changqing had specifically instructed him to ensure the contract was signed, threatening to sever their teacher-student relationship if he failed. Old Wu, it is you who is putting me in a tough position. Ye Fei offered a wry smile. His respect for Wu Qingfeng was not rooted in monetary gain. He did not sign today. He remained uncertain whether signing was indeed advantageous, fearing unforeseen complications in the future. Upon seeing Ye Fei and Appo's signature, Wu Qingfeng and Appo's face lit up with a smile. He split the contract in two, handing one half to Ye Fei while stowing the other away. Given such a generous gift from Mr. Wu, Wu Qingfeng replied, shaking his head. He had pressing matters to attend to at the clinic before anything else. Yet, he was genuinely intrigued by Ye Fei. I shall find a place for a proper meal then. Ye Fei nodded, not wishing to pressure him. After escorting Wu Qingfeng to the company's entrance, he returned to his office. Ye Fei glanced at the contract in his hands. While it might seem like a stroke of fortune to others, he remained skeptical. Why has there suddenly appeared an additional condition? Ye Fei had only skimmed the contract earlier, but now he noticed a line of fine print at the bottom. Marry Gu Susu? Ye Fei's expression turned peculiar as he read the straightforward requirement. If he were to inherit 10% of the shares, he must take Gu Susu as his wife. What is this old man scheming? Ye Fei found it hard to fathom Gu Changqing's intentions. It was one thing to bestow such shares upon him, but now he was offering his granddaughter as well. However, he soon shook his head. He could always reconsider later, as returning the shares to Gu Changqing would nullify the agreement. Upon returning home, Ye Fei found Gu Susu sitting in the living room, her demeanor markedly different from their first encounter. Last night, she had appeared as an icy beauty, but now she exuded the essence of a dutiful wife. You're back, to attempt at such a gesture, and she fumbled awkwardly. I can manage it myself. Did your grandfather speak to you? Ye Fei observed her. She seemed to have embraced the role assigned by her grandfather, displaying the qualities of a devoted spouse. Gu Susu nodded. Are you not the least bit resistant? Shouldn't matters of marriage be within one's own control? Your grandfather insists you be my wife, and so you shall be. With parental orders and the matchmaker's words, I believe following my grandfather's wishes is wise. Besides, you do not seem like a bad person, she replied. Ye Fei shook his head helplessly at her response, although she appeared aloof. He dreaded seeing a woman cry before him. Resorted to fabricating a lie to ease her emotions, aware of her rigid mindset and uncertain of her potential reactions. Okay, Gu Susu nodded. Fu Bo remarked, a smile of contentment gracing his face. Stop your nonsense. Why are you joining in the commotion? Ye Fei laughed gently, chiding him. Suddenly, a series of hurried knocks echoed at the door, causing Ye Fei to furrow his brow. Who could be visiting at such a late hour? She had never endured such indignity. She was aware that Ye Fei had noticed her presence, but chose to ignore her. Help! Murder! Her loud antics at his doorstep could tarnish his reputation, especially in a residential area where neighbors resided. Return to me the items my ancestor left behind. Li Xiaoxiao see that at Ye Fei's impatient demeanor. She had anticipated that Ye Fei would plead for her assistance, but after waiting so long without any response, she learned that he had resolved his company matters. I possess nothing you seek. If you desire Elder Ku Feng and Appo's as belongings, go ask him yourself. Or perhaps burn some paper for him and request a dream visitation. Ye Fei replied coldly, devoid of any emotion. This woman had the audacity to claim descent from Elder Ku Feng. She probably didn't even know where his grave was located, nor had she ever paid her respects. Yuli Xiao was speechless, but before she could retort, Ye Fei slammed the door shut, leaving her outside in the cold. Since you insist on being rude. She was determined to retrieve what Elder Ku Feng had left behind. A week passed, marking the most tranquil period for Ye Fei. No one troubled him, and he was free from the burdens of stress. Each day, he focused solely on researching the healing ointment and managing the basic operations of his company. Xingmei had successfully developed the first generation of the product. Ning Xiaoxue placed a beautifully packaged box before Ye Fei. The presentation is quite appealing. I just wonder about its efficacy. Ye Fei opened the box and swiftly applied the ointment to one of his wounds. He had entrusted the formula to Xingmei, experts in the field, confident they would keep it confidential. A contract had been signed, ensuring that any underhanded tactics would lead to legal repercussions. The results seem satisfactory. I will leave such matters to them without needing my input. Chun Yuan is the expert in this area. There is no need for me to interfere, as I only require the profits. Ning Xiaoxue hesitated, but eventually conveyed, President Chen wishes to invite you to dinner. She felt an unexplainable attachment to Ye Fei and was reluctant to see him engage too closely with other women. I decline. I have no time, Ye Fei replied. Engrossed in his work, he held Chen Yuan in high regard, recognizing her intelligence, which made him wary of excessive interaction with her. Little Bridge Restaurant, a prestigious national chain, was renowned for its exceptional service and exquisite cuisine. Are we considered to be on a date? Gu Susu inquired, gazing at Ye Fei with curiosity and anticipation, wondering if this was what others refer to as a date. Ye Fei was at a loss for words. You should smile more. In all his time knowing Gu Susu, he had only seen her smile once. I and Appo's. I'll make an effort to smile more, Gu Susu replied, forcing a smile that was more of a grimace, leaving Ye Fei shaking his head in exasperation. The longer he spent with her, the more he realized her innocence. Susu. This scenario had been anticipated by Ye Fei. If these two did not know each other, it would have indeed been suspicious. Isn't it a bit early for your internship? Why didn't you inform me of your arrival? Wu Qingfeng remarked, surprised as he had not been privy to Gu Susu and Appo's as plans. The internship was still days away, and Gu Changqing had not mentioned it. I simply wanted to familiarize myself with the environment ahead of time. Gu Susu responded graciously. Misunderstandings were simply not worth the effort. Ye Fei promptly ordered an array of sumptuous dishes. Brother Yi, I have heard of your remarkable medical skills. I wish to consult you about a particular issue. Wu Qingfeng said, his eyes glimmering with anticipation as he turned to Ye Fei. You flatter me. It is merely a common skill. Please share your question. Though I cannot guarantee I will have the answer, Ye Fei replied modestly. He possessed a wealth of medical knowledge imparted by the elderly Ku Feng, which he had committed to memory, though he seldom applied it. Wu Qingfeng soon articulated his query, and fortunate for him, Ye Fei had previously read relevant literature. Subtly excusing himself from the room. Likely causing untold suffering over the years. Concern me, yet do not celebrate prematurely. He had powerful figures backing him. Compared to them, Ye Fei was as insignificant as an ant. Is that so? Ye Fei regarded Wang Qiao with indifference. Ye Fei remained immovable. No matter how hard Wang Qiao strained, he could not budge him. Ye Fei turned to glare coldly at Wang Qiao, wishing he could kick this man away were it not for the public setting. What is happening here? Wu Qingfeng, having waited for a while without seeing Ye Fei, emerged just in time to witness the scene. Dr. Wu, what brings you here? Wang Qiao's face lit up with a disingenuous smile as he quickly released his grip on Ye Fei. Wang Qiao had suffered from a rare hereditary illness since childhood. I'm dining with Brother Yi. Do you two know each other? Wu Qingfeng asked, a look of curiosity on his face. Having lived for quite some time, he had no desire to be associated with someone like Wang Qiao, and their relationship was one of enmity. Allow me to introduce you. Wu Qingfeng is a patient at our Huafu clinic, while Brother Yi is one of our shareholders, Wu Qingfeng explained. Upon hearing this, Wang Qiao's expression changed drastically. He had not expected Ye Fei to be connected with a Huafu traditional Chinese medicine clinic, let alone be one of its shareholders. Is that so? Within the clinic. From now on, this man shall no longer receive treatment at the Huafu clinic, Ye Fei stated coldly, casting a glance at Wang Qiao. He was exercising his rights, and he simply needed to comply. Ye Fei, Huafu clinic, his days were numbered. Each episode of his illness brought immense suffering, and without continuous care, he doubted he would survive 2 more years. How many lives have you indirectly extinguished over the years? Ye Fei and Appo's gaze remained devoid of emotion. Wang Qiao had withheld wages from countless laborers, some of whom had been relying on those funds for medical emergencies or their children's education. Hadn't he caused enough suffering? I beg you, I was wrong. You cannot do this. I have family to support. I am their sole pillar. If I perish, my family will be ruined. Wang Qiao wept profusely. Chapter 62. Wu Qingfeng's request, if you wish to receive treatment, it is not impossible. Simply present 20 times the price for the service, Ye Fei declared, granting Wang Qiao an opportunity that now hinged on his ability to appreciate it. 20 times? This? Wang Qiao hesitated. Throughout his life, he had harbored no affections for anyone, save for his wealth. Despite his considerable fortune, he was notoriously frugal. Otherwise, he would not have withheld wages from laborers. What? Are you reluctant? Then I am afraid there is nothing I can do, Ye Fei remarked, as he and Wu Qingfeng entered the room, shutting the door behind them. He was aware that if Wang Qiao possessed any sense, he would refrain from further provoking him, especially since his life was now in Ye Fei and Appo's hands. A mere word to the Huafu traditional Chinese medicine clinic would ensure Wang Qiao and Appo's discomfort. Once Ye Fei departed, Wang Qiao rose amidst the astonished gazes of those around him, his eyes glimmering with resentment. This matter will not end so easily. I shall make you pay dearly, he scoffed before leaving. Just one class tomorrow would suffice, Wu Qingfeng said, somewhat embarrassed. He had long searched for a suitable candidate until Ye Fei's arrival inspired confidence in his ability to manage the task, as Ye Fei's medical knowledge far exceeded his own. Instructing a group of students would pose no significant challenge. Very well, Ye Fei nodded. Since Wu Qingfeng had recently aided him, it would be ungracious to decline. Moreover, this task was not particularly demanding, requiring only a couple of hours of his day. I extend my gratitude in advance, young friend Ye. I will forward your information to the university, and you may commence teaching in a few days, Wu Qingfeng said. Ye Fei acknowledged his words. The following day, upon arriving at his company, Ye Fei discovered that Wang Xiao and Appo's final payment had already been transferred. At least you possess some discernment, he mused, for he had anticipated this development. If Wang Xiao had any sense, he would understand the necessary course of action. Meanwhile, at Xingmei, the scar removal product had launched into the market and was met with fervent enthusiasm. Initially overlooked amidst a sea of similar products promising to eliminate scars and acne, it soon captivated the public's attention, thanks to Xingmei's adept team, which showcased the product's remarkable efficacy. This effect proved irresistible to women, who universally cherish beauty. Who among them is without a scar? Consequently, a staggering 10,000 units were sold out within a single day. On Xingmei and Appo's official platform, a chorus of customers clamored for more, yet the company remained unhurried, meticulously inflating prices in a classic case of supply and demand. Ye Fei observed these developments without comment. Assured of his guaranteed income, regardless of Xingmei's sales, he was entitled to a minimum of 50 million each month. Boss, Mr. Chen has sent you a gift and hopes to dine with you soon, Ning Xiaoxue announced, accompanied by two individuals carrying a cardboard box to Ye Fei's office door. Inform her that I will consider it, Ye Fei replied, glancing at the box. If he were not mistaken, it contained a scar removal product. A gesture from Chun Yuan intended to mend their relationship. Distribute the items among the staff, Ye Fei instructed, as he had no need for the product himself. With a willingness to upgrade the formula whenever he desired, he could easily create something superior. Are you certain, boss? Ning Xiaoxue asked hesitantly, for the box held thousands of units of the product, valued at nearly 10 million at current online prices. One for each employee. The remainder I shall keep for my purposes, Ye Fei affirmed. His company did not employ many staff members, and these were loyal employees who had stood by him during his most challenging times. They deserved this reward. As for the surplus, he intended to use it to cultivate connections, especially with his unfinished building nearing completion, which he envisioned transforming into a commercial center featuring a dedicated scar removal product counter. In the meantime, Ye Fei aimed to develop new medicines, ensuring that the resources left to him by the elder Ku Feng would not go to waste. Institution renowned across the nation. Wu Feng's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She perceived Ye Fei as being of a similar age to herself. Had it not been for her grandfather's direct instruction, Feng nodded eagerly. She had been so engrossed in observing Ye Fei that she had momentarily forgotten the primary purpose of his visit. She hurriedly led him towards the classroom stage. As true identity, which few were aware of. Wei lacked the necessary skill, he would be the one embarrassed. What acupuncture point can be stimulated to awaken someone from a coma most swiftly? Deng Wei asked, brimming with confidence. There were multiple answers to this question. After all, possible. Longyang point, Ye Fei responded. A technique passed down through generations of his family. And what point do you believe can achieve the fastest revival? Ye Fei asked, slowly approaching Deng Wei, eager to hear his answer. Tianyin point. Test it out and you will see, Deng Wei declared, his pride as inflated as a peacock. You make a valid point. I'm unconscious. Teacher, what are you doing? The students gasped. This teacher is fierce. He actually hit someone. It seems Deng Wei hit the nail on the head. He must have enraged him. Ignoring their chatter, Ye Fei declared, "In our study of medicine, experimentation is paramount. Since Deng Wei and I have conflicting views, I will demonstrate who is correct. Does anyone have a silver needle? Please hand me one." As students of traditional Chinese medicine, it was common for them to carry silver needles. Wu Feng quickly retrieved a long silver needle and handed it to Ye Fei. "Observe closely, everyone. This is the Tianyin point, as suggested by Deng Wei. Let us see how long it takes for him to regain consciousness after I stimulate it." The moment Ye Fei's needle pierced Deng Wei's Tianyin point. Approximately half a minute later, Deng Wei slowly opened his eyes, fury evident in his gaze upon seeing Ye Fei. But before he could speak, Ye Fei's fist struck him again, rendering him unconscious once more. As you can see, it takes about half a minute to awaken someone from the Tianyin point, which is indeed a swift recovery. However, this is not the fastest method. There is an even quicker way, Ye Fei proclaimed. The students were now filled with doubt. Ye Fei quickly located the Longyang point, and, as the silver needle penetrated Deng Wei's body, he abruptly leaped up from the ground. "Did you see that? It's that simple." Ye Fei smiled as he leisurely returned to the podium. "Yi, how dare you strike me? Do you have any idea who I am?" Deng Wei glared at him coldly. In Rongqing University, it was not uncommon for powerful students to intimidate teachers, leading many educators to turn a blind eye to their misdeeds, resulting in their growing arrogance. Chapter 64. Revenge? Are you threatening me? Ye Fei cast a casual glance at Deng Wei. To be frank, his face flushed with embarrassment. Surely, they were mocking him, all because of Ye Fei. Otherwise, how could he have lost face so thoroughly? "Disappear from my sight before I lose my temper," Ye Fei said coldly. He had come to class intending to avoid any significant trouble. But if someone sought to provoke him, that was an entirely different matter. "You," Deng Wei had intended to retort. But the moment he met Ye Fei's icy stare, the words caught in his throat. The chill in Ye Fei's eyes sent a shiver down his spine. "Just wait." Deng Wei spat defiantly. "Very well, let us resume our lesson. If any student has questions, feel free to ask." Ye Fei turned back, his demeanor softening as he smiled at the students below. This time, the students were subdued, their eyes reflecting a newfound respect for Ye Fei. They had witnessed his earlier display of strength and had no desire to provoke his ire or become subjects of his experiments. "Teacher, I have a question." Wu Feng, always the most eager to inquire, posed her question. Regardless of its complexity, Ye Fei answered effortlessly, providing her with invaluable insights. Soon class was over, and the students watched Ye Fei's retreating figure with admiration. This time, their respect for him was genuine. Although he appeared youthful, his expertise in traditional Chinese medicine was akin to that of a seasoned master. There seemed to be no question he could not answer. "Brother Yang, that is the guy," Deng Wei observed as Ye Fei exited, his gaze icy and teeth clenched. "Is this the fellow? Don Appos, worry, leave it to me." Yang Jianlong was a notorious local thug, often seen around Rongqing University, assisting wealthy students with their disputes. He had been living comfortably off such arrangements. After the job was done, the payment promised to Yang would surely be substantial. "Who are we to each other? Brother Yang trusts you." Yang Jianlong laughed heartily. Deng Wei was practically a regular client, having sought his services for various matters before, and he was known to be quite generous. "Hey you, come here," Yang Jianlong shouted across the distance, approaching Ye Fei with a few of his henchmen in tow. "Me?" Ye Fei glanced at Yang Jianlong, then at Deng Wei nearby, quickly piecing together the unfolding situation. "I've heard you've been quite arrogant at school. Haven't you? Someone paid me to teach you a lesson." Posed no challenge to him. Yang Jianlong's defeat was particularly satisfying to them, given his reputation as a bully to many students over the years. Red, blue, purple, white, yellow if you had two more. You could form a team of gored warriors, the blonde thug mused, gazing at the four colorful-haired youths before him. Let us go together. The four youths, emboldened by their numbers, charged at Ye Fei. However, the outcome was inevitable, and soon they lay defeated on the ground, nursing their injuries. Each thug clutched their arms or legs, moaning in pain. Ye Fei, well-versed in human anatomy, had skillfully dislocated their joints with precise strikes. Deng Wei. Deng Wei forced a smile that was more grotesque than a grimace. Quite the coincidence indeed. These individuals are not here at your behest, are they? Ye Fei's playful smile hinted at his amusement. As a teacher, he felt compelled to uphold his dignity, and under normal circumstances, he would have already slapped Deng Wei down. Of course not. I swear I don't know them. Deng Wei quickly denied it, although he was indeed behind this scheme. Be mindful and refrain from engaging in any covert actions. Ye Fei offered a succinct warning to Deng Wei, if he possessed any wisdom. With a photograph of Wang Shuaing prominently displayed at the center of the wreath, Ye Fei's gaze turned icy in an instant. What does this mean? I advise you not to meddle in matters that do not concern you. It is only right that debts are repaid, and this woman has an obligation to fulfill. Qian Guofeng, a representative from a usury firm, regarded Ye Fei with a cold stare. If she truly owes you money, I will assist her in repaying it. If not, you shall face the consequences. Ye Fei, well acquainted with Wang Shuaing, knew she would never resort to such predatory loans, indicating that something was amiss. Albeit in a shaky script that Ye Fei instantly recognized as not belonging to her. How much does she owe you? Ye Fei inuited patiently, refraining from exposing the deceit immediately. With interest, it amounts to 2 million, Qian Guofeng scoffed, eager to witness how Ye Fei would procure such a sum. I have stated that any money you claim is not mine to repay. Why do you persistently harass me? Wang Shuaing emerged from the crowd, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. This was not the first time they had sought her. They had approached her multiple times prior. Her pent-up grievances flooded forth, assured her, sensing the weight of her tribulations. And would not sway him. You have arrived too late to retreat now, Ye Fei stated coldly, his eyes shifting toward the bespectacled Long nearby. Come here and deal with these ruffians. Otherwise, no one shall be able to mend your injuries. Yang Jianlong, taken aback by Ye Fei's command, hesitated. He had come to provoke Ye Fei, but found himself being ordered instead. First, you must ensure our hands are intact. Yang Jianlong ultimately conceded, aware that while he was unharmed, he could not abandon his brothers. Wait here. I will resolve matters shortly. Ye Fei patet vang shuing apos, seishuldef, who nodded in response, her tear-streaked face evoking a pang of sympathy in him. I advise against opposing us, or you shall meet a grim fate, Qian Guofeng sneered. Having seen many who dared to confront his company eventually capitulate, Ye Fei remained silent, approaching Huang Mao. With a swift motion, he seized Huang Mao and Appo's leg, and with a resounding crack, it was dislocated. He repeated this method with the others. You know what must be done, Ye Fei remarked coolly, stepping aside. Now, explain the situation to me. He turned to Wang Shuaing, determined to uncover the truth behind this conspiracy. You insignificant fools think you can meddle in affairs beyond your reach. You would do well to leave now while you still can. Qian Guofeng glared at Yang Jianlong, seeing him as a mere triviality compared to his own standing in the underworld. Who are you calling insignificant? Huang Mao, known for his volatile temper, charged at Qian Guofeng, to the scene on their phones. Wang Shuang expressed her frustration, bewildered by the sudden confrontation. They possess your identification. It must be someone close to you who has taken out this loan. Ye Fei deduced. If Ye Fei and Oppos, as suspicions held true, Wang Shuang's friends were likely behind this scheme. It shouldn't be my sister and the others, Wang Shuang murmured, her voice barely audible, as if she herself struggled to believe the words she spoke. Chapter 66. Greed. Yang Jianlong and his companions, outnumbered by Guo Feng and his gang, soon found themselves at a disadvantage. However, as the local ruffian of the area, Yang Jianlong quickly attracted a new group of troublemakers to join the fray. You will regret this. I assure you, there will be consequences, he declared, his face smeared with dirt and blood as he hurriedly retreated, not forgetting to issue a threat before departing. Humph. Yang Jianlong scoffed, casting a fleeting glance at Ye Fei, whose expression flickered with contemplation. With their numbers now in their favor, Yang pondered whether to settle the score with Ye Fei, especially after the latter had subjected him to public humiliation moments ago. He would not shy away from accommodating them, but this time he would not extend a helping hand. Let us depart. Yang Jianlong ultimately refrained from acting. Life been? Ye Fei inquired. He regarded Wang Shuang merely as a younger sister, devoid of any deeper feelings. I refuse that, although Wang Shuang did not receive the answer she had hoped for. Having attended morning classes and with the afternoon to dedicate to his work, the company had been progressing steadily, with no pressing matters demanding his attention. Boss, there's a disturbance at the unfinished building. Ning Xiaoxue promptly approached Ye Fei. Intervention. Let's go take a look, Ye Fei said. Some are migrant workers, while others appear to be instigators, a mix of men and women, predominantly middle-aged. They obstructed the entrance, preventing the workers from entering, shouting angrily while holding a banner that read, "Return our hard-earned money." Boss, you're here. A middle-aged man, the foreman of the project and a respected figure among the workers, rushed to greet Ye Fei. What's the situation? Ye Fei sought clarity on the matter, needing an understanding to address the chaos. You are the heartless owner. A middle-aged woman stormed forward, her face flushed with indignation. Let us speak civilly, Ye Fei replied coldly, discomfort by her accusatory demeanor, as though he had wronged her entire family. Did you consult us when developing this land? Why have we not seen any compensation after all this time? You must provide us with a satisfactory answer today. She insisted. Indeed, before the demolition, we were promised payment within 3 months, yet here we are, still awaiting a single cent. What does this signify? Another chimed in, echoing the growing discontent. These bosses are utterly unscrupulous, exploiting us common folk. The crowd erupted in collective outrage, directing their fury at Ye Fei. Ye Fei's brow tightened. He questioned what their inability to receive payment had to do with him. He had not developed the land. They should seek Wang Qiao instead. Boss, these people are deliberately causing a ruckus. Feiyang Real Estate has already disbursed their payments. Ning Xiaoxue interjected, clarifying that after her investigation, received compensation, but upon hearing Ye Fei was known for his leniency, they had concocted a plan to exploit him, believing he could settle their additional demands. Let the police handle it, Ye Fei commanded coldly, retreating to his vehicle. Prepare to depart. Hey, you hit me. Just as Ye Fei started the engine, a middle-aged woman flung herself onto the hood of his car, mumbling accusations of foul play, brazenly attempting to extort him. My goodness, this boss is truly inhumane, not only withholding our compensation, but also endangering our lives. Another middle-aged man recorded the spectacle on his phone, capturing the unfolding drama. Chapter 67. The wicked must be ground by the wicked clearly. These individuals had devised a meticulous plan prior to arriving here. They intended to utilize the power of the internet to exert pressure on Ye Fei, coercing him into compensation. A scheme they executed with remarkable cunning. I possess a dashcam recording, Ye Fei remarked, his brow furrowed in disdain, his eyes reflecting his contempt for their actions, which incited both irritation and anger within him. If you do not compensate us for the demolition funds today, we shall release this video online for public judgment. The man who had been recording hastily declared. Naturally, he would not disclose the truth, but would embellish the narrative with unfounded claims to tarnish Ye Fei's reputation. Eager to observe how he would continue his business under such scrutiny. How much do you want? Ye Fei coldly questioned the middle-aged man before him, intent on gauging his greed. Not much, just 2 million per family. There are 12 families here, so over 20 million should be mere pocket change for you. The man responded, a victorious grin spreading across his face, interpreting Ye Fei's inquiry as an indication of his willingness to pay. In truth, this derelict building had housed 100 families, yet only these 12 had chosen to cause a ruckus. The others had not, as not everyone possessed their shamelessness. Is that so? Ye Fei scoffed, recognizing their blatant extortion. They had already received their rightful share and now sought to shake him down further, as if he were a charitable benefactor. What do you think you're doing? Are you trying to leave? If you don't give us the money today. Ye Fei remained silent. Who approached Ye Fei with a sycophantic smile. Release your grip immediately, Wang Xiao commanded, his gaze turning icy as he confronted the middle-aged woman holding Ye Fei. With a swift motion, he slapped her, asserting dominance. Brother Yi, are you all right? Wang Xiao, adept at reading the room, shifted from fury to joviality in an instant. Eager to please Ye Fei. I do not wish to see anyone causing trouble here, Ye Fei replied coolly, aware of Wang Xiao's true nature. However, threatening me? Wang Xiao scoffed, then turned back to Ye Fei. Brother Yi, sending these individuals to prison was a prudent choice. Their existence only served to harm others. Having attempted to extort him, who knew who their next victim would be? Thank you, Brother Yi. Rest assured, I will handle this matter splendidly. Wang Xiao replied with fervor, his gaze towards Ye Fei more affectionate than towards his own father. Yet, Chapter 68. You are seeking death. By the time Ye Fei returned to the company, it was already afternoon. He secluded himself once more in his research room, delving into the formulation of an extraordinary medicinal ointment known as the Golden Wound Medicine. This remarkable remedy, historically reserved for royalty, is renowned for its efficacy in treating external injuries, facilitating rapid blood clotting and scar healing. Ye Fei intended to further explore the formulation, aiming to create a variant that could swiftly halt bleeding. Given the gravity of the situation, he planned to bifurcate the original recipe, allowing him to circumvent the scrutiny of many, as failure to do so could lead to significant complications. Boss, I have thoroughly investigated the matter for you, Ning Xiaoxue announced as she entered the office. Wang Shuang had not taken out a usurious loan from Only Financial. It was shocking how inhumane these two women were. Wang Shuang was, after all, their daughter, yet they treated her as if she were a stranger. Ning Xiaoxua pouted, lamenting the sad fate of Wang Shuaing born into such a family. They are indeed human, but Onli isn't scrupulous. 50,000 in interest for merely 2 weeks? Ye Fei remarked coldly. If that is the case, a month would amount to a staggering 100,000. Who could possibly withstand such exorbitant interest? What do you intend to do, boss? Onli has formidable backing. My investigations reveal they have driven individuals to despair more than once, yet they remain operational, clearly supported by a major conglomerate. Eliminating harm for the sake of the people, Ye Fei sneered. This company has troubled Wang Shuaing, which equates to troubling me. If my suspicions are correct, the individuals at Onli have likely colluded with Wang Shuyun and her daughter. Otherwise, it would be impossible to secure a loan using Wang Shuaing and Appo's identity alone. Ning Xiaoxua hesitated to voice her thoughts, but upon witnessing the frigid intensity in Ye Fei and Appo's gaze, she wisely chose to remain silent, recognizing that his decisions were unassailable. At the entrance of Rongqing University, a throng had gathered early in the morning. Appo's upper echelons, Wang Shuaing at the street corner. Let us go. Qian Guofeng rallied his men and swiftly approached Wang Shuaing, encircling her. What do you want? Wang Shuaing, lost in thought and oblivious to their presence, realized too late that escape was futile. What do we want? It's only right to repay debts. Where is your little boyfriend today? Qian Guofeng sneered, referring to Ye Fei. If not for him, Qian would not have faced such failure yesterday. I did not borrow money from you. If you do not leave now, I will call for help. Wang Shuaing stammered, panic evident on her face. She was merely a young girl, unaccustomed to such confrontations. Call for help? I am quite curious to see who you can summon, Qian Guofeng retorted with confidence, eager to see who would dare intervene. Wang Shuaing lifted her gaze, surveying the onlookers, many of whom were students. However, upon meeting their indifferent stares, she realized that relying on them was futile. A few students, possessing a sense of justice, contemplated intervening, but quickly abandoned the notion upon assessing the numbers of Qian Guofeng's group. Will you come quietly with us, or shall I resort to force? Qian Guofeng knew Wang Shuaing could not possibly produce the required sum, thus intending to claim her as collateral. Once in their grasp, they would surely extract value from her, especially given her youth and beauty. I will not go. Wang Shuaing retreated, sensing the ominous intentions behind their menacing gazes. That is not your choice. Seize her and take her to the car, Qian Guofeng commanded coldly to his burly associates. Try touching her. A chilling voice sliced through the air, drawing the attention of all present. Ye Fei, having arrived just in time for class, was taken aback by the scene unfolding before him. He had hoped that after yesterday and Appo's lesson, these ruffians would refrain from further provocations. Yet here they were, audaciously seeking trouble once more. In Appo's teacher Yi recognized some students from the traditional medicine department, having just attended his lecture the previous day. How fortuitous that you have come to me, Qian Guofeng exclaimed. Away. Break this insolent brat's hands. Ye Fei sprang into action. You should not have come back. Ye Fei coldly addressed the brawny man before him, who was writhing in agony. If nothing unexpected occurs. Their eyes glinted with malice. Ye Fei's brow furrowed slightly. Facing so many opponents alone, he knew he was at a disadvantage. Crack. Yet, even if he cannot win, its arm, ensuring that he would be incapacitated quickly. Isn't the teacher too impressive? Are you sure he isn't a martial arts instructor? One student, puzzled, remarked that with Ye Fei's prowess, it was a shame he was teaching traditional medicine. He ought to be teaching martial arts instead, given his fighting abilities. What to do? Wang Shuaing stood behind Ye Fei. Unlike the others who were merely spectating, she understood that Ye Fei could not possibly contend against so many. He had already taken several blows. Hurry over. Not far away. Wu Feng arrived with a group of young men clad in white, clearly from the martial arts department. Sister, who do you want me to teach a lesson to? Wu Long had little interest in academics, and was more inclined toward martial arts. It's him. He is a friend of my grandfather, Mr. Yi, who is exceptionally skilled. Due to his robust physique, he was not significantly affected. You little brat. Qian Guofeng's pride was wounded. He never expected that despite bringing so many people, he could not subdue Ye Fei. Gripping a steel pipe, he declared he would not be thwarted today. Be careful. Wang Shuang noticed Qian Guofeng sneaking up on Ye Fei and quickly warned him. Who allowed you to cause a ruckus at our school gate? Brothers, show them the might of our martial arts department. At that moment, Wu Long rallied his fellow students, who numbered around 50. Although they were students, Qian Guofeng glared at the approaching students with fury, astonished at their audacity to oppose him. You'll never use those hands again in your life. Ye Fei resolved his immediate predicament and turned to seize Qian Guofeng's arm. With a crack, he dislocated both of Qian's arms in rapid succession. Had Wu Long's group not diverted Qian Guofeng's attention, he might have succeeded in his sneak attack. Qian Guofeng let out a shriek as he stared at Ye Fei, the pain from his dislocated arms now intensifying painfully. What have you done to me? Fear flickered in Qian Guofeng's eyes. He sensed that he could still control his hands, yet they were immobile. Any attempt to move would send waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. I warned you, do not expect to use your hand for the rest of your life. In other words, you are rendered useless. Ye Fei sepulcrally. The burly men behind him refrained from intervening. Their gazes flickered with uncertainty. While they made a living through such confrontations, they were not fools. A little bloodshed was acceptable, but becoming disabled was something they could not tolerate. After all, they relied on their hands for their livelihood. Impossible. Don't try to scare me. I refuse to believe you. What are you all waiting for? Attack him fiercely. Deep down, Qian Guofeng could not accept Ye Fei's words. With modern science so advanced, he doubted that his hands could not be healed, though the pain felt peculiar. He dismissed it as merely a dislocation, easily fixable. You could try to fight us at our school gate and see who prevails, vastly outnumbering their adversaries. You little brat, don't meddle in affairs beyond your grasp. Even if you're unconcerned for your own safety, consider your family. Who knows what misfortune could befall them? Qian Guofeng threatened, using his usual tactic of intimidating others through their families. However, he had clearly miscalculated this time. Wu Long was the grandson of Wu Qingfeng, and Qian Guofeng would not dare to cross him, lest he face dire consequences. I will relay your threats to my uncles. Wu Long replied coldly. If the other party wished to threaten him, he would inform his family's doctors to eliminate the threat before it escalated. We're leaving, but you all will pay for this. Before long, I will have you begging for mercy. Qian Guofeng recognized that he could do nothing against Wang Shuang in this situation. His gaze turned icy as it swept over Ye Fei. He loathed Ye Fei for having thwarted his plans twice and for injuring him. He vowed to take revenge. Mister, are you all right? Wu Feng hurried to Ye Fei's side. I'm fine. This is Wu Qingfeng's grandson, Wu Long, right? Ye Fei shook his head and then turned his attention to Wu Long, recalling that Wu Qingfeng had mentioned having a grandson and granddaughter. It seemed that Wu Long was indeed his grandson. Chapter 70. The arrival of the medicine formula. Wu Long nodded, his gaze imbued with curiosity. Ye Fei was likely around the same age as him, yet possessed a prowess that far surpassed their own. In reality, Ye Fei was only 3 or 4 years their senior, and with his youthful appearance, he seemed almost their equal. You were incredible just now. Could you teach me? Wu Long asked, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Although they had learned some martial arts, they paled in comparison to Ye Fei's skills, who had single-handedly taken on so many opponents. If you wish to learn my techniques, you must first delve into the realm of medicine, Ye Fei replied with a smile. Shaking his head, his methods were not overly complicated. With a sound physical constitution and rich medical experience, one could emulate his ability to disarm others, ensuring that no one could intervene except himself. Perhaps not, Wu Long sighed, shaking his head in resignation. To him, studying medicine seemed unbearably tedious. His family had always hoped he would pursue a medical career, but he had little interest in it. All right, it's time for class, Ye Fei remarked as he glanced at the clock. Thank you. Wang Shuang approached Ye Fei, speaking softly. Had it not been for his unexpected arrival, She couldn't fathom what might have transpired next. Why not stay with me? I can look out for you, Ye Fei suggested, concerned for Wang Shuai's safety. But not for the reasons he might think. She desired to do so openly and without pretense. Very well, Ye Fei conceded, feeling a bit helpless. Upon returning home, he would instruct Uncle Fu to arrange for a few people to keep an eye on Wang Shuai, for she would never confide in him about her struggles, choosing instead to suffer in silence. When Ye Fei entered the classroom, he was surprised to find it filled with several times more students than before. Many of the students present were not even from the TCM department, but from other faculties. Their reasons for attending were straightforward. Ye Fei had become somewhat of a celebrity within the university after just 2 days. Appos, so handsome. I want to date you. A bold female student exclaimed. Focus on the lesson. Ye Fei replied, feeling a headache coming on. He realized that not everyone was there solely to learn. Some male students were casting him unfriendly glances. All right, the girl said, her voice tinged with disappointment. Yet, as a teacher, Ye Fei knew that regardless of who they were, students must heed his authority. Teacher, I have a question. Wu Feng was the most vocal among the students, keenly aware of the rarity of such an opportunity. Having spoken with Wu Qingfeng the previous evening, she was advised to seize the moment and ask Ye Fei any questions she had, especially since there were queries that even Wu Qingfeng found challenging. Ye Fei addressed each question with remarkable ease, even though many of the theories he discussed had not been practiced by him personally. He trusted that the knowledge imparted to him by old man Ku Feng was genuine and reliable. Teacher, I heard that there exists a miraculous formula for a medicine called Jinchuan Yao in history. Is that true? A student inquired, causing Ye Fei to furrow his brow slightly. Yet he nodded affirmatively. Teacher, with your vast knowledge, you must know the formula for Jinchuan Yao, right? The same voice chimed in again. Ye Fei glanced at the questioner, noting that although she was clearly a woman, her face was partially obscured by a baseball cap. You seem somewhat familiar. Please remove your hat, Ye Fei requested, his brow knitting in recognition. The figure seemed all too familiar, and the tone of her voice seemed affected, clearly not her natural sound. It's me, teacher. The girl removed her cap, revealing a stunningly beautiful face, which elicited gasps from the surrounding male students. However, Ye Fei's expression darkened instantly. He couldn't believe that Li Xiaoxiao had infiltrated Rongqing University. You don't appear to be a student here. How did you manage to get in? Ye Fei asked directly, aware that she likely intended to extract knowledge left to him by old man Ku Feng under the guise of being a student. I just transferred here yesterday, Li Xiaoxiao replied with a smile, having leveraged her extensive connections to gain entry into the university. Ye Fei nodded, suppressing the urge to expel her from the classroom, for he was a teacher and could not simply throw a student out. Teacher, you Haven and Appos, answer my question yet. Do you know the formula for Jinchuan Yao? Li Xiaoxiao pressed on, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. As she spoke, the surrounding students looked on with eager anticipation, knowing that Jinchuan Yao held monumental significance in the realm of traditional medicine. I do not know. Ye Fei shook his head. While he certainly knew the formula, he could not divulge it, as it was integral to his identity. But I heard that you're knowledgeable about the formula for Jinchuan Yao, and not just that. You possess knowledge of other ancient formulas as well. Surely, you could share just one or two with us. Li Xiaoxiao persisted, unwilling to relent. Obtaining even a couple of formulas from Ye Fei would be a tremendous gain. Indeed, is it not the duty of a teacher to impart knowledge to their students? Sharing valuable insights is always commendable. The other students chimed in, leaving Ye Fei suspicious that they might be a part of Li Xiaoxiao's scheme. Chapter 71. Identity revealed. I genuinely do not recognize these prescriptions. However, I have heard that this student, Li, hails from an ancient lineage of medical practitioners. One can only imagine the multitude of ancestral remedies that must exist within her family. When might she share them with us? S expression soured, for she could sense the anticipation in the eyes of those around her. It was evident that they had already accepted Ye Fei's assertion, although his words were casually spoken. For someone of your caliber. Earnestly, gazing at the blackboard, ultimately shaking her head in resignation, for she was indeed unable to solve the problem presented. Very well, today I shall elucidate this problem, which constitutes fundamental pharmacological knowledge. Ye Fei began with a gentle smile, elaborating on the topic inscribed on the blackboard. After all, such rudimentary knowledge posed little risk of being divulged. This question was shared with me by an elder, who remarked that any descendant of his would be able to respond upon encountering it. Ye Fei continued, casting a sidelong glance at Li Xiao, confident that she could discern the implications woven within his words. Teacher, may I pose a question? Why do you, who clearly know the formula for the healing ointment, refuse to share it with us? At that moment, a young man seated in the corner stood, inadvertently swept over Li Xiao. Aside from her, he could think of no one else. I will offer you 2 million. Just reveal the formula for all to hear. The young man did not respond to Ye Fei's inquiry, for he was indeed a student of the business department, not traditional Chinese medicine. I asked if you were a student of the traditional Chinese medicine department. If not, please leave. Ye Fei's eyes narrowed instinctively. Clarify that traditional remedies had been passed down through generations. Whether I even possess the formula, should I have it, are beyond monetary valuation. If one were to quantify it financially, acquiring the formula would require several hundred billion. Indeed, even possessing such capital would not guarantee its acquisition. Promptly followed suit. What are your intentions? Ye Fei questioned, casting a cold glance at Li Xiao, who had been persistently plotting against him. Just as he began to forget her, he can provide you with protection, Li Xiao stated. For although Ye Fei had been relatively untroubled, the news of his status as a disciple of Elder Ku Feng had already spread, and countless individuals lurked in the shadows, plotting against him. If I were to hazard a guess, it was you who leaked the information. Ye Fei shot Li Xiao a cold glare, for she was the first to learn of this news. Who else could have been responsible? Chapter 72. If you can, go ahead, this matter is inconsequential. Li Xiao did not deny it. Indeed, she was the one who spread this information, for Ye Fei was too ungrateful. I'm not interested, Ye Fei firmly rejected. Ye Fei looked up just in time to see a car hurtling towards him. At this speed, should he be struck, he would surely face dire consequences. In a split second, he rolled into the adjacent greenbelt. Had his reaction been any slower, he would have been hit. This street was meant for pedestrians. Vehicles were prohibited. Yet now, the car rampaged across the sidewalk, endangering numerous passersby. Was it mere coincidence? Ye Fei observed as the car veered back onto the roadway, speeding away, his brow furrowed in concern. If he was not mistaken, the driver had aimed to run him down. Help! Blood oozing from his mouth. Let me take a look. Ye Fei knelt beside the man to check his pulse. Saving a life was paramount at this moment. You must save my father, the woman pleaded, her face a mask of panic, tears glistening in her eyes. I will do my best, Ye Fei assured her, noting the man's precarious condition. His vital signs were weak, and after a brief examination, it was evident that the internal injuries were severe, worsened by the recent accident. Call an ambulance quickly. I can only stabilize him temporarily, If we delay, he may not survive. Ye Fei pressed firmly on several points of the man's body, attempting to stabilize his organs. This is madness, a young man interjected coldly. He had studied Western medicine for a few years and could not comprehend Ye Fei's actions. I am a distinguished graduate of Yun Medical University. Please save my father. The woman urged Zhang Haijun, who had initially seemed promising to her. But her faith wavered as her father remained unconscious. Fear not. I am a professional and will not act like some charlatan, Zhang Haijun declared. Zhang Haijun's demeanor turned grave as he prepared to administer chest compressions to the middle-aged man. You'll crush him if you do that. Ye Fei could not help but interject, aware that the man's internal state was already precarious. Subjecting him to such force could lead to fatal consequences. Do you even possess basic medical knowledge? If someone faints, you must first revive them. Otherwise, their respiratory system will fail, and they will die, Zhang Haijun retorted, shooting a cold glare at Ye Fei, who had dared to question his expertise. Foolishness. Ye Fei shook his head. He had already assessed the man's pulse and could discern the internal damage. The impact had caused minute ruptures in his organs. If Zhang Haijun pressed down with such intensity, it would exacerbate the injuries, making recovery impossible, and the man would surely perish. Could you ask that guy to shut his mouth? His incessant commentary makes it difficult for me to concentrate. Zhang Haijun turned to the woman beside him. But Bai Yueguang hesitated, torn. After all, Ye Fei was the first to offer assistance, despite her growing doubts about his capabilities. I advise you, if you wish for your father to survive, do not let this man act recklessly. Otherwise, even divine intervention will be futile, Ye Fei warned coldly before stepping away. He had done his part. Whether they heeded his advice was their choice. If you don't care about your father's life, then I'm helpless. Zhang Haijun shrugged nonchalantly, believing the situation should require the woman to plead for his help, not the other way around. I trust you, Bai Yueguang finally decided, nodding gravely at Zhang Haijun. She chose to believe in him, for he was indeed a graduate of Yun Medical University and surely possessed the skill. Chapter 73. The downfall of Amway. Zhang Haijun nodded in satisfaction, then crouched down again, pressing his hands firmly against the middle-aged man's chest, preparing to administer cardiopulmonary resuscitation. With a sudden gasp, the man coughed up a mouthful of blood and slowly opened his eyes. So soon? A look of astonishment flickered in Zhang Haijun's eyes. For a person to awaken. Dad. Bai Zhongshan owned 3 or 5 companies and had come out that day to accompany his daughter shopping, only to be struck by a car that fled the scene. Please don't scare me. Bai Yueguang's expression turned from joy to alarm. What is happening? Bai Zhongshan coughed violently, blood splattering, while Zhang Haijun wore a befuddled expression. Wasn't he supposed to save this man? Why was the situation deteriorating? What's going on? Bai Yueguang turned her gaze toward Zhang Haijun, seeking answers. The paramedics arrived and lifted Bai Zhongshan onto a stretcher. The hospital results came swiftly, revealing multiple internal injuries that were continuously bleeding, showing no signs of cessation. Prepare yourself. Your father may not last much longer. The doctor's words struck Bai Yueguang like a thunderbolt. How could this be? Yet she did not give up hope. She quickly reached out to several doctors, knowing that given her father's status, many would be willing to assist. However, disappointment followed as they all expressed their helplessness regarding Bai Zhongshan's condition. Responded, leaving her face pale. Even if Wu Qingfeng could treat her father, time was of the essence. By the time he returned, her father may already be lost. Perhaps our teacher has a solution. You can seek him out. I'll send you his contact information. Wu Feng, Richest, Ye Fei, whose medical skills surpassed even those of her grandfather, believing he might have a chance to save Bai Zhongshan. Bai Yueguang nodded fervently, quickly receiving the location of Ye Fei's company. In the afternoons, Ye Fei typically remained at his office, attending to various matters. Boss, the materials you requested are ready. Arranged. Ye Fei shut his computer, convinced that the act was directed at him. The driver's behavior was too calculated to be mere insanity. Someone was clearly pulling strings behind the scenes. Ye Fei then perused the documents at hand regarding the Amway company, a rather peculiar entity that had skirted legal troubles multiple times, adeptly avoiding dire consequences. A formidable entity in the construction industry, despite recent declines in profit. However, their capital remained robust. Bringing you down will not be a Herculean task. King is making big moves again. What is Amway? His actions soon caught the attention of others, who were puzzled by his maneuvers. I suspect this company is headed for collapse. Otherwise, why would King sell their stocks at such a low price? They speculated. Amway soon learned of Ye Fei's actions. Bewildered by his sudden stock purchases, he followed by their rapid resale. Yet, clarity dawned as others started to follow suit, selling their stocks at a loss. This was merely a stepping stone toward his ultimate goal, to bring the company to its knees. Amway was teetering on the brink of collapse. Li Yunping's face was etched with fury as he processed the news from the head of Amway. Few were aware that Li Yunping had been orchestrating the company and Oppo's affairs from behind the scenes. The Li Group had risen to prominence through dubious means, thus cultivating connections to engage in such schemes. Brother, if this continues, our company will soon face ruin. We have already lost several billion. The voice on the other end belonged to a young man, Luo Wubin, who, despite his youth, drove flashy cars and resided in opulent homes, an enviable life for many of his peers. Yet, he alone understood that these luxuries belonged to Li Yunping. He was merely a puppet, an unfortunate scapegoat. Should Amway falter, he would likely be imprisoned as Li Yunping's sacrificial lamb. I demand you uncover who is conspiring against me with haste. They shall pay dearly for their audacity. Li Yunping promptly ended the call. As Ye Fei arrived at the company's entrance, ready to leave for home, a woman blocked his path by Yue Guan. Upon seeing her, Ye Fei realized she had disregarded his previous counsel. You need not speak. I am aware of your intentions. Ye Fei interrupted her before she could utter a word, directing his gaze toward Wu Feng, who stood beside her. Teacher, could you please save Uncle Bai? He's a good man. Wu Feng's pleading eyes met Ye Fei's, stirring a sense of helplessness within him. I can attempt to help, but I cannot guarantee success. I had warned you earlier, yet you chose to ignore my advice, resulting in this predicament. Ye Fei nodded, willing to investigate, though the fate of Bai Zhongshan remained uncertain. Given the severity of his internal injuries compounded by Zhang Haijun's pressure, if you can assist me, I am willing to meet any conditions. I beg you to save my father. Bai Yue Guang was a devoted daughter. She would go to any lengths to rescue her father. Having only each other after her mother passed away when she was young, they were inseparable. Very well, lead the way. Ye Fei nodded, not one to seek rewards. Today's news had already reported on by Zhongshan's prowess as an entrepreneur, his extensive network proving invaluable. Soon, Ye Fei reached Bai Zhongshan's hospital room, where medical staff tended to him, yet he remained unconscious from excessive blood loss. Ye Fei approached, feeling his pulse to assess his condition. Mr. Yi, how is he? Bai Yue Guang asked cautiously. There is still hope. Immediately go to Huafu Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic and gather all the herbs on this list. They must be boiled together in the specified order and quantities. Do not make any mistakes. Ye Fei quickly compiled a list, prioritizing the need to halt the internal bleeding. Though the minute wounds were not gushing profusely, if the situation continued, Bai Zhongshan would not survive 3 days, and even the legendary Hua Tao would be powerless to intervene. I will go. Wu Feng took the list from Ye Fei. He felt assured in trusting her with this task, given her foundational knowledge of herbal medicine. Not long after Wu Feng departed, the door to the room swung open, revealing a familiar figure, Li Yunping. His eyes narrowed upon seeing Ye Fei. What are you doing here? Bai Yue Guang shot an icy glare at Li Yunping. Their relationship was complicated, They had once been close, their families intertwined until the Li group grew too powerful, severing ties. In recent years, as Bai Zhongshan's business flourished, the Li group shamelessly resurfaced, prompting mutual disdain between the two. I came to check on my future father-in-law. Li Yunpeng replied with a smirk. The most challenging obstacle was Bai Zhongshan. Once he was gone, he would find a way to compel Bai Yueguang into marriage. Who is your future father-in-law? Please leave. You are not welcome here. Bai Yueguang's voice was frigid. Bai Zhongshan was presently incapacitated, and he had come to ascertain the man's status. If Bai Zhongshan were to die, their plans could proceed unimpeded. What does your presence here have to do with me? Ye Fei's tone was equally cold. It has everything to do with you. With your father-in-law gravely ill, I believe it is my duty to escort you out, Li Yunpeng said icily. Chapter 75. Disarmed, you should be the one to leave. Bai Yueguang furrowed her brows, her eyes reflecting disdain. We're to be family from now on. There is no need to speak so harshly. This man is the true outsider. Li Yunpeng undatarat continued brazenly. This is a matter of our household. Why don't you hurry up and leave? Or should I summon someone to escort you out? His gaze shifted to Ye Fei, who was proving to be an obstruction to his plans. You truly have a thick skin. They told you to leave. What are you still doing here? Ye Fei stood, coldly regarding Li Yunpeng. Seeking death, Li Yunpeng seethed, his anger flaring as he swung his fist toward Ye Fei. Crack! The next moment, a pained cry escaped Li Yunpeng's lips as Ye Fei dislocated his arm, the joint painfully misaligned. How dare you strike me? Li Yunpeng gasped, and as his voice faded, two burly men in black suits entered the room, their imposing physiques revealing their expertise as professional bodyguards, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary security. Disable his limbs. I want him kneeling before me. Li Yunpeng commanded his henchmen, his humiliation igniting a fierce desire for revenge against Ye Fei. What are you doing? This is a hospital. Any issues should be resolved outside. A doctor, noticing the commotion, approached the doorway, reprimanding them coldly. Ye Fei, opting for caution, exited the room. Though confident in his ability to handle the bodyguards, he chose to avoid any inadvertent harm to Bai Zhongshan, whose condition could deteriorate amidst their clash. You two step outside. Bring this man down. Doctor, please examine my hand. It feels broken, Li Yunpeng pleaded, clutching his injured arm, the pain surging through him as he attempted to move it, only to be met with failure. Go take a photo over there, the doctor gestured, and Li Yunpeng nodded eagerly, hurrying to comply. Mr. Li, how did you injure your hand? The internal structure is severely deformed. We cannot reset it, the orthopedic surgeon reported, his brow furrowed as the x-ray results emerged. He had never encountered such a dislocation. What? Aren't you doctors? You can't fix my hand? What use are you? Li Yunpeng's damano darkanat. Suspicion creeping into his mind that the doctor might be intentionally obstructing him. Is it about the money? I'll offer you 100,000. I refuse to hear that it can't be treated. Li Yunpeng retorted coldly, suspecting the doctor was trying to extort him. Others might be able to assist. The orthopedic surgeon shook his head. Li Yunpeng's injury was unique. It was not a simple dislocation where the joint could be reset without issue. The bones were pressing against blood vessels, complicating the procedure to a dangerous degree. What am I to do? Li Yunpeng's expression darkened as he absorbed the doctor's explanation, his heart sinking at the prospect of permanent damage. You might consider visiting the Huafu Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic. They have many orthopedic experts who may have a solution, the doctor suggested. Li Yunpeng nodded grimly, exiting the room and making his way toward the hospital entrance, anticipating that he would soon see Ye Fei kneeling before him, having suffered for daring to break his hand. He vowed to make Ye Fei pay dearly, aiming to render him utterly incapacitated and cast him to the streets to beg. However, as he reached the entrance, confusion swept over his face. His two bodyguards lay on the ground, clutching their arms in agony, while Ye Fei regarded him with an unperturbed expression. What is this? Your hand can't be fixed? Ye Fei smirked, knowing that he alone could remedy his own handiwork. Do not revel in this. You think you can permanently disable me? I will have my hand healed, and I will personally send you to your end. Li Yunpeng spat venomously. You still fail to grasp the situation, Ye Fei replied, shaking his head as he approached Li Yunpeng. With a swift crack, he dislocated Li Yunpeng's other hand, then leisurely retrieved his phone, dialing the Huafu Clinic. Add everyone from your corporation to the blacklist. From now on, the Huafu Clinic will not accept any of their patients, Ye Fei declared coldly, showing no mercy to someone like Li Yunpeng. Who do you think you are? The Huafu Clinic is a vast organization. They will not heed your orders. Li Yunpeng scoffed, laughing at Ye Fei and Appo's audacity. Try it and see, Ye Fei replied icily, his gaze fixed on a nearby taxi where Wu Feng had just arrived, holding a medicine jar. What happened? Wu Feng inquired, her expression filled with curiosity as she observed Li Yunpeng, with whom she had only a passing acquaintance. Chapter 76. Intrusion and Murder. Wu Feng. The moment Li Yunpeng laid eyes on Wu Feng, his pupils constricted. He was well aware of her identity, having once contemplated a scheme involving her. However, he ultimately abandoned the idea due to Wu Qingfeng's formidable status. Is there something you need? Wu Feng inquired, her brow furrowed. She had heard of Li Yunpeng and Appo's dubious exploits and held him in low regard. Let us go inside, Ye Fei said, taking the medicine jar from Wu Feng. They were already late. The threat posed by Zhongshan was escalating. Li Yunpeng observed their departing figures, his gaze flickering. Initially, he had doubted Ye Fei's connection to the Huafu traditional Chinese medicine clinic, but upon seeing Wu Feng, a foreboding sensation crept into his mind. That call Ye Fei made may indeed hold truth. Just wait, I will ensure your demise. He not only desired to punish Ye Fei, but also to see him dead, believing this would quell his fury. You're back, Bai Yue Guang exclaimed joyfully upon their return. Administer this medicine to him. If all goes well, he should awaken in about 2 days. After that, I will prescribe further treatment. He should recover in approximately 3 months. Ye Fei instructed as he handed the jar to Bai Yue Guang. It's getting late, and the issues here have mostly been resolved. I should return now. Thank you. Your kindness is beyond repayment. Wherever the Bai group can assist, we will undoubtedly go to great lengths for you, Bai Yue Guang replied sincerely. Ye Fei nodded, having anticipated her gratitude. By the time he reached his doorstep, night had fully descended. He parked his car and approached the entrance, but as he turned to glance back, he noticed several middle-aged men loitering nearby, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Yet, he dismissed it, reassured by the stringent security of his residential area. The target has entered, one of the middle-aged men reported, producing a walkie-talkie. Wait, there's still one camera that hasn't been disabled, another voice crackled through the device. Fubo, are those men new here? I've never seen them around the community before, Ye Fei casually inquired as he removed his coat. The situation was more complex than it appeared. Has Susa returned yet? Ye Fei asked, noting that she had been interning at the Huafu Clinic and should have been home by now. Not yet, but she should be back soon. She called earlier to say she might be late, Fu Bo replied. Ye Fei nodded and ascended to the rooftop. The middle-aged men had yet to disperse, and he soon observed something intriguing. Although they appeared to be scattered about, they were positioned alarmingly close to his home. One man was even tampering with a surveillance camera. They and Appo's, coming for me. Ye Fei's eyes narrowed. Naturally astute and cautious, today's events had heightened his vigilance, leading him to scrutinize the unexpected presence of these individuals. Ye Fei approached the back door and peered through the peephole, spotting a middle-aged man advancing toward him, wielding a machete. Interesting, Ye Fei smirked coldly, positioning himself behind the door. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing the startled face of the intruder. Who sent you? Ye Fei asked icily, locking eyes with the man. None of your business, the man retorted, swinging his weapon toward Ye Fei, intent on taking his life. In a swift motion, Ye Fei stepped forward, delivering a powerful elbow strike to the man's abdomen, then followed up with a punch that rendered him unconscious. Old 3, what is your status? Have you dealt with that guy? A voice crackled through the walkie-talkie behind the assailant. It's done. You can come in now. Ye Fei mimicked the voice of the unconscious man into the device. All right. Outside, a middle-aged man tucked away his walkie-talkie, noting something sounds off about Old Three's voice. Beside him, another man wore a puzzled expression. Their long association had made them familiar with each other's voices, and Old Three's tone had struck them as peculiar. Maybe he has caught a cold, the leader replied nonchalantly. They were motivated by the substantial reward promised for this mission to eliminate Ye Fei, which would set them up for life. True, the second man nodded as they approached the house with knives in hand. Ye Fei, concealed behind the front door, observed the two approaching figures. His position was advantageous. He could see them, but they could not see him. Chapter 77. Betrayal Within. As the two entered the room. After binding them, he discarded them alongside the previously subdued third man, then leisurely made his way outside, aware that two adversaries still eluded him. These three appeared to be the primary enforcers. One he had observed dismantling surveillance cameras, while the other stood vigilant near the entrance. Young master, what are you doing out here? Fu Bo inquired, followed closely by Gu Susu, his eyes reflecting a sense of bewilderment at Ye Fei and Appo's sudden emergence. Nothing much. Just wanted to check on you, Ye Fei replied nonchalantly, his gaze shifting to a nearby middle-aged man, who met his stare with equal confusion. Wasn't Ye Fei supposed to be dealt with by the leader and his men? How could he possibly be here? You. Just as the fourth man prepared to speak, Ye Fei charged forward, delivering a powerful punch directly to his face. Fu Bo, take this one inside. These men are here to kill me. Stay alert and protect yourself, Ye Fei instructed, aware that he had yet to neutralize one more foe. The two nodded in agreement. Though Gu Susu and Appo's cheeks flushed slightly. The darkness concealed her expression, yet she couldn't and Appo's help but feel a flutter in her heart at Ye Fei and Appo's impressive display of skill. Ye Fei wandered around the vicinity of his villa, yet he could not locate the remaining adversary. A frown creased his brow. This individual must have sensed his presence. Where could he have gone? Ye Fei was undeterred. Unless he eradicated these threats entirely, a peaceful night and Appo's rest was out of the question. These individuals were not mere criminals. Their methods suggested a seasoned history of such illicit activities, likely stained with blood. Suddenly, a woman's piercing scream echoed from the entrance. If you do, I and Appo's LL kill her immediately. The fifth man, choosing caution over rashness. Regret filled him. He wished he had not left Gu Susu outside, but had instead sent her back inside the house. Now release my brothers. The fifth man continued, pressing the knife against Gu Susu's throat, ready to take her life with the slightest pressure. Very well, step inside the room, Ye Fei replied, nodding. They all had criminal records, and capture by the authorities would likely culminate in severe punishment. Old Five, save us, the leader exclaimed. He plunged the blade deep into the leader's body. Some grievances are best settled. The leader's eyes widened in disbelief. This was no mere accident. You deliberately murdered him. Your invitation for me to join you was merely a ploy to make me a scapegoat. Did you think I was oblivious to it all? Old Five's face twisted into a cruel smile as he released Gu Susu. Ye Fei swiftly stepped forward, pulling Gu Susu behind him. What now, young master? Fu Bo asked, gripping his baseball bat, having remained concealed until now. Yet upon witnessing Old Five release Gu Susu, he hesitated to take any risks. Who sent you here? Ye Fei's voice was icy as he regarded the men before him, bemused by their internal conflict at such a critical moment. It's Wang Xiao, Old Five replied nonchalantly, extracting the knife from the leader and advancing towards the second man. Old Five, I had nothing to do with this. It was all the leader's doing. The second man pleaded, fear evident in his eyes, though they had taken many lives, only to be murdered when disputes over shares became too contentious. They had believed their actions were impervious to discovery. Yet Old Five had been quietly enduring their betrayal for years, biding his time for revenge. Right and wrong, I discern for myself, Old Five replied coldly, driving the knife into the second man's body, his gaze sweeping over the remaining two, who trembled under his stare. Help me. Please save us. The third man begged, desperation flooding his voice as he turned to Ye Fei, unwilling to meet his end. Yet Ye Fei merely watched coldly, knowing that should he show mercy, these men would not hesitate to eliminate him. Why should he extend a lifeline to those who had wronged him? Chapter 78. Wang Qiao enters prison. They are so pitiable. Shall we not come to their aid? Gu Susu's eyes glistened with compassion. Let us ascend, Ye Fei gently suggested. It would be a blessing merely to spare them. Ye Fei was no saint and could not perform such acts of mercy. Yet, Gu Susu gazed at Ye Fei with her large, hopeful eyes, yearning for him to rescue those few souls. However, Ye Fei chose to return her to the room. Do not come down unless I call for you, understand? Sleep well and pretend nothing has happened, he instructed before departing to the lower floor. Old Five, with an expression of serene calmness, found a seat. He was aware that Ye Fei had already contacted the authorities, yet he felt no trepidation. Instead, an overwhelming peace enveloped him. Are you not planning to flee? Ye Fei inquired, casting a penetrating glance at Old Five, whose demeanor was remarkably composed. There is no need to run. I am acutely aware of my grievous sins and deserve the consequences. Had it not been for my father's unresolved vendetta, I would have turned myself in long ago. Now that my father's revenge has been fulfilled, I harbor no regrets, Old Five replied, lighting a cigarette and inhaling deeply. Relief etched across his face. Wang Qiao is akin to a venomous serpent. Do not be deceived by his outward appearance, Old Five cautioned Ye Fei. In their line of work, there existed a fundamental principle. No matter how dire the circumstances, even at the cost of one and Oppo's life, one must never betray a client and Oppo's trust. However, Old Five had never willingly joined this profession, and his sentiments towards Wang Qiao were far from favorable. Ye Fei nodded in agreement. Wang Qiao's relentless ambition had already spared him once, and now he sought to take Ye Fei's life, a clear indication that mercy was no longer warranted. Soon the police arrived. Both Ye Fei and Old Five cooperated fully, with Ye Fei being taken to provide his statement, which continued until dawn. Mr. Yi, we will have an answer for you shortly regarding recent events. Do you require protection during this time? A middle-aged officer inquired, having grasped the entirety of the situation, with Wang Qiao now designated as a suspect. Thank you, but that will not be necessary. I am capable of looking after myself, Ye Fei responded. The evidence the police possessed was sufficient to apprehend Wang Qiao, and barring any unforeseen developments, it appeared that Wang Qiao would spend the remainder of his days behind bars, leaving Ye Fei with little to worry about. Wang Qiao arrived at his office as usual, though his expression was notably grim. What? Wang Qiao sprang to his feet. I've succeeded, but failure would inevitably involve him. Old Wang, long time no see. The police have been monitoring Wang Qiao and Oppo's activities for years, but lack sufficient evidence until Chapter 79. You may give it a try otherwise. Had it been any other man, he would have long since cast you Li Juan aside. This woman, though not youthful, possesses a temperament akin to that of a child. Regardless, I refuse to intervene. If an apology is necessary, you may seek it yourself, for my son cannot endure such indignities. Li Juan helplessly yumping up from the ground. Father, this truly isn't my fault. He was the one who provoked me. The previous project with Xing Mei was ruined because of that individual. Li Yunpeng felt a sense of injustice. In his view, this situation was not his fault. If Ye Fei had shown a modicum of understanding, none of this turmoil would have transpired. Stay away. I do not wish to see you again. This matter is mine to handle, Li Hailong stated coldly. Had it been anyone else causing him such trouble, they would have already met their demise. Watching the two women depart from his sight, Li Hailong felt a slight alleviation of his emotions and retrieved his phone. I want all information regarding Ye Fei on my desk within an hour, or you may consider yourselves unemployed. After delivering this chilling command, Li Hailong hung up, his eyes betraying a murderous intent. Unlike other merchants, Li Hailong and Amp, Appo's success was built upon the corpses of countless individuals. In his earlier years, he had merely been a street thug, yet through sheer ambition and cunning, he climbed to his current position, illustrating the complexity of his character. As dusk fell, Ye Fei finally awoke. Upon unlocking his phone, he discovered a plethora of missed calls from unfamiliar numbers. Nothing has been taken away. Ye Fei acknowledged the gravity of the situation. If his instincts were correct, it was likely Wang Shuaying's mother and sister who had taken her away. Although Wang Shuaying was indeed family, her standing at home was inferior to that of outsiders. The arrival of such women could only spell trouble. Promptly, Ye Fei made his way to Wang Shuaying's residence. As he stood before the familiar door, an overwhelming sense of estrangement enveloped him. Yet before he could knock, the door swung open, revealing Wang Shuaying. Ye Fei, what brings you here? I knew you still loved me. A look of surprise graced her features, as she believed his visit was a sign of his lingering affection and a desire for reconciliation. What happened to your face? Ye Fei and Appo's brow furrowed slightly at the sight of her swollen, red visage, clearly marked by recent violence, with scars adorning her hands, indicative of recent injury. It was all Li Yunping's doing. He abandoned me and struck me. I realize my mistakes now. Can we return to how things were? Wang Shuaying's demeanor shifted to one of vulnerability, tears streaming down her cheeks. That is not an option. Where is Wang Shuaying? Ye Fei brushed aside her outstretched hand. His visit was solely for Wang Shuaying. He had long since severed any emotional ties to Wang Shuaying. I truly understand my mistakes. Please forgive me this once. We can have a good life together, Wang Shuaying pleaded, appearing pitiable. Yet Ye Fei remained unmoved, recognizing that all her misfortunes were self-inflicted from within. However, I am looking for Wang Shuaying. What do you want with my daughter? At that moment, Wang Shuaying had no boyfriend. How could she suddenly be claimed by another? There was undoubtedly something amiss. Leave now if you know what is good for you. If you linger, I will make you regret it. Luo Wubin's gaze held an air of arrogance as he coldly regarded Ye Fei. It seemed implausible, thus. For Ye Fei had shattered his joint with a swift motion. Chapter 80. A play of two women. How dare you strike someone here? I will call the police and have you arrested, Lu Yanxin exclaimed, swiftly retrieving her phone from her pocket. Don and Amp, Appo's Luo Wubin urgently intervened, realizing that if the police were to learn of their current actions, they would have no recourse against Ye Fei and would likely find themselves imprisoned instead. Ye Fei, Wang Shuaying and Appo's face lit up with surprise upon seeing him. However, Ye Fei and Appo's expression turned icy as he noticed her wrist bound. Are you selling your daughter? Ye Fei's gaze swept coldly over Lu Yanxin and her companion before he entered the room and untied Wang Shuaying's hands. He needed no further conjecture to understand the nature of these two individuals. It was evident they planned to sell Wang Shuaying to that man from earlier. What does it matter to you? I decide what happens to my own daughter. Lu Yanxin blocked Ye Fei's path, fearing that if he took Wang Shuaying away, she would have no means to repay the exorbitant loan of 200,000. Step aside. I'm taking her with me today, and I dare anyone to stop me. Ye Fei's eyes bore into Lu Yanxin, devoid of any emotion. Initially, he believed his feelings for Wang Shuaying were merely those of siblings. Luo Wubin fished his phone from his pocket and quickly dialed a number. He had not come alone. Others were waiting for him downstairs. Some kid is taking my woman. Make sure to deal with him. Cripple his hands and feet. As Ye Fei reached the entrance of the community, several burly men emerged from a van nearby. prompting a smirk of amusement to cross his face. These men were not new acquaintances. They were Qian Guofeng and his crew. Are you guys really planning to stop me? Ye Fei spoke nonchalantly to the imposing figures before him. Though they appeared unperturbed, Ye Fei sensed they were still recovering from their previous encounter. It's you. Qian Guofeng's eyes flickered with hatred before they shifted to fear. Having dealt with Ye Fei before, he was no stranger to danger. But now he faced the prospect of being utterly incapacitated, his strength in one hand entirely gone. If you wise up, dismissing the men entirely, pulled back, as he lacked confidence in confronting Ye Fei. From now on, you can stay at my place. Isn't safe for you alone. Ye Fei spoke to Wang Shuaing, who nodded in agreement. She felt the warmth of his hand, stirring a sweet sensation within her heart. Soon, they returned to Ye Fei's residence. Who is she? Prompting her to pull away from Ye Fei's grasp. Who is she? Gu Susu mirrored her expression of confusion, sensing intuitively that this woman posed a significant threat to her. Why don't you both introduce yourselves? Ye Fei felt a headache coming on. He had forgotten about Gu Susu and Appo's presence, knowing Wang Shuaing would misconstrue the situation. I am his fiancé. My grandfather has already betrothed me to him. Gu Susu's statement was startling. Upon hearing this, Wang Shuaing's eyes filled with indignation as she turned to Ye Fei. It's not like that. Ye Fei felt utterly exasperated, taking half an hour to clarify the entire situation. How do we know if you truly have feelings for her? Wang Shuaing scoffed, feeling relieved that she had initially believed Gu Susu was indeed Ye Fei's fiancé. Even if she isn't officially his wife yet, she will be in the future. Gu Susu pouted in dissatisfaction. The future is far off. Who can say for sure? Wang Shuaing, shedding her usual meek demeanor, stood her ground firmly. Enough, you two. Stop arguing. I'll tidy up the room. Ye Fei, feeling a headache coming on, realized that these two women were clearly at odds, and he would have a lot of trouble ahead. The young master has finally grown up, bringing home 2 brides. Fu Bo stood nearby, a satisfied smile on his face. Ye Fei shot him a glare, feeling somewhat helpless. Fu Bo was wonderfully supportive, but he was far too invested in Ye Fei's marital affairs, almost eager to see him married at once. Ye Fei's home had many vacant rooms, and Wang Shuaing quickly selected one. She and T brought her belongings yet and planned to gather them the following day. Gu Susu followed closely behind Ye Fei and Wang Shuaing, and upon seeing Wang Shuaing settle into the room next to hers, she snorted disdainfully before retreating into her own room. Chapter 81. Ning Xiaoxue is kidnapped. Wang Shuaing shrugged, her eyes gleaming with triumph. Good night. Ye Fei nodded and returned to his room, feeling exhausted from the day. He quickly lay down and fell into a deep slumber. Buzz. Not long after Ye Fei drifted off, his phone rang. Boss, where are you? It was Ning Xiaoxue's voice, laced with urgency and chaos, accompanied by a cacophony of noise. What is happening? Ye Fei jolted upright, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. The fact that Ning Xiaoxue was calling him in the middle of the night could only mean trouble. Something's gone wrong at the company. Before Ning Xiaoxue could elaborate, a piercing scream erupted from her end. No matter how much Ye Fei pressed for answers, there was only silence, amplifying his anxiety. He dashed to the underground parking garage, speeding through red lights as he raced towards the company. Upon arriving at the building, he furrowed his brow. The office lights were still on, and he could see multiple shadows flitting past the windows. You've arrived. At that moment, 2 burly men approached him at the entrance, their expressions menacing, brandishing large knives. Who sent you? Ye Fei glared at the duo, fully aware they were lying in wait for him. You have quite the appetite for questions. Disarming the man and delivering a powerful punch that knocked him unconscious. I'll give you one chance. Who sent you? If you don't provide a satisfactory answer, you'll wish for death. Ye Fei's gaze turned icy as he faced the remaining thug. Displayed a fierce defiance that surprised Ye Fei, indicating that these thugs were more than mere street goons. Crack! In an instant, Ye Fei incapacitated both of the man's arms, pressing his foot against the thug's chest. You still have a chance to tell me what's happening. Otherwise, you can expect a life confined to a wheelchair. Do you think your threats will work? You're as good as dead. The thug returned Ye Fei's glare with a cold, mocking smile, prompting a slight furrow of Ye Fei's brow. This one was resilient. I don't know. Ye Fei shook his head, swiftly rendering the thug entirely defenseless. Without him, there was no way to rescue Ning Xiaoxue. At the forefront stood a man with a buzz cut, his muscular physique indicating he was not an ordinary opponent. What do you want? Who sent you? Ye Fei's demeanor was cold as he assessed the group, knowing that if they intended to gang up on him, he could still hold his own. Some questions are beyond our answer. Honestly, I admire your rise to success. I've heard tales of your exploits. However, it's unfortunate someone wants you dead. You, determined to shield her from harm. Twisting his arm and breaking it with ease, then delivering a swift punch that knocked him out. Kill him. The others reacted quickly, lunging at Ye Fei with their blades. Ye Fei rolled to the side, grabbing a wooden plank from a nearby table and sweeping it across the group. Smack! The plank splintered under the assault of their knives. But he seized the opportunity to take down another thug, snatching the knife from his grasp. If they were intent on taking his life. Soon, a deep gash appeared on Ye Fei's body, blood flowing freely as the thugs fell around him in pools of crimson. Ye Fei hastily retrieved a healing ointment from his pocket, applying it to his wound, watching as it began to heal. Is that a miraculous remedy you possess? The buzz-cut man's eyes widened in surprise at Ye Fei's unexpected resource, his astonishment quickly morphing into greed. Acquiring such a potent substance could elevate his own fortunes immeasurably. Chapter 82. Maneuvering simply divulged the formula for the powder in your possession, and I shall allow both of you to depart without any further complications. The man with a buzz cut addressed Ye Fei. However, this was merely a stalling tactic. The miraculous powder. It was evident that he possessed considerable strength, perhaps even surpassing Ye Fei's own. Otherwise, towards Ye Fei. Let us test that theory. Ye Fei responded fearlessly. Ye Fei barely registered his movement before a kick landed squarely on his chest. You're no match for me. If you were wise, you would comply and spare your life. The man sneered, perceiving Ye Fei's actions as profoundly unwise, knowing he was outmatched. Yet choosing to confront the man directly was tantamount to courting death. With cold resolve, Ye Fei regarded the man before him, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This foe's strength was formidable enough to nearly shatter his ribs with a single blow. I shall ask you one final time. Will you comply? The buzz-cut man leaned closer, his grip tightening around Ye Fei and Oppo's throat. No, Ye Fei declared, aware that his only recourse lay in refusal. If he surrendered the formula, his fate would be sealed. This man would undoubtedly eliminate any threats to his plans. You certainly possess a stubborn spirit. However, when I begin to break your bones one by one, we shall see if your resolve remains. The man said with a cruel smile, releasing his hold on Ye Fei and stepping towards Ning Xiaoxue. Look at this beautiful face. It represents a living soul. Yet soon, it may perish because of your actions, he taunted, caressing Ning Xiaoxue and Oppo's cheek with a sinister grin, his gaze fixed on Ye Fei. You dare? Ye Fei and Oppo's expression turned icy. If anything were to happen to Ning Xiaoxue due to him, even if he survived, he would forever be haunted by guilt. What is there to fear? Do you truly believe I am a fool, easily deceived? You must accompany me. Lu Siyuan scoffed. With Ning Xiaoxue now gone, it was evident she would opt to alert the authorities. If Ye Fei delayed, their plans would be thwarted. Very well, Ye Fei nodded, fully aware that Lu Siyuan was not easily outsmarted. This individual had evaded capture for years, demonstrating a sharp intellect in every regard. At this moment, Ye Fei found himself under Lu Siyuan and Amp Oppo's as coercion, recognizing that resistance would only lead to a brutal beating. Before long, they arrived at a dilapidated rental apartment. The premises were in a state of disrepair, with a putrid scent permeating the air, and many residents occupied the space. As anticipated by Lu Siyuan, the police had surrounded the building shortly after their departure. However, upon searching the entire structure, they discovered Lu Siyuan had long since vacated the premises. What should we do? Our boss is still in his hands. Ning Xiaoxue appeared visibly anxious. Although she held great confidence in Ye Fei, his current disappearance left her feeling uncertain. Rest assured, miss, we will locate him shortly, the police assured her. Produce all your electronic devices, Lu Siyuan commanded coldly, being an exceedingly cautious individual who never utilized any electronic equipment. And if he did, it was not under his own identity. Understood. Ye Fei nodded, acknowledging that Lu Siyuan was indeed a formidable adversary, possessing exceptional counter-surveillance skills. Ye Fei suspected he would have perished at his hands long ago. Ensure you gather these herbs in the specified quantities. I will personally prepare the concoction for you. Ye Fei handed the list to Lu Siyuan and sat silently on the sofa. Very well. Lu Siyuan glanced at the list, nodded, and departed, leaving the door unlocked. Confident that Ye Fei would never attempt to escape. Should Ye Fei dare to flee, all those around him would suffer the consequences. Ye Fei was acutely aware of this fact, hence he remained seated on the sofa, his gaze fixed outside the window, observing the multitude of old houses and the diverse people inhabiting them, making it a prime location for concealment. Although Lu Siyuan and Amp Oppo's dwelling appeared shabby, it was meticulously organized, devoid of any disorder, indicating his meticulous nature. Before long, Lu Siyuan returned to the rental apartment, having procured everything Ye Fei required. A faint smile graced his face. Once he possessed the prescription, he could depart and lead a life of leisure abroad. He was astute enough to comprehend the immense value of the prescription Ye Fei held. Selling it, particularly to Western nations, would yield a fortune, and he could already envision a future of opulence. Ye Fei diligently examined the herbs in his possession, knowing he was not one to easily acquiesce. He understood that success hinged on seizing this opportunity. All right, Ye Fei stated calmly after a brief pause. What trickery are you up to? Earlier, you provided me with powder medicine. Why has it transformed into a liquid concoction? Liu kannst brod furuit, ink, Ye Fei koldi. To create powder, one must first allow the liquid to solidify, then grind it down. Ultimately, the effects remain largely the same, and the liquid form is often more potent. Ye Fei replied with unflinching composure, revealing that the pot contained not a healing remedy, but rather a poison. Then you should try it first. Lu Siyuan, a man of great caution, approached Ye Fei, brandishing a knife, and cut into Ye Fei's arm. Ye Fei remained silent, directly pouring the potion from the cauldron onto his wound, and, astonishingly, the injury began to heal at an observable rate. Haha, it truly works. Lu Siyuan laughed heartily, exhilarated at having obtained the formula he sought. After a moment, he turned his gaze back to Ye Fei. Now that he had acquired what he desired, it was time to eliminate the witness. Now that you have what you wanted, it is time to release me, Ye Fei continued, seemingly oblivious to Lu Siyuan's intent. When did I ever state I would let Chapter 84? Turning the tide, what does it mean? Lu Siyuan's gaze instantly turned cold, and an ominous premonition welled up within him as he felt a burning sensation emanating from his wound. What do you think? Ye Fei slowly rose from the ground. The medicine he had been administered was not a healing salve, but a form of poison. The concoction he had brewed was a mystery to him. Indicating that someone was orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Li Hailong. Lu Siyuan readily revealed the identity of his employer, which caught Ye Fei off guard. These matters were of little consequence. I see. Ye Fei nodded. Although he had never interacted with Li Hailong, he was aware of his reputation as a leader in the construction industry. Not everyone in the business circle knew him, but Ye Fei had done his research. Now, you may provide me with the antidote, and I shall allow you to leave this place. Lu Xiyuan's gaze flickered. Had he not been so deaf, he would have already eliminated Ye Fei for daring to deceive him. After all, the audacity of such a ploy was intolerable. How absurd to expect him to hand over the antidote. Based on his understanding of Lu Xiyuan, if he were to provide the antidote, Lu Xiyuan would likely turn on him immediately. Such an eventuality was utterly unacceptable to Ye Fei. Do not assume that just because I am poisoned, you are beyond my reach. Should I choose to, I can still kill you at any moment. Lu Xiyuan's eyes turned icy again, recognizing Ye Fei's intelligence and unwillingness to yield easily. He dragged his injured leg towards Ye Fei. Despite his grievous wounds, Ye Fei was not in much better condition. Should a confrontation arise, Lu Xiyuan felt a degree of confidence in his chances. If you wish to test that theory, by all means do so. However, be aware that should you fail to escape with your life, do not blame me for breaking my promises. Ye Fei dismissed Lu Xiyuan's threats with indifference. If this man sought conflict, he would be prepared to engage. Upon hearing Ye Fei's words, Lu Xiyuan halted, his gaze icy as he regarded Ye Fei. If the situation continued to deteriorate, it would not be long before Lu Xiyuan's leg would be rendered useless. This man was undoubtedly enduring immense pain. Yet, Lu Xiyuan's face betrayed no emotion. He sat silently, his gaze frozen, which surprised Ye Fei. This man was remarkably composed. Had it been anyone else, they would have been lamenting their fate by now. Is it enough now? After a considerable pause, Lu Xiyuan spoke coldly, his thigh completely numb. He feared he might not even be able to overpower Ye Fei. Not yet. Ye Fei shook his head. Lu Xiyuan was merely experiencing numbness in one leg. What Ye Fei required was for this man to be rendered completely incapacitated. Otherwise, he knew Lu Xiyuan and Appo's vengeful nature would not allow him to rest easy in the future. Do not push me too far. If I fight with all my might, neither of us will emerge unscathed. Lu Xiyuan glared at Ye Fei, a hint of aggression simmering beneath the surface. You're free to fight whenever you wish. No one is stopping you. Ye Fei chuckled coldly. He despised being threatened. Lu Xiyuan's gaze flickered as he weighed his options, yet he lacked confidence. Ye Fei's display of self-assurance did not appear feigned. If he miscalculated, he endured several powerful kicks from Lu Xiyuan's voice grew increasingly frantic, for both his legs and one arm had lost all strength, rendering them nearly useless. In truth, Lu Xiyuan was unaware that his limbs were genuinely incapacitated and not merely experiencing temporary numbness. Earlier, he had believed it to be a fleeting loss of sensation. Not a matter of life and death. Himself incapacitated and still dared to threaten him. You can stay here and fend for yourself, Ye Fei coldly stated, locking the door behind him. Given that Lu Xiyuan was a wanted criminal, turning him over to the police was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. Ye Fei quickly dialed Ning Xiaoshua's number. Are you all right? Ning Xiaoxue sighed in relief upon hearing Ye Fei's voice. I'm Ye Fei. Ye Fei promptly relayed Lu Xiyuan's location to her, since she was already with the police. It wouldn't end Appo's to be long before Lu Xiyuan was apprehended. Ye Fei hurried back to his residence, having been away for 2 days. He feared that his absence might have caused them concern. Lu Xiyuan stared at the closed door, his eyes filled with despair. He realized that barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would soon be trapped, as Ye Fei would undoubtedly call the authorities. His life could very well be spent behind bars, or worse, he might face immediate execution. Crash! At that moment, the dilapidated door was kicked open, revealing a young man with a faint smile playing on his lips. Do you wish to live or die? The young man asked Lu Cun nonchalantly. Live, Lu Cun nodded vigorously. Although he had no idea who this young man was or what brought him here, he had no choice but to place his hope in this stranger. The young man nodded and effortlessly lifted Lu Cun as if he were a mere chick. When the police arrived, they found the house empty. Despite their anger, there was little they could do. Ye Fei had just awakened when he learned that Lu Cun had not been captured, which caused his brow to furrow slightly. However, he soon shook his head. Lu Cun was already incapacitated by him, and even if he survived, he posed no substantial threat. As usual, Ye Fei went to the school to substitute for Wu Qingfeng. He had become somewhat of a celebrity at the institution, with many students aware of his presence. Although he had not been at the school long and rarely made appearances, his deeds had spread widely among the student body. Teacher Yi, many students greeted him, most of whom were female. A group of young men suddenly blocked his path, their expressions suggesting ill intent. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be wealthy heirs. What question? Ye Fei furrowed his brow slightly. These individuals were not his students, and it was evident they were not here to seek knowledge but to cause trouble. If one were to break someone's bones, would that person's arm be able to heal? The leader of the group inquired. Oblivious to the fact that there were always greater forces at play. Zhang Juming, watching from the crowd, observed with a glint in his eye. He was the one who had instigated Chen Hanzhong and his companions to confront Ye Fei. Your triumph won and oppose. Last long, he thought with a smirk. He was a shrewd individual. Sending Chen Hanzhong after Ye Fei was not without reason. Chen Hanzhong's father was a contractor who indulged his son, and if he found out about the incident, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. Everyone disperse. Those who need to attend class should proceed. Another teacher approached, nodding at Ye Fei. Ye Fei reciprocated the gesture. He had encountered many teachers at the school, yet they seldom interacted, each preoccupied with their own duties. Moreover, when Chen Hanzhong had confronted him, he was certain that several teachers had witnessed the altercation but chose not to intervene. In this institution, it was commonplace for teachers to fear students. Given the considerable influence behind many of them, no ordinary teacher could afford to offend them lightly. Ye Fei entered his classroom, where his teaching style was remarkably straightforward. Students were encouraged to ask questions if they did not understand something. He lacked the stamina to lecture on basic knowledge. Chapter 86. My family runs a hospital. While this method of education may not be the most ideal, her to seize the moment. Amidst the crowd. My father, this wretched brat broke my arm. Only to discover that his injury was beyond repair. Ye Fei had warned him before, but at the time, Chen dismissed it as mere bravado, unaware of the gravity of his condition until it was too late. If you can mend my son and Appo's arm, I shall let this matter slide. Otherwise, I will shatter every bone in your body, Chen Yi declared. Though merely a foreman, he commanded a band of brothers and had engaged in unscrupulous dealings. Known for his ruthless demeanor. Are you threatening me? Ye Fei and Appo's eyes narrowed slightly. Had the man sought reasoned discourse, he might have considered repairing Chen Hanzhong and Appo's arm. However, the blatant threat was intolerable. First, break his arm. Then let us see how defiant he remains, Chen Yi replied coldly. His workers surged toward Ye Fei, wielding steel pipes, their faces contorted with malice. Just moments ago, he had perceived them as simple laborers, but now their true nature was laid bare, extinguishing any remnants of pity within him. In a swift motion, Ye Fei lunged forward, disarming one of the workers and effortlessly twisting his arm, shattering the bone with a single, fluid motion. Having engaged in countless battles recently, his combat instinct had sharpened significantly, though he had never trained in formal martial arts. His fighting prowess was formidable. "Impressive," exclaimed a few onlooking female students, their eyes sparkling with admiration. At their age, they were easily enamored by displays of strength, especially as Ye Fei was not much older than them. "What's so impressive? I have an uncle who can catch blades with his bare hands," a young man remarked, his tone tinged with envy, clearly resentful of the attention Ye Fei was garnering. "Well done." Chun Yi and observed the scene with a furrowed brow. He was no fool. He recognized that Ye Fei's skill was far from ordinary. Casting a disappointed glance at his son, he lamented the constant trouble the boy brought him. "Who dares disturb our school? Do they not regard our martial arts department?" A throng of students, led by Wu Long, charged toward the classroom door. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed, as the workers who had attacked Ye Fei writhed in agony, clutching their injured arms. Ye Fei's technique was uniquely painful, not only dislocating limbs, but also inflicting prolonged suffering that lingered long after the initial injury. "Stop!" Chun Yi barked at his restless crew, his expression darkening. Already struggling against Ye Fei, he realized that with the arrival of reinforcements, his chances of overcoming him were dwindling. "Why didn't you say stop earlier?" Wu Long. Had he attacked arbitrarily, he would have faced his grandfather's wrath. However, this was a justified response to a personal affront. "Brothers, strike hard. My family runs a hospital. As long as they don't die, they'll be fine," Wu Long exclaimed, exhilarated as he joined the fray. With their numerical superiority and martial training, overpowering their opponents was a foregone conclusion. "Enough, enough," Ye Fei finally interjected lazily after a while. After all, these individuals were still students. Escalating the situation could lead to complications he wished to avoid. "You may leave now, but I trust there will be no next time. Otherwise..." And he felt an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction. Smack! Before he could finish his thought, Chun Yi slapped him across the face. "Are you not embarrassed enough? If it weren't for your disgraceful behavior, I wouldn't be subjected to such humiliation." Chapter 87. Chun Yi swiftly fled with his son, their departure coinciding with the end of classes. Ye Fei did not linger at school, but promptly returned to his company, as he had numerous business matters to attend to. "Boss, someone wishes to see you. He claims to have come to express his gratitude for your life-saving assistance." Upon his return, Ning Xiaoxue immediately approached him. "Let them in." A smile graced Ye Fei and Appo's face. Earlier, he had saved by Zhongshan and Appo's life. It was likely the man had come to seek him out. "Is this Brother Yi?" "Indeed, a young talent." Bai Zhongshan appeared somewhat pale, but wore a smile upon seeing Ye Fei, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Ye Fei and Appo's medical prowess was nothing short of miraculous. He had never encountered anyone as skilled. Setting aside the fact that Ye Fei had saved his life, his extraordinary abilities warranted respect. After all, no one could guarantee that they would never encounter misfortune, and having such a divine healer as an acquaintance provided a sense of security. "You flatter me. How could you allow him to come out?" Although Bai Zhongshan had escaped the clutches of death, a complete recovery would still take time. "Do not blame the young lady." As Ye Fei rose from his seat to invite both of them to the tea table. "I have heard that Brother Yi is a businessman and has recently invested in a shopping mall. I have seen it myself. Perhaps we could collaborate to transform it into a commercial hub." Bai Zhongshan swiftly articulated his purpose for visiting. While appearing to propose a partnership, he was, in fact, there to offer assistance. With his extensive connections, turning the mall into a commercial center, though challenging, was within reach. "That indeed sounds feasible." Ye Fei nodded thoughtfully. While he could single-handedly elevate the mall to a commercial center, it would require considerable effort. However, with Bai Zhongshan's support, they could expedite the process. The two swiftly agreed on several details and formalized their collaboration, anticipating a market launch within a week. Bai Zhongshan, aware of Ye Fei and Oppo's busyness, chose not to linger further, recognizing that his purpose had been fulfilled and overstaying could lead to unwelcome sentiments. "Dad, what do you think of this person?" Bai Yue Guang inquired from the back seat of the car. "He is someone worthy of lifelong trust. However, given his capabilities, he may not necessarily be interested in you." "Dad, that is not what I meant. I'm not marrying anyone. I want to stay by your side." Bai Yue Guang's face flushed, which pertained to leasing issues for the shopping mall. They outlined what kinds of businesses would best expedite transforming the dilapidated building into a commercial center. While many ideas appeared suitable for a mall, they did not align with Ye Fei's vision of a commercial hub, rather than merely a venue for dining and entertainment. "This proposal is quite promising." Ye Fei quickly reviewed the plans, nodding in approval. Ultimately, only 2 or 3 out of the numerous proposals were viable, as most were glitch. Return the proposals and instruct them to revise their work. Make clear what the core focus of our mall should be. Ye Fei spoke earnestly, recognizing the significance of the matter. Among the suggestions, one even proposed an ice skating rink, which left him bewildered. Such a concept was utterly absurd for a mall. "Understood," Ning Xiaoxue replied, nodding. "Also, have Chen Yuan come see me," Ye Fei added after a moment's contemplation, "to transform the mall into a commercial center." "I called you here to discuss business matters." Ye Fei got straight to the point. Chen Yuan was a clever woman, having followed his recent endeavors with interest. "I wish to establish a sales point for the scar removal product in the mall, requiring over 5,000 units daily." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan fell silent. The scar removal product was her company and Oppo's most vital offering, yielding substantial profits daily. Chapter 88. Trouble, is there a problem? Ye Fei and Oppo. Chen Yuan suddenly realized that the scar removal cream was developed by Ye Fei, and it was entirely his prerogative to decide how to proceed. She had nearly overstepped her bounds. "Prepare yourself. We shall open in a week." Ye Fei nodded in satisfaction, pleased that this woman had shown some sense. Otherwise, he could revoke her agency at any moment, leaving her with nothing. As Chen Yuan departed, she found herself with substantial inventory. Her approach had always been to create a scarcity, with only 2,000 units of the cream circulating in the market daily. This strategy was deliberate. She aimed to position the scar removal cream as a luxury item. Ye Fei's pricing was not particularly high, as the cost of production was only a few dozen yuan. Yet Chen Yuan sold each unit for over 200 yuan, and even at that price, there was a lack of supply. She had refrained from adjusting the price, allowing the public to generate buzz instead. If she continued on this trajectory, it wouldn't be long before the cream became a luxury item priced in the thousands. However, with Ye Fei and Oppo's interference, her plans were likely to unravel. "What did you discuss?" Chen was looking a bit unhappy when she left, Ning Xiaoxue inquired. To her, Chen Yuan was an admirable figure, astute in business and caring, almost an idol. "She is a great person, but her ambition is too strong," Ye Fei replied, shaking his head. Although he had been busy, he had kept an eye on the situation regarding the scar removal cream and understood Chen Yuan's intentions. Chen Yuan was a true businesswoman, viewing everything through the lens of absolute profit, devoid of any emotional ties. Such individuals may excel in commerce, but seldom reach great heights. Ning Xiaoxue chose not to elaborate, as she found herself unable to fully comprehend Ye Fei's perspective. The Amway company, once notorious for its usurious practices, had been struggling recently. The financial resources were nearly exhausted. Examining the report on Luo Wubin, the current state of Luo Wubin was dismal, One leg and an arm were completely incapacitated. After numerous hospital visits, the prognosis was bleak. His limbs could not be salvaged. Who is their owner? Ye Fei. That scoundrel Ye Fei. He must die, if he remains alive. It's as if there is no law. Luo Wubin erupted in fury upon hearing Ye Fei's name, realizing that his injuries were inflicted by him. And now he was on the verge of ruining his company. Qian Guofeng remained silent, having been taken aback by the revelation. He had long harbored fears about Ye Fei, having faced him 3 times before. Summon all remaining brothers from the company. Tonight, I will ensure this man is dealt with. Luo Wubin's eyes burned with a fierce desire for vengeance. Both personally and professionally, Ye Fei deserved to perish. Qian Guofeng hesitated, reluctant to confront Ye Fei again, particularly given his current incapacitated state. Did you not hear what I said? Luo Wubin's gaze turned icy. Despite his half-disabled condition, he still wielded power over Qian Guofeng. And if he dared to defy him, he had ways to make him regret it. I heard you. I'll take care of it immediately. Qian Guofeng nodded quickly. After he left the room, Luo Wubin retrieved his phone and called Li Yunpeng. What is the update? Li Yunpeng's voice was cold. His own days had been miserable, enduring constant beratement from his father. We've discovered who is pulling the strings. It's that Ye Fei. Is it him? No matter the cost, I want him dead. I do not wish to hear his name in Rongqing again. Li Yunpeng's tone turned frigid upon learning it was Ye Fei. He had never suffered such losses before. But Ye Fei had bested him multiple times, filling him with resentment. As the workday drew to a close, Ye Fei shut down his computer, preparing for the imminent opening of his mall. He had much to organize in the coming days, and research on the healing ointment could commence. Finally out, Luo Wubin had been waiting outside Ye Fei's company for quite some time, accompanied by dozens of burly men wielding sharp knives, all intent on taking Ye Fei's life. As Ye Fei approached the entrance, he spotted Luo Wubin and his entourage not far off, his brow furrowing slightly at their unfriendly demeanor. You dare to trouble me again? Ye Fei asked, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he regarded Qian Guofeng, realizing that the lesson had evidently not been sufficient. What is there to fear? This time, you're finished, Qian Guofeng replied, uneasy. He did not wish to face Ye Fei again, but Luo Wubin insisted he do so. Still, considering the number of men he had brought, he felt confident they could handle Ye Fei. So, the renowned investment guru king is you, Ye Fei. You and Amp, Oppos, V been quite adept at keeping your identity hidden, Luo Wubin remarked coldly. In truth, Ye Fei had not gone to great lengths to conceal his identity as king. But if others sought to investigate, it wouldn't be particularly difficult. It appears I should have left you with only one leg and one arm, Ye Fei replied, his expression calm as he regarded Luo Wubin. Chapter 89. A bow of atonement. Regret has come too late. Your fate is sealed today. Dispose of him immediately. Luo Wubin's voice was cold and resolute. Regardless of the consequences he might face, he was determined to eliminate Ye Fei, unperturbed by the prospect of being seen. He had unwavering faith that Li Yunpeng would resolve everything for him. Ye Fei furrowed his brow slightly, retreating swiftly, knowing that he was outnumbered and outmatched, especially with knives in the hands of his assailants. He had no chance against them. After him, Qian Guofeng exclaimed. He had always been the one to flee. Now, the tables had turned. Ye Fei dashed away, calculating in his mind how to deal with those pursuing him. Confronting them head-on would be futile. All of whom nodded in agreement, rushing back to their vehicles. You're not getting away this time, Qian Guofeng grinned as he quickly closed the distance to Ye Fei. Brandishing his knife and swinging it toward Ye Fei's back. In a swift motion, Ye Fei pulled Qian Guofeng in front of him as a shield. Another agonizing scream erupted from Qian Guofeng as the knife embedded itself into his back, leaving him bloodied and frantic. With remarkable speed, Ye Fei twisted the arms of the assailant, breaking them with precision, then delivered a powerful kick to his knee, rendering one leg useless. Ye Fei would have dispatched them all in one fell swoop, thereby eliminating the source of his troubles. With a series of swift movements, Ye Fei incapacitated the 5 or SI, Chapter 90. The strange patient, Ye Fei's expression darkened in an instant. The thought of kneeling before this man was utterly inconceivable. Simultaneously, Luo Wubin's face bore a smug grin, relishing the discomfort reflected on Ye Fei's countenance. The more distressed Ye Fei appeared, the greater Luo Wubin's sense of triumph. "Do you really believe I could dodge bullets?" Ye Fei suddenly smiled, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Are you jesting? Do I appear to be a fool?" Luo Wubin laughed heartily, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke imaginable. Who would dare proclaim they could evade bullets in his presence? Was this not pure folly? Before he could finish his taunts, Ye Fei struck, delivering a swift slap to Luo Wubin's face and snatching the handgun from his grasp. "While I may not be able to dodge bullets, I can certainly relieve you of your possessions. Do you comprehend your error? You have grown excessively arrogant, overestimating your own capabilities while underestimating mine." With the firearm firmly in his grip, Ye Fei spoke coldly, pondering the source of Luo Wubin and Appo's weapons. It was evident that Luo was not a mere commoner, for how could an ordinary individual acquire such firearms? "You!" Luo Wubin's face paled. "You may as well prepare to spend the remainder of your life behind bars." Ye Fei pointed toward a nearby surveillance camera. Ye Fei would ensure he hired the finest lawyer to secure that outcome. "Impossible. You cannot call the police." They found all assailants incapacitated, and news of Ye Fei's actions rapidly spread online, garnering widespread acclaim. Ye Fei had acted in defense of the innocent, and since the trouble had been initiated by Luo Wubin, his actions were deemed justifiable. Aside from a few keyboard warriors critiquing him, the overwhelming response was one of praise. Of course, those unfamiliar with Ye Fei would not recognize him in the footage, as his face had been obscured for privacy reasons. "Damn it! Why is this guy so hard to eliminate?" Li Yinpeng fumed at home, watching the news report. His rage escalated, causing him to smash everything on the table to pieces. "Punger, do not be upset. Your father is already addressing this matter. Do not worry, it will not involve you. That wretched boy won't be able to cause trouble for much longer." Li Juan consoled him, her eyes filled with affection. "Mother, you must ensure Dad takes care of this scoundrel." Li Yunpeng whined, knowing that within their household, his mother held the highest authority. Although Li Hailong was powerful, he was also quite submissive to his wife. "Rest assured, that vile boy dares to bully my precious son. He certainly won't last long," Li Juan reassured him, patting his shoulder. "Are you all right?" Just as Ye Fei exited the police station after giving his statement, Gu Susu approached him, concern etched across her face. "I am fine." Ye Fei shook his head, puzzled as to why she sought him out today. "Typically, aside from evenings, what brings you here?" "Today, an extraordinarily peculiar patient arrived at the clinic. I have never encountered a condition like hers, and perhaps due to my limited medical expertise, I thought I might ask for your assistance," Gu Susu stated directly. To Huafu, Ye Fei was not an outsider, as he held significant shares in the clinic, making it reasonable to seek his help. "Very well, I shall accompany you to examine her." After a moment of contemplation, Ye Fei nodded. Although he was a major shareholder in the clinic, he had never actually visited it, feeling somewhat unworthy of such a generous position. However, being a large stakeholder certainly afforded him certain conveniences, and assisting the clinic within his means was not out of the question. Before long, they arrived at the Huafu Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic, where Gu Susu led Ye Fei to a room. Before him stood a woman with a notably pallid complexion. Her appearance was alarming, and Ye Fei noted her erratic gaze, suggesting a mental disturbance. "Where are her family members?" Ye Fei asked, furrowing his brow. He knew that extracting useful information from this woman would be challenging. "I will bring them in now," Gu Susu promptly replied, stepping to the door to summon another girl, likely around 15 or 16 years old. "This is her daughter." She mentioned that her mother returned from a trip to the mountains in this state, claiming that she had been possessed, as described in their local dialect, Gu Susu explained. Ye Fei nodded. He was not one to believe in supernatural phenomena. He held that every ailment in the world could be explained by relative theories. and what people term ghosts or spirits was merely beyond human comprehension. Chapter 91. Do you need assistance? I shall first take her pulse. Ye Fei extended his hand to grasp the woman's wrist, but before he could proceed, she quickly withdrew her hand. Mother, do not be afraid. The girl approached the woman, gently patting her shoulder to signal for her to calm down and refrain from acting impulsively. At last, Ye Fei succeeded in taking the woman's pulse. Soon, he furrowed his brow slightly. Her pulse appeared remarkably normal. There were no physical abnormalities, suggesting that her mental state was the issue. Ye Fei was quite certain of his diagnosis. The woman's body was devoid of any ailments. It was merely her mind that seemed troubled, possibly due to having taken the wrong medication. Little sister, has your mother taken any medication recently? Ye Fei inquired, looking at the young girl. Given the circumstances, it seemed likely that the woman had indeed ingested the wrong medicine, especially since Uncle Gu had mentioned that the mother and daughter hail from mountains, where numerous rare herbs remain undiscovered. My mother took this. The girl produced a shriveled cluster of leaves from her pocket and placed them in Ye Fei's hand. S. brow initially knitted in concern, but surprise soon flickered in his eyes. This was an exceptionally rare herb, one replete with potential. This appears to be Ba Xianyi. Gu Susu also displayed an expression of astonishment, for Ba Xianyi is considered legendary within the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, renowned for its almost miraculous properties. Of course, Ba Xianyi requires extensive processing before it can be deemed a universal remedy. Otherwise, indiscriminate consumption could induce hallucinations and severely impact one's mental well-being. I shall write you a prescription for your mother. If fortune favors us, she may return to normal within a month. If not, it could take 3 to 5 months. Ye Fei felt a surge of excitement and promptly conveyed the prescription to the girl, instructing her to procure the necessary herbs. Ba Xianyi was an exceptionally rare treasure. Had Ku Feng discovered it during his lifetime, he might still be alive today, as Ba Xianyi, when combined with other rare herbs, is known to prolong life. Old man, it seems the heavens have truly conspired against you. Ye Fei sighed, reflecting on how something Ku Feng had sought in vain had come to him so easily, prompting a moment of contemplation. Have that little girl remain here. I shall escort them back on the weekend and look for Ba Xianyi. He had numerous matters to attend to and lacked the leisure to linger there. It must be said that the Huafu clinic was indeed vast, without a guide. A nonchalant man sauntered towards Ye Fei, a blade of grass dangling from his lips. And you are? Ye Fei inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. His instincts suggested that this seemingly carefree man was not as simple as he appeared. He emanated a palpable aura of threat. Who shall be addressed later. For now, do you require assistance with the ruffians across the way? The laid-back man continued. Ye Fei nodded, curious to gauge this man's capabilities. Give me 2 minutes. The man ambled toward the group of hulking figures. He charged into the crowd, delivering a powerful kick to the leader, showcasing strength and speed that far surpassed Ye Fei's. Precision and swiftness. Ye Fei, on the other hand, merely knew how to incapacitate opponents by breaking their limbs. Now, allow me to introduce myself. I am Bai He. If you can assist her, I will go to great lengths for you in return, Bai He stated earnestly. Despite his own formidable abilities, his sister was a fragile soul. For your sister. Ultimately, Ye Fei nodded in agreement. Regarding Bai He's sister's condition, he was uncertain of his ability to heal her, yet it was certainly worth a visit. I understand that. Bai nodded. He held no illusions. aware that not even a single doctor he had consulted over the years had been able to resolve his sister's plight. Chapter 92. The White Crane Siblings, however. Before that, I must first inquire who exactly sent these individuals. Ye Fei swiftly approached the group of burly men, eager to discern the identity of those who sought to trouble him. Who has sent you to create mischief? Whose men are you? When did we ever claim we were here to cause you trouble? We merely happened to be wandering about on the street, replied the leader of the men, feigning innocence. They were not there to confront Ye Fei. They had merely gathered as a group and paused upon seeing him. How could he know these men were not there to antagonize him? Over the recent period, he had encountered a multitude of adversaries, which left his nerves taut. Their gaze upon him had inadvertently led to this misunderstanding. My apologies, but I will cover your medical expenses. Ye Fei quickly arranged for the medical staff from the Hua Mansion Traditional Medicine Clinic to attend to their injuries. Do not look at me with such eyes. Let us set this aside for now and focus on your sister's situation, Ye Fei said, feeling a headache coming on. He swiftly hailed a vehicle, with Baihe leading the way to a dilapidated rental unit. Upon arriving at the shabby abode, Ye Fei and Appo's brow furrowed slightly. The rental house was exceedingly old, permeated by a sour odor, and the entire building exuded an eerily foreboding atmosphere. Over the years, I have exhausted all my resources treating my sister and Appo's illness, otherwise respectable. Baihe remarked, a hint of sorrow flickering in his eyes. Ye Fei refrained from saying much, in truth. Baihe soon halted before a decrepit door. A strong medicinal scent wafted from within, which even someone like Ye Fei, accustomed to herbs, found overwhelming. Bare room devoid of a kitchen or bathroom, with a large bed and a tattered sofa positioned nearby. On the bed lay a pale girl, her eyes closed, prompting Bai Ling to open her eyes. Bai Ling and Appo's eyes narrowed in curiosity upon noticing Ye Fei. This is the doctor, Baihe responded. I have told you countless times, brother. It is time for you to settle down and not worry about me, the burden. I am well aware of my ailments. This illness is beyond remedy. Bai Ling implored, tears shimmering in her eyes. She understood the sacrifices her brother had made over the years, pouring all his earnings into her treatment. But, am I your brother or are you mine? I will say what I must. Do not concern yourself with the details, Baihe replied, his voice trembling. Ye Fei affirmed, valuing Bai's potential rather than monetary gain. If he had come solely for financial reasons, Baihe's current circumstances would not have enticed him. Ye Fei approached Bai Ling, gently taking her hand to check her pulse. It was significantly slower than that of a healthy individual, reflecting a myriad of ailments that plague her body. Your sister's condition appears to be congenital. Such an affliction is exceedingly challenging to treat. Without a span of 3 to 5 years, it is unlikely to see improvement. Ye Fei sighed gently, hesitating to speak, yet eliciting a sense of elation from Baihe. Fei had offered a glimmer of hope. Is what you say true? Baihe, unable to contain his disbelief, rushed to Ye Fei's side, gripping his arm tightly. Do not become overly excited. If the treatment proceeds well, it may be manageable within a year or two. Ye Fei reassured him, anticipating that Baihe might find the prospect of 3 to 5 years too daunting. With consistent medication, it is indeed possible to treat such an illness within that time frame. Initially, Bai Ling's ailment was quite treatable. However, they had failed to find a suitable doctor, leading them to employ incorrect treatments that exacerbated her condition. Such diseases were inherently rare, and without the guidance of Elder Ku Feng, Ye Fei would have been equally powerless. Chapter 93. Astonishing efficacy. What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Bai Ling's eyes reflected a clear sense of confusion. To her, She often watched television dramas where miraculous doctors did not possess the same uncanny abilities as Ye Fei. I assert that your illness can be treated, albeit with considerable difficulty, leading him to question whether the latter harbored unconventional inclinations. Ye Shini, are you truly confident in your ability to cure my sister's affliction? Bai he inquired. Her illness was indeed challenging to treat, as it was a hereditary condition. Altering one's genetic predisposition is an arduous task. However, if the right medicinal herbs were available, locating the appropriate herbs for her ailment would prove to be a formidable challenge, with the most crucial being the 8 Immortals herb. Without it, the 8 Immortals herb, recovery could be achieved in a year or two. Brother, do not trust this fellow. He might be a charlatan. Bai Ling remained skeptical of Ye Fei, primarily due to her disbelief in the treatability of her condition. She had previously consulted numerous doctors, including esteemed physicians in her youth, all of whom had confirmed that her illness was untreatable. Stop your nonsense and promptly apologize to Mr. Yi. Bai he reprimanded Bai Ling, finally catching a glimmer of hope. He feared that Bai Ling and Appo's skepticism would ruin everything he had worked for. There is no need for an apology. Whether she believes is, I agreed to treat her solely out of consideration for you. As long as you fulfill your part of the agreement, I shall not withhold any necessary herbs. He swiftly penned a prescription and placed it before Bai He. Follow this prescription to gather the herbs. For the 8 Immortals herb, I currently possess only a limited amount. Time was of the essence, and he needed to return home. He certainly could not offer his services for free, but he was a formidable ally. Her expression stubborn. Do you have any idea who he is? He is a disciple of the revered Elder Ku Feng. Do you truly believe your brother is a fool? Bai he sighed in resignation. He had refrained from divulging such information while Ye Fei was present, not wanting to provoke any aversion. What? A disciple of Elder Ku Feng? Getting Elder Ku Feng was nearly impossible, unless he chose to visit. Seeking him out was futile. Furthermore, recent rumors had spread regarding his demise, solidifying Bai Ling and Appo's belief that no one could heal her condition. Now, do you believe your brother? Bai he placed the herbs before Bai Ling, relief washing over his features. This time, Bai Ling chose not to argue further. She obediently ingested the medicine, and soon after, a look of astonishment graced her face. She could feel a significant improvement in her condition. This medicine is extraordinary. Brother, is there more? Bai Ling's heart raced with excitement. Although she had appeared resigned to her fate, the newfound hope of recovery exhilarated her. You can only have 2 doses a day. Overindulgence could burden your body, Bai he cautioned, shaking his head. Ye Fei had expressly warned him about this before leaving. Seated, though she felt a tinge of disappointment. Originally a derelict structure, damp, Appo's suggestion, Ning Xiaoxue replied, comprises 8 floors, and currently, 5 of those levels have tenants, with 3 still available for lease. Tomorrow, increase the rental prices of these storefronts by 50%, Ye Fei commanded. Given the mall's less than ideal geographic location, it was unsurprising that potential tenants were scarce. This price is already hard to rent out. Raising it further? Ning Xiaoxue questioned, doubting whether she had misheard. Trust me, you won't go wrong, Ye Fei assured her, confidence radiating from his smile. The news about the scar removal products moving in had yet to spread. Once the public learned of their presence, a significant crowd would surely follow. Consequently, the mall's rental value would rise. Once foot traffic increased, sales would naturally flourish. Not only would a 50% hike in rent be feasible, but even a 200% increase would see many enterprises clamoring to lease space. Ning Jiaofu noted, harboring unwavering faith in Ye Fei. He was indeed a remarkable individual. Regardless of the dire circumstances, he always exuded a sense of hope. Soon, Ye Fei ventured into the mall's interior, where the decor was exceptionally well executed, far surpassing that of typical shopping centers. This was a testament to the considerable benefits he had provided to the workers, who had devoted great care to the renovations. Reaching the 5th floor, he noted that the largest counter belonged to Xingmei Company, renowned for its scar removal products and substantial financial backing. In truth, the majority of the storefronts within the mall were managed by Zhongshan, who had invested all of his enterprises into supporting Ye Fei's venture. Without such backing, attracting additional investors to Kunlun Center would be a formidable challenge, given its limited investment appeal. At that moment, a brash voice reached Ye Fei's ears. Turning around, he spotted a middle-aged man with a slicked-back hairstyle, clad in an ostentatious suit, his polished shoes gleaming. Despite the flamboyance of his attire, Ye Fei couldn't help but chuckle at the man's short stature and the gaudy gold chain around his neck. "I wonder what makes you deem this mall a broken place," Ye Fei remarked, maintaining a calm demeanor. After all, this shopping center was his enterprise, and hearing such disparagement in his presence stirred something within him. "You can tell you're inexperienced in business. Who would invest in such a dismal location? Its geography is too obscure. It hardly merits investment," Li Hongtai scoffed, his condescending gaze fixed on Ye Fei. Li was a self-made man, utterly ignorant of the intricacies of business. What if the mall's owner possesses the ability to turn the mundane into the extraordinary? Ye Fei countered, acknowledging some validity in Li's claims, but finding them incomplete. "I scoff at your navet," Li Hongtai retorted with a smirk. Ever since his rise to wealth, he's king from photographs, success through hard work. "Stop right there," Li Hongtai exclaimed, rushing to block Ye Fei's path. "What is it now?" Ye Fei squinted, initially disinterested in further conflict. However, a smile gracing his face. If Ye Fei truly was king, a victory over him would elevate Li's status, silencing those who labeled him a nouveau riche. "Oh, how do you propose we wager?" Ye Fei inquired, a smile emerging on his lips, already sensing the nature of Li and Appo's scheme. If he was indeed offering a bet, why should Ye Fei refuse? "You previously claimed this mall would flourish. I bet it will not," Li Hongtai declared, an air of triumph enveloping him. "This mall will undoubtedly fail." Chapter 95. The Foolish and the Wealthy Well. "Since you mention a wager, how much do you wish to bet?" Ye Fei and Appo's smile became even more radiant, as he had anticipated. This fellow was indeed ready to offer him money. 5 million, Li Huangkai proudly extended a hand. While 5 million may not be a significant sum for the affluent, for ordinary families, it could be a lifetime in Appo's worth of earnings. "Are you trying to dismiss a beggar?" A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of Ye Fei and Appo's mouth. Given his current worth, which could easily be in the tens of billions, this paltry 5 million hardly registered on his radar. "You arrogant brat, 50 million. Li Huangkai stampe fluttered instantaneously. Ye Fei's actions were undoubtedly a mockery, which he could hardly tolerate. "Unless you have something worthwhile to say, don't obstruct my path. If you're poor, be honest about it." Ye Fei shook his head. "Produce that much. However, if you can in Appo's, team match it." Upon receiving the land ownership certificate from Li Huangkai, Ye Fei inhaled sharply. It turned out this man owned such a valuable piece of land. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. Ye Fei had been eyeing this parcel of land for quite some time, and he was aware that countless others in Rong City had similar intentions. Its prime location made it an assured profit for any development project. "Mr. Li, you absolutely cannot do this." Several young men who had been following Li Huangkai rushed forward, for they too had their sights set on that land. If Li Huangkai were to use it as a wager, their plans would be thwarted. Indeed, This lad clearly appears to be a pauper, incapable of matching your wager. They pleaded, causing Li Huankai's expression to shift uneasily. I wager with you. Ye Fei returned the land ownership certificate to Li Huankai. Boss, our company's market value is only that much. If you gamble with him, the entire company could end up in his hands. It's simply unacceptable. Ning Xiaoxue interjected, her performance somewhat exaggerated. However, her words sparked a flicker of excitement in Li Huankai's heart. He held unwavering confidence. If he won this bet, he could acquire a company worth billions. Let us wager, brat. You're not thinking of backing out now, are you? If you wish to concede, cornering him. Ye Fei feigned hesitation. Oppose as arrogance. Take a look at the contract. If there are any issues, we can amend them. Li Huankai had not tampered with the document, confident in his victory. After all, with the contract in hand, Ye Fei would find it impossible to back out. Ye Fei swiftly reviewed the contract and signed his name without hesitation. As did Li Huankai. I will return in 10 days. Ensure you have your company's affairs in order. Li Huankai left, elated. His seemingly casual visit to the mall had turned fortuitous. It appeared fortune favored him, as he stumbled upon such a significant opportunity. I had never believed there could be such foolish individuals in this world, but after meeting him, I am convinced of their existence. Ning Xiaoxue winked at Ye Fei. It was somewhat exaggerated. A bit more refinement would be beneficial. Ye Fei felt quite content. 2 days swiftly passed, during which Ye Fei enjoyed an unusually tranquil existence, free from troubles. Eventually, Bai sought him out, his face aglow with excitement. His sister's health had been steadily improving. She could now get out of bed after taking the medicine Ye Fei had prescribed. After discussing a few matters, Ye Fei took Bai to the Huafu traditional Chinese medicine clinic. He intended to accompany the mother and daughter into the mountains to seek the 8 Immortals herb, which would allow him to develop more medicinal remedies. This time, Ye Fei kept his outing extremely low-key, bringing only Bai along and notifying no one else. His wayward son had already offended Ye Fei numerous times. Thus, he felt compelled to take the initiative. No matter how incompetently Yunpeng might be, he was still his son, and Li Hailong could not bear to watch him be destroyed by Ye Fei. In fact, Li Hailong was not the sole individual plotting against Ye Fei. At that moment, in a dimly lit room, Lu Siyuan slowly opened his eyes. Poisoned by Ye Fei. It would require at least a day and a half, assuming they drove relatively fast. Soon, Ye Fei leaned back in the passenger seat and drifted into a much-needed sleep, exhausted from the past few days. Boss, something feels off. Just as Ye Fei found comfort in slumber, Bai gently shook him awake. What is it? A car has been following us for quite some time. They likely do not come with good intentions. Bai pointed to a white sedan in the rearview mirror. Though he acknowledged that many hidden enemies lurked in the shadows, some of whom he was unaware of. I'm certain they're following us. On several occasions while I was driving, that individual could have overtaken us, but chose to maintain their speed behind us. Bai insisted, his keen observation confirming his suspicions. Realizing that numerous adversaries were intent on pursuing him even after leaving Tianang City, they seemed to have noticed us. We shall continue. As the white sedan sped past them. To rest, Ye Fei suggested. A gas station appeared in their line of sight. Bai pulled in. Having driven for an entire day, their fuel was nearly depleted. Bai suggested as he parked the car. Ye Fei roused the mother and daughter from their slumber and led them to the restaurant. Given the late hour, the establishment was nearly empty, typical for a road that saw little traffic, primarily frequented by large trucks. In the expansive restaurant, only a handful of patrons were present. Ye Fei quickly chose a table, and shortly after they settled in, the door swung open with a raucous noise as four middle-aged men entered. One of the louder men bellowed towards the cashier. Coming right up, the cashier, a gaunt man whose appearance suggested malnutrition, responded. Ye Fei, too, caught a whiff of a subtle aroma wafting from the mountain, a scent that evoked a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. They hastily located damp cloths to cover their mouths and noses. Meanwhile, the four middle-aged men sitting nearby began to sense the brewing trouble. Such audacity to poison me, Jiang Sheng thought, quickly deducing the situation. If he was correct, the one responsible for the poisoning was the restaurant's owner. Ah, it seems I have encountered a formidable opponent today, the restaurant owner said with a smile, slowly approaching Ye Fei and his companions, flanked by several chefs wielding cleavers. Their expressions menacing. I thought this was merely a scene from a television drama. I cannot believe such nefarious establishments exist in reality. Ye Fei felt a deep sense of frustration. He had merely ventured out for a brief trip and found himself embroiled in such a scenario. Hand over all your valuables, and you may yet preserve your lives. Otherwise, I shall dispose of you as frozen meat. Despite his frail appearance, the restaurant owner spoke with confidence. Do you wish to die? Jiang Sheng shot a cold glance at the restaurant owner. Had it not been for Ye Fei and the others' presence, he would have swiftly eliminated the owner to conceal his strength. Ye Fei, on the other hand, Chapter 98. The disciple of the bitter medicine elder, I shall grant you one final opportunity to relinquish that object in your possession. Failure to do so will lead to your regret. But he warned Jiang Sheng with an earnest expression. Oh, do you think I am frightened by Jiang Sheng and Appos? S words were abruptly cut short, as by he struck with lightning speed, surpassing the limits of human perception. Before Jiang Sheng could comprehend the situation, Bai he had effortlessly disarmed him, swiftly dismantling the firearm into its components. Ye Fei observed this astonishing scene. Disbelief etched on his face. Just how formidable was Bai he? Although he too had snatched weapons from others, he could not replicate Bai he's fluidity, let alone disassemble a handgun in an instant. Jiang Sheng, utterly bewildered, found himself on the receiving end of a barrage of punches from Bai he, each strike delivered with brutal intensity, as if intent on ending his life. It appeared Jiang Sheng had truly provoked Bai he's wrath. Ye Fei, somewhat resigned, shrugged. Despite their brief acquaintance, he had gleaned some insight into Bai he's temperament. Usually, Bai he wore a cheerful demeanor, exuding warmth, but when truly angered, he transformed dramatically. Jiang Sheng was now in a state of utter dismay, feeling as though he might vomit blood, an impression not far from reality, as he had indeed been rendered bloodied by Bai he. He had never anticipated the emergence of Bai he in this encounter. Initially, he had assessed Ye Fei's capabilities, deeming him an easily manageable opponent, but he never expected Bai he, standing beside Ye Fei, to possess such extraordinary prowess. Even during his illustrious career as an assassin abroad, he had never faced such a thorough beating. Enough. If you continue, you might just kill him, Ye Fei interjected, approaching Bai he and grasping his arm. His gaze drifted toward the kitchen, where he sensed an intense, hostile presence watching him. Upon hearing Ye Fei's words, Bai he ceased his assault, casually tossing the battered Jiang Sheng to the ground, who now lay in a pitiful state, his body battered and broken. Impressive indeed. As expected from the disciple of the bitter maple elder, a figure clad in white emerged into Ye Fei's view, a perfect smile gracing his face as he applauded, accompanied by Lu Siyuan, whom Ye Fei had encountered previously. Ah, I see. Ye Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. He had wondered why the police had not located Lu Siyuan. It turned out he had been rescued. What shocked him further was the complete eradication of the poison from Lu Siyuan's body, leaving him astounded. Allow me to introduce myself. You may not recognize me, but by lineage, I must address you as senior brother. I am a disciple of the bitter medicine elder, Bai Zhongrui proclaimed, revealing his identity. A wary glint appeared in Ye Fei's eyes. Bai Zhongrui was indeed a disciple of the bitter medicine elder, a figure he knew little about, but was aware of his sinister reputation for conducting pharmacological experiments on humans in pursuit of immortality. Such a person was undoubtedly a madman, possessing formidable power. Why do you seem so displeased upon seeing me, senior brother? Bai Zhongrui continued, his smile unwavering as he inched closer to Ye Fei, who scrutinized him with caution. The bitter medicine elder's shortcomings compared to the bitter maple elder had long been a sore point for Bai Zhongrui, and he understood that surpassing Ye Fei, the disciple of his rival, would serve as a means of vindication for his master. Despite their first encounter, he radiated hostility toward Ye Fei for this reason. I'm not your senior brother, Ye Fei retorted coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Bai Zhongrui, who had just attempted to poison him moments ago, yet now feigned familiarity. Bai Zhongrui exuded an unsettling aura, akin to a venomous serpent poised to strike. Do you require my assistance in dealing with these two? Bai he interjected, his gaze sharp. Anyone seeking to trouble Ye Fei would first need to contend with him. No need. Let us depart, Ye Fei replied, casting a lingering glance at Bai Zhongrui before rejoining Xiao Ling and her son, who had succumbed to unconsciousness due to the hallucinogenic drug. Are we simply allowing them to leave? Lu Siyuan expressed his discontent. At Lu Siyuan, who, despite his bravado, was acutely aware of the futility of opposing Bai He. What shall we do now? Lu Siyuan lowered his head, having witnessed Bai He and Appo's as prowess firsthand. He knew he stood no chance against him. Awaken these individuals. We shall require their assistance. Bai Zhongrui surveyed Jiang Sheng and his companions, recognizing their potential utility in his forthcoming plans, if only as expendable pawns. Bai He drove in silence, while Ye Fei in the passenger seat remained taciturn. You seem somewhat apprehensive regarding those two. Bai He finally broke the silence, unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere any longer. Chapter 99. The Fate of the Eight Immortals. Herb, Ye Fei nodded, harboring considerable trepidation towards those two individuals. He had barely escaped with his life from Lu Siyuan's clutches on a previous occasion. As for Bai Zhongrui, his status as a disciple of the bitter herb elder rendered his strength unquestionable. He was undoubtedly formidable. What transpired just now? After a considerable time, Xiao Ling and her mother gradually regained consciousness. Their eyes mirrored a shared confusion. They had been dining, only to inexplicably drift into slumber, a phenomenon they found utterly perplexing. Perhaps they were simply too fatigued. Ye Fei responded casually, refraining from divulging the specifics of the incident, as it bore no relevance to the mother-daughter duo, and he wished to avoid dragging them into his troubles. Just over 2 mountains lies our village. Being but a child, Xiao Ling did not question Ye Fei's words. Instead, she gazed out the window, her face lighting up with surprise at the scenery. Ye Fei acknowledged her excitement with a nod. They were indeed in a remote area, with no signs of habitation in sight, surrounded by encroaching darkness and the occasional sound of wild beasts. They're following us. After a while, Bai He's voice broke the silence. The rearview mirror revealed 2 white cars trailing behind them. Let them come. Ye Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. If they deemed him an easy target, it was time to shatter their arrogance. Everyone has their limits. Lu Siyuan and his companions appeared noticeably subdued this time, maintaining a steady pace behind Ye Fei without any overtly aggressive actions. Brother, ahead lies our village. After an indeterminate time, Xiao Ling suddenly spoke as they navigated the mountain path, flanked by verdant trees, an appearance reminiscent of a primeval forest to the unacquainted. After nearly half an hour, a mountain village came into view, its structures composed of mud and timber, exuding an aura of poverty and backwardness. Woof, woof! Woof! The sound of barking dogs resonated from the village entrance, where several large black dogs lingered. The barking ceased upon seeing Xiao Ling descend from the vehicle. I can't believe such a destitute place still exists in this world. Bai Zhongrui ambled out of his vehicle, wearing an expression of disdain. He cast a cold glance at the black dogs at the village entrance, pondering their intentions. The senior brother must be aware of his impending demise. Hence his choice of such an advantageous location. His foresight humbles me. If you were to silence yourself, no one would mistake you for mute. Ye Fei turned to cast a frosty glare at Bai Zhongrui, who was indeed an oddity. His verbosity persisted regardless of whether anyone engaged him in conversation. Brother, are they your friends? Xiao Ling approached Ye Fei, her gaze towards Bai Zhongrui and his companions tinged with trepidation, as her instincts warned her that these individuals did not appear benevolent. No, let us depart, Ye Fei replied. Xiao Ling nodded and swiftly led him to a dilapidated house. Externally, it appeared quite ramshackle, yet internally, the space was surprisingly spacious. We can rest here. Ye Fei casually selected a room, which lacked even a bed. The only room that contained bedding belonged to Xiao Ling and her mother, and those beds were quite old. What shall we do now, boss? Jiang Sheng and his group lingered at the village entrance, perplexed by Bai Zhongrui and Appo's intentions. Earlier on the road, they had several opportunities to eliminate Ye Fei. Yet Bai Zhongrui had refrained from permitting any action. What is there to do? First, have those large black dogs taken care of. Bai Zhongrui's brow furrowed slightly as he regarded the barking dogs at the village entrance. Their audacity to bark at him was irksome. Seated aversion to dogs. Huh? Jiang Sheng's face displayed a look of incredulity. Why divert their efforts from Ye Fei to deal with dogs? It seemed a gross misallocation of resources. Did you not hear my command? Do you doubt my authority? Bai Zhongrui's eyes narrowed, his voice laced with a chilling menace, sending a shiver down Jiang Sheng's spine. Although Bai Zhongrui appeared approachable at first glance, Jiang Sheng was acutely aware of his ruthless nature. He was a man capable of killing without a second thought. Jiang Sheng's body had long been poisoned by Bai Zhongrui, which explained his compliance. Bang! Jiang Sheng, armed with a gun, swiftly approached the black dogs. With a deafening crack, the dogs fell lifeless into a pool of blood. The suppressed sound of the gunfire, thanks to its silencer, did not alert the villagers. When Ye Fei awoke, the sun had already risen. His primary purpose for coming here was to seek the 8 Immortals herb. The previous night's darkness had hindered his search. Brother, you're awake. It's time for breakfast. Xiao Ling, a remarkably considerate girl, had risen early to prepare a simple meal. Although the fare was modest, Ye Fei bore no complaints, for he had experienced hardship in the past. Where did your mother acquire that previous medicinal herb? Ye Fei inquired nonchalantly. I can take you to gather it shortly, Xiao Ling replied, unaware that the locals regarded the 8 Immortals herb merely as a common plant, seldom attracting attention. Very well. The village for the back mountain. They encountered no villagers, which left Ye Fei feeling perplexed. The entire village exuded a lifeless atmosphere. How many people live in your village? He inquired. Smile to Ye Fei's face. Herbs, especially the 8 immortal grass. If he presented it to his master, he would undoubtedly receive commendation, elevating his status among the many disciples of the bitter medicine elder. Lingering shadows. Ye Fei's eyes turned icy upon hearing Bai Zhongrui's voice. Bai he, too, discreetly prepared for battle, being an astute individual aware of the precarious situation they faced. Don't move. Jiang Sheng, noticing Bai He's actions, immediately drew his gun, followed by the 3 middle-aged men accompanying him, who also brandished their weapons. The dark barrels were aimed at Bai He, who had left Jiang Sheng with a lasting impression of fear due to his formidable combat prowess. Senior brother, you've truly helped me this time. I don't know how to thank you. Perhaps when I kill you, I should aim to make it swift. Do you dare to kill me? Ye Fei believed the elder would not easily dispose of him, at least not before extracting his value. Perhaps that is the case. Bai Zhongrui's eyes narrowed slightly, even faced the elder's wrath. We are all fellow disciples. Since senior brother is to perish, should not the knowledge be passed to the junior? Bai Zhongrui smiled again. Satisfied by Zhongrui. In the next moment, he struck, swiftly snatching the 8 immortal grass from Bai Zhongrui's hand and tossing it into his mouth. Unprocessed, the 8 immortal grass was a potent hallucinogen. Even a small quantity could induce hallucinations in a bull, let alone a human. You. And Ye Fei appeared to multiply into dozens of figures surrounding him. Boss, what is wrong? Jiang Sheng and Lu Ciyuan immediately sensed something was amiss and rushed to Bai Zhongrui's side. Their concern was not for Bai Zhongrui, but rather for their own lives. As they too had been poisoned by him. What have you done to him? Quickly produce the antidote, or I will send you to the afterlife right now. Jiang Sheng leveled his gun at Ye Fei, his voice cold. This was no longer merely about Ye Fei. It concerned their very lives, leaving no room for error. Do not point that at my head, Ye Fei replied evenly. The moment he spoke, he acted, swiftly and terrifyingly seizing Jiang Sheng and Appo's gun from his grasp.